After Rebirth I am the white moonlight of all Big Brothers chapter 685 to chapter 724. According to previous years, the 6 contestants from the same team would be assigned to 6 different examination halls. It was the same this year. Therefore, Jiang Fuyue could hand in her paper as she pleased without worrying about affecting her teammates. As for whether the other contestants from other countries would be affected, that was not within her consideration. Sure enough, when she said the 2 words "hand in the paper," the entire examination hall fell silent. The invigilator managed to maintain his composure as he walked in front of her and asked, "Are you sure? You sure? Are you sure?" Jiang Fuyue, "Yes." "Well, good luck." "Alright, good luck." Jiang Fuyue stood up and left. Those who had met her in the Ipo and IOI competitions were relatively calm. As for those who had not met her before, OMG. She's done? She's done? F***ck, what a crazy exam. Did the Huaxia team member copy the answers? I suspect she's in a hurry to go to the toilet. There are 2 legends in Huaxia. One is that an auntie knows martial arts, and the other is that a poor student scored full marks in mathematics. I didn't believe it before, but I do now. Coincidentally, Hamasaki Naohara was also in the same examination hall. When Jiang Fuyue asked to hand in her paper, he had just finished reading the 3rd question and had not had time to write. Previously, when they competed in the 4 arts in Linhui, they did not compete in questions. Therefore, this was the first time he had seen Jiang Fuyue's speed. It was terrifying. He could not help but grip the pen in his hand tightly as he focused on the last question of the exam. Of course, it was also the last question. When Jiang Fuyue walked out, Yuan Bentao was still chatting with the vice-team leader of a certain country. Suddenly, the vice-team leader held his head with both hands and said exaggeratedly, "Which country's team member is this? She handed in her paper? Unbelievable." Yuan Bentao looked over, and what he saw almost gave him a heart attack. You. His lips trembled. "You handed it in?" Jiang Fuyue did not find this surprising. After all, she had handed in her paper in 38 minutes before. This time, she slowed down and took her time. "Yes. I'll go back to the hotel to catch up on my sleep. Call me when they're done, we'll have dinner together." "Oh, okay." Ling Xian came out about an hour and 40 minutes after the exam started. Guizidong was only 2 minutes behind him. Then, Chen, Wei, and Tan Chia-su. The Huaxia, why? This caused the vice-team leaders from other countries to look at Yuan Bentao in a different light. It was as if he was sizing up a monster. An old monster leading a group of little monsters, TSK. To be honest, Yuan Bentao himself was a little confused. Although the few of them liked to hand in their papers early during the previous training, this was not a small test for the training. It was more like an immortal. This was a real IMO international competition. The team's total score was directly related to the country's honor. How could they submit it in advance? Don't you need to check it? Could he check the calculations again? Ling Xian, I checked it and checked it. Guizidong, we handed it in late, right? Sister, you must have handed it in a long time ago. Yuan Bentao. Yeah, you're right. Chen Qing scratched his head. I'm not trying to beat the time. I'm used to this speed. I'm not used to it. Tan Chia-su, I usually use Sister Yu's paper as a reference. 2 hours more than her is considered normal. Wei Kongjue, Sister Yu said that answering questions is like fighting a war. Speed is important. The longer you take, the more it affects the morale of the troops. The shorter the time, the more it affects the morale of the troops. Yuan Bentao. He suddenly felt that it made sense. The Huaxia's deputy team leaders, ? After the first exam, they had an afternoon and night to rest. The next day, they continued with the second exam. There were still 3 questions. Jiang Fuyue skimmed through the exam paper and felt that it was more difficult than the previous one. This was within her expectations. However, when she reached the last question, the difficulty surprised her. Although she was surprised, it did not affect her writing speed. When it ended, it was even earlier than yesterday. Jiang Fuyue was not modest. She did not know what it meant to keep a low profile. She said directly, "Hand in the paper." The demonic voice sounded again. Everyone froze. The contestants who had not finished the first big question were at a loss. It was heartbreaking. Is she a demon? Oh, she's just in a hurry to go to the toilet. It doesn't matter. If I wasn't so jealous, I would have believed her. She was 10 minutes faster than yesterday. How did she do it? I might have taken a fake exam paper. That girl from Xianxia. She's a shadow in my life. F***ck. Yuan Bentao thought that with yesterday's precaution, he wouldn't be surprised if he saw anything today. However, he still underestimated Jiang Fuyue's ability to scare people. When Professor Yuan saw her come out 40 minutes after the exam started, he had the urge to sit on the ground. You handed it in again? I handed it in. Okay, as long as you're happy. This time, Jiang Fuyue did not return to the hotel like yesterday. Instead, she waited outside with Yuan Bentao. During this time, she borrowed 2 pieces of paper and a pen from the British's deputy team leader. She began to write and draw. At first, Yuan Bentao did not think much of it. He thought that she was just passing time. Therefore, he continued to discuss with the American team leader about the types of questions that might appear in this year's IMO. Last year, we tested Menelaus's theorem and Seva's theorem in plane geometry. This year, we'll probably test Ptolemy's theorem. Nope. Jiang Fuyue suddenly spoke. She did not raise her head and continued to write. This year, we're testing Simpson's theorem. It combines the epicenter of a triangle, the Fermat point, and the Euler line. It's the first question of the day. Yuan Bentao's eyes lit up. Yeah, Jiang Fuyue just finished the exam. She must still remember it. Instead of guessing here and there, he might as well ask her directly. Ahem. Jiang Fuyue, do you remember what else was tested? Jiang Fuyue finished writing the last word. She put down her pen and stood in front of Yuan Bentao. Yuan Bentao, ? The next second, the girl handed over 2 pieces of paper and said calmly, the original questions for both exams are here. Yuan Bentao did not know how to react. He only said, Huh? You don't want it? He was stunned for 2 seconds before he finally reacted. Yes, yes, yes. After that, he quickly took the paper and held it in his hand like it was a treasure. He looked down. The more he looked, the wider his eyes became. He thought that Jiang Fuyue was just giving a general idea. He did not expect her to be so detailed. She even drew a picture. Seeing this, the deputy team leaders from other countries rushed forward. Hey, friend, can you let me take a look? Oh, brother, knowledge needs to be shared to benefit all of mankind. I borrowed the pen and paper. Can you at least let me take a look? Yuan Bentao, ? Where was the gentleman, where was his restraint? Jiang Fuyue had retreated 3 steps back when the crowd had surrounded her. She was not affected at all. On the other hand, Yuan Bentao was out of breath. His cheeks were red, his shirt was wrinkled, and his hair was slightly messy. Maybe, everyone can take a picture with their phones? As soon as Jiang Fuyue said this, everyone stopped and looked at each other. That's right. Take a picture, they started to take out their phones. Therefore, when Ling Xian and Guo Zidong handed in their papers, they saw this scene. A group of team leaders surrounded Yuan Bentao and took pictures with their phones. Guo Zidong was dumbfounded. What are they doing? Ling Xian had already guessed, they're probably taking pictures of the questions. Questions? What questions? The original questions of the IMO exam, of course. Huh? There's an original question already? Didn't you say that the questions of this kind of international competition have a confidentiality period? Ling Xian turned his head and looked at him. This confidentiality period is invalid for Jiang Fuyue. When Guo Zidong saw the handwritten version of the test paper, he finally understood what Ling Xian's words meant. He swallowed hard and said, Does she have to be this strong? Ling Xian looked indifferent. He was so calm that it made one's hair stand on end. Is she always like this? Do you think photographic memory is effective at different times? Oh. Understood. There was only one thought in Guizidong's mind: Mom, save me. Jiang Fuyue is not human. After Chen Qing, Tan Chiasu, and Wei Kongjue handed in their papers, Huaxia's team had completed the highlight of this year's IMO. Now, they just had to wait for the results. Digression, 3,000 words. There's another update at 2 o'clock. Read it at that time, or read it tomorrow. He could not help but grip the pen in his hand tightly as he focused on completing the last question of the exam. Of course, it was also the last question. When Jiang Fuyue left, Yuan Bentao was still chatting with the deputy team leader of a certain country. Suddenly, the deputy team leader held his head in his hands and said exaggeratedly, "Which country's team member is this? She actually handed in her paper? Unbelievable." Yuan Bentao looked over, and what he saw almost gave him a heart attack. You. His lips trembled. She handed it in? Jiang Fuyue did not think that this was surprising. After all, she had handed in her paper in 38 minutes before. This time, she slowed down and took it easy. Yes. Let's go back to the hotel and catch up on some sleep. Call me when they're done and we'll have dinner together. Oh, okay. Ling Xian came out about an hour and 40 minutes after the exam started. Guizidong was only 2 minutes behind him. Then it was Chen Qing, Wei Kongjue, and Tan Chiasu. While the other countries were still writing, the Huaxia team had already handed in their papers and left. The deputy team leaders of the other countries looked at Yuan Bentao in a different way. It was as if they were looking at a monster. An old monster leading a group of little monsters, TSK. To be honest, Yuan Bentao was a little confused. Although the few of them liked to hand in their papers early during the previous training, this was not a small test for the training. It was more like an immortal. This was a real IMO international competition. The team's total score was directly related to the country's honor. How could they hand in their papers early? Didn't they need to check it? Could he check the calculations again? Ling Xian, I checked it and checked it. Guizidong, we handed it in late, right? Sister, you must have handed it in a long time ago. Yuan Bentao. You're right. Chen Qing scratched his head and said, I didn't mean to rush for time. It's just that I'm used to this speed. I'm not used to it suddenly slowing down. Tan Chiasu, I usually use Sister Yu's time as a reference. Usually, if I'm 2 hours ahead of her, it's considered normal. Wei Kongjue, Sister Yu said that doing practice questions is like fighting a war. Speed is important in war. The longer it takes, the more it affects the morale of the troops. The shorter it takes, the more it affects the morale of the other troops. Yuan Bentao. He suddenly felt that it made sense. The vice leaders of the other countries who could understand Chinese, ? After the first exam, there was an afternoon and evening for them to rest. The next day, the second round continued. There were still 3 questions. After Jiang Fuyue got the test paper and skimmed through it, she obviously felt that it was more difficult than the previous one. This was within her expectations. But when she reached the last question, the difficulty of the question surprised her. However, even though it was an accident, it did not affect the speed of her writing. When it ended, it was even earlier than yesterday. Jiang Fuyue was not modest, nor did she know what it meant to keep a low profile. She said directly, hand in my paper. The demonic voice sounded again, and everyone froze. The contestants who had not finished the first big question had a distressed look on their faces. Is she a demon? Oh, she's just in a hurry to go to the toilet again. It doesn't matter, it really doesn't matter at all. If I wasn't so jealous, I would have believed her. She's 10 minutes faster than yesterday. How did she do it? I might have gotten a fake test paper. The girl from Huaxia is the shadow of my life. F***ck. Yuan Bentao thought that after yesterday's incident, he would not be surprised by what he saw today. However, he underestimated Jiang Fuyue's ability to scare people. When Professor Yuan saw her come out 40 minutes after the exam started, he had the urge to sit on the ground. You handed it in again? I handed it in. Okay, as long as you're happy. This time, Jiang Fuyue did not return to the hotel like yesterday. Instead, she accompanied Yuan Bentao and waited outside. During this time, she borrowed 2 pieces of paper and a pen from the British team's deputy team leader and began to write and draw. At first, Yuan Bentao did not pay much attention to her. He thought that she was just passing time, so he continued to discuss the types of questions that might appear in this year's IMO with the American team leader. Last year, we tested Menelaus' theorem and Seve's theorem in plane geometry. This year, we'll probably test Ptolemy's theorem. No. Jiang Fuyue suddenly spoke. She did not raise her head and continued to write. This year, we're testing Simpson's theorem. It combines the epicenter of a triangle, the Fermat point, and the Euler line. It will appear in today's first question. Yuan Bentao's eyes lit up. Yeah, Jiang Fuyue just finished the exam, so she definitely remembered it. Instead of guessing, he might as well ask her directly. Ahem. Jiang Fuyue, do you remember what else was tested? Jiang Fuyue finished writing the last word and put down her pen. She walked in front of Yuan Bentao and stood still. Yuan Bentao, ? The next second, the girl handed over 2 pieces of paper and spoke calmly. The original questions for both exams are here. Yuan Bentao did not know how to react. He could only make a mechanical sound. Huh? You don't want it? He was stunned for 2 seconds before he finally reacted. Yes, yes, yes. After that, he quickly took the papers and held them in his hands as if they were treasures. He looked down. The more he looked, the wider his eyes became. He thought that Jiang Fuyue was just going to give a general idea. He did not expect her to be so detailed and even draw a picture. When the deputy team leaders of other countries saw this, they rushed forward. Hey, friend, can you let me take a look? Oh, brother, knowledge needs to be shared to benefit all of mankind. I borrowed the pen and paper. Can you at least let me take a look? Yuan Bentao, ? Where was the gentleman, where was his modesty? Jiang Fuyue had retreated 3 steps back when the crowd had surrounded her. She was not affected at all. On the other hand, Yuan Bentao was surrounded by people. His cheeks were red, his shirt was wrinkled, and his hair was slightly messy. Maybe everyone can take a picture with their phones? When Jiang Fuyue said this, everyone stopped and looked at each other. That's right. Take a picture, they began to take out their phones. Therefore, when Ling Xian and Guo Zidong handed in their papers, they saw this scene. A group of team leaders surrounded Yuan Bentao with their phones and frantically took pictures. Guo Zidong was dumbfounded. What? What are they doing? Ling Xian had already guessed, they're probably taking pictures of the questions. Questions? What questions? Of course they're the original questions for this IMO exam. Huh? There's an original question so soon? Didn't they say that questions for international competitions like this have a confidentiality period? Ling Xian turned to look at him and said, this confidentiality period is invalid for Jiang Fuyue. When Guo Zidong saw the handwritten version of the test paper, he finally understood what Ling Xian's words meant. He swallowed hard and said, does she have to be this strong? Ling Xian looked indifferent. He was so calm that it made one's hair stand on end. Has she always been like this? Do you think photographic memory is effective at different times? Oh. Got it. There was only one thought in Guo Zidong's mind, Mom, save me. Jiang Fuyue is not human. After Chen Qing, Tan Chiasu, and Wei Kongjue handed in their papers, Huaxia's team had completed the highlight of this IMO exam. Now, they just had to wait for the results. After the exam, everyone was in a good mood. Why don't we go out for a walk? They had been in Zurich for a few days now. If it wasn't a hotel, it was an exam venue, or a restaurant. They did organize a tour on the first day, but the venues were universities and libraries. They felt too solemn and lacked a little freedom. I heard that Zurich is very beautiful. There's a lot of delicious food here. The hospital here is the best in the world. What are you talking about? We're going out to have fun, not to go to the hospital. Wei Kongjue immediately shut his mouth and made a zipping motion. Everyone hit it off. In the end, they decided that Jiang Fuyue would talk to Yuan Bentao. Why me? Ling Xian, ahem. Chen Qing, Sister Yu is the only one who dares to do it. Xianxia nodded and said seriously, "You're the only one who dares to do it." Guizidong thought for a bit and said, "Professor Yuan will definitely give you face." Wei Kongjue, Professor Yuan is a little scared of you. Really, as long as you ask, he'll definitely agree. Then, Jiang Fuyue went. Yuan Bentao happily agreed and said, "Don't go too far. Come back before dark." Everyone thought, Sister Yu is as good as two people. They first went to Lake Zurich. The lake was clear and there were groups of swans. Chen Qing stuffed his phone into Tan Chiasu's hands and said, "Help me take a few pictures. I'll show them to my family. They haven't been abroad before." Then, he ran to the lakeside and opened his arms to the camera with a smile. Tan Chiasu, okay. Change to another pose. Chen Qing waved his hands. Tan Chiasu, change again. Chen Qing took many pictures in succession. Under the blue sky, two young men, one posing, the other white. There was nowhere to put their youthful aura. Wei Kongjue was also a little tempted. After Chen Qing was done, he asked Tan Chiasu if he could take 2 pictures for him. He took a look just now. Tan Chiasu's pictures were quite good. Tan Chiasu nodded and said, "Of course. Who else wants to take a picture?" One by one. Guizidong immediately raised his hand. Me. I want to take a picture with Ugly Duckling plus digression. Let's update it first and look at it again after 2 o'clock. The door of the restaurant was not big. There was a colorful signboard next to the restaurant. Fried with eggs. Egg fried rice. Lu Mingxin looked away. No need. Let's go. Okay. The Bentley immediately turned around and drove away. After dinner, Jiang Fuyue and the others returned to the hotel before dark. Less than 5 minutes after they entered the room, Yuan Bentao hurried to find them. A face-to-face meeting? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Now? Yuan Bentao said seriously, yes. The representative of the main testing committee is already downstairs. Did he say why? He didn't want to disclose the details. He only said that it has something to do with the solution to the 6th question. Jiang Fuyue thought for a while and seemed to understand something. Let's go then. 5 minutes later, Jiang Fuyue and Yuan Bentao got into the car sent by the main testing committee. Chen Qing said, "That seems to be Sister Yu and Professor Yuan?" Tan Chiasu took a closer look. It's really, the two of them ran over. What happened? Yuan Bentao briefly explained the situation to him. Chen Qing said, "What's wrong with the solution? Is there a problem?" Yuan Bentao said, "I'm not sure yet. We'll know when we get there." The car drove away as soon as he finished speaking. Chen Qing looked at the back of the car as it drove further and further away. He couldn't hide the anxiety in his eyes. Could it be a conspiracy? Tan Chiasu frowned. This is a lawful society. They shouldn't be so crazy, right? Although he said that, he was not confident at all. The two of them looked at each other. Chen Qing gritted his teeth. I'll go online and find the number of the embassy. You can contact Professor Su and explain the situation to him. If Sister Yu and Professor Yuan don't come back by midnight, we'll ask for help. Abroad, contact the embassy. In China, let Su Jing call the police. Both sides worked together. Tan Chiasu nodded. Okay, I'll call Professor Su now. If he knows that Sister Yu has been taken away, he'll be so anxious. 30 minutes later, the car stopped in front of another hotel. Jiang Fuyue and Yuan Bentao were taken to a banquet hall. The moment the door opened, bright lights spilled out. All the members of the main committee were present, including Li Zhao. There was no doubt that this was the venue of this year's IMO grading. Jiang Fuyue was invited in, and all eyes fell on her. The chairman of the main examination committee, Professor Gale, sat in the middle and asked, "Is it Jiang Fuyue?" Jiang Fuyue nodded and went straight to the point. "What's the matter?" Professor Gale turned his head and said something to his assistant in Romance. When Jiang Fuyue heard this, she quickly asked her assistant to find a Chinese translator. She immediately said, "No need for translation. English or Romance will do." Professor Gale was a little surprised. He didn't expect her to speak Romanese. He raised his hand and waved his assistant away. Then he said to Jiang Fuyue in English, "I'm sorry for calling you so late at night. We have a few questions about your solution to the sixth question. We hope you can answer them in person." "Sure." The other professors stopped what they were doing and pricked up their ears. "Gail, can you talk about your idea first?" "Jiang Fuyue, this question is a preliminary exploration of complex calculus geometry from an algebraic point of view. The equation mentioned here is actually a variation of the Hermite-Yang-Zhenning-Mills equation." Professor Gale was stunned for a moment. The other professors were also a little confused. How could this question have anything to do with the Hermite-Yang-Zhenning-Mills equation? They flipped through the original questions of the test paper at the same time and read the sixth question from the beginning to the end. They didn't know until they read it, but they were shocked when they read it. A few of the professors even started to write and calculate on the spot. In the end, it was proven that it was indeed a simple variation of the Hermite-Yang-Zhenning-Mills equation. Even the British team leader who provided this question had a look of hindsight on his face. This meant that he didn't know anything before this. This was awkward. A group of professors wasn't as smart as a student. Jiang Fuyue ignored everyone's reaction and continued, "Since it's a variation of the Hermite-Yang-Zhenning-Mills equation, then can we think of a solution to this question from the perspective of the standard model of quantum mechanics?" This question mark was also on everyone's mind. The reference answer was a conventional solution, which was also the general solution used by everyone in this exam. It used complex algebraic calculations, several conversions into a geometric model, and the final solution was obtained. Not only was the amount of calculation huge, but a wrong step could directly affect the final result. It also required the use of modeling ideas. For a high school student, the difficulty level could be said to be super high. Looking at Jiang Fuyue's answer sheet, it was clean and refreshing. The solution was mostly logical deduction, and the calculation was very small. However, the final result was the same as the reference answer, which attracted the attention of the teacher marking the paper. He took out the answer sheet on the spot and everyone gathered together to analyze it. However, they still didn't have a clear idea. They didn't even understand some of the steps, but they couldn't carelessly say that the student was wrong. After all, the correct answer was right there. Even if she guessed, it wouldn't be so accurate. That was why he had invited Jiang Fuyue over for a face-to-face meeting. "Gail, then can you explain the steps in the middle?" "Jiang Fuyue, I need a whiteboard and a marker." Gail nodded slightly to the assistant, who quickly prepared them. Jiang Fuyue opened the pen cap and said, "As we all know, there are two equations in complex differential geometry that are very important. One is the Hermite-Yang-Zhenning-Mills equation, which is the standard model of quantum mechanics, and the other is the Keller-Einstein equation, which is closely related to the theory of relativity. Both of these equations come from physics. Solving these two equations under the premise of stability has always been the core task of complex differential geometry. 1. In 1977, Qiao Qingtong solved the Keller-Einstein equation with zero curvature. In 1985, Donaldson, Uhlenbeck, and Qiao Qingtong solved the Hermite-Yang-Zhenning-Mills equation under the premise of stability. In 2012, Chen Xiaoxiong, Donaldson, and Sun Song worked together to solve the positive curvature Keller-Einstein equation under the premise of stability. 1. Jiang Fuyue used a red marker to draw a big circle in the middle of the solution step she had just written. She then pointed at the circle and enunciated each word clearly. These steps, under the premise of stability, solve the J equation independently proposed by Chen Xiaoxiong and Donaldson, as well as the supercritical Hermite-Yang-Zhenning-Mills equation proposed by Qiao Qingtong and others, and build a bridge between the Hermite-Yang-Zhenning-Mills equation and the Keller-Einstein equation. This way, the equations we derived can be directly applied to this problem. Bring in the 6 numbers in order and get the result. The difficult part was the derivation. Even elementary school students could do this step. This was the root cause of the small amount of computation. Professor Gale was shocked. The other team leaders also had complicated expressions on their faces. Because Jiang Fuyue's series of derivations had solved the two most important equations in the field of complex differential geometry, this could be considered a major research result that could be published in the world's top mathematics journal. Finally, Jiang Fuyue said, "I have organized the detailed derivation process into a thesis." The tentative title is Variations of the J Equation and the Supercritical Hermite-Yang-Mills Equation. I'm going to submit it to New Advances in Mathematics. New Advances in Mathematics was one of the most authoritative journals in the international mathematics community. It was one of the top 4 mathematics journals in the world, along with Journal of the American Mathematical Society, Journal of Mathematics, and Annual Mathematics. It was not hard to imagine what kind of sensations this paper would bring to the world in the near future. Therefore, some people were just solving problems, but some people came up with new theories. Sometimes, people really couldn't compare. After the interview, Jiang Fuyue and Yuan Bentao were sent back to the hotel. Chen Qing and Tan Qiasu were waiting in the lobby. They were ready to act when it was time. Look. It's Sister Yu and Professor Yuan. They're back, said Tan Qiasu. The two quickly walked up to them. Chen Qing asked, "Are you okay?" As he spoke, he looked up and down, left and right, back and forth, sizing up the two of them repeatedly. Yuan Bentao couldn't hide the joy on his face as he said, I'm fine, I'm fine. Tan Qiasu sighed in relief. Just then, he received a call from Su Jing. Hello, Professor Su, you're back. You just came back. There's no problem at all. Sister Yu is fine. After that, he replied with a few more words before ending the call. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and asked, Did you tell Professor Su? Yeah. We were afraid that something would happen to you, so we told him to call the police in China. We don't know if that would work, Jiang Fuyue said, thank you. Hee, said Tan Qiasu shyly as he asked, Sister Yu, why did the main test committee call you so late? To ask me about the 6th question. That's it? What else? What else did you think it was? Jiang Fuyue looked at him and laughed. No. What about the 6th question? Yuan Bentao said, I know. Let me tell you. Since someone had volunteered, Jiang Fuyue simply said goodbye and went back to her room to sort out her thesis. Therefore, she missed the two little fanboys' praises one after another. Awesome. Awesome. That's Sister Yu for you. Were the team leaders so shocked that they turned into emojis? I suddenly want to see it. It's a pity that I wasn't there. The next day, the warm sun hung in the sky, dispelling the cold of winter. The representatives of various countries gathered in the auditorium of the University of Zurich. The main test committee, including the chairman, was present. Amidst the anticipation, the results were announced. Jiang Fuyue, Ling Xian, and Guo Zidong all got a full score of 42. Chen Qing got 40, Tan Qiasu got 41, and Wei Kongjue got 41. They deserved to be number 1 in terms of total team score. Japan also performed well under the leadership of Hamasaki Naohara. However, they were still far behind the Huaxia team by 12 points and could only stay in 2nd place. Next, it was time to announce the individual awards. All 6 members of the Huaxia team won gold medals, which was almost 90% of the IMO gold medals. This had never happened before in the history of the Huaxia Olympic mathematics competition. Yuan Bentao grabbed Li Zhao's sleeve excitedly and muttered, 6 gold medals. This isn't a dream, right? Li Zhao was still calm as he said, Do you want me to punch you? Come on. Hurry up. Hamasaki Naohara also won a gold medal. However, he did not look very happy. His eyebrows were still furrowed and his eyes were gloomy. However, the outcome was already decided. It was a fact that he could not accept it. After announcing the gold, silver, and bronze medal winners, there was still the special award left. According to the rules, the main test committee could give a special award to a student who had a beautiful answer to a question or made a major discovery in the field of mathematics. Host, the winner of this year's IMO Special Award is Jiang Fuyue. Congratulations! Before he could finish speaking, Chen Qing and Tan Qiasu stood up excitedly from their seats. Sister UV 587. Mighty and domineering, Wei Kongjue and Guo Zidong were half a beat slower. They followed closely behind. Sister Yu, YYDS. Eternal God, after a moment of dead silence, the audience suddenly exploded, wow. Can Huaxia's team be this strong? It's Jiang Fuyue again. She's too good. She's like a bug in the system. She got full marks in the IMO, EPO, and IOI, gold medals, first place, and the special award. Unbelievable. She single-handedly broke the highest score record in the 3 major disciplines. TSK, after today, Huaxia's international competition strength ranking will be at the top again. Li Zhao and Yuan Bentao looked at each other. The two professors' eyes were filled with tears. Li Zhao, old Yuan, she really did it. Is there anything that Jiang Fuyue can't do? Yuan Bentao muttered in a daze. That afternoon, after the closing ceremony ended and the reporters left, the news spread completely. The domestic media heard the news and began to report it. In less than half an hour, a hashtag named #Jiang Fuyue IMO Gold Medal hashtag quietly climbed to the top of the trending searches. Then, it became more and more popular and finally reached the top with her own strength. Domineering Sister Yu. She's beautiful and has wild ways. Look at her 17 or 18 years old, and look at mine. Yes, the case has been solved. I'm just here to make up the numbers. Actually, the mathematical Olympiad isn't that difficult. I've studied it for a long time, and I'm currently stuck at reading the questions smoothly. Smile, U1S1. Before today, I thought that the genius all-rounder girl only existed in my Xiaoxiang Academy's collection. I'm also in high school. I'm crying. Goddess Moon has successfully made me realize the difference in this world. Yes, I've confirmed it. She's someone who's beyond the scope of my jealousy. My sister Yu is smart and has a lot of hair. She's never bald. When someone is so much better than you, you don't even feel envious anymore. You only feel admiration. Sister Yu is awesome. My mother won't scold me if she sees this. Looking at the photo of Sister Yu standing on the podium, I suddenly burst into tears. It's still the same saying. The country is strong when the youth is strong. When Su Jing received the news, he was teaching class 3. From the corridor, the dean of teaching, Zhao Taijun, couldn't hide his excitement. Old Su, Jiang Fuyue won the gold medal at the IMO. Then, his excited voice echoed throughout the corridor. All the third-year students heard it. Su Jing's hand loosened, and the pen fell to the ground with a clang. He was dumbfounded. He didn't react until he heard the cheers and applause from the students below the stage. I knew it. Once Sister Yu makes a move, the gold medal will be hers. What should I do? Is today going to be another crazy day for the moon goddess? Boo-hoo. Sister Yu will always be the light in my heart. No one is better than her. If there's a prototype for the top student female lead, it's definitely her. Is number 1 middle school going to be on the hot search list again? I'm deeply worried for the juniors who want to apply for number 1 middle school this year. Will their heads be shaved into pencils? I doubt even pencils will be able to squeeze in. Fortunately, my mother gave birth to me 2 years earlier. Su Jing didn't know how he ended the class and returned to the office. He felt like he was stepping on clouds and his body was soaking in honey. When he reached the office, Meng Zhijian and Yu Wenzhou were both there. They looked at each other. Old Su, did you get too excited? That's possible. TSK. Useless, Su Jing realized that the two of them were talking bad about him. He glared at them. You're just jealous. Humph. Meng Zhijian leisurely took a sip of hot tea. Why would I be jealous? It's not like I haven't experienced it before. When Jiang Fuyue won the gold medal for EPO, the IMO hadn't even started yet. Su Jing choked. Don't think you have the gold medal. I have it too. There's also the overall team score and the special award. Meng Zhijian curled his lips. Sorry, I don't lack it either. Yu Wenzhou looked at the two childish people and rolled his eyes. He ruthlessly exposed them. Save it. What do you mean you have it and I have it? How shameless are you? Jiang Fuyue has it. Thank you. Su Jing plus Meng Zhijian, shut up. Yu Wenzhou. What? You don't let people speak the truth these days. On the other side, it was already afternoon after the closing ceremony. There were no more flights back home, so they could only arrange for the next day. After dinner, Jiang Fuyue and the others went to a nearby convenience store to buy gifts. Sister Yu, you bought so many gifts. Can you fit them all in your suitcase? Jiang Fuyue, I'll send them back to China via express delivery. Other than bringing gifts for family, she also sent gifts for her teachers and classmates. That night, after Jiang Fuyue packed her luggage, she lay down early and prepared to sleep. In the darkness, she opened her eyes and thought for a moment. Then she reached out from under the blanket and felt for her phone. She opened WeChat and found Xie Dingyuan. I can rightfully accept your congratulations. 10 minutes passed. Jiang Fuyue did not receive a reply. She was not disappointed. She put down her phone and closed her eyes to sleep. The next day at 8 o'clock, the flight back to China boarded on time. After Jiang Fuyue sat down, she put on an eye mask, covered herself with a blanket, and fell asleep. In a daze, she seemed to feel someone sit down beside her. Then, she heard the voice of another person. Sorry boss, due to a last-minute change, there are no more business class seats. We can only make do. The man acknowledged softly. His tone was neither good nor bad. Jiang Fuyue turned to her side. Fortunately, their conversation did not last long. She fell into a deep sleep again. When she woke up, the plane was flying smoothly. She put the eye mask and blanket to the side. The stewardess happened to be pushing a trolley in the aisle. Jiang Fuyue said, "Can I have a glass of water please?" "Thank you. Your water. Please enjoy." When Jiang Fuyue reached out to take the glass, she glanced at the side of the man's face. The next second, her pupils contracted and her hands trembled. The stewardess exclaimed. The water inevitably splashed on the man and wet his expensive suit pants. Lu Mingxian frowned. He instinctively turned to look at the culprit. Unexpectedly, he caught the coldness and sharpness in the girl's eyes. He raised his eyebrows. Were all children so self-righteous when they made a mistake these days? Jiang Fuyue met his gaze and her heart skipped a beat. She gritted her teeth to suppress the sharpness and coldness in her eyes. Lu Mingxian, anyone who woke up and found out that the person sitting next to them was the murderer who had killed them in their previous life would not be able to calm down. The next second, Jiang Fuyue looked down to avoid the man's gaze. The stewardess finally found some clean tissues. She took two and was about to wipe Lu Mingxian's face. Unfortunately, the man stopped her before she could touch him. No need. I'm really sorry. It's my negligence, you're not the one who should apologize. Lu Mingxian interrupted her. His tone was slightly cold. Jiang Fuyue smiled. A trace of sarcasm flashed across her eyes. Lu Mingxian was no longer the timid, introverted, and silent teenager. Time had given him a mature charm. Even after 20 years, he did not look old at all. His voice was full of energy. Of course, he was not saying that to the stewardess, so it could only be. Jiang Fuyue acted as if she did not hear him. She had no intention of apologizing. The man frowned and simply said, "Young lady, your hand shook and spilled water all over me. Shouldn't you apologize?" Jiang Fuyue did not look at him. She was still expressionless. "Oh, I'm sorry." Lu Mingxian, ? Now that she had apologized, why did it feel more wrong than if she had not apologized? The man's eyes flashed coldly and his tone deepened. Your apology sounds insincere. Jiang Fuyue slowly looked up. The moment their eyes met, Lu Mingxian saw her lips curl into a sarcastic smile. His brows furrowed. Digression, 6,000 words, 3 nights in 1. Note, 1, 2, this is the real research result of Chen Gao, Special Professor of the University of Science and Technology of China, published in the mathematics journal New Advances in Mathematics in the thesis J equation and the deformation of the supercritical Hermite-Yang-Mills equation. After the interview, Jiang Fuyue and Yuan Bentao were sent back to the hotel. Chen Qing and Tan Chiasu had been waiting in the lobby. They were ready to take action when it was time. Look. It's Sister Yu and Professor Yuan. They're back. Tan Chiasu was surprised. The two of them quickly went up to them. Chen Qing asked, "Are you okay?" As he spoke, he looked up and down, left and right, back and forth, sizing up the two of them repeatedly. Yuan Bentao couldn't hide the joy on his face. It's okay. It's normal. Tan Chiasu was relieved. At this moment, Su Jing called him. Hello, Professor Su. You're back. You just came back. There's no problem at all. Sister Yu is fine. After that, he replied with a few more words before ending the call. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Did you tell Professor Su? Yes. We were worried that something might happen to you. We wanted to ask him to call the police in China. We don't know if it would work, Jiang Fuyue said, thank you. Hee. Tan Chiasu looked shy. Sister Yu, why did the main test committee ask you to go so late? They asked me about the 6th question. That's it? What else? What else did you think it was? Jiang Fuyue looked at his eyes and laughed. No. What about the 6th question? Yuan Bentao said, I know. I'll tell you. Since someone volunteered, Jiang Fuyue went back to her room to sort out her thesis. Therefore, she missed the 2 little fanboys' praises one after another. Awesome. Awesome. That's Sister Yu. Were the team leaders so shocked that they turned into emojis? I suddenly want to see it. Unfortunately, I wasn't there. In the blink of an eye, the next day. The warm sun hung in the sky, dispelling the cold of winter. The representatives of various countries gathered in the auditorium of the University of Zurich. The main test committee, including the chairman, was present. Amidst the anticipation, the results were announced. Jiang Fuyue, Ling Xian, and Guo Zidong all got a full score of 42, Chen Qing 40, Tan Chiasu 41, and Wei Kongjue 41. He was fully deserving of being number 1 in terms of total team score. Country R also performed well under the leadership of Hamasaki Naohara, but they were still far behind the Huaxia team by 12 points. They could only stay in 2nd place. Next, it was time to announce the individual awards. All 6 members of Huaxia's team won gold medals. They had secured almost 90% of the gold medals in this year's IMO. This had never happened before in the history of the Huaxia Mathematical Olympiad. Yuan Bentao excitedly grabbed Li Zhao's sleeve and muttered, 6 gold medals. This isn't a dream, right? Li Zhao was still relatively calm. Do you need me to give you a punch to verify it? Come on. Hurry up. Hamasaki Naohara also won the gold medal, but he did not look very happy. His brows were still furrowed, and his eyes were dark and gloomy. However, the outcome was already decided. It was a fact that he could not accept it. After announcing the winners of the gold, silver, and bronze medals, there was still the special award left. According to the rules, the main examination committee could award a special award to a student who had a beautiful answer to a question or made a major discovery in the field of mathematics. Host, the winner of this year's IMO Special Award is Jiang Fuyue. Congratulations! Before the host could finish speaking, Chen Qing and Tan Chiasu stood up excitedly from their seats. Sister UV 587. Mighty and domineering, Wei Kongjue and Guo Zidong were half a beat slower. They followed closely behind. Sister Yu, YYDS. Eternal God, after a moment of dead silence, the audience suddenly exploded, wow. Can Huaxia's team be this strong? It's Jiang Fuyue again. She's too good. She's like a bug in the system. She got full marks for the IMO, IPO, and IOI, gold medals, 1st place, and the special award. Unbelievable. She broke the record for the top marks in the 3 major disciplines by herself. TSK, after today, Huaxia's international competition strength ranking will be at the top again. Li Zhao and Yuan Bentao looked at each other. The 2 professors' eyes were filled with tears. Li Zhao, old Yuan, she really did it. Is there anything that Jiang Fuyue can't do? Yuan Bentao muttered in a daze. That afternoon, after the closing ceremony ended and the reporters left, the news spread completely. The domestic media heard the news and began to report it. In less than half an hour, a hashtag named #Jiang Fuyue IMO Gold Medal hashtag quietly climbed to the top of the trending searches. Then, it became more and more popular and finally reached the top with her own strength. Domineering Sister Yu. She's beautiful, but she's wild. Look at her 17 or 18 years old, and then look at mine. Yes, the case has been solved. I'm just here to make up the numbers. Actually, the mathematical Olympiad isn't that difficult. I've studied it for a long time, but I'm currently stuck at reading the questions smoothly. U1S1. Before today, I thought that the genius all-rounder girl only existed in my Xiaxia Academy's collection. I'm also in high school. I'm crying. God of the Moon has successfully made me realize the difference in this world. Yes, I've confirmed it. She's someone who's beyond the scope of my jealousy. Sister Yu is smart and has a lot of hair. She'll never go bald. When someone is so much better than you, you won't even be envious. You'll only be filled with admiration. Sister Yu is awesome. My mother won't scold me if she sees this. Looking at the photo of Sister Yu standing on the podium, I'm suddenly crying. It's still the same saying, the country is strong when the young are strong. When Su Jing received the news, he was in the middle of a class. From the corridor, the dean of teaching, Zhao Taijun, couldn't hide his excitement. Old Su, Jiang Fuyue won the gold medal at the IMO. Then, his excited voice echoed throughout the corridor. All the third-year students heard it. Su Jing's hand loosened, and the pen fell to the ground with a thud. He was dumbfounded. He didn't react until the cheers and applause of the students came from below the stage. I knew it. Sister Yu can win the gold medal as soon as she makes a move. What should I do? Is today going to be another crazy day for God of the Moon? Boo-hoo. Sister Yu will always be the light in my heart. No one is better than her. If there's a prototype for the top student female lead, it'll definitely be her. Is number 1 middle school going to be a hot topic again? I'm deeply worried for the juniors who want to apply for number 1 middle school this year. Will their heads be shaved into pencils? I doubt even pencils will be able to squeeze in. Fortunately, my mother gave birth to me 2 years ago. Su Jing didn't know how he ended the class and returned to the office. He felt like he was stepping on clouds and his body was soaking in honey. When he arrived at the office, Meng Zhijian and Yu Wenzhou were both there. They looked at each other. Old Su, did you get too excited? That's possible. Tisk tsk, you're so useless. Su Jing realized that the two of them were talking bad about him. He glared at them. You're just jealous. Humph. Meng Zhijian leisurely sipped his hot tea. Why would I be jealous? It's not like I haven't experienced it before. When Jiang Fuyue won the gold medal for Ipo, the IMO hadn't even started yet. Su Jing choked. Don't think you have a gold medal. I have one too. There's also the overall team score and the special award. Meng Zhijian curled his lips. Sorry, I don't lack those either. Yu Wenzhou looked at the two childish people and rolled his eyes. He mercilessly exposed them. Save it. What do you mean, you have it? I have it. How shameless can you be? Jiang Fuyue has it. Thank you. Su Jing plus Meng Zhijian, shut up. Yu Wenzhou. What? You don't let people speak the truth these days. On the other side, it was already afternoon after the closing ceremony. There were no more flights back home, so they could only arrange for the next day. After dinner, Jiang Fuyue and the others went to a nearby convenience store to buy gifts. Sister Yu, you bought so many gifts. Can you fit them all in your suitcase? Jiang Fuyue, I'll send them back to China via express delivery. Other than bringing gifts for family, she also sent gifts for her teachers and classmates. That night, after Jiang Fuyue packed her luggage, she lay down early and prepared to sleep. In the darkness, she opened her eyes and thought for a moment. She reached out from under the blanket and touched her phone. She opened WeChat and found Xie Dingyuan. I can rightfully accept your congratulations. 10 minutes passed. Jiang Fuyue did not receive a reply. She did not feel disappointed. She put down her phone and closed her eyes to sleep. The next day at 8 o'clock, the flight back to China boarded on time. After Jiang Fuyue sat down, she put on her eye mask, covered herself with the blanket, and fell asleep. In a daze, she felt someone sit down beside her and she heard someone talking. Sorry, boss. Due to a last-minute change, there are no more business class seats. We can only make do. The man nodded softly. His tone was neither good nor bad. Jiang Fuyue turned to her side. Fortunately, their conversation did not last long. She fell into a deep sleep again. When she woke up, the plane was flying smoothly. She put her eye mask and blanket to the side. The stewardess happened to be pushing a trolley in the aisle. Jiang Fuyue said, "Can I have a glass of water?" "Thank you." "Your water. Please enjoy." When Jiang Fuyue reached out to take the glass, she glanced at the side of the man's face. The next second, her pupils shrank and her hand trembled. Under the exclamation of the stewardess, the water inevitably spilled on the man, wetting his expensive suit pants. Lu Mingxian frowned. He subconsciously turned to look at the culprit, but he accidentally caught the coldness and sharpness in the girl's eyes. He raised his eyebrows. Were all children so righteous when they made mistakes these days? Jiang Fuyue's heart skipped a beat when she met his gaze. She gritted her teeth to suppress the sharpness and coldness in her eyes. Lu Mingxian, anyone who woke up and found out that the person sitting next to them was the murderer who had killed them in their previous life would not be able to calm down. The next second, Jiang Fuyue looked down to avoid the man's gaze. The stewardess finally found some clean tissues. She took two and was about to wipe Lu Mingxian's face. Unfortunately, the man stopped her before she could touch him. "No need. I'm really sorry. It's my negligence, you're not the one who should be apologizing." Lu Mingxian interrupted her. His tone was cold. Jiang Fuyue smiled. Her lowered eyes flashed with sarcasm. Lu Mingxian was no longer the timid, introverted, and silent teenager. Time had given him a mature charm. Even after 20 years, he didn't look old at all. His voice was full of energy. Of course, he wasn't saying this to the stewardess, so it could only be. Jiang Fuyue acted as if she hadn't heard him. She had no intention of apologizing. The man frowned and said directly, "Young lady, your hand shook and splashed water all over me. Shouldn't you apologize?" Jiang Fuyue didn't look at him. She was still expressionless. "Oh, I'm sorry." Lu Mingxian, ? She had apologized, but why did it feel more wrong than if she hadn't apologized? The man's eyes flashed coldly and his tone deepened. "Your apology doesn't sound sincere." Jiang Fuyue slowly looked up. The moment their eyes met, Lu Mingxian saw her lips curl into a sarcastic smile. He frowned. 688 The atmosphere suddenly froze. Jiang Fuyue just glanced at him and then looked away. The man was even more confused. Just then, the plane broke through the clouds. The sun shone through the window and shone on the girl's face. She had a high-nosed bridge, drooping eyes, and fluttering eyelashes. She was bathed in the golden light. She was as clear as jade and porcelain. Lu Mingxian narrowed his eyes. Jiang Fuyue felt the gaze from beside her. She was disgusted but didn't show it on her face. Suddenly, she stood up. "Ling Xian." The youth who was called out was stunned for a moment. "What?" Jiang Fuyue said, "Change seats." Ling Xian immediately looked at the man next to her with vigilance. "Okay." He stood up and walked up from behind. The two changed seats on the spot. Lu Mingxian sneered. A bunch of kids. The next day at 9 a.m. in Huaxia time, the plane landed at the Imperial Capital Airport on time. As soon as Jiang Fuyue stepped out of the gate, she saw Qingqing, Tan Qiasu, and Guozidong blocking her way like a wall. "What are you doing?" Qingqing turned around and gulped. "Sister you have to be mentally prepared." Guozidong's eyes were subtle. "Hold on." Jiang Fuyue, ? They moved aside and she looked over. The next second, "Yeah. It's yeah." Han Qishan's old eyes lit up. He was still wearing that decent tuxedo. His white hair was neatly combed, and his hair was styled with gel. When he saw his granddaughter, he wanted to go up to her immediately. However, he thought of something and stopped. He then turned around and raised his hand to his eldest and second eldest son. Han Shen and Han Ke received the order and pulled up the banner. On it was written, "Congratulations to our little princess for winning the gold medal in the IMO." It was red with white words and gold borders. It was so high profile that no one had friends. It immediately attracted the attention of the passing tourists. What are they doing there? Is the tour group receiving guests? They're even pulling the banner. Isn't this banner a little too flashy? The two uncles pulling the banner are quite handsome, right? Their figures are good too. What's the IMO? Didn't you see the news? IMO, the International Mathematical Olympiad. Huaxiao's team won first place. Jiang Fuyue not only got full marks, but she also won the gold medal and the special prize. Oh. I know. That genius girl. Wait, is the little princess they're talking about my Yueshen? Oh my god, isn't that our company's CEO Han? Why is he pulling the banner at the airport? Who's so important? Oh my god, it's really CEO Han. It's over. His image as a cold CEO is ruined. Should we inform the public relations department? In the midst of the discussion, the old man raised his hand again. A sky full of colorful ribbons and sequins poured down from the top, fluttering in the wind. Wow, this is amazing. Which rich guy is doing this romantic thing? Look. It's really my Yueshen, she's worth it. The old man took the flowers from Han Shen, held them in his arms, and walked towards Jiang Fuyue. Yeah, welcome back, Thank you, Grandpa. Good girl then, it was the two tour leaders, Li Zhao and Yuan Bentao. We'll get one too? Han Shishan, of course. Thank you for taking care of these kids. It's been hard on you. It's my pleasure. Then, it was the other team member's turn. Chen took the flowers and held them in his arms. He whispered to Xianxia Su, I suddenly feel that it's a very happy thing to have someone to send you overseas and pick you up when you come back. Xianxia Su sighed softly. Sister Yu is a winner in life. We're also basking in her glory. He still had the neck pillow and earphones that the old man gave him when he went overseas. Sure, Qingji and Qin Yuanshen were only 10 minutes late, but they did not expect to see such a rustic and scary scene when they entered. The old madam was shocked. What is he doing? Qin Yuanshen was also a little stunned. This was Han Shishan, the capital's most prideful person. How could he do such a thing in public? Pick, yeah? These banners, ribbons, and sequins? Cough. Qingji, calm down. At this moment, Han Heng squeezed through the crowd, wearing a mask and a hat to cover himself. Mom, you're here. Sure, Qingji almost did not recognize her youngest son. She swallowed. Are these your dad's doing? Hee, how is it? Not bad, right? He looked at the sequins flying around in satisfaction. Sure, Qingji, don't tell me you're involved too. Hee. Not only me, but also the eldest and second son. Sure, Qingji. No, I will never admit that my son is a stray dog. Han Shishan, let's go, yeah, let's go home. This was what Jiang Fuyue had been waiting for. She immediately ran as fast as she could. As long as I walk fast enough, the awkwardness has nothing to do with me. At noon that day, #Jiang Fuyue's return to China # became a trending topic. Following that, the domineering CEO welcome at the airport was also discussed enthusiastically. The CEO of the Han Corporation, Han Shen, and the CEO of TNW Financial International, Han Ku, came down personally to hold up the banners, while the chairman, Han Shishan, gave them flowers. 3 domineering CEOs came together, and there was no one else who could compare to them. The 2 uncles are so handsome. They kept looking at Sister Yu with a gentle smile. This family's genes are amazing. If Brother Heng were here, the scene would be even more exciting. Who said Brother Heng didn't come? Screenshot, damn. So he was hiding in the crowd. The ribbons and sequins in my arms were made by Brother. I still remember that year at the Academy Awards, when Brother won the Best Actor award, the reporters asked him if he had any regrets. He said that it would be great if there were some ribbons and sequins when they announced that he had won the award. The authentic taste lover, my Brother Heng. So the whole family was led astray by him? The real-life version of I have 3 big uncles. Sister Yu's life is so good. I admire her. After getting off the plane, Lu Mingxin directly walked through the VIP passage. When he was crossing the covered bridge, he bumped into Jiang Fuyue and her group. Looking at the girl's tall figure, a pair of cold and frosty peach blossom eyes flashed in his mind unconsciously. A sense of déjà vu suddenly surged in his heart. Digression, everyone, come again at 2 o'clock. I have to add 2,000 words. I know you have a close relationship with the Han family. The Han family has plenty of money. But... The woman changed the topic and smiled maliciously. Is your surname Han? Jiang Fuyue paused. Lu Kaiyan felt that she had poked at her sore spot and couldn't help but feel proud. As far as I know, the Han family has a legitimate grandson. If nothing goes wrong, he will be the future heir. They may buy you bags, shoes, and cosmetics. If they are generous, they will give you 30 to 50,000 yuan as pocket money. But they will never give you 10 million yuan in cash like me. The woman's tone was slightly slower and there was a hint of coaxing in her persuasion. People, especially women, should always plan for themselves. As the saying goes, if you rely on a mountain, the mountain will collapse. If you rely on a person, he will run away. Nothing is as safe as having money in hand. Instead of begging from the Han family, it's better to do this business. When the time comes, you take the money. I just want my daughter to be safe and sound from the police station without a stain. Jiang Fuyue smiled faintly. Auntie's words are very tempting. You agree? Unfortunately, I really don't lack that 10 million yuan. You think it's too little? It's impossible to add another zero. The woman's face suddenly darkened. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I've never had a forfeit before. I'm a little curious about what it tastes like. The woman raised her eyebrows and looked at her with contempt. Student Jiang, it's not necessarily a good thing to be stubborn with words. Be careful of trouble from the mouth. It was 30% a threat and 70% a warning. Jiang Fuyue didn't care. Lu Kaiyan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Some people wouldn't cry until they saw the coffin. You asked me before if I had investigated your background. I want to ask you the same question. Jiang Fuyue, so what if you have? So what if you haven't? If you have, you should know what Lulu's grandfather does. Of course, Jiang Fuyue knew. Lu Yuanda, the boss of the underground society, had a shady background. Although he had kept a low profile in recent years and his business was gradually bleaching, his wild aura didn't diminish at all. During the winter camp, it was Lu Yuanda's men who had sneaked into the hotel to attack her. Are you threatening me? Jiang Fuyue lifted her chin slightly and narrowed her eyes. Lu Kaiyan sneered, it's too late to be afraid now. Just as he finished speaking, a burly man with a ferocious face came out from behind the screen. It's best if you agree today. Even if you don't, you have to agree. Originally, she had prepared for both sides. If the soft approach didn't work, then she would use the hard approach. Jiang Fuyue's expression remained unchanged. He reminded her, this is a society ruled by law. Think carefully before you act. However, Lu Kaiyan only thought that she was afraid. So what if it's a lawful society? I can still do whatever I want. Wang Hao, capture her for me and tie her up. I want to see how hard her bones are. Hearing this, the man immediately stepped forward and prepared to make a move. The unforeseen event happened in an instant. The door was kicked open from the outside. 3 expressionless men in suits rushed in. One went forward to greet Wang Hao, while the other 2 stayed by Jiang Fuyue's side to protect her. After a few moves, there was a scream. Wang Hao was trampled on the ground like a dead dog and couldn't move. Lu Kaiyan's expression changed drastically. She immediately wanted to escape. However, Jiang Fuyue blocked the door and the windows were sealed. There was no way for her to escape. Wang Hao shouted miss. Before he could say anything else, he was punched hard. His nose and mouth were full of blood. Ah, Lu Kaiyan screamed, you dare to touch my father's people. He will never let you go. Oh? Then I really want to try and see how he won't let us go. Continue to hit, with an order, fists fell like raindrops on Wang Hao's face and body. Jiang Fuyue. What do you want to do? The woman trembled all over. She didn't know whether it was anger or fear. Whatever you want to do, I'll do it. The woman's face turned pale. You dare to be impolite to me. My father will never let you go. Jiang Fuyue strode forward with two strong men following closely behind her. They were on full alert. She raised an index finger and shook it in front of the woman. Don't say anything to me. I don't believe in evil. If others say they don't dare, I'll try. Lu Kaiyan immediately shut up. There was still resentment in her eyes, but she didn't dare to be presumptuous. Jiang Fuyue was satisfied. She bent down to pick up the check and put it in her hand. Go back and tell Fang Yi that if he wants to save his daughter, he should talk to me in person. Don't let his wife charge in. It will be a joke. The woman's expression changed greatly. You're here for him? Jiang Fuyue smiled but didn't say anything. She left plenty of room for her imagination. Soon, the three strong men protected Jiang Fuyue and left. Lu Kaiyan looked at Wang Hao, whose face was covered with blood. Suddenly, her heart palpitated and her neck felt cold. Who on earth was Jiang Fuyue? Why did he talk to Fang Yi by name? Out of the tea house, Jiang Fuyue bowed and sat in the car. She took out her mobile phone and dialed Ling Qingzhou. Ling's group. In the quiet conference room, the atmosphere was dull. The man sat at the head of the table. Under his calm expression, a storm was brewing. Is this the quarterly report submitted by the finance department? There are no subdivisions, the surplus calculation is wrong, and the account is a mess. Are you going to show this to the investors? The manager of the finance department was in a cold sweat. Manager Ling, we're doing this because no reason is an excuse for you to shirk your responsibility. If you can't hold this position, fine, then change. The manager's heart was dead. At this moment, a sudden ringing of a cell phone broke the originally serious atmosphere. Who was so stupid that he didn't turn off his phone? It seemed that someone was going to be in big trouble. As soon as this thought flashed in everyone's mind, they saw Ling Qingzhou get up and walk out, taking his phone with him. It turned out that it was Manager Ling's phone. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong? At this moment, the man was smiling and his tone was gentle. He was totally different from the furious look just now. If there were any employees present, they would probably be frightened by their boss's magical change of expression. Jiang Fuyue asked, Are you busy? I'm fine. Come to the capital tomorrow to see Fang Yi. If you have time, think about how to cut his flesh more painfully. Ling Qingzhou raised his eyebrows. You have something on him? Does his daughter count? The man chuckled. She was indeed ruthless and sarcastic. Before hanging up, Jiang Fuyue suddenly remembered, remember to call Xianxia. I won't call him alone. Okay. While waiting, everyone in the conference room was in danger, especially the manager of the finance department. His legs were shaking so much that he almost couldn't stand still. His colleague next to him persuaded him to sit for a while, but he shook his head repeatedly. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he didn't dare to. Who knew if Manager Ling would be angrier when he came back and saw that he was sitting there without being invited, but unexpectedly, Manager Ling was in a good mood when he came in. There was even a suspicious smile on his face. He cleared his throat. That's all for today. Take the finance department's report back and do it again. Don't do it again. After that, he strode away. The managers of the other departments looked at each other. That's it? He's not going to fire him? This is not Manager Ling's style. Is it because of that phone call? It's possible. It's already unbelievable that Manager Ling went out to answer the phone during the meeting. When did you see him do that? Everyone shook their heads. So, who called? I don't know. Probably the boss's wife. No, the boss doesn't treat the boss's wife like that. Then, his confidant? I think it's possible. The manager rolled his eyes. You guys talk. I'll go back to the department first. After that, he took the documents and got up to leave. After leaving the meeting room, he walked to a corner and looked around. After making sure that there was no one around, he took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Hello, Mrs. Ling? Hello, I'm... After the meeting, Ling Qingzhou immediately returned to the office and called Xianxia. The call was quickly connected. The background was quite noisy. It's rare for you to take the initiative to call me. Tell me, what's the matter? Ling Qingzhou, it's so noisy over there that my ears hurt. Let's change to a quieter place. Hey, why do you have so many problems? I'm hanging up if you don't want to change. Xianxia gritted his teeth, wait for me. After more than 10 seconds, the other end finally quieted down. Tell me, what's the matter? You better have something, otherwise. Ling Qingzhou didn't talk nonsense with him and told him that Jiang Fuyue asked them to go to the capital. Xianxia immediately became excited. Is she going to teach that bastard a lesson? Almost. Okay. Then I'll pack up and go there tonight. Are you okay? Well, I'll see you at the airport at 5. Okay. Ling Qingzhou, I'm hanging up. Hey, wait. Xianxia, why did Miss call you instead of me? Ling Qingzhou. Maybe you're ugly. Digression, 3,000 words. There's another update at 2:30 in the morning. You can watch it at that time or tomorrow morning. F***ck, Xianxia cursed. Unfortunately, the other party had already hung up. No matter how hard he cursed, it was all for the air. Ling Qingzhou went home and simply packed his luggage. The driver was already waiting outside. Where are you going? Zhou Qin stood on the spiral staircase in her pajamas. Her expression was unexpectedly calm. Ling Qingzhou said, the capital. What are you doing? The man frowned subconsciously. He was not used to his gentle wife speaking to him in such a questioning tone. His tone was stiff. I have something to do. Is it very important? You're asking too many questions today. It was like this again. It seemed that the two of them could not escape this strange cycle of conversation. In the end, it would always end with Zhou Qin giving in. It was the same today. Ling Qingzhou walked away without looking back. The woman looked at his back view gradually walking away and smiled sadly. Zhou Qin stood there for a long time until she heard a sound. Mom? Ling Xian came in. What's wrong? Nothing. Zhou Qin went down the stairs and poured him some water in the living room. Have some? Ling Xian took it. The temperature was just right. Where's Dad? I have something to talk to him about. After returning to Linhui after the IMO, Ling Xian had been thinking about the relationship between Jiang Fuyue and his father. First of all, it was definitely not like what he had misunderstood. It was possible that his father had some feelings for Jiang Fuyue. However, Jiang Fuyue would definitely not have any feelings for his father. There was no reason. Ling Xian believed that she would not, therefore, there was no point in guessing like this. After careful consideration, Ling Xian decided to ask his father about it. Everything was laid out in the open. Zhou Qin said, he's on a business trip. Ling Xian was stunned. Why didn't I hear about it this morning? It was a last-minute decision. Then I'll go when he's back. Ling Xian put down the empty glass. Mom, I'm going upstairs. Xian, yes? Zhou Qin took a deep breath. I'm saying if. Dad and I are no longer together. Ling Xian's eyes narrowed. What do you mean we're not together? You want a divorce? Living apart? Don't worry, I'm just saying what if. I'm not in a hurry. The young man's expression was calm. After more than 10 seconds, he slowly said. Can you tell me the reason? Zhou Qin shook her head. No matter what, she did not want to ruin Ling Qingzhou's image in her son's heart. Then, is this a decision you made after careful consideration? Now it was Zhou Qin's turn to be uncertain. Ling Xian, if so, I'll support you. If not, I hope you can consider it carefully. No matter what decision you make, I'll support you. At that moment, Zhou Qin's heart felt both sour and warm. Her son had grown up. Okay. She smiled and nodded. Mommy understands. Ling Qingzhou had no idea that his backyard was about to catch fire. At 9 o'clock that night, he and Xianxia arrived at the imperial capital. They were eager for what would happen the next day. Do you want to come to my room to discuss how to deal with Fang Yi tomorrow? Xianxia leaned against the doorframe and invited him. Ling Qingzhou thought about it and finally walked to his room. Although this person was annoying, the bigger picture was more important. At the same time, at the Feng residence. You said she wants to talk to me? Fang Ye's expression was strange. Lu Kaiyan recalled the scene at that time and still had lingering fears. Her face was a little pale. I don't know how she knew about you, but we can see that she came prepared. Even Lulu's arrest was part of her plan. Fang Yi was not convinced. How can a high school student be so capable? She's the granddaughter of the Han family. She was accompanied by bodyguards and even injured Wang Hao. You guys fought? The man frowned. The woman's eyes flashed with guilt. I just wanted her to give up, so you brought Wang Hao to intimidate her? She didn't know how to appreciate favors. Fang Yi gritted his teeth. How many times have I said it? You have to change your habit of using violence. Now that the higher-ups are cracking down, the methods of the underworld are not only useless, but will also attract trouble. Why didn't you listen? That woman is stubborn. I've said some nice things to her and I paid for my sins. She can name any price she wants, but she just won't let it go. She's determined to drag Lulu down. What do you think I can do? Other than letting Wang Hao do it, is there a better way? Fang Yi sneered. And the result? You've done it again? I didn't know she had bodyguards. Impulsive. Stupid. The woman's nerves jumped when he said stupid. I know that you dislike me for using underworld methods. I also know that you've been estranging from my father all these years. Fang Yi, don't think that you're the only smart person. The man's eyes flashed. Obviously, she was right. The next second, he said, but don't forget, if my father didn't use underworld methods to pave the way for you and eliminate dissidents, would you be where you are today? Fang Ye's cheeks stiffened. He restrained himself from flying into a rage on the spot. Lu Kaiyan said, I don't care. Lulu can't have a criminal record. No matter what method you use, you have to settle Jiang Fuyue for me. Otherwise, what do you want to do? The woman sneered. Then don't blame me for going crazy and killing people. You. Fang Yi took a deep breath. Okay, then I'll go and see who the high school student who drove you crazy is tomorrow. After that, he left. You're leaving again? Fang Yi, come back. Don't think that I don't know that you have a mistress outside. The only response she got was the man's heartless back. Lu Kaiyan covered her face. 3 seconds later, she broke down and cried. The next day, Jiang Fuyue woke up early. After washing up, she went downstairs for breakfast. Han Shen asked, You're going out again? Jiang Fuyue said, I'm not done with my business. Han Ke couldn't help but laugh. What business is worth the genius girl's time and effort? She didn't even go back to Linhui and stayed to do her business. Jiang Fuyue smiled. Something big. It was the same tea house as yesterday. President Fang, this way please. The sliding door opened from both sides and the furnishings in the room came into view. Fang Yi looked around cautiously. After making sure that there was no danger, he stepped in. Suddenly, the door closed automatically 1 second after he entered and was locked. 2 figures came out from behind the folding screen. Fang Ye's pupils shrank. Ling Qingzhou said, Long time no see. Yi Hanqing said. President Fang, you're busy. I'm afraid you've forgotten all about your old friends from 20 years ago. Why are you back? Fang Yi smiled. Why didn't you inform me in advance? I could have prepared a banquet for you. Ling Qingzhou said, President Fang, you're too polite. We're all brothers. You're being too polite. Brothers? Yi Hanqing chuckled and looked at him mockingly. The kind that stabs each other in the ribs? Fang Ye's smile froze. What are you talking about? Stop pretending. You know very well what you did back then. Where do you get the face to call us brothers now? Oldie, it's been 20 years. Why haven't you improved at all? You can't keep your mouth shut. Fine, what do you think I did? Let's make it clear today. Yi Hanqing looked him up and down. TSK. When it comes to being thick-skinned, no one dares to be first if you're second. Fine, then I'll let you die with a clear understanding today. Back then, at Lu Corporation, Fang Yi didn't expect that after 20 years, Yi Hanqing and Ling Qingzhou would come to him in person, clear up all the misunderstandings, and confront him. Unfortunately, you only found out now? It's too late. At this point, he didn't have to pretend anymore. Ling Qingzhou narrowed his eyes. So, you admit it? I admit it. I did do it, but so what? What can you do to me? Yi Hanqing smirked. I heard that your daughter was detained? She's going to be sued for defamation? Fang Ye's eyelids twitched. He thought of the people he was supposed to meet today. You arranged for Jiang Fuyue? You used my daughter to set up a trap? Ling Qingzhou and Yi Hanqing immediately exchanged glances. Do you want to explain? Explain my ass. Mrs. Identity can't be exposed. That's right. We arranged it. Yi Hanqing nodded generously. Fang Yi was still calm. What do you want? As expected of President Feng after so many years. You're smart. Listen up, we want you to lose your reputation and go to jail. Huh. What a joke. Do you think you can threaten me with my daughter? What if I add this? Yi Hanqing smiled and took out a document. He flicked his fingers casually. Fang Yi glanced at it and his expression changed drastically. In a cafe. Jiang Fuyue sat inside, listening to music and looking at the tea house across the street through the floor-to-ceiling window. She tapped her toes to the beat and was very relaxed. Suddenly, a Bentley drove into her field of vision. Soon, the car door opened. A pair of long legs wrapped in suit pants came into view, followed by a man's extremely familiar face. Digression, 3,000 words in total. Who's here? Guess? This time, do a fill-in-the-blank question. Answer in the comments section. The correct answer will be rewarded with 10 Xiaoxiang dollars. Jiang Fuyue narrowed her eyes. She took out her phone and called Ling Qingzhou. It's almost time to leave. Lu Mingxin is here. How did he know? I'm not sure. She hung up the phone. Less than half a minute after Lu Mingxin went in, Ling Qingzhou and Yi Hanqing came out from the back door. The three of them met at the coffee shop. Jiang Fuyue asked, what would you like to drink? American, the two of them said in unison. Ling Qingzhou pursed his lips and Yi Hanqing snorted. They still didn't like each other. Jiang Fuyue acted as if she hadn't seen anything and only asked, how did it go? Ling Qingzhou replied, everything went smoothly. Yi Hanqing leaned back in his chair and sneered. Fang Yi is dead meat this time. However. Why is Lu Mingxin here? What does he want? Yi Hanqing glared at him. Why are you looking at me? I don't know. Ling Qingzhou was speechless. Jiang Fuyue took a sip of coffee and looked at the teahouse opposite. The ostentatious Bentley was still parked at the entrance. The owner had already gone in with his assistant. The driver was still in the car. What is he doing? She pondered for a moment and chuckled. He's just making an example out of Fang Yi. As for how he's going to do it, it depends on how Lu Mingxin does it. She didn't expect her words to come true. The next day, Lu Mingxin held an emergency board meeting and proposed to remove Fang Yi from his position as general manager. The reasons were corruption, bribery, misappropriation of public funds, immorality, and lack of ability. There was irrefutable evidence for each of his crimes. The few directors who wanted to protect him didn't even dare to speak up. They could only shrink their heads like quails. Logically speaking, things should have developed to this point. Lu Mingxin's goal of establishing his authority had been achieved. From now on, no one in Lu Corporation, including the board of directors, dared to look down on him. However, reality proved that his ambition and guts were far greater than this. He actually called the police. Fang Yi damaged the company's interests and involved a huge sum of money. It's not worth tolerating. I have already filed a criminal complaint with the court to hold him accountable. Only then did everyone realize that what Lu Mingxin wanted was not the position of general manager, but Fang Ye's life. Once the relevant departments were involved in the investigation, Fang Ye's money laundering and corruption would be exposed. He would have to go to jail. Many of the board members were involved with Fang Yi, and they were all in danger. Lu Mingxin, you mad dog. Bite whoever you catch. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let him take over Reno Corporation. It's too late to say anything now. Fang Yi can't be saved. The most important thing right now is to erase all traces of my dealings with him as soon as possible so that I don't get into trouble. I don't think we need to be so nervous. We can wait and see for a while. What are you waiting for? This was a matter of life and death. Lu Mingxin is determined to send Fang Yi in. Can't you tell? Does he think he can give it to you just because he wants to? Humph. Don't forget that Fang Yi has Lu Yuanda behind him. Don't you know what he started from? Everyone fell silent, their expressions becoming thought-provoking. At the same time, in the president's office, the name Lu Yuanda was also mentioned. His only daughter is married to Fang Yi. If he really wants to fight to the death, the old man won't be easy to deal with. Lu Mingxin stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. His back was slender and his side profile was cold. When he heard this, he did not react. He just stared into the distance. He seemed to be in deep thought, but more like in a daze. The assistant looked at him in confusion. President Lu? President Lu? I'm listening. What about Lu Yuanda? Lu Mingxin did not continue the topic. Instead, he asked, who do you think was the person who met Fang Yi before us yesterday? The assistant was silent for 2 seconds and shook his head. I don't know. But the teacup was still warm. He probably didn't go far. However, did this have anything to do with dealing with Lu Yuanda? If Lu Yuanda did not fall, then Fang Ye's roots would not be broken and he would grow again. As the assistant pondered, he could not help but ask. Lu Mingxin chuckled. Maybe it has something to do with it? The assistant was confused. Okay, he did not understand at all. Just as the board of directors and Lu Mingxin chose to bide their time and watch quietly out of fear of Lu Yuanda, a piece of news about cracking down on evil appeared on the front page of the Imperial Capital Morning Post. After our bureau received the report, we quickly held a meeting and seriously deployed our forces. We closely investigated the situation and acted quickly. We joined forces with the Special Forces and Economic Investigation to launch a heavy attack. The evil forces led by Lu Yuanda were all wiped out at 3 o'clock yesterday morning, at Lu Corporation. In the meeting room, A. Director threw away today's newspaper with trembling hands and sat down on the chair. Fang Yi is completely out of luck. Who did it? Lu Mingxin? Is he that capable? Everyone was silent. Fear arose spontaneously. In the president's office. President Lu. Lu Yuanda was arrested. The assistant took the newspaper and walked in quickly. The next second, he saw that Lu Mingxin had opened a newspaper. The front page was the news. The assistant touched his nose. You already know, Lu Mingxin did not look happy. On the contrary, he frowned slightly as if he was troubled by a difficult problem. Fang Ye's last trump card has been destroyed. He can't make a comeback. Aren't you happy? Happy. But I'm more curious about who did it. The assistant was shocked. Isn't it you? Lu Mingxin paused and laughed. You think it's me? Isn't it? The news is spreading like wildfire. A few directors tried to get information from me, but I kept my mouth shut and didn't say a word. Is that so? He gave a meaningful smile. The assistant was confused. President Lu, what should we do next? Prepare the car. Where are we going? To see someone. North City Detention Center. Fang Yi, come out. Someone is looking for you. Visiting room. Fang Yi thought that the first person he would see would be either his wife or his lawyer. He never expected it to be Lu Mingxin. I won't see him, he said coldly and prepared to leave. Don't you want to know what's happening outside? Can you still leave in one piece? Fang Yi stopped in his tracks. Lu Mingxin lifted his chin slightly. Sit down. Fang Yi gritted his teeth and rushed forward. He leaned forward on the table and stared at Lu Mingxin coldly. What do you want to say? Don't rush. Sit down and I'll tell you slowly. I won't be fooled by you again. He turned to leave. Your father-in-law is dead. There was a moment of dead silence. Fang Yi turned back. What did you say? Say it again. Lu Mingxian said. I said, Lu Yuanda, your biggest and most despised backer has fallen. No, it's impossible. You're lying. Lu Mingxian took out the newspaper and spread it on the table. He tapped it with his knuckles. Take a look. The more Fang Yi read, the bigger his eyes became. In the end, the blood vessels almost filled the whites of his eyes. No. He shook his head. I don't believe it. It's you. You want to use psychological warfare. I'm telling you, I'm not afraid. Lu Yuanda had been operating in the capital for many years. His underground forces were complicated. How could he be uprooted in just 2 days? Fang Yi grabbed the newspaper and tore it into pieces. Then he threw the pieces at Lu Mingxian's face. Unfortunately, they were light and didn't weigh much at all. No matter what you say today, I won't believe it. After venting, he seemed to have calmed down. Reason returned to his face. Lu Mingxian looked at him with a hint of sarcasm and pity. Please give me the remote control. The prison guard was ordered by his superior to satisfy Lu Mingxian's request as much as possible within a reasonable range. He immediately handed over the TV remote control and turned on the power. As soon as he turned on the TV, he saw the news channel. Lu Yuanda's case was the biggest crackdown in recent years. It caused a sensation and was broadcasted on the morning, afternoon, and evening news. The words "Eliminate Evil" were bolded and broadcasted on the public screen. Fang Ye's pupils shrank and his teeth chattered. You did it? Was it you? Lu Mingxian smiled but didn't say anything. In Fang Ye's eyes, it looked like he was admitting and showing off. Why? He reached out and wanted to pull Lu Mingxian's collar. However, the prison guard beside him quickly pressed him on the table. His face was squeezed out of shape and his eyes were filled with madness. Lu Mingxian stood up and put his hands on the table. He leaned forward slightly. Let me ask you. That day at the tea house, who else did you meet before I went? Ha ha ha. Why should I tell you? It's okay if you don't tell me. Anyway, you can't run away from prison. You shouldn't mind your wife and daughter coming in to accompany you, Lu Mingxian. You're despicable. I'll ask you one more time. This is also the last time. Who did you meet? What did you say? Think carefully before you answer. After all, it's related to the future of your wife and daughter. After a long time, the madness in Fang Ye's eyes gradually subsided and was replaced by defeat. It's Ling Qingzhou and Yi Hancheng. These two names, suddenly, Lu Mingxian's pupils shrank. Haha. You remember? Yes, it's them. 5 minutes later, Lu Mingxian got all the information he wanted. He straightened his sleeves and prepared to leave. Fang Yi stopped him. Why? I have no grudge against you. If it's just for the power of the company, I won't kill you. Lu Mingxian, from the moment you betrayed her, you should have known that you would end up like this. Fang Yi paused for a long time before he reacted and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. You did it for her? Lu Mingxian, you're too funny. Ha 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 ha. The man left without looking back. Digression, 3,000 words. The answer to yesterday's fill-in-the-blank question was, Lu Mingxian. Everyone seemed to have answered correctly. Amazing. There's another update at 2:30. Don't come early. I suggest you read it tomorrow. Moi boss Lu. The assistant watched helplessly as his boss walked past him without looking sideways. Although he didn't show it on his face, he felt like his whole body was on fire. Experience told him that he shouldn't get himself into trouble at this time. After getting into the car, Lu Mingxian closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. The assistant didn't dare to breathe. After some time, he said, investigate Ling Qingzhou and Yi Hancheng. The next day, the assistant opened the door of the CEO's office with the investigation report. The basic information of the two and their whereabouts for the past week are all here. Lu Mingxian opened it and read 10 lines at a glance. 5 days ago, the two came to the capital from Linhui and stayed at the Hilton Hotel. The next day, they went to the tea house to meet Fang Yi. After that, they spent most of their time in the hotel. Occasionally, they would go out for a walk, but not for long. It seemed like the two of them were here for a vacation and wanted to scare Fang Yi. But was it really so coincidental? As soon as they came to Linhui, they went to find Fang Yi. Then, something happened to Lu Yuanda. Lu Mingxin didn't believe that they had nothing to do with it. Other than this, there's nothing else? The assistant paused. You mean? Who did they meet? What did they do? Where did they go? The assistant said, according to the feedback, the two of them rarely go out. The few times they went out, they just wandered around and chatted. After observing, he didn't find anything suspicious, so he didn't record this trivial information. Lu Mingxin listened and pondered for a moment. Then, he found 2 phone numbers from the stack of information. The assistant's eyelids twitched. Was the boss thinking of, Boss Ling, I'm Lu Mingxin. Why didn't you say hello when you came to the capital? After all, we're old friends. Ling Qingzhou, you're too polite, Boss Lu. Old friends are important because of the word old friends. It doesn't make much difference whether we meet or not. I'll be the host tonight. I'll ask Bossy to come and welcome the two of you. Oh, what a bad time. We're going back to Linhai soon. We're already at the airport. Let's have dinner next time. Lu Mingxin's eyes darkened. Okay, I wish you a safe trip. After the call, Lu Mingxin held his phone and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The assistant knew that he hated being disturbed when he was thinking, so he carefully held his breath. Suddenly, Lu Mingxin, let's go to the airport. It was impossible for Ling Qingzhou and Yi Hanqing to defeat Lu Yuanda in a short time unless there was someone behind them, and this person was the key to taking down Lu Yuanda. Even he might be within the other party's calculations. Airport, VIP lounge. Who is it? Yi Hanqing came over and looked at the phone in Ling Qingzhou's hand. The latter looked straight at Jiang Fuyue. She was right. It's Lu Mingxin. Jiang Fuyue smiled. She lowered her head and drank a mouthful of hot latte. Yi Hanqing scratched his face. What are you guys talking about? Was that phone call from Lu Mingxin? What is he trying to do? Ling Qingzhou, treat me to a meal with you. We haven't seen each other for more than 20 years. Why are you suddenly treating me to a meal? It's weird. Because Jiang Fuyue said lightly, he's already suspicious. Yi Hanqing, impossible. We did it perfectly. He can't find any evidence. Ling Qingzhou, suspicion doesn't need evidence. As long as he thinks it's true, he'll come to verify it. Fortunately, we ran away quickly. Ling Qingzhou subconsciously looked at Jiang Fuyue. She was the one who decided to leave today. She seemed to have expected Lu Mingxin to make such a call. Yi Hanqing sat back down and continued eating. Actually, I don't quite understand his mentality. We helped him get rid of Lu Yuanda so that he can step on Fang Yi. From a cooperation point of view, it's a win-win situation. He should be happy that he got what he wanted. Why is he still so persistent? Because Jiang Fuyue narrowed her eyes and smiled. Some people only allow others to scheme against others, but they definitely won't allow others to scheme against them. Even if this kind of scheme is beneficial? Yes, even if it's beneficial. Tisk. Yi Hanqing pouted. What's wrong with him? Ling Qingzhou, are you such a person? The man frowned. Why are you talking about me? Yi Hanqing didn't think much of it. It's a vivid example. Ling Qingzhou. *CK your image. Let's go. Jiang Fuyue got up and looked at her watch. It's time to board. On the way, the assistant had already checked the flight number of the two. Boss Lu, it's PT-367. Book a ticket. Huh? Now? Now. At this time, Ling Qingzhou and Yi Hanqing had probably passed the security check and were waiting for their flight. He had to go in to see what he wanted to verify. Drive faster. Yes, Boss Lu. They sped all the way and finally arrived 20 minutes before the flight. Lu Mingxin directly entered the departure hall through the VIP passage. Flight PT-367 was boarding. With a business class ticket in hand, he easily boarded the plane from the VIP corridor bridge. As expected, he saw Ling Qingzhou and Yi Hanqing in the business class. Only these two people. Oh, what a coincidence, Boss Lu. We just talked on the phone not long ago and now we meet on the plane. You're also flying to Linhui? Lu Mingxian adjusted his collar and said calmly, yes. Something came up. Looks like we're destined to miss that meal. Even if we don't leave, Boss Lu has something to do. He deliberately emphasized the word something to do as if he had already seen through his intentions. Lu Mingxian's expression didn't change. He found his seat and sat down. He half-jokingly said, you came to the capital and I treated you. Now that I'm going to Linhui, shouldn't you treat me? Yi Hanqing waved his hand. No problem. Ling Qingzhou nodded in agreement. Lu Mingxian's eyes flashed with doubt, but he quickly hid it. Was there really no third person? Until the flight took off, no one stepped into the business class. In other words, only Ling and Yi were together. There were no other friends. Maybe that person was in the economy class. He decided to wait and see. 3.5 hours later, the flight landed at Linhui Airport. Yi Hanqing said, let's go, Boss Lu, don't you want to eat? Lu Mingxian followed his advice. The three of them left the airport together. Ling Qingzhou had already asked his secretary to book a restaurant. When they sat down and started to serve the dishes, Lu Mingxian finally believed that there was no third person. At the same time, Jiang Fuyue was on another flight and had just landed. Fight with her? Ah Shen, it looks like you haven't grown enough, a sneer escaped from her lips. When her gaze met younger brother Jiang, who was rushing towards her, the coldness in the girl's eyes was instantly tainted with warmth. Sister, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Jiang Fuyue touched his head and found that this kid seemed to have grown taller. Mom and Dad are here too. They're over there. Jiang Fuyue looked up and saw Jantar standing in the crowd like a small black mountain. Han Yunru stood beside him like a little bird. At this moment, there were tears of excitement in her eyes. Mom. Jiang Fuyue walked over. Coincidentally, the couple came up to her. Dad. Han Yunru reached out and hugged her daughter. When she touched her thin shoulders, she was so distressed that she almost cried. You've become thinner again. Jantar was used to silence. He just nodded and repeated, it's good that you're back, it's good that you're back, sister, let's go home. Okay. The family of four happily returned to the Imperial Heaven residence. That night, Jiang Fuyue sat in the bedroom after taking a shower. She looked at the laptop in front of her and typed furiously. First, she erased the surveillance footage of the airport. Without a doubt, Lu Mingxian would definitely think of checking the surveillance footage of the airport after he failed to find anything in Ling Qingzhou. After that, she contacted Niu Rue. Erase it thoroughly. Don't let his people find out. Don't worry, I'm the best at this. It's easy to destroy the evidence. At 10 o'clock at night, Jiang Fuyue lay in bed and couldn't help but sigh. Home was still the most comfortable place. Soon, sleepiness came. Just as she was about to fall asleep, a message notification popped up on her WeChat. She reached out and was about to turn off her phone when her gaze suddenly froze. It was actually Xie Dingyuan. He first replied with a, "You're welcome." It was for the thank you she sent to him in Zurich 10 days ago. Jiang Fuyue, can you contact the outside world? Xie Dingyuan, I saw the news. Congratulations to IMO for winning the gold medal. Both of their messages were sent at almost the same time. Xie Dingyuan, you can use your phone when you're not at the base. Jiang Fuyue, didn't you say your congratulations the night before we left for Continent F? Digression, 3,000 words. Xie Dingyuan, you can never have too many congratulations. Jiang Fuyue pursed her lips. She wanted to ask if the person who held her in his arms in the isolation room in Tunisia was him. That's right. Jiang Fuyue recalled the scene later. When she had a high fever and was in a semi-coma, someone did hold her. That was what his brain was thinking, and his hands were typing the words, then he clicked send. She didn't feel embarrassed to ask. If she was face to face with Xie Dingyuan, she would probably ask directly. The other party paused for 2 seconds and replied, yes. Jiang Fuyue subconsciously curled her lips, and her eyebrows curved. She probably didn't even notice this movement. How did you know I was there? Half a minute passed, and there was no response. 3 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, and there was still no response. Was this question difficult? In the northern region of Suvoton, in a small city called Masigo. Because of the raging Xianxia virus, it had become a deserted city. Xie Dingyuan sat on a simple wooden stump. The sun was scorching in the sky. He patted his phone, which suddenly had a black screen. He pursed his lips and looked depressed. Khazar came over. What are you doing? Why are you patting your phone? Was this some new trick to prevent the virus? Xie Dingyuan. It's out of battery. Oh. His phone was also out. Under the scorching sun, the battery often went on strike. But, were you chatting with someone just now? Khazar looked curious. What does it have to do with you? After that, he got up and walked away. Khazar, ? Professor Xia. A medical staff trotted over from afar. The temporary medical station has been built. The equipment has passed the test and can be used. Heavily infected people are sent to Area A and activate S-level protection. Moderately and lightly infected people are sent to Area B with A-level protection. All suspected infected people are to stay in Area C. Set up a single isolation room as soon as possible. Increase the number of people and observe and record at all times. Yes. I'll arrange it right away. Khazar walked over and couldn't help but sigh when he saw the desolation and bleakness in the city. This is not a developed area. A virus can destroy everything. In the end, the ordinary people are the ones who suffer. Then, he patted Xie Dingyuan on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work, brother. It's rare to see you being so serious. As he spoke, he lowered his head to check his body's defenses and reminded him, hands, take them away. The corner of Kaza's mouth twitched and he withdrew his hand in embarrassment. Blockhead, oh blockhead, why don't you know how to stir up emotions? Because you're wooden. It was not until the sun had set that the temporary medical station began to operate normally. At the same time, this was also Xie Dingyuan's third virus sampling point. If nothing unexpected happened, he would stay here for the next 2 weeks, observing the clinical symptoms of the infected people while conducting sample analysis. Kaza threw down a lunchbox. Eat it. It wasn't easy to get it. Xie Dingyuan shifted his gaze from the record sheet to the disposable plastic box in front of him. His eyebrows moved slightly. I know you're not used to couscous, so I made you some rice with salted vegetables. Just eat it. Xie Dingyuan, where did it come from? There's a restaurant in front. Isn't it closed? The owner and his wife live upstairs. They were having dinner when we gave them the protective packs. I also ordered a bowl for you. Even the takeout box is ready-made. Thank you. Kaza snorted and thought to himself, who wants your thanks, but the corners of his mouth curled up. Oh right, there's a post office in front. The owner is really something. He didn't even set up any defenses and is still open for business. Are you Huaxia people also brave? Xie Dingyuan paused. Huaxia people open it? Yes. I just gave him a protective pack. He didn't listen to me when I told him to close. I'll go take a look. Hey. They hadn't even finished eating. Although it was called a post office, it was actually a convenience store. There was a mailbox next to it, and 60% of the store was occupied by tall shelves. Stacks of letters were stacked on top of them. The deeper you went, the thicker the dust. The owner was an old man with a beard. He had yellow skin, shallow eye sockets, and a very typical Asian face. I said I won't close, so I won't close. Don't try to persuade me. It's useless. Xie Dingyuan replied in Chinese, I won't persuade him. When the old man heard his familiar mother tongue, his half-closed eyes suddenly opened. Then what are you doing here? Xie Dingyuan replied, sending a letter. Eh? The old man was interested. He stood up and stood in front of the counter. Where are you sending it? To whom? Huaxia's Linhuai, too. He paused for a moment. To a girl I like. Sure. The old man instantly became enthusiastic. I like to send and receive letters for lovers. Even the envelopes are sweet. As he spoke, he took out a letter and a pen from the bottom drawer. Here, write. If I can survive, I promise to deliver the letter to you within 3 months. If I die, I'll get someone else to do it. But the time is not certain. It could be 3 to 5 months, or it could be 3 to 5 years. Xie Dingyuan reached out and took the letter. He thought for a moment and lowered his head to start writing. The old man stole a glance but didn't see it clearly. He wrote too quickly and didn't have time to read it a second time. The other party had already folded the letter and put it into the envelope. He even sealed the letter himself. It was as if he was afraid that others would see it. Humph, stingy. Xie Dingyuan asked, how much is it? The old man looked at him from head to toe. You're from the medical team? Yes. Then it's free. Xie Dingyuan didn't refuse. He thanked him sincerely and reminded him that he could open the shop, but he had to be well protected. I don't want my letter to be delivered for more than 3 months or even longer. After a pause, he added seriously, if it's too late, my wife will run away. The old man's face darkened. I thought you were worried about my life, but you're worried about your wife running away? I know, the old man waved his hand to chase him away. Xie Dingyuan turned around and left. Jiang Fuyue had a good night's sleep and officially returned to school the next day. In order to take care of Feng Yi, she took an extra week's leave compared to Chen Qing and Tan Chia-su. Su Jing was also unprecedentedly generous. She didn't even call Jiang Fuyue's parents and directly approved it. It was said that because she agreed so quickly, she was called to the principal's office for a private talk. Hu Yongwei said, the college entrance examination is imminent. You're not worried about raising her outside? Su Jing said, I'm not worried. Hu Yongwei was confused. What do you mean by raising her outside? Let me tell you, Jiang Fuyue doesn't need to be raised. She can grow on her own. There was nothing wrong with that. Today was no different from any other day. The students of grade 12 class 3 entered the classroom one after another to prepare for the morning reading. At this moment, a tall and slender figure walked in from the front door. The loose school uniform on her body made her look like she was wearing a custom-made dress. She didn't wear any makeup, but her skin was still so fair that it shone. She had a simple high ponytail. The gentle sunlight shone on her body, making her look like a fairy who had just descended from the mortal world. Someone roared in the silence, Sister Yu is back. The whole class was in an uproar. We haven't seen each other for more than 2 months. My moon goddess has become prettier. Can the competition nourish people? It must be the power of knowledge. This is the first time I've heard that knowledge can beautify people. I want to ask Sister Yu, how does she feel after winning 3 gold medals and the special prize? Does she feel light? Does she feel light? I've confirmed it with my eyes. She's a goddess that I can't catch up with. Boo-hoo. When she was last in the exams, I was second from the bottom. Now she's first in the exams, and I'm still second from the bottom. It's so sad. My heart aches for you for 2 seconds. Jiang Fuyue walked to her seat. Although she hadn't been here for a long time, her table and chair were clean. There wasn't a speck of dust on it. Thank you, she said softly to Wan Shoutong as she bent down to put down her bag. The girl's ears turned red, and her cheeks were burning. No need to thank me. In fact, she was screaming in her heart, I do. Well, even though they had been deskmates for so long, Wan Shoutong still couldn't resist Jiang Fuyue's charm. Sigh, it's so difficult to be deskmates with a goddess. Lu Bowen and Lin Xiao at the front table also turned their heads. You're finally back. Lin Xiao snorted at him. I don't know who said that. He did the questions faster when Sister Yu wasn't here. Lu Bowen choked. I'm indirectly expressing the highest praise for the strong. Don't blindly understand if you don't understand. Jiang Fuyue took out a gift from her bag. One for each of you. I love you, Jiang. Long life Sister Yu. Hee, she's indeed the strong. The 3 of them immediately wagged their tails. Jiang Fuyue then waved at Lu Sisi, who was opposite her. This is yours. The latter was flattered. I get one too. Of course. Not only her, but Jiang Han and Gamang also got one. After school, Jiang Fuyue personally delivered the gift to the two of them. The following days were peaceful and fulfilling. Every day, she would go back and forth between home and school. Jiang Fuyue didn't receive any more messages from Xie Dingyuan on WeChat. In the blink of an eye, it was April. The 215 high schools in Linhui had a comprehensive examination, digression, 3 updates, 2,000 words. There's another update at 2:30 p.m. Don't read it in advance. Watch it when it's time or tomorrow. Love you. P.S. I'm asking for a vote. P.P.S. The audio version of Yu's book, Young Master Quan, Please Take Care of Me, has been released on Himalayas. Those who like it can go and listen. The host's voice is so sexy and flirtatious. Xie Dingyuan sat on a simple wooden stool under the scorching sun. He patted the black screen of his phone and pursed his lips with a gloomy expression. Kaza came over and asked, "What are you doing? Why are you patting your phone?" "Is this some new method to prevent the virus?" Xie Dingyuan said. "My phone is out of battery." Oh. His phone was also out of battery. Under the scorching sun, the battery often stopped working. "But, were you chatting with someone just now?" Kaza was curious. "What does it have to do with you?" Then, he got up and walked away. Kaza was confused. Professor Xia, a medical staff, trotted over and said, "The temporary medical station has been set up. The equipment has passed the test and can be used now. The severely infected are sent to Area A with S-level protection. The moderately infected are sent to Area B with A-level protection. The suspected infected are all in Area C. Set up a single-person isolation space as soon as possible and increase the number of people to observe and record." "Yes. I will arrange it now." Kaza walked over and sighed as he looked at the desolation and bleakness in the city. This is not a developed area. A virus can destroy everything. In the end, the ordinary people are the ones who suffer. Then, he patted Xie Dingyuan's shoulder and said, "Thank you for your hard work, brother. It's rare to see you so serious." He lowered his head to check the protection on his body and reminded him, "Take your hand away." Kaza's mouth twitched and he retracted his hand. "Why don't you know how to be sentimental?" "Because you are wooden." The temporary medical station only began to operate normally after the sun set. At the same time, this was also Xie Dingyuan's third virus sample site. If nothing went wrong, he would stay here for the next 2 weeks to observe the symptoms of the infected and conduct sample analysis. Kaza threw down a lunchbox and said, "Eat it." It was not easy to get it. Xie Dingyuan looked away from the record and at the disposable plastic box in front of him. His eyebrows moved slightly. "I know you are not used to couscous, so I made you some rice with pickles." "Eat it." Xie Dingyuan asked, "Where did you get it?" "There is a restaurant in front." "Isn't it closed?" "The boss and his wife live upstairs. They were having dinner when we gave them the protective packs. I also ordered a bowl for you. Even the takeout box is ready-made." "Thank you." Khazar snorted and thought to himself, "Who wants your thanks?" However, the corners of her lips were raised in a different manner. "By the way, there's a post office up ahead. The boss is really something. He didn't even set up any security measures and is still open for business." "Are all Huaxia people this brave?" Xie Dingyuan paused. "Someone from Huaxia opened it?" Roar. "I just gave him a protective pack, but he didn't listen to me when I told him to close the door. I'll go take a look." "Hey. I haven't finished eating yet." Although it was called a post office, it was actually a convenience store. There was a mailbox next to it, and 60% of the store was occupied by tall shelves. Stacks of letters were stacked on top of them, and the deeper you went, the thicker the dust accumulated. The boss was an old man with a beard. He had yellow skin, shallow eye sockets, and a typical Oriental face. "I said I won't close the door, so I won't close the door. Don't try to persuade me, it's useless." Xie Dingyuan replied in Chinese, "I won't persuade him." When the old man heard his familiar mother tongue, his half-closed eyes suddenly opened. "Then what are you doing here?" Xie Dingyuan replied, "Sending a letter." "Eh?" The old man's interest was piqued. He stood up and stood in front of the counter. "Where? To whom?" "Huaxia's Linhui, too." He paused for a moment. To a girl I like. Sure. The old man instantly became enthusiastic. I like to send and receive letters for lovers. Even the envelopes are sweet. As he spoke, he took out a letter and a pen from the bottom drawer. Here, write. If I can survive, I promise to deliver the letter to you within 3 months. If I die, I'll get someone else to do it, but the time is not certain. It could be 3 to 5 months, or it could be 3 to 5 years. Xie Dingyuan reached out to take the letter, thought for a moment, and lowered his head to start writing. The old man stole a glance but didn't see it clearly. He wrote too quickly and didn't have time to read it a second time. The other party had already folded the letter and put it into the envelope. He even sealed the letter himself. It was as if he was afraid that others would see it. Humph, stingy. Xie Dingyuan asked, how much is it? The old man glanced at him from head to toe. You're from the medical team? Yes. Then it's free. Xie Dingyuan didn't refuse. He sincerely thanked him and reminded him that he could open the shop, but he had to take precautions. I don't want my letter to be delivered more than 3 months or even longer. After a pause, he added seriously, if it's too late, my wife will run away. The old man's face darkened. I thought you were worried about my life, but you're worried about your wife running away? Okay, the old man waved his hand to chase him away. Xie Dingyuan turned and left. Jiang Fuyue had a good night's sleep and officially returned to school the next day. In order to take care of Feng Yi, she took an extra week's leave compared to Chen Qing and Tan Chia-su. Su Jing was also unprecedentedly generous. She didn't even call Jiang Fuyue's parents and directly approved it. It was said that because she agreed so quickly, she was called to the principal's office for a private talk. Hu Yongwei said, the college entrance examination is imminent. You're not worried about raising her outside? Su Jing said, I'm not worried. Hu Yongwei was confused. What do you mean by raising her outside? Let me tell you, Jiang Fuyue doesn't need to be raised. She can grow on her own. There was nothing wrong with that. Today was no different from any other day. The students of grade 12 class 3 entered the classroom one after another to prepare for the morning reading. At this moment, a tall and slender figure walked in from the front door. The loose school uniform on her body made her look like she was wearing a custom-made dress. She didn't have any makeup on, but her skin was still so fair that it shone. She had a simple high ponytail. The gentle sunlight shone on her body, making her look like a fairy who had just descended from the mortal world. Someone roared in the silence, Sister. Yu is back. The whole class was in an uproar. I haven't seen her for more than 2 months. My moon goddess has become more beautiful. Can the competition nourish people? It must be the power of knowledge. This is the first time I've heard that knowledge can beautify people. I want to ask Sister Yu, how does she feel after winning 3 gold medals and the special prize? Is her body light? Is she floating? I've confirmed it with my eyes. She's a goddess that I can't catch up with. Boo-hoo. When she was the last in the exams, I was the second from the bottom. Now that she's the first in the exams, I'm still the second from the bottom. It's so sad. My heart aches for you for 2 seconds. Jiang Fuyue walked to her seat. Although she hadn't been here for a long time, her table and chair were clean and dust-free. Thank you, she said softly to Wan Shoutong as she bent down to put down her bag. The girl's ears turned red and her cheeks were burning. No need to thank me. In fact, she was screaming in her heart, I do. Well, even though they had been deskmates for so long, Wan Shoutong still couldn't resist Jiang Fuyue's charm. Sigh, it's so difficult to be deskmates with a goddess. Lu Bowen and Lin Qiao at the front table also turned their heads. You're finally back. Lin Qiao snorted at him. I don't know who said that Sister Yu wasn't here, but he was able to do the questions faster. Lu Bowen choked. That's the highest praise for the strong. If you don't understand, don't blindly interpret it. Jiang Fuyue took out a gift from her bag. One for each of you. I love you, Jiang. Long life Sister Yu. Hehe, she's indeed the strong. The 3 of them immediately wagged their tails. Jiang Fuyue then waved at Lu Sisi, who was opposite her. This is yours. The latter was flattered. I get one too. Of course. Not only her, but Jiang Han and Gameng also got one. After school, Jiang Fuyue personally delivered the gift to the two of them. The rest of her life was peaceful and fulfilling. She commuted between home and school every day. Jiang Fuyue didn't receive any more messages from Xie Dingyuan on WeChat. In the blink of an eye, it was April. The 215 high schools in Linhui were going to take the citywide exam. On the day of the exam, it rained. The roads were dripping, and almost everyone brought an umbrella into the exam hall. Jiang Fuyue performed well. The first language exam started in 40 minutes. She raised her hand to submit her paper, then got up and left. The entire exam hall was very calm. After all, they were old foxes who had been tortured by the big devil thousands of times. If they didn't have this much self-control, how could they have the nerve to say that they had been on the same stage as Sister Yu? In the afternoon, Jiang Fuyue handed in her paper on time. The next day, it was the same for English and science. You might not believe me, but I have an invincible mentality now. I can write the essay with 20 minutes left without panicking. I even have the mood to do some literature. There are only 10 minutes left in mathematics. I haven't done 2 big questions. Am I panicking? It's all thanks to the moon god. She solved my old problem of being nervous during exams. Amen. Is this the legendary saying that once you've seen the sea, you'll never be afraid of the river? Digression, come back at 2:30 p.m. Clear the cache. Jiang Fuyue was not nervous. She continued to live her life as usual. She went to school, went home for dinner, and occasionally watched TV. Recently, she had developed the habit of reading the newspaper. Then, she went to bed on time. She had a regular routine. When Xianxia livestreamed, many fans came to leave messages, asking about Jiang Fuyue's situation. The moon god did not use social media accounts. Therefore, they could only sneak over to little brother Zhang's place. They asked about her well-being with all kinds of concern. Jiang Shaodi was not stingy. He told them about his sister's recent situation. Everything is good. I'm not nervous. I'm not anxious. She has a regular routine. Everything tastes good. The fans were relieved and started to send gifts. Jiang Shaodi was confused. You don't have to do this. You don't have to send gifts. Fan A, yes, it's for Sister Yu to nourish her body. Fan B, buy some bird's nest and donkey hide gelatin. You'll feel better after eating. Fan C, chicken, duck, fish, etc. Fan D, the beauties are too rich. I can't compare to them. I'll treat Sister Yu to milk tea. Fan E, then I'll treat Sister Yu to dessert. Fan N, the moon god from the wishing pool. The devotees are sincere. Level 4 or 6 requests. Jiang Shaodi was speechless. Oh, so it's not for me. Even the fans were concerned and worried, let alone Jiang De and Han Yunru, who were her biological parents. Hubby, isn't our Yu too calm? Jantar scratched his head out of habit. Isn't she always like this? That's why it's strange. How can she be the same as usual? Maybe. Yaya is confident? No matter how confident she is, the bamboo is not mature yet. How can she be so calm? Who did she learn from? Jantar did not know how to answer these questions, so he wisely chose to remain silent. Han Yunru went into the kitchen. Yesterday, it was braised chicken wings and boiled fish. What should I cook for Yaya today? Midnight. Jantar was already snoring loudly when he was suddenly awakened by 2 light kicks. He sat up immediately. What time is it? Has the food delivery truck arrived yet? Let San Peng'er pick him up. Did you sleep too much? Only then did Jantar react. He looked at the clock on the wall and said, No. Wifey, what's wrong? Han Yunru also sat up. Do you think we should stew pork rib soup or bone soup tomorrow? Yaya seems to like pork ribs more, but the soup made from pork ribs isn't as tasty as pork ribs. Jantar, in order to take care of their daughter's food and logistics, Xianxia and Han Yunru took turns to look after the shop. They had to ensure that one of them was at home every day. Jiang Fuyue said, "Mom, you don't have to do this. You guys do what you need to do. I can do it myself." Han Yunru, "You're the one we should be busy with right now." Alright, Jiang Fuyue received Janter's signal and obediently shut up. Just like that, under the meticulous care of her mother, the college entrance examination came on June 7th. On the day of the examination, the sun was shining brightly. 60% of the students in number 1 middle school were taking the examination in their own school, while the remaining 40% were assigned to the neighboring number 2 middle school. Jiang Fuyue happened to be in the batch that stayed in number 1 middle school, but the invigilators were all replaced by people from other schools. Before the official bell rang to enter the examination hall, everyone had to wait in the field. Jiang Fuyue was surrounded in the middle. It was a spectacular sight. "Sister Yu, please bless me for guessing correctly." Ba, me too. I'll be the grand finale. I'll get high marks for the essay. Don't make a mistake in filling in the blanks." Jiang Fuyue, not far away, the examinees from other schools were stunned by the scene in front of them. What are they doing? It's like they're snatching discounted eggs from the supermarket. I think I heard someone say ba. Why is it happening one after the other? The people in front are leaving, and the people behind are going up. What's going on? Why are those who left smiling so brightly? Are they really here to take the college entrance examination? Number 1 middle school has a lot of weirdos. It's true. Cough. I'll go and take a look. 2 minutes later, that person came back and said, F***CK. That group of people is too scary. What happened? What exactly are they doing? That person. Luck. Huh? A group of people surrounded Jiang Fuyue and sucked in her luck. Jiang Fuyue? That genius girl? The one who always gets full marks and hands in her papers early every time? Yes. That's her. Damn, will this work? Cough. I'm a little curious too. Why don't we try it too? At 9 o'clock, the language exam officially started. According to the rules, the exam papers could be handed in early, but they could not be handed in earlier than 30 minutes before the end of each subject. After handing in the papers, they could not leave without permission. They would be brought to a special place to watch over them, and they were not allowed to use electronic devices. Therefore, after finishing the entire set of papers 40 minutes before the exam started, Jiang Fuyue lay down to sleep. The invigilator, ? Several times, he accidentally passed by Jiang Fuyue and coughed heavily to remind her. But this student turned a deaf ear and slept very soundly. In the end, the invigilator got anxious and couldn't help but bend his knuckles and knock on her desk, making 2 clanking sounds. Jiang Fuyue opened her eyes. The invigilator lowered his voice and sounded like he was gnashing his teeth. "Student, this is the college entrance examination. Please take it seriously." Jiang Fuyue nodded. Got it. After the invigilator walked away, she lay down again and changed her position to continue sleeping. The invigilator, ! He expected better from her, forget it. If the student didn't live up to expectations, it would be useless no matter how hard the invigilator tried. It was a pity that she was ruined at the first turning point of her life at such a young age. These kids nowadays. The invigilator shook his head. Jiang Fuyue slept until she handed in her paper. When the bell rang, she immediately got up. After she went out, she got into the Kurinin. Jantar personally drove, and Han Yunru handed her a cooling mung bean soup. Yeah, you've worked hard. Drink some. When she got home, the food was ready. She took it out of the incubator and put it on the table to eat. After eating, Jiang Fuyue watched TV for a while and took a nap for 40 minutes before she left for the exam hall. Math in the afternoon was even more difficult than Chinese. Jiang Fuyue only spent 20 minutes filling in the answers. Not only did she finish it, but she also checked it for the first time. For the remaining 100 minutes, she couldn't sleep. She could only prop up her head and observe the other examinees. The invigilator changed again. He walked over with a cold face and reminded her, "Don't look around." Oh, even this little bit of freedom was gone. Jiang Fuyue could only face the wall and lay down. She began to feel sleepy. In the summer afternoon, the sun was full. Occasionally, the sound of cicadas could be heard outside the window. The air duct in the room blew out cool air. Accompanied by the soft sound of the examinees flipping their papers from time to time, they intertwined together to form a lazy sleep tune. In the end, Jiang Fuyue fell asleep. The invigilator gritted her teeth. If it were her student, she would have beaten him up. Sleeping during the college entrance exam, this was too infuriating. Ding, when the bell rang, Jiang Fuyue woke up. She yawned and stretched. The invigilator was speechless. She was hopeless. In the evening, when Jiang Fuyue got home, Han Yunru had already prepared a large table of dishes. Jiang Shaodi sat down obediently and waited for dinner. Mom, sister is back. At night, Jiang Fuyue washed up and sat on the bed with her phone. She opened the app and browsed the news section. When she saw words related to Continent F, she would stop and look for a few seconds. Not only the epidemic, but also the price of crude oil, the movements of local armed forces, military operations, policy changes, and so on. Many seemingly unrelated things could be the truth when put together. For example, if the price of crude oil rose, the price of daily necessities would increase, and the epidemic would inevitably develop in a more serious direction. The development of a vaccine was imminent. Now that the entire international community was watching, the pressure on the team of experts could be imagined. At 11 o'clock, Jiang Fuyue put down her phone, turned off the lights, and began to feel sleepy. Ding, at this moment, a WeChat notification sounded. She took her phone and opened it. Xie Dingyuan, who had been silent for more than 3 months, sent a message, but there was only one sentence. Wish, good luck in the college entrance exam. Good night. Jiang Fuyue smiled. Put down her phone, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. The next day was another sunny day. In the morning, Jiang Fuyue deliberately slowed down to kill time. Even so, there was still more than an hour left. She had no choice but to sleep. The invigilator also gave her a warning look, coughed, and knocked on the table. In the end, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. The morning ended, and the afternoon ushered in the last subject, English. When the bell rang, it also meant the end of her high school career. She was no longer young, and her youth was gone. The next stage of her life was here. Phew, the exam is finally over. Jiang Han ran out, unable to hide the smile on her chubby face. Gemeng chased after her. Sister Han, wait for me. Lu Bowen and Lin Xiao came out of the examination room separately and bumped into each other at the school gate. Lu Bowen said, this year's questions are quite easy. Lin Xiao said, really? I think so too. The two didn't look at each other, but walked out of the gate side by side. Lu Cixi and Wan Shoutong were in the same examination room. The former was silent, and the latter was shy. Neither of them were talkative people. However, they were squeezed together with the crowd. Wan Shoutong pursed her lips. Let's go find Jiang and Sister Han together later. We can sit together at the same table for tonight's gathering. Lu Cixi raised a friendly smile. Okay. The relationship between the two girls instantly became closer. There was definitely a gathering on the night of the college entrance examination. It was commonly known as a farewell dinner. After this meal, everyone would go their separate ways and think about their own futures. It was impossible for them to go back to the days of studying in the same classroom, listening to lectures, and doing homework. The gathering location was a hot pot restaurant. It was said that Class 1 and Class 7 were also there, but it was in another hall. Before the banquet started, Su Jing was pushed out to speak as the head teacher. Usually, I can't stop nagging, but when it comes to this time I don't know what to say. He paused for 2 seconds. I just said it casually. Don't laugh if I don't say it well. Su Jing was usually not so polite. Now, he was treating all the students as adults. He said, first of all, I want to thank everyone. I want to thank everyone for being able to grow so tall and strong under my almost free-range management. Of course. I'm referring to your learning, not your figure. Boom, everyone laughed. Secondly, I want to thank everyone. I want to thank everyone for being with me for these 3 years, and for letting me grow with you. Finally, I wish all of you a bright and prosperous future. Although Su Jing deliberately raised his voice for the last 8 words, it was still difficult to hide his sobbing. After he sat down, he quickly wiped his eyes, deceiving himself that everyone couldn't see. Unfortunately, someone just had to expose him. Meng Zhijian, crying? Su Jing exploded. Who's crying? Bullshit, Meng Zhijian turned to Qu Yuanzhou. Look, old Su still won't admit it. Yu Wenzhou coughed lightly. That's enough. Does old Su not want face? A tough guy crying is the most beautiful scene. You don't understand. Hiss. You've been on a talk show recently, so your mouth has become much sharper? Yu Wenzhou chuckled. You flatter me. Meng Zhijian. His skin has also become thicker. Su Jing opened her mouth to chase him away. You'd better go back next door. Class 7 is still waiting for you to take charge. I'm telling you, don't cry when it's your turn to speak. Meng Zhijian, whoever cries is a sun smash. In the end, less than 20 minutes later, someone uploaded the scene of Meng Zhijian holding a glass of wine and crying like a tiger. It was much more exaggerated than Su Xiaoxiu's. The caption, first time I saw the homeroom teacher cry, and it was quite sudden. It was inexplicably hard to think, laugh. Su Jing also saw it. She smiled and lightly snorted, sun smash. Yu Wenzhou stood on tiptoe and watched the show. No one knew that he had secretly recorded Su Jing wiping her tears. Yes, the campus forum's anonymous posting function was a good one. After 3 rounds of food, the atmosphere gradually warmed up. Many students had drunk wine, and their faces were red and their legs were light. Suddenly, a girl at the next table walked over to Jiang Fuyue with a glass of wine in her hand. Her eyes were bright and her face was flushed. Burp, you, sister you, Jiang Fuyue, ? Her face revealed a shy expression. I want to propose a toast to you, is that okay? Maybe you've forgotten, but I've always remembered that on November 21st last year, I was stopped by 2 hoodlums on my way home after school. It was you who drove them away and told me to be brave. The weaker I was, the more likely I would be bullied. After that, I went to learn Taekwondo. Now, no one dares to bully me. Because I want to be as handsome as you. In the future, when I meet other people who are bullied, I want to be like you and beat the *T out of them. As she spoke, she began to gesticulate, and her hands were full of beer. Sister you, you're my idol. After speaking, she suddenly raised her head and drank it in one gulp. Everyone around was dumbfounded by what they saw. Jiang Fuyue also raised her glass. Thank you, I hope. She paused. You'll have some success in Taekwondo. After speaking, she raised her head and drank it. The girl smiled happily. Hee hee. I definitely will. With the first, there was a second, a third. Sister you, I also want to propose a toast to you. When I was deskmate with Li Shui, she bullied me every day. I even thought about suicide. You're the one who let me live a normal life again. I feel that there's still hope in life and that everything is beautiful. And me. And me. Sister you look so handsome when you're explaining to me. Sister you, maybe you don't know my name. As soon as the girl spoke, Jiang Fuyue accurately said her name. The two of them didn't interact much and didn't even speak much. With Sister Yu's IQ, how can she not remember your name? That's right. Yueshen has a photographic memory. Believe it or not, Yueshen can recite the names of the entire grade, no, the entire school. TSK. You don't have to crush my IQ. Shoo. Everyone, let Zhang Xiaohua finish. The girl named Zhang Xiaohua was so touched that she almost burst into tears. So sister you knew her name. Actually, after entering the 3rd year of high school, my grades have been declining. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to get into a good university. However, the more afraid I was, the worse my grades became. I couldn't sleep at night and couldn't listen in class during the day. At one point, I even thought that I was going to fail. Just when I was doubting and disgusted with myself, you gave me confidence. Jiang Fuyue was slightly stunned. If she remembered correctly, the two of them didn't even speak much. How did she give her confidence? Xianxia revealed a drunken smile. It was bold and also a rebirth. She used to have such low self-esteem that she would habitually lower her head when she walked and didn't dare to look into anyone's eyes. Every time I was doubting myself, I would go online and watch your interview videos and the moments when you received awards in various competitions. Although I will never be as outstanding as you in this lifetime, I thought that I could at least run in the direction that you're heading in. So there really was someone who could be so brilliant and have such bright eyes. What reason did she have to be so dispirited and escape? Jiang Fuyue was an idol, a glory, a halo, and a legend to some people. However, to her, it was faith. As Zhang Xiaohua spoke, she gulped down a mouthful of wine and bowed deeply to Jiang Fuyue. Then, she pushed through the crowd and ran away quickly. She wanted to find a quiet place and cry to her heart's content. She was so glad that she was able to meet such a ray of light at the darkest moment of her life. Apart from herself, there was no one else who would know how lucky and scared she felt at that moment after surviving the calamity. After one group of people finished their toasts, it was time for the next group. Jiang Fuyue's table was even more lively than the teacher's table. Finally, it was her turn. She sat down helplessly. Although she had a good tolerance for alcohol, she was still a little tipsy. At this moment, Wan Shoutong whispered, "Phew. It's finally my turn." Jiang Fuyue, ? Jiang, I'm very happy to be your deskmate. You are the most beautiful deskmate in the world. There's no one better than you, sob. As she spoke, she began to cry. I really want to go to the same university as you, but I know that I won't be able to get in. I can't bear to part with you, silly. Jiang Fuyue picked up a tissue and gently wiped away the tears on her face. Lu Cici's eyes flashed with envy, but it instantly returned to sadness. Yes, there's no one better than her. Originally, the scene of everyone toasting was already the climax of this farewell party. However, with the arrival of ECI and Zhong Xiang, the atmosphere was pushed to an even higher level. Wow! Why are the two rich second-generation heirs from Class 7 coming over from next door? Look! They're walking towards Sister Yu. F***ck. Are they here to confess to her? I've heard that the two of them are interested in Sister Yu. They even fought on the basketball court and Zhong Xiang ended up in the hospital with a fracture. Isn't that great? F***ck. What kind of drama is this? I'm crying. Look. The two of them are standing in front of Sister Yu. What should I do? I'm so excited. I'm going to take a picture. Digression, 2 chapters in 1, 5,000 words. There's no third chapter. Confessions are really the highlight of a graduation party. What should I do? I really want old Xie to see how popular his wife is. After eating, Jiang Fuyue watched TV for a while and took a nap for 40 minutes before heading to the examination hall. Mathematics in the afternoon was even more difficult than Chinese. Jiang Fuyue only spent 20 minutes filling in the answers and checking them for the first time. She couldn't fall asleep for the remaining 100 minutes. She could only hold her head and observe the other candidates. The invigilator changed again. She walked over with a cold face and reminded her, "Don't look around." Oh, even that little bit of freedom was gone. Jiang Fuyue could only face the wall and lay down. She began to feel sleepy. In the summer afternoon, the sun was shining brightly. Occasionally, the sound of cicadas could be heard outside the window. The windpipe in the room blew out cool air. Accompanied by the sound of the candidates flipping their papers, they formed a lazy sleep tune. Jiang Fuyue fell asleep in the end. The invigilator gritted her teeth. If it was her student, she would have beaten him up. Sleeping on the college entrance exam site, this was too infuriating. Ding, when the bell rang. Jiang Fuyue woke up. She yawned and stretched. The invigilator was speechless. She was hopeless. In the evening, when Jiang Fuyue arrived home, Han Yunru had already prepared a large table of dishes. Jiang Xiaodi sat down obediently and waited for dinner. Mom, sister is back. At night, Jiang Fuyue washed up and sat on the bed with her phone. She opened the app and browsed the news section. When she saw words related to Continent F, she would stop and look at them for a few seconds. It was not only about the epidemic, but also the price of crude oil, the movements of local armed forces, military operations, policy changes, and so on. Many seemingly unrelated things could be the truth when put together. For example, if the price of crude oil rose, it would lead to the price of daily necessities. The epidemic was bound to develop in a more serious direction. The development of a vaccine was imminent. Now that the entire international community was watching, the pressure on the team of experts could be imagined. At 11 o'clock, Jiang Fuyue put down her phone, turned off the lights, and began to feel sleepy. Ding dong, at this moment, a WeChat notification sounded. She took her phone and opened it. Xie Dingyuan, who had been silent for more than 3 months, sent a message. There was only one sentence: I wish you all the best in your college entrance examination. Good night. Jiang Fuyue smiled. She put down her phone and closed her eyes to sleep. The next day was another sunny day. In the morning, Jiang Fuyue deliberately slowed down in order to kill time. Even so, there was still more than an hour left. He had no choice but to sleep. The invigilator also gave him a warning look, coughed, and knocked on the table. In the end, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. The morning ended and the afternoon ushered in the last subject, English. When the bell rang, it signaled the end of one's high school career. He was no longer young, and his youth was gone. The next stage of his life was to part ways here. Phew, the exam is finally over. Jiang Han ran out, unable to hide the smile on his chubby face. Gemeng chased after her. Sister Han, wait for me. Lu Bowen and Lin Xiao came out of the examination room and bumped into each other at the school gate. They snorted at each other. Lu Bowen, the questions this year are quite simple. Lin Xiao, really? I think so too. The two of them didn't look at each other but walked out of the gate side by side. Lu Cixi and Wan Shoutong were in the same examination room. The former was silent and the latter was shy. Neither of them were talkative people. However, they were squeezed together with the crowd. Wan Shoutong pursed her lips. Let's go find Jiang Jiang and Sister Han together later? We can sit at the same table tonight. Lu Cixi raised a friendly smile. Okay. The relationship between the two girls instantly became closer. There was bound to be a gathering on the night of the college entrance examination. It was commonly known as a farewell dinner. After this meal, they would go their separate ways and think about their own futures. It was impossible to go back to the days of class, listening to lectures, and doing homework in the same classroom. The gathering location was a hot pot restaurant. It was said that the 1st and 7th classes were also there, but it was in another hall. Before the banquet started, Su Jing was pushed out to speak as the head teacher. I usually talk non-stop, but when it comes to this time I don't know what to say. He paused for 2 seconds. I just said it casually. Don't laugh if I don't say it well. Usually, Su Jing wasn't so polite. Now, he treated all the students as adults. He said, first of all, I want to thank everyone. Thank you for being able to grow so tall and strong under my almost free-range management, of course. I'm talking about learning, not your figure. Boom, everyone laughed. Secondly, I want to thank everyone. Thank you for being with me for the past 3 years and for letting me grow with you. Finally, I wish all of you a bright and prosperous future. Although Su Jing deliberately raised his voice for the last 8 words, it was difficult to hide his sobbing. After he sat down, he quickly wiped his eyes, deceiving himself that everyone couldn't see. Unfortunately, someone just had to expose him. Meng Zhijian, crying? Su Jing exploded. Who's crying? Bulsh *T, Meng Zhijian turned to Yu Wenzhou. Look, old Su still doesn't admit it. Yu Wenzhou coughed lightly. That's enough. Does old Su not want face? A tough guy crying is the most beautiful scene. You don't understand. Hiss. You've been on a talk show recently, so your mouth has become much sharper? Yu Wenzhou laughed. You flatter me. Meng Zhijian. His skin has also become thicker. Su Jing opened her mouth to drive him away. You should hurry up and go next door. Class 7 is still waiting for you to take charge. I'm telling you, don't cry when it's your turn to speak. Meng Zhijian, whoever cries is a sun smash. In the end, in less than 20 minutes, someone uploaded the scene of Meng Zhijian crying with a glass of wine and a fierce tiger crying. It was much more exaggerated than Su Jing's. The caption, "First time I saw monitor cry, and it was quite sudden." It was inexplicably difficult to think, laugh. Su Jing also saw it and snorted with a smile, "Sun Shui." Yu Wenzhou stood on tiptoe and watched the show. No one knew that he had secretly recorded Su Jing wiping her tears. Yes, the campus forum's anonymous posting was a good feature. After 3 rounds of food, the atmosphere gradually warmed up. Quite a few students drank, their faces flushed red and their legs wobbled. Suddenly, a girl at the next table walked over to Jiang Fuyue with a glass of wine. Her eyes were bright and her face was flushed. "Burp, Sister Yu, Jiang Fuyue, question mark." Her face revealed a shy expression. I want to toast you, is that okay? Maybe you've forgotten, but I've always remembered. Last year on November 21st, I was stopped by 2 hoodlums on my way home from school. It was you who drove them away and told me to be brave. The weaker I was, the more likely I would be bullied. Afterwards, I went to learn Taekwondo. Now, no one dares to bully me. Because I want to be as handsome as you. In the future, when I meet other people who are bullied, I want to be like you and beat the sh*t out of them. As she spoke, she began to gesture, her hands full of beer. Sister Yu, you're my idol. After speaking, she suddenly raised her head and drank it in one gulp. Everyone around was dumbfounded by what they saw. Jiang Fuyue also raised her glass. Thank you, I hope. She paused. You've learned Taekwondo well. After speaking, she raised her head and drank it. The girl smiled happily. Hee hee. I definitely will. After the first, there was a second, a third. Sister Yu, I want to toast you too. When I was deskmate with Li Shui, she bullied me every day. I even thought about suicide. You're the one who let me live a normal life again. I feel that there's still hope in life and that everything is beautiful. And me. And me. Sister Yu, you look so handsome when you're explaining to me. Sister Yu, maybe you don't know my name. As soon as the girl spoke, Jiang Fuyue accurately said her name. The two of them didn't interact much and didn't even speak much. With Sister Yu's IQ, how can she not remember your name? Yeah. Yueshen has a photographic memory. Believe it or not, Yueshen can recite the names of the entire grade, no, the entire school. TSK. You don't have to crush my IQ. Shoo. Everyone, listen to Zhang Xiaohua. The girl named Zhang Xiaohua was so touched that she almost burst into tears. So Sister Yu knew her name, actually. After entering the 3rd year of high school, my grades have been declining. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to get into a good university, but the more afraid I was, the worse my grades became. I couldn't sleep at night and couldn't listen in class during the day. I even thought that I was going to be useless. Just when I was doubting and disgusted with myself, you gave me confidence. Jiang Fuyue was slightly stunned. If she remembered correctly, the two of them didn't even speak much. How did she give her confidence? Zhang Xiaohua revealed a drunken smile. It was bold and also reborn. She used to have such low self-esteem that she would habitually lower her head when she walked and didn't dare to look into anyone's eyes. Every time I was doubting myself, I would go online and watch your interview videos, as well as the moments when you received awards in various competitions. Although I will never be as outstanding as you in this lifetime, I think that at least I can run in the same direction as you. So there really was someone who could be so radiant with light in their eyes. What reason did she have to be so dispirited and escape? Jiang Fuyue was an idol, a glory, a halo, and a legend to some people, but to her, it was faith. As Zhang Xiaohua spoke, she took a big gulp of alcohol and bowed deeply to Jiang Fuyue. Then, she pushed through the crowd and ran away quickly. She wanted to find a quiet place and cry to her heart's content. She was so glad that she was able to meet such a ray of light at the darkest moment of her life. Apart from herself, there was no one else who would know how lucky and scared she felt at that moment after surviving the calamity. After one group of people finished their toasts, it was time for the next group. Jiang Fuyue's table was even more lively than the teacher's table. Finally, it was her turn. She sat down helplessly. Although she had a good tolerance for alcohol, she was still a little tipsy. At this moment, Wan Shoutong whispered, "Phew, it's finally my turn." Jiang Fuyue, ? Jiang, I'm so happy to be your deskmate. You are the most beautiful deskmate in the world. There's no one better than you, sob. As she spoke, she began to cry. I really want to go to the same university as you, but I know that I won't be able to get in. I can't bear to part with you, silly. Jiang Fuyue picked up a tissue and gently wiped away the tears on her face. Lu Cici's eyes flashed with envy, but it instantly returned to sadness. Yes, there's no one better than her. Originally, the scene of everyone toasting was already the climax of the farewell party. However, the arrival of Eci and Zhongxiang pushed the atmosphere even higher. Wow! Why are the two rich second-generation heirs from Class 7 coming from next door? Look, they're walking towards Sister Yu. F***CK. Are they here to confess their love? Oh my god, the two of them are standing in front of Sister Yu. What should we do? I'm so excited. What kind of idol theater is this? I'm crying. 696 Jiang Fuyue was still comforting the crying Wan Shoutong when suddenly, two shadows covered her. She subconsciously looked up and saw Eci and Zhongxiang, who were supposed to be having their farewell party next door, appear in front of her without warning. Both of them had alcohol in their hands and their faces were red. They probably drank a lot. Also, there was something wrong with the way they looked at her. Jiang Fuyue, the two of them spoke at the same time. Eci, I'll go first. Zhongxiang, go away, no one can fight with me today. Why? I won't. Eci, don't go too far. Zhongxiang, don't be so arrogant. The two of them pushed each other's shoulders, squeezing over and over again. If you don't back off, I won't back off. The onlookers didn't mind the drama and hid at the side to fan the flames. Fight. Let's fight. Brother Ci is not weak. Zhong, let's go. Wan Shoutong swallowed and turned to look at Lu Cici. What should we do? The latter frowned and looked at Zhongxiang and Eci with hostility. Jiang Fuyue was not in the mood to watch the two of them fight. She pointed at Eci, you, go first. The quarrel stopped abruptly and the onlookers quieted down. Eci, ? Jiang Fuyue frowned, don't you have something to say? Ah? Yes. What did he want to say? Oh. Confession. Jiang. Fuyue. I've been talking for a long time, but I still can't say anything. Zhongxiang saw this and directly pushed the person away. Coward, let me do it. Suddenly, all eyes fell on him, including Jiang Fuyue. Zhongxiang took a deep breath. Jiang Fuyue. He actually started, Eci sneered. Zhongxiang, ? This is not my mouth, definitely not. Around them, this is my brother Ci? This is my Zhong? He's definitely nervous. Don't you know who he's confessing to? When Sister Yu stands there, her aura is 8 meters tall. Anyone would be scared to death. Sure enough, no one is good enough for Sister Yu. Ah. This woman should be the only beauty. No one is allowed to covet her. Yueshan belongs to everyone, I belong to Yueshan, hehe, are you going to confess or not? My hands are sore from holding her up. Jiang Fuyue looked at Zhongxiang inquisitively, are you done? No. Jiang Fuyue. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and looked like he was ready to die. I like, Zhongxiang. Ling Xian squeezed through the crowd and put a hand on his shoulder. You, come out with me. Ling Xian was a gentle young man, but he was quite strong. He dragged Zhongxiang out. Eh? What are you doing? Go away, Ling Xian turned around and shouted at Eci, who was in a daze, and you. The latter pursed her lips and walked away obediently. Everyone, ? He had already taken off his pants, and this was all he wanted to show them. Jiang Fuyue looked in the direction where the three of them left with a thoughtful expression. The party was coming to an end, and many students were drunk. The more obedient ones lay on the table and fell asleep. Some of the more mischievous ones even hugged their desks and called them class monitors. There were also some who grabbed Su Jing, Yuan Zhou, and the other teachers and insisted on explaining the questions on the spot. Even more exaggerated were those who continuously stood up and sat down, stood up and sat down, stood up and sat down. Wan Shoutong covered her face. I can't watch. Lu Cixi looked at them with disdain, a bunch of drunkards. Su Jing was angry and helpless. My students have to cooperate even if they're kneeling. Jiang Fuyue was toasted so many times, but other than her slightly red cheeks, she didn't look drunk at all. When she got home, she was still in high spirits. Yeah, you're back? Han Yunru sniffed and said, did you drink? Are you dizzy? I'll make you some hangover soup. No need, I'm not drunk. Really? Jiang Fuyue nodded. Jiang Shaodi mumbled, usually, drunk people won't admit that they're drunk. Jiang Fuyue glanced at him. He immediately changed his words. But my sister is an exception. As expected of the number one lackey, the almighty freeloader, it was said that on the night of the college entrance examination, 80% of the students would suffer from insomnia. But Jiang Fuyue didn't. Not only did she not suffer from insomnia, but she also woke up naturally. After going out for a round of exercise, she could even wake Jiang Shaodi up. The college entrance examination candidates were on vacation, but the other students weren't. Therefore, Jiang Shaodi still had to continue with her classes. In the afternoon, Zhongxiang sent her a WeChat message and asked her to go to the botanical garden. Jiang Fuyue thought for a moment and replied, okay. At that moment, Zhong Xiang felt that it was unbelievable. She was out. He put down his phone and started rummaging through the cabinets. Nanny Lu heard the noise and came in from outside. Young master, what are you doing? Zhongxiang turned around and faced her, standing straight. Nanny Lu, what do you think of me in this? Hoodie, ripped jeans, exaggerated skull-shaped silver chains, and a peaked cap. It was as fashionable as it could get. Nanny Lu nodded. You look good. Zhongxiang grinned. But the next second, young master looks good in anything. Fine. She asked for nothing. Even if he wore a piece of ragged cloth, Nanny Lu would still praise him as a handsome young man. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was scorching hot. A cool breeze blew in the botanical garden. Jiang Fuyue waited for about 10 minutes before Zhongxiang finally arrived. He was wearing a white shirt and casual trousers. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses rested on the bridge of his nose, and the smile on his face was just right. He didn't look as arrogant and domineering as before. Instead, he looked like a refined and elegant young man. Zhongxiang saw that Jiang Fuyue was staring at him intently and felt even more fortunate to have chosen such an outfit. How is it? Not bad, right? It's a little different from your usual style. Zhongxiang pushed his glasses and said seriously, people change. I'm also slowly growing up. He tried to use a steady tone to reflect his seriousness and sincerity at this moment. Jiang Fuyue didn't comment. Let's take a walk inside? Okay. The botanical garden covered a vast area, and there were all kinds of plants and flowers. Finally, the two of them stopped at the rose garden. All kinds of roses competed with each other in terms of beauty. Once they bloomed, there was a sea of roses. The wind blew gently, and the fragrance lingered in the air. Zhongxiang clenched his fists nervously and took a deep breath. Jiang Fuyue, I have something to say to you. Digression, it involves the relationship of a few male supporting characters, so it's a little stuck. I'll update it first, so everyone can take a look first. 2:30 a.m. We'll add 3,000 words later, so everyone can come and take a look. Number 1 Middle School's field. The third year of high school was already empty, and the other grades were also rushing towards the end of the semester. There was no one in sight. Jiang Fuyue and Ling Xian relied on the fact that they hadn't officially graduated and successfully passed the security guard to enter the school. The two of them sat on the spectator stand under the shade of the trees and the cool breeze. Jiang Fuyue asked, "What's the matter?" Ling Xian did not answer and looked straight into the distance. Which university do you intend to apply to? Ming University. The teenager was stunned, and a flash of doubt appeared in his eyes. It took him a while to realize what Ming University was. Ming University? Yes. Are you kidding me? Ling Xian's first reaction was that it was ridiculous. The top of the trashy universities in the country, the infamous shame of higher education, with Jiang Fuyue's grades, it was impossible for her to get there. He pursed his lips and a flash of sadness appeared in his eyes. It's fine if you don't want to say. Jiang Fuyue did not explain. It was up to him to believe it or not. Ling Xian said, I might go abroad. Congratulations. Unexpectedly, the teenager suddenly turned his head and looked at her with a sharp and complicated gaze. Jiang Fuyue, ? Seeing that she was confused, the teenager's gaze turned into sadness and dejection, but in the next second, it was tainted with anger and unwillingness. Jiang Fuyue was even more confused. She just said congratulations, did he have to have such a big reaction? Heh. Ling Xian laughed bitterly. Are you serious? Of course. The atmosphere of universities abroad is relatively open. If you want more practical opportunities to train your abilities, it's a good choice to go abroad. Especially in the field of business management, there are more advanced overseas. Jiang Fuyue analyzed the benefits of going abroad based on the actual situation and an objective and neutral attitude. Her logic was clear and organized. However, Ling Xian's expression seemed to be angrier. Jiang Fuyue, you want me to go abroad so badly? You don't feel reluctant at all, and you don't even try to persuade me to stay? The girl's expression was inexplicable. Wasn't it your decision to go abroad? What do you mean by I want to? As for the reluctance and urge you to stay, I am neither your relative nor your friend. I have neither the right nor position to express such emotions. Neither relative nor friend? Good. Good. Ling Xian was so angry that he kept nodding his head. They say that a person's heart is hard, but your heart is harder than a rock. Jiang Fuyue, I don't believe you can't tell that I like you. Even if you say, don't go, it's good to be in China today, I will refuse to go abroad without hesitation and apply to the same university as you. But what did you say? Heh. Congratulations? Am I that unworthy of your attention? It wasn't like this in the past. She would quietly follow behind him and walk the same way as him. During the PE class, she would skip class and pretend to sit on the bleachers and play with her phone, but in fact, she was secretly watching him. Every time they brushed past each other, they would look back and pay more attention to him. She would look at him with shy, delighted, and sweet eyes. She would muster up the courage to hand him a love letter and blurt out, I like you, but now, she was even colder and more distant than Xianxia and Eci. She was too polite, but not close to him. Even though they had participated in 2 competitions together, and received awards from both China and abroad. Why? Ling Xian's eyes were red, his cheeks were tight, and his gaze was forbearing. Because, I don't like you. The girl's words were decisive and cruel. But even so, Ling Xian felt that she was shockingly beautiful. I fell in love with the way you don't love me. This was an unsolvable problem. Ling Xian's mouth twitched slightly, and his voice was cold. Just like how you don't like Xianxia and Eci? Jiang Fuyue's eyes darkened, and she finally turned to look at him. Sure enough, they confessed one after another. Were you the one who instigated them? Instigated? Ling Xian's mouth was bitter, and his smile was bitter. Am I such a villain in your eyes? I just told them not to act crazy under the influence of alcohol. Find a suitable place, create a romantic atmosphere, and say what you want to say. That's what a confession is. Jiang Fuyue, you're testing the waters. He let Xianxia and Eci be the cannon fodder in order to find out her attitude and thoughts. He actually used the methods used in shopping malls. This Ling Xian, he was indeed smart, and even scheming, but his methods were too ruthless and extreme. Xianxia and Eci's love was a tool in his eyes, and this kind of person often lacked empathy. In the end, he was too narrow-minded. However, Jiang Fuyue, since you know that Xianxia and Eci didn't succeed, then you should be clear about my attitude. Why did you say it out loud? If you knew you would fail, you shouldn't try it so easily. Smart as he was, he couldn't not understand this principle. However, the people who knew had done the things they didn't know. Ling Xian smiled bitterly, and a corner of his mouth raised into a self-deprecating arc. You think too highly of me. I'm not as rational and calm as you think. Knowing that Xianxia and Eci were rejected, he was secretly happy, but also worried. If he confessed, would she accept? Or would she be as straightforward and decisive as she rejected the other two? The probability of acceptance and rejection was 50% each. Because of this 50%, he chose to confess even though he had a bad premonition and loudly said, I like you. Yes, he easily schemed against Xianxia and Eci. He was scheming, he was green tea, he was immoral, but he couldn't control himself at all. Knowing that he couldn't do it, this was what young people liked, brave and fearless. Even if he knew he would lose, he would still choose to do it. Ling Xian, I'm not noble, but I'm not as despicable as you think. Jiang Fuyue didn't say anything. Then she heard him chuckle and murmur, but whether I'm noble or despicable, you don't seem to care, because she didn't like it. Ling Xian blinked and looked up at the sky. The fog in front of his eyes was instantly forced back, but the fog was still dense in his eyes. Pride didn't allow it to condense into tears. If he knew it would be like this, what was there to be desperate about? Fortunately, he finally gave it a try. But miracles didn't linger on him. Actually, I don't understand. You used to treat me. Why did you change? Jiang Fuyue, no one stays the same. Just treat it as if the Jiang Fuyue who had the courage to confess to you is no longer here. What do you mean no longer here? Ling Xian's eyes tightened. It's not the previous her, it's the current me. So, you admit that you confessed to me before? Jiang Fuyue smiled. Is it still important? The young man smiled sadly. If I had said yes before, then now, you wouldn't have said yes. The original owner was introverted and gloomy. How could the high and mighty Ling, the cutest guy in school, lower himself? There was no right or wrong in a relationship. If you didn't like someone, you didn't like them. Just like how Ling Xian treated the original owner and how Jiang Fuyue treated Ling Xian. The only thing he did wrong was to add insult to injury. He knew that the original owner was isolated and targeted because of him, but he chose to turn a blind eye to it. He even refused to humiliate her in front of everyone. This was a heavy blow to a girl's fragile self-esteem. I'm sorry, I didn't know. I would like you later. Jiang Fuyue shook her head, her eyes cold. I don't accept it. She didn't have the right to accept it on behalf of the original owner. You don't have to love me, but please don't hurt me. Jiang Fuyue finished speaking and got up to leave. Ling Xian sat on the spectator stand and watched the girl's back gradually disappear into the distance. His originally straight back gradually collapsed. Then, he buried his head in his arms. His back trembled visibly. The mist in his eyes couldn't be restrained anymore. It gathered into tears and silently fell to the cement ground. Evaporated by the summer heat, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was like a secret love that he couldn't get and would eventually lose. It turned out that he was the same as Xianxia and Eci. He didn't have the right to enter from the beginning. After an unknown amount of time, the school bell rang. The setting sun was like fire in the sky. Ling Xian stood up with a pale face and left in a daze. He knew that he would never have another chance in this life. From now on, she was the moon in the sky and he was the dust on the ground. In the evening, when the cleaning lady was cleaning the field, she picked up a bouquet of roses on the left side of the stands. The flowers were plump and red. There was also a delicate little card with a faint jasmine scent. Thank you for promising me that you'll never leave me and accompany me for the rest of my life, Xian. The cleaning lady read it and couldn't help but sigh. Children nowadays have so many ways of saying sweet nothings. You haven't even graduated and you're already promising me for the rest of your life. As she spoke, she tore off the gaudy wrapping paper, pulled out the single roses, and tied them together. Well, it would be perfect to take home and put in the living room. Xianxia stayed at home for 3 days. Nanny Lu tried her best to make delicious food for him and almost gave him everything he asked for. During this period, Xianxia called him many times to ask him to return to the capital. Now that the college entrance exam is over and your uncle has gone to Continent F, why are you still staying in Linhuai? Xianxia curled up on the bed with a pair of panda eyes. His hair was messy and he looked haggard. I'm happy. I just want to stay in Linhui. Son, listen to me, I don't want to hear it. Xianxia, I'm worried about you staying there alone. Who will take care of you? Zhongxiang, there's Nanny Lu. After a pause, she added, she cooks better than you and her clothes are cleaner than the nanny at home. Ling Xian choked. Finally, Xianxia gave in. How long do you want to stay? You can't stay away forever, right? Zhongxiang was annoyed. We'll talk about it when the time comes. He just wanted to be dispirited. It's so hard to be heartbroken. Suddenly, he picked up his phone again and began to search for EC's contact information. The best way to comfort a heartbroken person was to find someone who was also heartbroken and prove that they were worse off than you. However, he couldn't find anything. Didn't we add each other on WeChat? Finally, he released the person from the blacklist. Zhongxiang, hey, do you want to come out for a drink? The person on the other end replied quickly, yes. At a bar. After searching the entire street, this was the only bar that was open during the day. Zhongxiang arrived first and booked a private room. He ordered a bunch of alcohol, red, white, and beer. The bartender couldn't help but remind him, it's easy to get drunk if you drink too much. Zhongxiang snapped his fingers, thanks, I'll drink too much today. The bartender, ? Zhongxiang patted his chest and said with a pained expression, you don't understand, I'm heartbroken. The bartender understood, why don't you leave an address? We provide a drunk delivery service here. It's not expensive, only 200 yuan. We charge by the head. Zhongxiang thought for a while, then let's book 2 people first. The bartender, okay. We'll charge you 400 yuan. If you don't, we'll guarantee a refund. Zhongxiang entered the private room, and ECI soon arrived. At first, when the two were still sober, they didn't talk much, let alone exchange pleasantries. They just picked up the bottle and started drinking. When they were dizzy and half-drunk, Zhongxiang suddenly opened his mouth and said, let's go. How did you get rejected? Tell me. ECI burped. He wasn't in a good state either. He had the same dark circles as Zhongxiang. Why don't you say it? Zhongxiang, I'll say it. It's a huge rose field. I even went there in advance and arranged for a camera team to record the sweet moments. After it's over, I'll post it on WeChat Moments. It's romantic just thinking about it. I'm sure many people will like me, leave comments, and congratulate me on being single, ECI, and then? Zhongxiang was stunned. He suddenly thought of something and burst into tears. ECI? When he was done crying, he sniffled and wiped the snot on his hands with a tissue. It's your turn. ECI pursed his lips. I asked her to go to the gym to play basketball. Zhongxiang, isn't this what I always do with her? Oh, you plagiarized. T. I played basketball with her too, okay? She's not exclusive to you. You're shameless. Zhongxiang pursed his lips. Okay, you continue. When she attacked my defense, I said that if I defended, she would agree to be my girlfriend. And the result? ECI. She broke through. F***ck. You're too disappointing. Zhongxiang beat his chest and stamped his feet. What a good opportunity. Aren't you good at basketball? ECI shook her head, her eyes dazed. When she tried to break out with all her strength, I had already lost. Well. It sounds like you're worse than me. ECI refused to admit, you're worse. Zhongxiang, you're worse. ECI, you're worse. You're worse. You're the worst. 2 hours later, they were already drunk, but they were still muttering the word worse. 2 broken-hearted teenagers sat in the middle of a pile of empty beer bottles, crying and laughing at the same time. With the strange lighting in the private room, it was like a horror movie. The staff pushed the door open and saw the scene. How bad must they be to drink like this? I heard that they're broken-hearted. Sigh, who's so cruel to cut 2 beautiful teenagers in half? What a waste. What should we do now? The bartender said, I have the address here. When the last ray of light disappeared and night fell, the staff of the bar successfully sent the two drunk teenagers home. Since they only left the address of the Imperial Heaven Palace, ECI was also sent home. The staff called twice, but there was no one home. In the end, they could only throw Xianxia and ECI on the sofa and leave. Xianxia was awakened by the heat. His back felt like it was on a stove, and his mouth was dry. He struggled to open his eyes. Ouch, his head was heavy and swollen, and he couldn't help but gasp. When he was about to sit up, he found that his body was wrapped around by something, and he couldn't move. He looked down, F***ck, someone's hands and legs were holding him like suction cups, and the heat on his back was coming from someone's chest. Xianxia cursed and swore, and ECI was woken up by him. The next second, as if a switch was turned on, she jumped off the sofa and retreated 3 meters away. She covered her chest with her hands. Xianxia, what did you do to me? Xianxia, ? I want to ask you what you did to me? Why did my clothes take off? And my pants? You put them on first. F***ck. ECI was furious, why am I naked too? The two of them said in unison, did you do it? After they shouted, the atmosphere was strangely quiet for 2 seconds. Xianxia, I seem to remember, we went for a drink. ECI frowned, and then we got drunk. I left the address and paid, so the staff of the bar sent us home. ECI, I was lying on the sofa. Xianxia, I was lying on the sofa too, and I even got up to drink a glass of water. ECI, drink my ass. You spilled it all on me. Xianxia, why are you being so fierce? Didn't I apologize, and I even did it myself. His words came to an abrupt end. Obviously, ECI also remembered, F***ck. You were the one who took off my clothes. And my pants. Xianxia was furious, didn't you also take off my clothes? This time, both of them were fighting. The two of them looked at each other, and the atmosphere seemed to have stopped. Then, in the end, it was Xianxia who broke the silence. Let's take off each other's clothes, ECI, let's forget about it this time. There won't be a next time. Both of them said in unison. After the discussion, the two of them began to put on their clothes in a hurry. Where's my belt? Where did you throw it? Why did my button fall off? Did you pull it off? Bullsh*t, F***ck off, it was a mess. The two of them slept for more than 10 hours, from that night until noon the next day. By the time they took a shower and cleaned up, it was already afternoon. The two of them had a bad hangover, and their heads were swollen. They sat on the sofa and looked like 2 wilted cabbages. What a waste. Hey, don't you think we're in a worse state now? ECI, in comparison, you're in a worse state. Xianxia, why? They were both drunk, both of them were stripped naked, and both of them slept together. Why was he in a worse state, ECI? Because you paid for the drinks, the private room, and the delivery fee. You're sad and broke. Who can be more miserable than you? Xianxia, who had suggested drinking, ? He sat up in shock. So the clown was him? Time flew by. The wound of the heartbreak gradually healed, and the day of the college entrance exam results was approaching. On that day, Jiang Fuyue woke up, washed up, and went out for a jog as usual. She was sweaty from the exercise, and the first thing she did when she got home was to take a shower. However, she saw Jantar and Han Yunru sitting in the living room. Both of them didn't go to the restaurant? Dad? Mom? Did the sun rise from the west? Jantar coughed lightly. The results are out today. Jiang Fuyue suddenly understood. What time? Jantar's mouth twitched. Should he praise her for having a big heart? Han Yunru, according to the notice on the official website, the inquiry channel will be opened at 9:00 a.m. It was already 9:30 a.m. Oh, Jiang Fuyue replied. She took out her phone and tapped on it. Found it. Digression, 2 chapters in 1, 5,000 words. The results will be out tomorrow. Guess what sister you got? How many? Jantar immediately rushed forward, his eyes shining. Han Yunru also craned her neck. Jiang Fuyue, it's about the same as what I expected. Then, she handed her phone over. Jantar rubbed his hands and took it, then looked down. Language 150, Mathematics 150, English 150, it was neatly copied and pasted. Oh, and Science 300. The total score was 750. Hee, it's all 10. Han Yunru's mouth twitched. Although the couple had expected it, they were still pleasantly surprised when they saw the scores. This was not a monthly exam or a test, but a proper college entrance exam. Han Yunru's eyes flashed with tears of excitement, as if she had thousands of words to say, but she did not know where to start. Jantar was also dancing with joy, muttering, "Our Yeye got full marks, full marks. I don't know if there are other full marks." "I don't think so, full marks are not cabbages." At this moment, Jantar's phone rang. He took it and saw that it was an unknown number, so he immediately hung up. Unexpectedly, in less than 2 seconds, the other party called again. "Hello? Is this Jiang Fuyue's parents?" Jantar, "Yes, I am." "Ah. Hello. Hello." There was no need to use honorifics. "We are from B University's admissions office. First of all, congratulations to student Jiang for getting full marks and being the best in the country. J Province's college entrance exam had abandoned independent questions 10 years ago and used a national exam. There was nothing wrong with saying that she was the best in the country." Jantar, "Hello, hello. What's the matter?" "It's like this. We hope that student Jiang Fuyue can apply to B University. She can choose any major and there are no restrictions. We can also promise other things, such as free exchange to an Ivy League school in the second year. You can also participate in national projects, join national laboratories, and so on. In short, B University is a university that values students and treasures talents. Student Jiang will receive the best education resources and the most comprehensive development here." Jantar was a little tempted. This was B University. It was one of the top universities in the country, the love school of dreams for many students, and the ultimate goal of countless parents who hoped that their children would become dragons and phoenixes. "Thank you. We will consider it carefully. Why don't we meet first? Sign a written agreement? In this way, all the conditions can be fulfilled and we can also strive for the greatest degree of preferential treatment for student Jiang." "Meet?" Jantar was stunned. He looked at his wife and daughter questioningly. Both of them shook their heads at the same time, indicating their refusal. "Yes, yes, yes. Our admissions office is at Jinjiang Hotel, Hall 201. If you want to come, we can send a car to pick you up. Bring student Jiang along, there's no need. I've been a little busy recently. I'll go after a few days. Thank you, goodbye." After saying that, he quickly hung up. Before he could heave a sigh of relief, his phone rang again. It was another unknown number. Jantar, ? Han Yunru gestured for him to pick it up. "Hello, may I know if this is Jiang Fuyue's parent? This is the admissions office of Q University, we." What followed next was Jantar taking turns to call the admissions office of the top universities in the country. From B University, Q University, to Nanjing University, Fu University, Zhejiang University, then S University, A University, and H University. "Jantar, I never thought that I would be involved with so many famous universities one day." His mouth was dry from talking. It was not easy to call all the top universities. In less than 5 minutes after sitting down, his phone rang again. "Jantar, can I just hang up?" Although he said that, he still reached out and picked it up. "Eh? Teacher Su?" Han Yunru came over and took a look. It was really Su Jing. "Answer it? Why are you in a daze?" Oh. Jantar, "Hello, Teacher Su." "Su Jing, is Jiang Fuyue's result out?" "Yes, it's out." "How much?" It was not hard to imagine his eyes shining at this moment. 750. "How much?" His voice broke. Jantar repeated it again. There was silence on the other end for a while. Just when Jantar thought he had hung up, Su Jing's stuttering voice sounded. "It's really 750? Full marks? Full marks for all subjects?" He could not believe it, but he could not hide his surprise. Jantar, it's true. I'll get Yaya to send you a screenshot of the results. Okay. Okay. I'll send it later. No, I'll send it now. Okay. Su Jing received a WeChat message. When he opened it, his hands trembled uncontrollably. He took a deep breath, exhaled, and breathed again before he dared to look down. The first thing that came into his view was total score 750. Su Jing heaved a sigh of relief. It was as if the dust had settled and he felt at ease. He zoomed in on the picture and looked at the scores for each subject. 150/150/150/300. Why did it look so neat? This was the first time he had seen it in his life. It would be difficult to see it again in the future. Su Jing looked at it again and again. His fingertips touched the screen carefully. He laughed and sighed, surprised and happy. Mrs. Su came out of the kitchen and saw this scene. What's wrong with you? Su Jing turned around. When he saw his wife, his eyes lit up. He covered his phone and said mysteriously, Honey, let me show you something good. Mrs. Su, ? Su Jing chuckled and moved his hand away. His mouth even had its own sound effects. Dang 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 dang, Mrs. Su was speechless. Suddenly, her gaze froze and her eyes widened. Seeing her reaction, Su Jing was very pleased. I told you it's something good. You still don't believe me, 750? College entrance examination results? Mrs. Su swallowed. How many points were added? Which ethnic minority? Su Jing raised his index finger and shook it at her. He said calmly, no extra points. It's all imported. TSK, the woman gasped. No? Does that mean she got full marks for every subject? Su Jing pretended to be calm. You can say that. Actually, his heart was pounding. Oh my God. Full marks. Full marks. He hadn't seen something like this in 300 years. He didn't expect to see it. Mrs. Su, which student is so good? Su Jing said proudly. Guess the woman raised her hand and pretended to hit him. Hey, don't. You know her too. She came to our house last year. Jiang Yue. Mrs. Su blurted out. She got full marks? I knew it. That child is not ordinary at first glance. That's great. Right, which university is she going to apply to? Su Jing was stunned. You didn't ask? I forgot. It's probably not B University, but Q University, right? The woman nodded. That's true. There are no better universities in the country than these two. Su Jing also nodded and rubbed his hands together. This time, the provincial top scorer is definitely going to be. Hee. I, old Su, can also teach a top scorer in my lifetime. Hey, honey, do you think I'm going to be famous? Madame Su rolled her eyes. What provincial champion? She's the national top scorer. She didn't need to be ranked to become a god. Yeah. I have to forward this to old Meng. He'll be so greedy. And old Yu, let's see if he still dares to say he's the most popular. 2 minutes later, Meng Zhijian opened the message. Yes. At the same time, Yu Wenzhou almost dropped the microphone in his hand. F***CK, the director's face darkened. Piggy 8 brother teacher? Huh? Oh. Sorry, Yu Wenzhou reacted. I'm a little excited. Director, everyone, get ready. Let's do another take. After the take, Yu Wenzhou immediately threw the microphone away and walked off stage to send a voice message. Are you sure this isn't photoshopped? Full marks for the college entrance exam? What kind of joke is this? It's never been done, okay? Old Su? Su Jing? Where are you? I'll give you 5 seconds to reply. Su Jing, what? What? Are you trying to rush me? Yu Wenzhou, whose transcript is this? Who did you get to Photoshop it? It's quite similar. Su Jing played it down. Oh, Jiang Fuyuez. There's no Photoshop. After a long time, Yu Wenzhou finally reacted. Then, he blurted out an even louder F***ck. Director, ? Am I being too nice to him? The next second, Yu Wenzhou's enlarged face suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, he was pulled into a bear hug. Director, ? Who am I? Where am I? Yu Wenzhou happily lifted him up from his chair and spun around twice. My student. The first one to get full marks on the college entrance exam. This was unprecedented in history. Full marks, F***ck. Why is she so good at taking exams? Why is she so good at taking exams? Director. Full marks on the college entrance exam? Oh, she really is good at it. However, put the F***ck down for me. Yu Wenzhou, ? What did I do? Jantar was busy answering calls from various universities to persuade them. Han Yunru was focused on dealing with the media that wanted to interview them. The husband and wife were busy, but the smiles on their faces didn't disappear. Jiang Fuyue wasn't idle either. From the moment she finished checking her scores until now, her WeChat had been ringing like crazy. First, it was Wan Shoutong, then Lu Bowen, Lin Qiao, Jiang Han, Gemeng, and so on. When they found out about her score, Jiang Fuyue also found out about theirs. Lu Bowen and Lin Qiao performed steadily. One got 650, the other 643. Famous universities were in the bag. Wan Shoutong's hard work finally paid off in the last life or death exam, 596, a full 50 points higher than the benchmark. Although I didn't get over 600, I'm already very satisfied. The most surprising ones were Jiang Han and Gemeng. The former got 647, 4 points higher than Lin Qiao, while the latter got 632, which was equally shocking. It was said that the head teacher of Class 7, Comrade Old Meng, was so happy that he overturned the fishing bucket. All the fish he caught slipped away, and even his precious fishing rod was thrown into the river. However, he was still very happy. The fishing friends next to him, ? Not only did the fish slip away, but he also lost his fishing rod. Did he go crazy? Jiang Han, my dad said he's going to hold a banquet for 3 days. He's also going to transfer the 3 most profitable commercial buildings in the city center to me. Sister Yu, can I provide for you? Gemeng. Sister Han, calm down. You're dreaming. Lu Cici's score was in line with her usual standards. Facing her 2 good sisters whose scores had skyrocketed and were comparable to dark horses, she was unusually calm. There's no point in getting too many points. It's fine as long as it's enough. Gemeng, enough for what? Lu Cici, to apply to Ming University. Huh? Say that again? Lu Cici, I said, I want to apply to Ming University. Her score was 20 points higher than the lowest admission score of Ming University last year. It shouldn't be a problem. Gemeng's eyes went blank. She turned to Jiang Han and asked, other than Ming University in Qi, is there any other university in the country that's referred to as Ming University? Jiang Han scratched his face. I don't think there's any, right? No. Gemeng was so worried that her eyebrows were almost knitted together. You're a second-tier student. Why do you want to study at Qiming University? Because, Lu Cici smiled and said gently, there's Moonlight there. What kind of weird reason was that, Jiang Han, but it's good. Ming University is in the capital. Then we can meet there again. Ling Xian only realized that the results would be out today when he received a call from the head teacher asking about the score at noon. He checked it on the spot and said calmly, 741. The head teacher was so happy that he was incoherent on the other end of the phone. Ling Xian listened quietly with no expression on his face. In the end, he couldn't help but ask, how did Jiang Fuyue score? The head teacher paused for a moment and said, your score is already very high. You don't have to compare with her. So, Ling Xian pursed his lips. She scored higher than me? The head teacher grunted in acknowledgement. How much? 750. For a moment, Ling Xian didn't know whether to be surprised, happy, or bitter. His expression froze on his face and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Yes, he had never been better than her, he was inferior to her in terms of character, grades, morals, And thoughts, Ling Xian hung up the phone and covered his eyes with his arms. Haha, he laughed until his whole body trembled. A few strands of moisture flowed down his arms. Jiang Fuyue scored full marks in the college entrance examination. Not only did the teachers of number 1 middle school get excited, but it also set off a grand carnival on the internet. At first, Chao Dou posted a screenshot of Jiang Fuyue's results in the Jiangji Restaurant Diner communication group. Then, the group members went crazy. Many of them were members of the Yu family army. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and soon, all the fans knew about it. Unfortunately, Jiang Fuyue didn't have a social media account. They could only go to Jiangji Restaurant's private kitchen official Weibo and Jiangji Restaurant's Super Talk Square to post and comment crazily. Well, Sister Yu has once again refreshed my understanding of a genius. So it's really possible to score full marks in the college entrance examination. I'm sorry, I always thought that this kind of situation only existed in my imagination. So, how did she get full marks in Chinese? Do you want to know more about full marks in an essay? I beg Sister Yu to write a book called How to Make the College Entrance Examination Students Kneel at My Feet and Call Me Daddy. It's okay if it's expensive, I can afford it. Teacher who came up with the question, this year, I met a troublemaker. F***ck. Sister Yu's brain is a brain, but my brain is a sandbag. Don't feel bad. It doesn't matter if I'm a sandbag or not. The main thing is that it can set off my spirit. The person above has the smell of a believer. I just found out about the final exam score and ranking. I'm glad that I worship Sister Yu before the exam. Amen. Also, my total score has increased by 46 points. The teacher looks at me differently now. It's just like how the old sect leader looks at martial arts experts. He thinks that I'm hiding something deep. I'm grateful that I had Sister Yu in my middle school life. She let me know what it means to be a top student. College entrance examination candidate, lucky to be in the same exam room as Sister Yu. Then, I saw her sleeping during every exam. Smile, I'm the invigilator for the mathematics exam. Don't doubt it. Sleeping is a fact. I only found out today. Oh, so she's the legendary Jiang Fuyue. Full marks for the college entrance examination. My Sister Yu is going to have another legend. Hehe, let's start a bet. Will Sister Yu apply to B University or Q University? I'll bet a pack of spicy sticks, B University. 2 bottles of probiotics, Q University. A silly husky, B University. That afternoon, #Jiang Fuyue got full marks for the college entrance examination. Unsurprisingly reached the top of the hot search list. 30 minutes later, it was tagged with the word, explosive. All the media outlets tried all kinds of channels and methods to contact Jiang Fuyue, hoping that she would accept an interview. Unfortunately, all their efforts were in vain. No matter how lively the outside world was, there was no news of this national top scholar. It was as if she had escaped underground. When the smart media saw that it was so difficult to get an interview with her, they turned their attention to Jantar and Han Yunru. Even if she didn't have the top scholar, her parents could do it. Therefore, Jiangji Hotel, which was already full of customers, welcomed another wave of people. They were all media reporters with cameras and cannons in their hands. Before ordering, they set up their cameras. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, they didn't even get to see Han Yunru and Jantar's faces. At this time, Chao Dou came forward with a smile. The boss and lady boss are not here. You definitely won't be able to interview them. The reporter looked disappointed. But, you can interview me. Chao Dou volunteered. You? The reporter looked at him with a measuring gaze. After all, Yaya also calls me Brother Dou. The reporter's eyes lit up. Okay. You're the one. After this reporter was done, the next one changed. The questions were the same over and over again. What kind of person do you think Jiang Fuyue is? Chao Dou, smart and beautiful. Does she spend a lot of time on her studies? Chao Dou, not a lot. What interests and hobbies does she have? Chao Dou, eat. She especially likes to eat her father's dishes. Ah, that's our Jiangji restaurant's signature dish, balabala. Everyone is welcome to try it, the reporter, Question mark. So, this was an advertisement for himself, forget it. Since he couldn't interview the main character, he might as well submit it. Unexpectedly, the response was unexpectedly good. The saying "go to Xianxia restaurant to eat the top scorer's dishes, and after eating, you'll be the top scorer in next year's exam" also spread. After that, Xianxia restaurant's private home cuisine brought many customers and profits for the time being. At this time, Jiang Fuyue was already sitting in her room, facing the computer and filling in her university application. Jantar and Han Yunru didn't ask about which university she was going to. Anyway, it was either B University or Q University. The husband and wife both thought so. Even Jiang Shaodi happily shared with his fans during the live broadcast. Sister is so awesome. She's going to Imperial University. I want to go too in the future. However, he didn't know that when the news broke out, his confidence at this time became a crisp slap to his face. Continent F, Civitan Base. Xie Dingyuan stopped taking off his lab robe and suddenly said, "What's the date today?" The assistant was slightly stunned and said the specific date. The next second, Professor Xia whispered softly, "The college entrance examination results should be out." The assistant was shocked. Professor Xia was actually paying attention to the college entrance examination? Was he going to make an exception and accept undergraduate students? Look at the last set of analysis data. If there are no problems, the first phase of the vaccine can be put into use. Put into use? Then can we return to China in advance? Xie Dingyuan's lips curled into a faint smile, but it returned to normal in the blink of an eye. However, the assistant believed that he didn't see wrong. He really did smile. Yes. The assistant. So we're really going back to China? Digression, 2 chapters, 5,000 words. When the news of Jiang Fuyue scoring full marks in the college entrance examination spread to the capital, Han Qishan was overjoyed. He immediately took out his phone and posted on his WeChat Moments, "The first person in history to score full marks in the college entrance examination. Grandpa has nothing to give you, so I'll just send you a red packet. It's not much, but it's a token of my appreciation. I hope my darling will continue to be outstanding and keep moving forward." There were 3 pictures attached. The first was a screenshot of Jiang Fuyue's college entrance examination results. The second was. The third was a picture of the grandfather and granddaughter. The comment section exploded, "Not bad, old Han. So this is your child?" Highlight, "It's not much, but a token of my appreciation. I want the same token too. Full marks in the college entrance examination. This is amazing. My granddaughter also passed the college entrance examination this year. I was quite happy at first, but after seeing your post, I can't smile anymore. Old Han, admit it. You're just showing off. 9 million in one shot. I don't know if he's showing off his granddaughter or his wealth." Sure, Qingji saw it too. She couldn't help but complain, "Look at his smug face. Those who don't know will think that he scored full marks. Childish." Qin Yuanshan looked helpless. "He's just happy, I think he's more vain. He's not embarrassed to use Yeya's hard work to make himself proud." Qin Yuanshan touched his nose. Some words were not easy to answer. Unexpectedly, old madam also posted on her WeChat Moments, "To the best Yeya." There was only one picture attached. It was from FKT's high-end jewelry Tianjia series. It focused on youth and vitality. The letter J was engraved on the back of the pendant. It looked low-key but gorgeous. It was much more elegant than Han Qishan's simple and crude transfer of money. As for the report card and photos, there was no need to post anything. Just saying Yeya was enough to let people know everything she wanted to express. Han Qishan's mouth tightened when he saw it. "Your mother used to think that I was old-fashioned. She seemed to think even more now." Han Heng was speechless. Should he tell the truth? It was indeed quite old-fashioned. But soon, a smile appeared on old master's lips. His eyes were full of satisfaction. At the thought that he and Yeya shared the same bloodline, and that Yeya had grown up to be so outstanding, the old master felt as if his heart was filled with honey. Perhaps this was the legendary saying, "When you're not by my side, anything related to you will make me overjoyed." Han Heng was already used to it. He took out his phone and quietly transferred the money to Jiang Fuyue. Although it was a little old-fashioned, it worked. Han Shen also gave her an apartment that was very close to B University and Q University. He said that it was for Yaya to stay in. Han Ku originally wanted to give her a house, but his brother had already given her a house. If he gave her another one, it would be too insincere. Cough. The main reason was that he couldn't find anything better than that condominium. The worst thing was to be compared with the same gifts. He, Han Lauer, would never admit defeat, therefore, he gave out securities worth more than 2 million yuan. Not only could they guarantee their value, but they could also make money. When Jiang Fuyue received these things, she immediately ran to Han Yunru and asked, "Do you accept it?" Han Yunru didn't feel burdened. "Since your uncle gave it to me, I'll accept it." Oh. Jiang Fuyue turned around and accepted the money. "Thank you, uncle." "You're welcome. When you come to the capital, I'll bring you to eat delicious food. I also have a gift for uncle. It's on the top shelf of the antique shelf in the living room. It's placed together with the Mingqing porcelain vase." Han Heng, ? He put down his phone and jumped up from the sofa. He rushed to the antique shelf and rummaged through it. Han Shen frowned. "What are you doing? Try falling down. Let's see if your butt will bloom today." Old Master's cold gaze had already landed on him. Han Heng turned a deaf ear. "I'm looking for Yaya's gift." When they heard the words Yaya, Old Master and Han Shen instantly lost their composure. "Han Shen, is there a gift for me?" "Old Master, what gift?" The father and son came over at the same time. Han Heng had already successfully touched it and opened his hands. "A key?" Han Heng's eyes flickered slightly. He quickly closed his palms and ran upstairs. "Yaya gave it to me. Don't even think about it." Han Shen. "Dad, third son is itching for a beating." "Old Master, where's my walking stick?" Han Ke quietly handed it to him. "It's here." On the other hand, Han Heng rushed to the second floor and stopped outside Jiang Fuyue's room. He took a deep breath and his heart pounded. He carefully took out the key, inserted it into the keyhole, and turned it gently. There was a click, the door opened as expected. Han Heng walked in slowly and closed the door unhurriedly. He pretended to be calm and locked the door. Then, she dove into the pile of stuffed animals. Ah! So happy Yaya knew him best. On the second day after the results were released, Jantar received a call from his sister, Jiang Qin, among the calls from many famous schools. "Brother, are you free tomorrow?" "Why?" Jiang Qin was in a good mood. "It's like this. Our Weiwei scored 632 points this year. He's in the top 5 of number 7 high school and the top 300 in the city. He has already applied to the Capital University of Finance and Economics. We'll hold a graduation banquet at Danfeng Hotel tomorrow. You're the eldest uncle, so you must come. Oh right, call sister-in-law and Yaya too. We haven't gotten together for a long time since Mom's birthday banquet." Jantar didn't agree immediately. Instead, he looked at his wife with an inquiring gaze. Ever since old Madame Yang abused Han Yunru in their house and treated her harshly, Jantar's remaining filial piety and tolerance had been wiped clean. Now, in his heart, his wife came first, and his children came second. Everyone else had to step aside. Han Yunru frowned. She didn't want to see Jiang Hua. Yang Jingqiu was sentenced for attempted murder and was still in prison. During the trial, old Madame Yang had repeatedly looked for her and ordered her not to sue Yang Jingqiu. Han Yunru, who hadn't recovered her memories, wasn't afraid of her. Han Yunru, who had recovered her memories, wouldn't compromise either. She wasn't a saint. Yang Jingqiu clearly wanted to kill her because of Jiang Hua's unspeakable thoughts. If Jantar hadn't arrived in time, she would probably have been killed by this couple. However, old Madame Yang didn't ask about the cause and effect at all. She just wanted her to let Yang Jingqiu go and even said that she had shamelessly seduced Jiang Hua. Han Yunru made up her mind. No matter how much she cried, threw a tantrum, and threatened to hang herself, she still pursued the matter to the end and sent Yang Jingqiu to prison. Jantar had been on his wife's side from the beginning to the end and was very supportive. Naturally, he had completely fallen out with them. Regarding the grudge between them and Jiang Hua's family, Jiang Qin, who was usually talkative, actually remained silent. She didn't side with old Madame Yang to help Yang Jingqiu and blame Han Yunru. Now, she had specially called Jantar to invite him. Her words were polite, which made it even more difficult to understand. Congratulations, Wei Wei, but... Jantar was about to refuse. The person on the other end seemed to know his concerns. She lowered her voice and said softly, "Eldest brother. Don't worry. Second brother is on a business trip and will only be back next week. I've already talked to Mom. She has thought it through and won't make things difficult for eldest sister-in-law anymore." Jantar turned on the speakerphone, so Han Yunru also heard it. She pondered for a moment and finally nodded. Jantar said, "Okay." Jiang Qin immediately beamed with joy. "Then it's settled. Tomorrow at 11 o'clock in the morning, on the second floor of Danfeng Hotel." The next day, the sun was shining brightly. When the family arrived, Jiang Qin and Lu Ruizhou personally came out to welcome them. "Eldest brother, eldest sister-in-law, you're here." She was so attentive that it was a little unlike her. "Wei Wei, are you greeting us?" Lu Wei was wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses. He still looked dull and slow. "Uncle, aunt." Han Yunru smiled and congratulated him for his good results. Jantar handed over the red packet that he had prepared in advance. "It's not much. It's just a token of my appreciation." Jiang Qin saw the red packet and her smile became brighter. "Why aren't you thanking your uncle and aunt?" "Lu Wei, thank you, uncle, aunt. Eldest brother, eldest sister-in-law, please come in. We've already reserved a seat." Lu Ruizhou led the family of 4 into the house. Halfway through, he racked his brains to find a topic to talk about. "Chenxing, you've grown taller again. Which year are you in now?" Jiang Chenxing. "Uncle, I'm only in the first year of junior high." "Oh, I'm sorry. Uncle's memory is not good." As he said that, he smiled and touched his nose. Jantar's family was arranged to sit at the main table. At that time, Jiang Teng was also there. He was chatting affectionately with old Madame Jiang. Old Madame Jiang was amused by him and laughed. Her old face was full of wrinkles, like a faded golden chrysanthemum. "Mom." Jantar called her. Old Madame Jiang's smile disappeared. Her eyes, which were originally full of kindness, suddenly became fierce. "Why are you here?" Jantar frowned. At this time, Jiang Qin quickly stepped forward. "Mom, I invited eldest brother and eldest sister-in-law. Didn't I tell you before?" "You also agreed." Old Madame Jiang coldly snorted. She didn't agree. She clearly said anything. Who would have thought that Jiang Qin would really invite him? "Mom, you should at least give me some face. Today is Wei Wei's graduation banquet. You don't want to be seen as a joke by everyone, right?" Jiang Qin lowered her voice and persuaded her in a low voice. Old Madame Jiang restrained the coldness in her eyes. She turned her head and no longer looked at Jantar's family. Han Yunru also remained silent. Only her slightly raised chin revealed a trace of arrogance. In the past, she endured as much as she could. On one hand, she considered old Madame Jiang as the elder. On the other hand, she didn't want the relationship between her and Jantar to affect their relationship. Now that Jantar was completely on her side, Han Yunru no longer had any misgivings. Naturally, she was not afraid of the other party. Lu Shooting rolled her eyes and smiled neatly. "Eldest brother and sister-in-law are really rare guests. It's hard to see them usually. I'm the one who's respected more. Jantar, the restaurant is busy. I can't leave," he retorted with a sentence. Lu Shooting smiled awkwardly. Jiang Fuyue had not spoken since she came in. This family's words were like palace fights. It was annoying to listen to them. She wanted to finish eating as soon as possible and leave as soon as possible. However, some people just wanted to lead the conversation to her. "Yaya is the same as Wei Wei. She also took the college entrance examination this year, right? How many marks did she get?" As soon as this question came out, Lu Wei looked up and quickly glanced at his third aunt. That kind of puzzlement, surprise, and indescribable look in his eyes actually made him look smarter and not as stiff as before. Lu Shooting and Jiang Ting's biological son, Jiang Kai, also awkwardly tugged at his mother's sleeve, indicating that she should stop talking. Oh my god. There was actually someone who didn't know that Jiang Fuyue got full marks in the college entrance examination? It was already a hot topic. How could he ask such a question in such a taunting tone? Unfortunately, Lu Shooting did not understand her son's meaning at all. Seeing that Jan Tar and Han Yunru did not speak, she guessed that they were too embarrassed to say that their grades were too bad. In that case, she could not be blamed. I heard that Yaya took part in that academic competition. I thought that her grades should be very good. How could she have done badly? There was another strange silence. Jiang Kai was stunned. Who told his mother that Jiang Fuyue did badly? Lu Wei, third aunt is going crazy. Lu Shooting looked regretful and shook her head. Let me say this. Competitions are all fake. How many people can really get into a university? Only big brother and sister-in-law spoil the child and give her whatever she wants. It's a waste of money. In the end, it all went to the training teacher. It's better to study hard and learn the textbook knowledge. If Weiwei gets good grades in the college entrance examination, he will naturally be able to go to a famous university. Don't you think so? Anyway, my Jiang Kai can't put the cart before the horse in the future, Mom. Jiang Kai ruffled his hair impatiently and couldn't bear it anymore. That's enough. Lu Shooting was stunned. You child, why are you shouting when you want to talk? You scared me. Can you stop talking? It was really too embarrassing. He didn't even dare to look at his uncle and aunt's expressions. He also didn't have the courage to look at Jiang Fuyue's reaction at the moment. Lu Shooting didn't think so. You child, can't I say anything as your mother? Anyway, grades are the most important thing. Learn more from your brother Weiwei. I'll be satisfied if you can score more than 600 points in the college entrance examination next year. Lu Wei, who was called out, suddenly trembled. He secretly glanced at Jiang Fuyue from the corner of his eyes and immediately waved his hand. Third aunt, don't joke. My score is barely passable. It can't be compared to those with high scores. Especially the one sitting opposite him. There had never been a legend who scored full marks before, and there probably wouldn't be in the future. He was nothing. Lu Shooting only thought that he was being modest. She turned her head and continued to educate her son. See? Your brother Weiwei not only has good grades, but he's also not arrogant or rash. Don't be like some people who get so arrogant after winning an award that they even forget their surname. Jiang Fuyue, who was being implied, was speechless. She really didn't want to talk to a retard. Lu Wei wanted to find a hole to hide in on the spot. He kept glancing at the opposite side. Jiang Kai's cheeks were red and stiff. Mom, I told you to stop talking. Stop talking. Why won't you listen? Don't you know that you're embarrassing yourself? Lu Shooting was instantly annoyed and slapped him on the arm. She used a lot of strength. How can you talk to me like that? I just want you to learn from Weiwei and get good grades. How is that embarrassing? Jiang Qin couldn't help but frown. Yes, Xiao Kai. Your mom is doing this for your own good. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask your brother Weiwei, especially mathematics. He got 148 marks this time. He's only 2 marks away from full marks. Jiang Qin felt happy when Lu Shooting praised her son. Naturally, she had to speak up for him. Lu Wei didn't expect that his mother would get involved. He immediately said, Mom, have some food. This steamed pork rib tastes good. Jiang Qin's attention was indeed diverted. Did it taste good? The pork rib was full of flour. It was fat and greasy. Jiang Kai saw that Lu Shooting was still going on, so he impatiently gestured to Jiang Ting. Dad, control Mom. Don't let her say stupid things and continue to embarrass our family. Jiang Ting's eyes were stern. Don't give me that. I think your mom is right. It's not embarrassing to learn from outstanding people. Besides, Weiwei is your real brother. What's there to be embarrassed about? Jiang Kai almost lost hope. Lu Wei gave him a sympathetic look. How pitiful. Didn't these elders watch the news or check Weibo? Suddenly, if I want to learn from an outstanding person, then I'll learn from Sister Yu. Jiang Kai calmed down when he reached a certain point of despair. Lu Shooting frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you trying to anger me to death? I told you to learn from Wei Wei, but you insist on learning from those lousy people. Jiang Kai, you're really, Aunt. Lu Wei, who had always been quiet, suddenly interrupted. He pushed his glasses up and said word by word, actually, I want to learn from Sister Yu too. Lu Shooting, ? Jiang Qin scolded, Wei Wei, don't make trouble. I'm not making trouble. I'm serious. Because, at this moment, Lu Wei and Jiang Kai looked at each other tacitly. Both of them had an evil look in their eyes. It was rebellion and resistance. Lu Wei said, Sister, you got 750 marks in the college entrance examination. Jiang Kai said, it's not a big deal. It's just a ceiling that hundreds of thousands of students in the country can't reach even if they stand on their tiptoes. Everyone was silent. The laughter from the other tables made the main table even quieter. Lu Shooting's mouth was wide open. She couldn't move her eyes. She was dumbfounded. Jiang Qin's eyes widened. She looked as if she had heard thunder. Clang, the chopsticks in the old lady's hand fell and hit the bone plate with a crisp sound. Jiang Ting looked at the two children in confusion. Then, he looked at his brother and sister-in-law. Gulp. He swallowed. Full marks? Jiang Qin looked at her son. Wei Wei, don't joke around. Lu Wei knew it would be like this. He spoke calmly. He still looked a little dazed, but his words were clear and logical. I'm not joking. This is a screenshot of Sister Yu's college entrance examination results. I'll send it to the group. Jiang Qin's hand trembled as she clicked on the screenshot. Then, she saw the words 750 marks. The old lady snatched the phone from her son and squinted. The next second, she froze. Lu Shooting was the last to react. Looking at the screenshot that Jiang Qin handed over, her pupils constricted. How could it be full marks? Did anyone get full marks in the college entrance examination? This is impossible. Lu Wei whispered, it was impossible in the past, but now it is possible. The internet said that Jiang Fuyue was born to break the rules and create legends. Based on the current situation, the effect was great. Seeing his mother like this, Jiang Kai felt very relieved. I told you not to talk about it, but you just had to talk. Now you know your face hurts? You deserve it. The meal was incomparably dull. The old lady ate quietly and didn't dare to speak. Occasionally, she would look at Jiang Fuyue as if she was looking at a strange creature. She was sizing her up and observing her. There was also a trace of fear. Jiang Tang and Lu Shooting usually talked a lot, but now, they were as quiet as chickens. Especially Lu Shooting. She stared at her bowl and didn't look up. Jiang Qin was fine. After all, her face wasn't as swollen as Lu Shooting's. But in front of a table of delicious food, it was tasteless. She thought that her son was outstanding enough. He got more than 630 marks. Who wouldn't praise her for raising such a talented student, but in front of a full score of 750 marks, it was nothing. She originally wanted to show off her son in front of her brother and sister-in-law, who were already rich, but she didn't expect that she would be a clown in the end. This was a huge blow. Only Lu Wei and Jiang Kai looked at Jiang Fuyue with sparkling eyes, just like how fans looked at her. Jiang Kai coughed softly. Sister Yu, can I add you on WeChat? Jiang Fuyue glanced at him. The young man's hair was messy like a chicken's nest, and there was still irritation in his eyes. But she had to admit that he was a little handsome. Lu Wei, me too. I want to add you too. Before leaving, Jiang Fuyue accepted their friend requests. Jiang Kai, yes. Lu Wei, I feel a little dizzy. It feels like a dream. It was in their nature to admire the strong, and they were no exception. After returning from Lu Wei's graduation banquet, Jantar wondered if he should hold a banquet for his daughter. Jiang Fuyue rejected him directly. No. Huh? Why? I'm afraid that you'll feel dizzy when you see the admission results. But I didn't expect this day to come so soon. On an ordinary morning, a thunderclap suddenly exploded in the quiet class chat group. F***CK. Jiang Fuyue was admitted to Ming University? A minute passed and no one replied. 10 minutes passed and still no one replied. The classmate who sent the message almost thought that he had sent it to the wrong group. Just as he was about to send the picture, a system notification suddenly popped up: you have been removed from the group chat. In the group chat, admin, the internet is not a lawless place. Please don't spread rumors. Once you find out, you will be sent away. Wan Shoutong, class leader, well done. I can't believe someone would send such a fake message. Lu Bowen, sister, you is going to Ming University? Is that possible? Even a comet hitting the Earth is more likely than this. If it's true, I'll twist my head off and use it as a bench. Just as the group was angrily criticizing the spreading of fake news, the number 1 middle school's office was in an uproar. Su Jing, who enrolled into Ming University? Say that again? Zhao Tijuan's neck shrank. His imposing manner as the year head was instantly suppressed and he could not speak as smoothly as before. Jiang Fuyue, nonsense. She's in 750. 750. Do you know what this means? She can choose any major in any university in the country. That's why she chose Ming University. He said weakly. Su Jing suddenly burst out laughing. Old Zhao, when did you learn to be naughty? Are you trying to trick me? That's impossible. See if I believe you or not. As she said that, she unscrewed the teacup, tilted it up, and even leisurely swirled it twice before lowering her head to take a sip. Zhao Tiejuan's mood instantly became complicated and his gaze was unconsciously tinged with sympathy. Just then, Meng Zhijian came in from outside and saw the situation. What's going on? The atmosphere is quite tense. Zhao Taijun walked to his side and said in a sorrowful tone, Jiang Fuyue was enrolled into Ming University. There's a new joke on the internet again? What joke is this time? Zhao Taijun, Meng Zhijian, why are you looking at me like that? Could it be that Ming University released a soft advertisement to ride on Jiang Fuyue's popularity? That definitely won't do. Jiang Fuyue is now our number 1 middle school's living signboard. A random school like Ming University can't even touch her. Old Zhao? Meng Zhijian's smile froze. That's enough. There's a limit to your jokes. Besides, this joke isn't funny at all. The netizens these days are too boring. Meng Zhijian gulped. You're not serious, right? Zhao Taijun, do I look like I'm joking? One is you, and the other is old Su. No matter what I say, I won't believe it. Jiang Fuyue was enrolled into Ming University? Meng Zhijian's eyes widened and his tone suddenly rose. That Ming University in Imperial Capital? Yes. No, that's impossible. Meng Zhijian shook his head and took 2 steps back. He subconsciously looked at Su Jing for confirmation, only to see that the originally smiling and relaxed old Su was now trembling all over. His face was so dark that ink could drip from it. Is it really Ming University? The voice sounded like a storm was brewing. Zhao Taijun nodded. Actually, I don't understand either. How did I end up at Ming University? There were so many universities in the country. Even if Jiang Fuyue closed her eyes and chose, she would not choose Ming University. Yu Wenzhou had just stepped into the office when he heard the words Ming University. He couldn't help but be curious. What's wrong with Ming University? Don't tell me there's a student in our school who filled it in? No one spoke. Yu Wenzhou blinked. There really are students filling it out? There was still silence, but it was a tacit agreement in another sense. Who applied for Ming University? Zhao Taijun said. Jiang Fuyue. Pfft, Yu Wenzhou spat out a mouthful of tea. Who? Jiang Fuyue. No. Are you kidding me? She got a full score of 750. She didn't want B University or Q University and applied for Ming University? Zhao Taijun said, that's the truth. Impossible. There must be a mistake. Yu Wenzhou immediately denied it. Could it be that someone secretly changed her application? It's not like this hasn't happened before. This speculation made Su Jing and Meng Zijian's eyes light up. Yeah, with her score, it's impossible for her to apply for Ming University unless someone messed with her. And the possibility of someone she knows doing it is very high. Quick, call Jiang Fuyue now and ask her about the situation. See if she has any suspects. If necessary, we'll have to call the police. In any case, we have to do everything we can to correct this mistake. Otherwise, Jiang Fuyue's college entrance exam full score was completely ruined. When Jiang Fuyue received the call, she had already logged onto the website to check the admission results. Qiming University was the school she had founded. It should have had a bright future, but because of her departure, it had lost the honor it deserved. After being silent for 20 years, it shouldn't continue to be dispirited. Therefore, she sent Xiaoshan to be the principal. Now that she had applied with a full score, it was her first shot at bringing Ming University back to the top of the top universities. Only when it was loud enough could it attract the attention of the outside world. 4 years. This was the deadline Jiang Fuyue had set for herself. If she kept a low profile and made steady progress, she didn't know how long it would take for Ming University to get rid of the stereotype of a trashy university. Therefore, she had to make a bold move. You're indeed bold. Xiaoshan's voice on the other end of the phone was full of laughter. It was unclear whether he was happy or teasing her more. No one knew how shocked Xiaoshan was when the admissions director came to him in a hurry with a panicked expression. Throughout the whole process, the director stuttered in a trembling voice about the student who had scored full marks in the National College Entrance Exam applying for Ming University. He knew who it was. Other than that person, no one else would dare to do such a crazy thing. As a double master's student in mathematics and psychology at B University, Xiaoshan boasted that he was a genius. However, even he couldn't abandon the reputation of being a famous university and apply for a trashy university with the best results in the country. This was like a swan lowering its head to eat feces, and a phoenix drinking feet-washing water. Not everyone had the courage to do so, even Xiaoshan himself. However, Jiang Fuyue did it. Other people might not know her purpose, but Xiaoshan knew it clearly. She wanted to prove to everyone that feces wasn't feces, and water wasn't feet-washing water. Even if everyone misunderstood that the swan was no longer pure, and the phoenix wasn't as noble as imagined. She didn't hesitate to carry the sedan chair for Ming University. If Xiaoshan used to be wary and curious about this mysterious girl, then at this moment, there was only admiration and worship left. Have you thought about how to explain it to your parents, teachers, relatives, friends, and fans on the internet? She played it down. I don't need to explain to anyone when I make a decision. Xiaoshan. You're awesome. As soon as the call ended, Su Jing's call came in before Jiang Fuyue could put down her phone. Hello. Are you okay now? Su Jing asked cautiously. He thought that if someone had tampered with her college entrance exam and tricked her into a trashy university, Jiang Fuyue would be in a bad mood now. She might even cry secretly. However, the truth was, I'm okay. Su Jing paused for a moment and hesitated. Do you know the admission results? Yes, I just found out. Her tone was too calm, so calm that Su Jing was a little scared. A ridiculous guess flashed through his mind. No. Impossible. Jiang Fuyue, listen to me. Your college entrance exam application was tampered with. Now think carefully about who it could be. The school's suggestion is to call the police immediately and hand it over to the police, Mr. Su, the girl interrupted him. Her cold voice revealed a calmness that didn't belong to her age. First of all, thank you for your concern. But I applied for Ming University myself. No one tampered with my college entrance exam. Crash, Su Jing loosened his grip and the phone fell on the table. Meng Zijian and Yu Wenzhou immediately rushed forward. Old Su? Are you okay? What's the situation? Say something. However, Su Jing was like a wooden stake, frozen in place. All his expression was far away from him, leaving only a blank and lifeless face. Old Su, Zhao Taijun reached out and pushed him. Finally, he was no longer a wooden stake, but the shock and pain in his eyes still scared the three of them. Meng Zijian didn't respond no matter how much he called, so he simply picked up the phone. Before the call ended, he put it to his ear and asked, "What were you talking about?" "Old Su looks like he's lost his soul." Jiangfu Yue. "I applied for Ming University of my own accord." Crash, the poor phone was smashed again. This time, Meng Zhijian was the one who was dumbfounded. "Yu Wenzhou? Zhao Taijun? Was this dumbfounded behavior going to affect the rest of the group? Yu Wenzhou didn't believe it. He went to pick up the phone again, but before he could say anything, he heard a few words on the other end. "He also died gloriously." Suddenly, the way Zhao Taijun looked at the phone changed. In less than half a day, the news that Jiang Fuyue had been accepted by Ming University had spread throughout No. 1 middle school. Not only did the graduating seniors know about it, but even the juniors from other grades who were still in school had also heard about it. "Oh my god! Is Senior Zhang's hand shaking? Even if it's shaking, it can't be this bad, right? The difference between B University, Hu University, and Ming University is more than 108,000 li apart. How shaky is this? Is it a rumor? A full score of 750 to Ming University? Are you sure it's not a joke? I suspect that Sister Yu filled it in while drunk. I think it's more likely that she was cursed. Am I the only one who thinks that she casually entered the school's code and then submitted it with her eyes closed? This is the most suspicious behavior of the year. As expected of Sister Yu. If she doesn't do it, she won't do it. But when she does, the world will fall apart. I feel like the senior teachers are going to faint in the toilet from crying. It's not easy to get a perfect score in all subjects, but she ended up with a wild chicken. If it were me, I would faint too. Is this really not a prank? Jiang Qinxing, why did your sister do it? Do you know? Jiang Xiaodi was dumbfounded, ? Grade 12, Class 3, in the class group chat. The chat page was still occupied by Lu Bowen's message, "Sister Yu is going to Ming University? Is it possible? Even a comet hitting the Earth is more likely than this. If it's true, I'll twist my head off and use it as a bench." After a moment of eerie silence, a message broke the silence. "Lu Bowen, when are you going to twist your head off? Are you going to do it yourself, or do we have to help you? Can I sit on this bench? I want to. Where is she?" Lu Bowen, what followed was a bunch of eds. Unfortunately, there was no response for a long time. Oh, she left. At this time, Lu Bowen was holding his cell phone. Looking at the screen full of messages that made him twist his head, he trembled. At the same time, he was greatly shocked. Jiang Fuyue actually applied to Ming University? That Ming University, damn, he was puzzled. What was she after, because of its bad reputation? Bad dormitory? Weak teachers? He opened WeChat and found Jiang Fuyue's profile picture, intending to verify it himself. "Sister Yu, did you really apply to Ming University?" Half a minute later, she replied, "Oh. It was actually true." Lu Bowen was instantly dumbfounded. "Why?" "I'm happy to." This answer was very Jiang Fuyue. She was so willful that it made one's heart ache. Many people dreamed of getting a full score of 750 in the college entrance examination, but in Jiang Fuyue's eyes, it was probably a very ordinary number. At the Ling Villa, Zhou Qin sent her husband off to work as usual. She returned to the living room and asked the servant, "Is Xian awake?" Young master woke up early. He should be in the gym on the basement floor now. He's working out early in the morning? Zhou Qin frowned. The servant nodded. During this period, young master has been in the gym almost all the time except for meals. Zhou Qin remembered that there were indeed a few foreign universities that required physical fitness tests before they could give the final offer. She couldn't help but feel a little relieved. She had thought about it. Once her son went abroad, she would have time to focus on taking care of Ling Qingzhou. Send the light salt water that was mixed in the kitchen and remind Xian to rest well. Yes, madam. In the basement floor. This place was set aside as a place for exercise and fitness. Not only was there a complete set of equipment, but there was also a table tennis table. Ling Xian increased the speed of the treadmill again and again, and his legs also became faster and faster. When his body reached its limit and sweat slid into his eyes, he slowly slowed down until he finally stopped. He got off the treadmill, put his hands on his knees, bent his back, and panted heavily. Drops of sweat fell to the floor one by one. Ling Xian had persevered for more than 10 days. It seemed that only the extreme physical challenge brought about by exercise could temporarily make him forget the pain of being heartbroken. But when everything calmed down and his body gradually recovered, the stabbing pain in his heart swept over again. It was unstoppable. Ling Xian knew very well why. He was unwilling and depressed, and even brooding about it. Jiang Fuyue's merciless rejection was like a sharp knife that had been waiting for a long time, stabbing into his heart. He couldn't get what he wanted, so he tossed and turned in bed. Therefore, he was thirsty for it and crazed for it. He had to admit that he couldn't accept failure very well. "Young master, this is the light salt water that madam asked me to send." Ling Xian straightened up and said lightly, "Leave it there." The servant obeyed and turned to leave. Ling Xian walked over and picked up the bottle. Suddenly, he saw that the screen of his mobile phone was constantly lit up with group notifications popping up. He had put his phone on silent mode, so he didn't notice before. As he drank the water, he unlocked his mobile phone and opened the class group. The next second, clang, the bottle fell to the ground with a loud sound. The light salt water inside gushed out and flowed all over the floor. However, Ling Xian didn't notice it at all. All his senses were captured by the discussion in the group. "Which university do you intend to apply to?" "Ming University." "Ming University?" "Yes." "Are you kidding me?" The conversation between the two of them echoed in his ears. Ling Xian didn't expect that Jiang Fuyue would really apply to Ming University. He was stunned and dumbfounded, rooted to the ground and unable to move. He didn't know how much time had passed before he came back to his senses. He immediately searched for Jiang Fuyue's mobile phone number and dialed it. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy." 2 minutes later, he continued to dial, but the call was still busy. It wasn't until the 6th time that the other end finally picked up. "Jiang Fuyue, are you really going to apply to Ming University?" "I'm not going to apply, I've already applied." Jiang Fuyue corrected him. "The admission results are out now." "Why?" Ling Xian suddenly realized that he didn't seem to understand her at all. Jiang Fuyue had answered this question countless times, and her answer was always the same. "Because I want to." "Do you know what kind of school Ming University is?" "Yes." "Do you know about its reputation, evaluation, and ranking among domestic universities?" "Of course." Ling Xian opened his mouth, but he suddenly didn't know what to say. Jiang Fuyue waited for him for 5 seconds. "If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." "Okay." The call ended. Wasn't she at all curious about which school he had applied to? She didn't even ask. Ling Xian lowered his gaze, trying to hide the gloominess in his eyes. F***CK. Jiang Han threw the phone away and jumped up in shock. Father Jiang, who was sitting opposite him, was counting the monthly rent with a calculator. When he heard this, he couldn't help but look up at his daughter. "What's going on?" "Dad." Jiang Han gulped and calmed himself down. "Guess which school did sister you get into?" "Which school?" "I'm afraid you'll faint if I tell you." "Heh. It's either B University or Q University." "Why would I faint?" "Wrong. It's neither." Father Jiang frowned. "What about H University? Or directly overseas?" "No. If you want to tell me, hurry up and tell me. If not, get lost." His patience was running out. Jiang Han gulped and looked a little dazed. "Sister, you went to Ming University." "What?" "Ming University, Ming University." "TSK, why did she go there?" Jiang Han shook his head. The group had been discussing this question for a long time, but there was still no official answer. "Don't ask. If you did, it would be I'm happy." At this moment, Gameng suddenly called and sounded very anxious. As expected, it was about Jiang Fuyue getting into Ming University. "Sister Han, did you know that Cici also applied to Ming University? She stepped on the line and got in." "You mean, she guessed that sister you would also apply?" "Gameng, anyway, I'm not sure." It just feels weird. Especially when she said because of the moonlight. Jiantar and Han Yunru only found out about this after receiving Su Jing's call. The two of them immediately rushed home from the restaurant. Jiantar did not even have time to take off his chef's hat. Yeah, did you fill in the wrong number? Han Yunru's voice was trembling. Jiantar also looked at his daughter nervously. He wanted to say something, but he was afraid that he would say something wrong. Jiang Fuyue had already expected such a scene. She handed over the water she had prepared beforehand and gave each of them a cup. Are you tired? Have a sip. It's cold. It'll help with the heat. The couple looked at each other and took the glasses. After drinking, they still could not calm down. Yeah, Mom, I didn't fill in the wrong number. I chose Ming University on my own accord. Han Yunru was stunned. Jiantar could not sit still. Why Ming University? This school. He was too embarrassed to continue. Jiang Fuyue, the school is not important. What's important is to keep moving towards your goal. So, going to Ming University is also a step in your progress? Han Yunru's tone was gentle. Yes. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Okay, then Mom will support you. Jiantar, ? Why did she support me? Jiang Fuyue smiled. At this moment, the house phone suddenly rang. Usually, the property management would only contact them through this phone if something happened. Han Yunru was talking to her daughter. She gestured for Jiantar to pick it up. Hello? Yes, the surname is Jiang. Xian? What Xian? Or is it from overseas? We don't know anyone overseas. You said the recipient is Jiang Fuyue? As soon as he said this, Jiang Fuyue looked at him. Digression, 2 chapters, 5,000 words. Jiantar hung up the phone. Yeah, the guard said there's a letter for you. It's from overseas and has been placed in the mailbox. Remember to retrieve it. Okay. Jiang Fuyue found the key to the mailbox and went out. The retro-style iron mailbox was covered with a thick layer of dust as it had not been used for a long time. She almost choked when she opened it. Cough. Jiang Fuyue turned her head away and waited for the dust to settle before she took out the letter inside. The envelope was a little yellowed and looked old. There seemed to be fine sand between the lines of the paper. When she touched it with her fingertips, she felt a rough texture. The address and name of the recipient were written on the front, but there was no information about the sender. The font was neat and the strokes were impressive. She could see the seriousness of each stroke. Above these words, as well as the other blank spaces, were densely packed with all kinds of postmarks of various sizes. Suddenly, Jiang Fuyue's eyes stopped on one of the postmarks. It was in Arabic and there was a row of small words below it that said "sent from various cities in Malaysia." Malaysia. If Jiang Fuyue remembered correctly, it should be located in the northern part of Suvaton. Xie Dingyuan, this name immediately appeared in her mind. When she returned to her room, Jiang Fuyue opened the envelope with a special letter opener. She opened the letter and there was only one sentence, "Wait for me to come back." It was an ellipsis, which meant that it had not finished speaking. Jiang Fuyue opened the window and looked into the distance. A gust of wind blew past and dispersed her soft murmurs. The premise is that you have to be alive. The news that Jiang Fuyue was admitted to Ming University could not be hidden. It was soon posted on the internet. Then, it became a hot topic again, and there was more than one. Hashtag Jiang Fuyue Ming University hashtag get the highest score, go to the worst school hashtag why Jiang Fuyue can't take things easy hashtag Ming University hashtag lightning avoidance pheasant university guide. The netizens went crazy. What kind of bad news is this? My sister Yu is being pestered by a wild chicken after waking up from a nap. So, Sister Yu is being punished for tampering with her university application? How despicable. It's probably done by a jealous classmate. I support Sister Yu calling the police. No. What is Ming University? Is it worthy of my moon god? The admission results are out, they can't change it, can they? Is Sister Yu going to Ming University? F***CK. Me. I was also admitted by Ming University. Does this mean I can be an alumnus? Bliss so suddenly. Full marks to Ming University? Is that? Ming University came out to be beaten by this old man. To hell. There were endless discussions online. 99% of the people were crying out for Jiang Fuyue. Ming University was almost scolded out of the school. However, black and red were still red. This time, Mingde made a name for himself and broke into the public eye in an extremely high-profile manner. Public opinion continued to ferment. The entrance of number 1 high school was surrounded by reporters. They couldn't find Jiang Fuyue and Ming University continued to play dead. They could only come here to try their luck. They wanted to see if they could find Jiang Fuyue's form teacher or subject teacher. They wanted to confirm if the news was true. Unfortunately, this group of teachers had already slipped away through another door. Including the old principal, Hu Yongwei. This Jiang Fuyue is too good at causing trouble. Zhao Taijun poked his head out like a thief and looked around. Luckily, there are no reporters at the back door. Su Jing swaggered out from behind him. Even though he was angry, he could not bear to see anyone badmouthing Jiang Fuyue. What does it have to do with her that these reporters are harassing her? Zhao Taijun snorted. You're still protecting her? It's all because you guys spoiled her. Meng Zhijian and Yuan Zhou were speechless. How could they be implicated without doing anything? Su Jing said. It's the students' own business which school they want to apply to. The teachers can't interfere. Why are you talking about her like that? Zhao Taijun glanced at her and said coldly, I wonder who was the one who threw a tantrum in the office just now. She was smashing things. She couldn't wait to drag the person in front of her and beat her up personally. Now you're acting all high and mighty in front of me? What's the point? Su Jing blushed. I just thought it through. Besides, it's not a bad thing to have reporters. They can advertise for the school for free. Wait, the old principal suddenly said. Su Jing, ? Meng Zhijin, ? What did you just say? Su Jing, huh? The old principal, just the last sentence. You can advertise for the school for free, that's right. The old principal's eyes lit up. Let's go to the main entrance. Everyone, ? When the reporters saw their target appear, they immediately surrounded them. Principal Hu, is it true that Jiang Fuyue has been admitted to Ming University? What does the school think? Hu Yongwei put on a kind smile and said in a calm and friendly tone, thank you for your concern. Jiang Fuyue has indeed been admitted to Ming University. Wow, it's actually true. Oh my god. What went wrong in between? Getting full marks in the college entrance exam to Ming University? Is this a prank or a joke? The reporters asked again, what's the school's attitude towards this matter? Will you allow Jiang Fuyue to go to a crappy university? Hu Yongwei's smile didn't change. First of all, the school respects the student's first choice. We will only make suggestions but will not interfere. Therefore, there is no such thing as whether we allow it or not. As you can see, Lin'an First High School is a high school that values students' willpower and develops their thinking ability. It can also provide high-quality teachers. All students are welcome to fill in the application. You might be the next one to get full marks. After Hu Yongwei finished speaking, Zhao Taijun, Su Jing, Meng Zhijin, and Yuan Zhou nodded in unison. They had turned answering questions into free advertising time. As expected, #Lin'an First High School, the best marketing hashtag, became a trending topic. This is too cool. Even pyramid schemes aren't as awesome as you. Only a school like this can cultivate a student like Sister Yu. I can't believe I can see my alma mater trending in my lifetime. Boo-hoo. Former First High School student loudly beep, report it. Report it. Report it. After a day of fermenting, at 10 a.m. the next day, Ming University's official Weibo finally responded to the matter. Ming University student V, welcome, Jiang Fuyue. These short words confirmed the rumors. Immediately, a video of Jiang Fuyue's interview was posted online. She was wearing a simple t-shirt, pencil pants, and a pair of white shoes. Her hair was tied into a high ponytail, and she sat elegantly with a slight smile on her face. Even without any makeup, she was still stunningly beautiful. However, at first glance, many people subconsciously ignored her appearance because the girl's cold, clean, and indifferent temperament was more eye-catching. The host, did you apply to Ming University of your own accord? Jiang Fuyue, yes. The host, what did Ming University offer you? Jiang Fuyue, no. The host, then what are you after? Or let me rephrase my question. What is Ming University worth doing for you? Jiang Fuyue, the future. The host looked puzzled. What do you mean? Jiang Fuyue, do you know about VC? The host, venture capital, venture capital. To put it simply, I am optimistic about Ming University's future and am willing to make a bet at this time. The host, don't you think it's a pity? With your grades, you can easily get into B University and Q University. Jiang Fuyue, I don't think so. In the future, Ming University may not be inferior to B University and Q University. The host laughed. It wasn't a mocking smile, but there was something more to it than a normal smile. Just like, when reality meets naivety, experienced people always like to look down on newcomers. Rather than saying it was contempt, it was more like a kind of disapproval. I listened quietly, but I didn't agree with it. In response, Jiang Fuyue only smiled faintly and didn't make any excuses. Some things, no matter how much you say, are better than doing something. The results were the most powerful rebuttal. I don't like the host's tone. Sister Yu is so daring. After reading this, I just want to say, my Yu is too beautiful. Ming University must have accumulated a lot of good fortune to have a unique sister Yu. Waiting for the rise of Ming University. Stop joking, okay? What is Ming University? How can it be compared to B University and Q University with a long history? Some people start to get arrogant after getting full marks on the college entrance exam, TSK. U1, S1, there are many factors that determine a university's ranking. History is only a small part of it. More importantly, it looks at overall strength, and the most important factor in overall strength is academic standards. In layman's terms, it is the results of the university's published theses, the key subjects it has developed, as well as its achievements in various major research fields. The previous poster said so much. Is Jiang Fuyue's academic standards very high? Exactly. What academic standards can a high school student have? Stop joking. If the haters want to flame, please first understand the strength of our moon god. Physical study of bacterial movement, analysis from the perspective of space biology and condensed matter physics. Review front page of issue 872 of Letters. Do you need me to explain what PRL is? Listen carefully. Apart from the comprehensive journal Science and Nature, as well as Reviews, which publishes reviews of literature of modern physics, as well as specific journals such as Nanoletter and JHEP, PRL is a comprehensive journal with the highest impact factor in the field of physics. Those who said that a high school student's academic standards can't be good, please come out and slap them in the face. Ming University's official Weibo comment section gradually calmed down after seeing this video. It became much more harmonious. Sob, although it's a pity, I believe in Sister Yu's choice. Xiao Ming, you have to treat Sister Yu well. As a university, you can't be too ungrateful. Look at how good Sister Yu is. She chose a wild chicken like you. I'm waiting for the day when the wild chicken becomes a phoenix. Moon God gives you 10,000 possibilities. As a fan, I respect Sister Yu's choice. She must have her own reasons. There's no need to guess or ask. Time will tell. I feel that Ming University will become the dream school of many students because of Sister Yu. Just like that, the admissions controversy passed smoothly. Although there were still many people who did not understand Jiang Fuyue's actions, the facts were set and could not be changed. Even if they did not understand, they could only choose to accept it. There was so much news on the internet every day. Soon, the topic of Jiang Fuyue's admission gradually died down and was no longer mentioned. Days passed. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Fuyue had been at home for half a month. Jiang Chenxing was the happiest. Every day after school, he could see his sister. If he encountered questions that he did not know, he could ask her on the spot and solve them quickly. Jiang Shaodi was elated. One day, Jiang Fuyue received a call from Zhao Taijun. Set questions? She did not know what was wrong with Zhao Tiejuan's brain. He actually invited her to set questions for the second-year final exam? Not much. Just 2 subjects, mathematics and science. Jiang Fuyue, that was not much. The science included 3 subjects, physics, chemistry, and biology. I don't think that's a good idea. I'm a student. How could a student set questions? She did not receive her teacher's salary. Therefore, Jiang Fuyue rejected him. However, in the afternoon, Su Jing called again. Just do it. Why are you being so polite? I'm not being polite. I don't know how to do it. Humph. Do you think I didn't see the papers you gave to Tan Chiasu and Chen Qing during the mathematical Olympiad training? Jiang Fuyue, in the end, even Hu Yongwei stepped forward and insisted that she should set the questions. Jiang Fuyue respected this old principal very much. Since he said so, then, okay, I'll do it. But the difficulty level might not be too low. Are you sure you want me to do it? Su Jing, it's fine if it's a little harder. These second-year brats are going to be in the 3rd year in September. It's good to give them a break. Zhao Taijun thought about it and felt that he could not be too confident. He cautiously added, the premise is that it can't exceed the syllabus. Jiang Fuyue suddenly smiled and said, of course. No one saw the mischievous look in her eyes at this moment. Give them a break, right? Jiang Fuyue's speed in setting questions could be said to be godly. She used 1 day to finish the mathematics paper and even added a standard reference answer. Then, she used another day to finish the science paper and also added a reference answer. Next, 2 second-year teachers would be selected from the corresponding subjects to review the questions and answers. After confirming that there were no mistakes, the papers would be printed and distributed to the second-year students on the day of the final exam. It was said that a lot of people cried in the mathematics paper that afternoon. It's over, it's over. I'm definitely going to fail this time. Oh my God. Why is there such a question? I can understand every word, but I don't understand the meaning at all. I'm weak, the kind that can't be cured. I only answered the first question of all the major questions. I don't know anything else. Am I useless? Every question looks familiar, but I can't find a place to start. Yes. It's different from what I've done before, but it's not completely different. But I can't do it using the usual methods. I'm going to die. Which teacher came up with the questions? It's too crazy. I don't know, the question maker column is empty this time. It should be the 3rd-year math teacher? He just came down from the college entrance exam and is ready to torture us second-year students. Hoo. I already have a premonition that the score is going to be low again. I hope tomorrow morning's science paper can be simpler, otherwise I'll cry on the spot for the teacher to see. The kind where snot and saliva mix together. Unfortunately, the next day was still a cruel day. Digression, 2 chapters, 4,000 words. Sister, you came up with the questions. This is the plot in the introduction. Tomorrow afternoon, 3 chapters. When the bell signaling the end of the exam rang, all the examinees seemed to wake up from a dream. Finished? Yes, they were finished. Help me up, my legs are weak. I knew it wasn't simple when I saw the choices. Sure enough, I'm as dumb as a dog. Put the word difficult on the screen. Thank you. I had to pee during biology. I felt dizzy during chemistry. I could just lie down during physics because I had nothing to do from start to finish. I heard that someone fainted in the first examination hall. A girl diagonally opposite me burst into tears. She wiped her tears while holding a pen. Don't you think it's tragic? Mathematics is difficult, science is even more difficult. Is the teacher who came up with the questions deliberately causing trouble? Knock. Tell me which teacher is causing trouble. I promise I won't puncture his tires. Is this for humans? No, I'm not worthy. 2 invigilators stood at the end of the corridor. Seeing this, they couldn't help but look at each other. Is it that difficult? I don't know about the other subjects, but physics is real. Who asked the 3rd-year students to come up with the questions? Previously, Director Zhao joked that the questions would make the students cry. I didn't believe it. English was tested in the afternoon. They thought it would be a tough test. They didn't expect the questions to be so simple. Ah. This is the original formula, the original taste. No need to say any more, I love English. The question setter's name is finally written. It's our year's teacher. No wonder old Fong is famous for being kind and beautiful. He's good at coming up with questions. Then here comes the question. Which immortal did mathematics and science come from? It's really difficult and terrible. My marks, my lifeblood, at least half of it has been cut by these two subjects. 2 days later, the results were out. Chinese and English were good, but mathematics and science were, there was only one word to describe it, terrible. The average score for mathematics was 72, and the highest score was only 133. The average score for science was 151, which was a record low. The moment they saw the scores, the teachers couldn't help but be shocked. Isn't this too harsh? I've seen the questions, and they weren't out of the syllabus. How did they end up like this? Fill in the blanks and find loopholes. Every question in the application solution has a trap. They specifically pick the areas where the knowledge is weak. A moment of carelessness could result in a fatal mistake. It would be a wonder if the score could go up. To make an inappropriate analogy, this is like fighting. In the past, the students didn't feel anything when they were hit. But now, they are hitting their faces. How can they not be bruised? Who set the questions upstairs? I'm not sure. By the way, wasn't Huang Laosher selected to review the scripts? Ask him. He should have had contact with the teacher who came up with the questions. Tisk. Old Huang, you came at the right time. Who was the one who came up with the math test for grade 12 students? Teacher Huang seemed to have thought of something, and a strange look appeared in his eyes for 2 seconds. Do you really want to know? How else could it be fake? Hiss, why is your expression so strange? I can tell you. It's from Jiangfu Yue. Oh, Jiangfu, she paused, then raised her voice. Who? Teacher Huang maintained his smile. Jiangfu Yue. The teacher turned around and asked another teacher next to him, is there a teacher called Jiangfu Yue in grade 12? There is no teacher called Jiangfu Yue. There is only a student called Xianxia Yue. Even the guard uncle's dog knew about full marks in the college entrance exams. Teacher Huang nodded. Yep, it's her. Exclamation point. I was dumbfounded. The reaction of the students who heard the news was even greater. Almost all of the 10 classes in the second year of high school let out a loud and clear holy shit. Is this the legendary dimensionality reduction? Society's sister you, cutting students down with random knives. I'm already trembling when I hear this name. Don't panic. I'll tremble with you. The best student isn't getting full marks, but making others get 0 marks. You can't even accept a fallen ladder, but you can only accept me, Moon God. So, do you still want the question-setting teacher to get beaten up? After a strange silence. I don't dare. I'm afraid it'll be worse. I can't afford to offend him. I'm leaving. This question is out of the syllabus. Next one. What's there to beat? This is Sister Yu's love. You've done the question set by the studying god. The next one to get full marks is you. The response to the final exam was too enthusiastic. After a unanimous discussion, all the grade 12 teachers had decided to ask Senior Jiang to set the questions for the mock exam after school starts in September. This time, it's not only mathematics and science, but also Chinese and English. Are you surprised? Are you happy? Everyone was speechless. Can we still have a good summer vacation? Jiangfu Yue didn't ask about the questions after she gave them the test papers. Therefore, she didn't know what kind of trauma she left in the hearts of the grade 12 students. Many years later, during an academic exchange, she met a senior reporter during a Q&A session. It was during the exchange that Jiangfu Yue found out about the exam that she was given the nickname of the Terminator with high scores. Later on, her juniors all called her that. Boo-hoo. The questions she set made my sister cry. Now, they're making me cry. She got first place in the grade with a total of 520 points. My mom was so shocked that she almost gave me a beating. When I said that it was Jiang Fuyue who set the questions, she silently put down the feather duster in her hand. Later on, I heard from my dad that she didn't even score 300 points as well as Maine. The Terminator with high marks isn't called for nothing. She's the only one who cries. These were all stories for later, so let's not talk about them for now. After Jiang Fuyue promised to set another mock exam questions for the grade 12 students, she stayed at home and didn't go out for 5 whole days. One day, she checked the information, another day, she looked at the exam outline, and the remaining 3 days, she maintained an average of 2 test papers a day. On the 5th day, she finished all the papers and gave them to Su Jing for reference. Then, she handed them over to the grade 12 students. Su Jing pursed her lips. Why didn't I see you being so concerned about your grade before? Jiang Fuyue glanced at her. You didn't ask me to set questions for my grade. Su Jing snorted. You'll do it just because I asked you to? Jiang Fuyue thought for a while. That's true, Su Jing, ? About you applying for Ming University, after that phone call, this topic seemed to have become a taboo between the two of them. Su Jing didn't ask, and Jiang Fuyue didn't talk about it either. Anyway, both of them pretended not to know, and neither of them talked about it. She didn't expect Su Jing to take the initiative to talk about it at this time. He sighed. Although I don't know why you chose Ming University, I know you've always been a child with your own ideas and a sense of propriety. Since you've chosen, there must be a reason why you must choose. Jiang Fuyue listened quietly. Su Jing, I was too narrow-minded in the past. I always felt that it would be a waste if an outstanding student couldn't go to a top university. But now, I've thought it through. Outstanding students can find their own direction no matter where they are and walk their own path. I didn't understand it in the past, and I still don't fully understand it now. But I believe that you'll use your actions to prove to all those who questioned you today that your choice was not wrong. Su Jing didn't know how long he had been conflicted before he said this. Since the college entrance examination ended, not only did he not gain weight, but he also lost weight. His complexion didn't look too good either. Jiang Fuyue smiled and promised softly. Don't worry. There was a flash of emotion in her eyes. Su Jing heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what happens, you have to remember that you're my proudest student. In the future, you have to be good, okay? Come back to number 1 high school to visit your juniors when you're free. I'll cover your meals in the cafeteria. Okay. Jiang Fuyue walked him out of the gate of the neighborhood. Okay, let's stop here. All good things must come to an end. It was already a great fate to be able to accompany him on this journey. Teacher Su, yes? Su Jing turned around. Jiang Fuyue said, eat more. You've lost weight. Okay. Su Jing laughed. I'll ask my teacher's wife to make chicken soup when we get back. When Jiang Fuyue returned home, he thought of Su Jing's teary eyes and the way she exhorted him. He felt inexplicably emotional. Su Jing said that she was proud, but wasn't he a good teacher too? Ding dong, a WeChat message came in, and then it rang one after another. Xie Dingyuan, how's your vacation? Xie Dingyuan, the weather is good today. Xie Dingyuan, my flowers are dying. If you're free, can I trouble you to water them? He also explained, Zhongxiang is back in the capital. I gave Auntie Lu a long holiday. Jiang Fuyue, I don't have your house key. Xie Dingyuan, I put a spare key under the mailbox at the door. 10 minutes later. As expected, Jiang Fuyue found an electronic key under the mailbox. Not only could it unlock the outermost iron gate, but it could also unlock the inner door. She replied to Xie Dingyuan, okay. Xie Dingyuan, thank you. Digression, 3,000 words. There's a conspiracy behind the watering of flowers. You have to be careful when you agree. Jiang Fuyue opened the iron gate. There was an automatic watering system in the garden. She only needed to turn on the switch and set up a simple program, and more than a dozen sprinklers would work at the same time. Suddenly, her eyes fell on the remote settings button on the program panel. The green light meant, it was on, since it could be controlled remotely, why did Xia Dingyuan ask her to water the plants? Just then, a WeChat notification sounded again. She clicked on it. Xia Dingyuan, there is an automatic watering system in the garden outside. The control panel is on the right side of the door, but there is no way to water the plants inside, so I will have to trouble you to take a look inside. Xia Dingyuan, if I remember correctly, there are 3 pots in the living room, 3 pots in the living balcony, and 6 pots in the master bedroom. There is a flower shed in the sunroom on the top floor. The automatic watering system is not remotely operated, so you have to set it up manually. That's about it. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Fuyue looked at the wavy line at the end of the message and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. She replied, "You're welcome." She finished the garden first, then used the key to open the door and put on a pair of shoe covers. Then, she followed Xia Dingyuan's instructions and found the watering kettle in the utility room. She filled it with water and mixed it with nutrient solution. The 3 plants in the living room had thick roots. Due to the lack of water, the leaves were dim and withered. After Jiang Fuyue finished watering the plants, she also plucked the withered leaves. Needless to say, after doing this, it really did look a little delicate and pretty. In comparison, the 3 pots in the living balcony were not so lucky. Due to the lack of water for a long time due to the direct sunlight, 2 of the pots had already withered, and the remaining one was dying and didn't look like it could survive. Jiang Fuyue moved it to a shady place inside. She checked its roots and found that it could still be saved. She didn't dare to water it too much. She found a wet cloth and covered it with the soil, hoping that it would be useful. After finishing downstairs, Jiang Fuyue took a photo and sent it to Xia Dingyuan. He was busy with something and didn't reply for a long time. Jiang Fuyue didn't mind. She took the kettle and went straight to the top floor. Green vines covered almost half of the flower shed. The flowers inside had obviously been carefully taken care of. Although the color was a little dull due to the lack of water, the roots were straight and the buds were full. Jiang Fuyue found the control panel. She first set the watering program and then turned on the remote control button. When she was done, she took photos and sent them to Xia Dingyuan. There was still no response from the other side. With the flower shed settled, all that was left was the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Jiang Fuyue added water into the kettle and added half a tube of nutrient solution. Then, she carried it downstairs. The master bedroom was not hard to find. Xia Dingyuan's house was the same layout as hers. Plus, she had climbed over the wall before, so she was familiar with the place. The moment she turned the doorknob, the sudden darkness made her feel a little uncomfortable, and she subconsciously squinted her eyes. The curtains in the room were tightly shut, as if it was night. Jiang Fuyue reached out to find the switch. She fumbled for it for a long time before she found it. Just as she was about to press it, the room suddenly lit up. She jerked her head back and saw candles in the middle of the floor in a heart shape. The light came from there. At this moment, the man who was supposed to be incontinent F appeared in front of her with a bouquet of roses in his arms. His skin seemed to be a little tanned, and his hair was shaved into a buzz cut with only a thin layer of hair stubble. It added a bit of a tough man's temperament. His cold eyes were shrouded in the orange light of the candles, and even his sharp jawline was softened. He gave Jiang Fuyue a faint smile. His long legs crossed the heart-shaped candles and went straight to the girl. The handsome man, the delicate roses, and the soft light in the room made Jiang Fuyue's breath stagnate and her heart beat faster. "You are back?" "Yes, I'm back." "Then, why didn't you say so earlier? You even asked me to water the flowers? What if you didn't dare to come?" Jiang Fuyue pursed her lips. "Your house is not a tiger's den. Why wouldn't I dare to come?" "Because some people can't escape." Jiang Fuyue looked away. "Since you're back, water the flowers yourself." After that, she put down the kettle and turned to leave. The next second, the man grabbed her wrist. "Where are you going?" She didn't turn her head and only said, "Home." "Jiang Fuyue, are you afraid?" "Provocation doesn't work on me." "Xia Dingyuan, you're afraid. Previously, you used not graduating as an excuse. Now that the college entrance examination is over and you're 18 years old, what other excuses do you plan to use?" Hmm? The man gently pulled her over to face him. You look into my eyes. Jiang Fuyue looked up. She was calm, and this calmness seemed to be engraved in her bones. However, her watery eyes and the trace of avoidance in the depths of her eyes still revealed her nervousness at the moment. Xie Dingyuan was not much better. His heart was beating at a high frequency, and he gradually found it difficult to breathe. His mouth was dry, and his palms were sweating. Even the hand holding the roses was trembling slightly. Their eyes met, and their hearts were pounding as if a deer was about to break out of their bodies and meet each other. She didn't know how long had passed. It could be 2 seconds, 2 minutes, or even longer. The man's gaze was fixed, and he said word by word, Jiang Fuyue, I've liked you for a long time. Be my girlfriend, okay? Okay? Okay. What? Xie Dingyuan was stunned, and it took him a while to react. You agree? Jiang Fuyue smiled. Why, you're not satisfied? Okay, then I won't answer. Before she finished speaking, the man pulled her into his arms with one hand. He used so much strength, but his movements were so careful. The delicate petals of the roses brushed Jiang Fuyue's cheeks. On one side was the familiar pine scent of the man, and on the other side was the fragrance of the flowers. I'm satisfied. I'm so satisfied. He was a little excited and a little flustered. All the mature, steady, reserved, and indifferent attitude had disappeared. At this moment, he didn't seem like a high and mighty professor, but a young man who had just experienced his first awakening of love. Even the palm holding the girl's back had a little strength. Should he be gentler or harder? Should he hold her firmly, or should he just hold her up? Jiang Fuyue found it interesting, and all her nervousness disappeared, leaving only a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Actually, she was mentally prepared for this moment. She didn't know if it was because the man said, I'll wait for you to finish your college entrance exam, or because the letter said wait for me to come back, but Xie Dingyuan's intentions were so obvious. She wasn't stupid, so how could she not understand? Previously, she might have wanted to escape. But now, she felt that happiness was the most important thing. Since she didn't hate him, she would try being together. If she didn't like him in the future, she could choose to break up. This man had confessed to her at the right time, in the right way, when she was ready and about to give a response. And she also wanted to say yes. Everything was just right. Hey, how much longer do you want to hug me? Xie Dingyuan retracted his hand as if he had been scalded, and a trace of embarrassment flashed past his eyes. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his ears were already red. Flowers. He held it with both hands and handed it over. After thinking for a while, he added seriously, I'll give you a lot in the future. As long as you like it. You like to give people roses so much? The night before she left for Continent F, he suddenly appeared like this and gave her a bouquet of roses. The man quickly explained, I've only given them to you. Really? Really? Oh, Anne. He took Jiang Fuyue's hand, led her to the bed, and let her sit down. Then, he opened the safe by the side. Under the girl's puzzled gaze, he took out a stack of something that looked like a document. Because it was in a leather bag, she didn't know what it was exactly, but he just piled it on top of her. Jiang Fuyue, ? These are for you. She picked up a document and opened it. She was stunned when she saw it. Then, she opened the second one, the third one. They were all unregistered shares. Just the face value of the few that she had opened added up to more than 9 digits, not to mention that there was a pile that had not been opened yet. Unregistered shares meant that there was no need to verify the ownership of the assets. Whoever got it would own it, and it could be exchanged for cash directly. That was why it needed to be stored in a safe. And now, Xie Dingyuan, this silly man, was giving it all to her? You. Jiang Fuyue suddenly didn't know what to say. She found it funny and helpless. Are you throwing money at me? No. I'm not. The man anxiously scratched his buzz cut, and the corners of his mouth were slightly tight. I just want to give you something that I have, but I don't know what to give you. He went to ask Xie Yunzhao. Xie Yunzhao said that money was a hard currency, and he could buy whatever he liked. Xie Dingyuan felt that it made sense. It just so happened that he didn't lack money. Then, things became like this. I don't want it. Jiang Fuyue put it away and returned it to him. You don't like it? I have it. Oh. The man lowered his head, looking quite disappointed. Suddenly, he grabbed Jiang Fuyue's hand, took out her index finger, placed it on the fingerprint sensor, and clicked on it. What are you doing? I'm recording your fingerprint. If you need it, you can come and get it anytime. Jiang Fuyue, question mark. Did she look like she was in need of money? Digression, 2 chapters, 3,000 words. Xian 99, if you like her, you have to share the safe with her today. It was a dog uncle with I'm very rich written all over his body. Although she wasn't short of money, she didn't reject Xie Dingyuan's kindness. After setting up the program, she realized that their hands were still holding each other's hands. Jiang Fuyue wanted to take it back, but he wouldn't let her. In the end, their fingers were tightly intertwined. Have you settled things in Continent F? It's over for the time being. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. For the time being? What do you mean? Xie Dingyuan, although the first vaccine for the Shankwald virus has been successfully developed, the virus is evolving, and the vaccine may be ineffective. Then what should we do? Study the second phase. Still going to Continent F? Yes. The man nodded gently. More unknown virus samples can be found in the epidemic areas. Jiang Fuyue nodded. When did you come back? Ahem. Yesterday. So, these? Jiang Fuyue pointed at the flowers beside her and the candles in the distance. Were all premeditated? Xie Dingyuan stole a glance at her. Yes. Suddenly, he asked, who taught you? What? Giving roses and placing candles are not your style. The man's mouth twitched. Jiang Fuyue blinked. Is it hard to say? Was it a female friend who taught you? I don't have any female friends, the man said sullenly. I only have a girlfriend, Jiang Fuyue, ahem. Suddenly, she felt sweet. Don't you like it? Xie Dingyuan glanced at the candles that were about to burn out. They were incomplete and not as beautiful as when they were first lit. Jiang Fuyue smiled. I don't like the gift itself. Then what do you like? She asked naively. It's the gift giver. Xie Dingyuan's heart skipped a beat. Then, do you like the gift giver? Jiang Fuyue, not bad. When the man heard this, not only was he not disappointed, but he also curled his lips in satisfaction. He thought that it was not bad now, but one day it would become very much. You're at home, but you still tricked me into watering the flowers. You're very good, Professor Xie. The man touched his nose awkwardly. I was afraid that you wouldn't come. Here. Jiang Fuyue pointed at the kettle on the ground. You're watering the flowers. Xie Dingyuan coughed lightly. Actually, there are no potted plants in the master bedroom. Some people were real dogs. Seeing that the candle was about to burn out, Jiang Fuyue asked Xie Dingyuan to turn on the light. Oh. The man's like an obedient little wife's obediently. After Xie Dingyuan asked. Jiang Fuyue realized that the heart had been drawn first and then arranged with candles. The heart there were even traces of a ruler drawing on it. He must have first drawn a straight line, then drew a circle with 1/4 of the length as the half meridian. Then, he drew a similar circle tangent to the previous circle. Then, he drew a circle with the center point of the left circle as the center, and the top point of the right circle as the starting point. He drew down the tangent line between the two circles. Obsessive-compulsive disorder never disappointed. Jiang Fuyue took a closer look at the bouquet of roses. Each rose was almost the same height and size. Even the creases on the wrapping paper were copied and pasted. She was speechless. After cleaning the floor, Jiang Fuyue opened the curtains. Sunlight shone in, and she squinted her eyes uncomfortably. The next second, the man stepped forward and pulled the white gauze over the partition. The light suddenly became much softer. It's not good for your eyes. Oh. Suddenly, her cell phone rang. Jiang Fuyue, hello? Sister, where did you go? When are you coming back? It was Jiang Shaodi. Jiang Fuyue, right away. Then I'll start cooking? Okay. After the final exams, Xianxia cooked at home every day in addition to working with the team to shoot videos and live streams. Now that he was taller and stronger, he no longer had to worry about not being able to reach the stove or lift the iron pot. Perhaps because he had inherited Jantar's cooking talent, Xianxia was especially interested in cooking. Every day, after finishing his homework, he would stay in the kitchen and either study the recipes or directly work on them. He also had a book called Gourmet Notes, which recorded all his best dishes. From the selection of ingredients, to the production, and finally to the plate, everything was organized and clear. Jiang Fuyue had seen him write a few times when he was writing. Needless to say, he was quite good at it. Occasionally, Jantar would give him some pointers when he was free. If Xianxia didn't understand, he would take the initiative to ask. Han Yunru, the team of chefs with the surname Chow, and the new dessert chef in the shop were all people he consulted. Uncle Peng laughed at him. Are you trying to collect the great achievements of 100 schools of thought and surpass your master? Jiang Shaodi scratched his head. Chow Fuman turned around and teased Jantar. Senior, I think Xianxia is very good. You have to be careful. Not long ago, Chow Dazhuang came to the house and saw Jiang Xianxia busy in the kitchen. Then, he glanced at Jiang Fuyue sitting on the sofa with a laptop in her hands. He suddenly had a thought, are these two siblings doing the opposite? What should be in the kitchen doesn't enter, and what shouldn't be is going in. TSK. Han Yunru remained calm. In this era, men and women are already equal. There's no such thing as should or shouldn't. As long as the child likes it, it's fine. Jantar nodded and agreed with his wife 100%. Yes. Chow Fuman, Jiang Shaodi also said, it's okay if my sister doesn't know how to cook. In the future, I'll cook for her and wash the dishes. Can you cook for your sister for the rest of your life? Jiang Shaodi thought about it seriously. If she wants, of course I can. When the uncles of the Chow family heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Xianxia knew that they didn't believe him and thought that he was an insensible child. But he knew that those words were true. Sister, believe me, okay? Jiang Shaodi grabbed her sleeve and shook it gently. He whispered, I'll definitely cook a lot of delicious food for you in the future. Jiang Fuyue smiled and rubbed his head. Okay. Then, her 3 meals a day were all taken care of by little brother Jiang. Jiang Fuyue ended the call and put away her phone. I'll go back first. Xie Dingyuan also heard Jiang Shaodi asking her to go back for dinner. Although he didn't want her to leave, there didn't seem to be a suitable reason to stop her. Then, I'll walk you out. Okay. Xie Dingyuan walked her out of the villa. Jiang Fuyue said, let's stop here. Okay. Suddenly, Jiang Fuyue. The girl turned around. Her body was shrouded in the sunlight, and her eyes looked even more beautiful. The wind blew her hair to her cheeks. She raised her hand and gently brushed it down. What's the matter? Xie Dingyuan asked, are we together now? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. I think so? Can you remove the word think? The girl laughed. Yes. Then you're my girlfriend now, he said. His eyes were serious, and his expression was also serious. A straight man's stamp. Jiang Fuyue turned back and stopped in front of him. Their eyes met, and their breaths were close. Then you're my boyfriend too. Yes, I am. He smiled. Maybe the sun was too bright, but it made his cold eyes warm. Sister, you're back, yes. Jiang Fuyue changed into her slippers and walked to the dining room. Jiang Shaodi's voice came from inside. It's time to eat. Before they started eating, Jiang Fuyue asked him if he had extra rice and vegetables. Yes. I made a lot. Anyway, he was not afraid of leaving any leftovers, because he could finish it in the end. Jiang Fuyue said, I want to pack some and send it to a friend. Okay, I'll pack it in a lunchbox first. Otherwise, it'll be leftovers later. Jiang Shaodi happily went to pack the food. She wondered if he would still be so happy when he found out who he was sending the food to in the future. In the evening, the sun was setting, and half the sky was dyed red. The grayish blue and orange colors intertwined to form a picture, waiting for the night to come. Jiang Fuyue stood in front of the villa and sent Xie Dingyuan a WeChat message, "I'm at the door." In less than half a minute, there were sounds of slightly messy footsteps. He had lost his usual calmness. When he saw her, his eyes were filled with surprise. "Why are you here? Am I not welcome? How is that possible? I can't wait to." As he spoke, he took her hand and walked inside. Suddenly, her feet paused. Xie Dingyuan brought her back. He stopped at the fingerprint-sensitive area of the iron gate. After recording here, he continued to record the information on the door. He even explained, "It's more convenient this way." Jiang Fuyue let him hold her finger and press it here and there. Her gaze fell on the side of the man's face. He seemed to have a kind of devotion to everything he did, even if it was just recording a fingerprint. Sensing her gaze, Xie Dingyuan turned his head and looked at her. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Let's go." The man brought her into the house. The shoe covers had been put away and were replaced by a pair of pink women's sandals. "Wear this. It's new." Jiang Fuyue put it on. It was just the right size. "When did you buy it?" The man did not respond. Jiang Fuyue looked up and saw the man staring at her feet. Digression, 3,000 words. I'm going to add more chapters tonight, please vote in advance moi. The girl's instep was fair and thin, and he could see the light blue blood vessels under the skin. Her toenails were round and had a light pink luster. It was completely different from his. Xie Dingyuan's fingers were touching the seam of his trousers, and his Adam's apple was moving back and forth. "What are you looking at?" He suddenly came back to his senses and looked away as if he had been scalded. "No, nothing. Are my feet that pretty?" The man mumbled, "Yes, they are pretty." Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched, and she walked past him. Xie Dingyuan closed the door and followed behind her. A look of annoyance flashed across his eyes. It was all because of his mouth. Jiang Fuyue walked to the dining room and saw a bowl of instant noodles on the table. The fork was clean, which meant that the food had not been eaten yet. Xie Dingyuan explained dryly, "Mrs. Liu is not here, and no one is cooking." Jiang Fuyue put the bag on the table and took out the lunchbox. The man's eyes lit up. "For me? Who else could it be?" She opened the lunchbox and pulled out several compartments. Each compartment contained different dishes. The bottom compartment contained rice. "Do you have chopsticks?" Xie Dingyuan, "Yes." "I'll get it." After that, he walked to the kitchen. Soon, the man came back with 2 pairs of chopsticks in his hand. He handed one to Jiang Fuyue. "Do you want to eat too?" Jiang Fuyue took the chopsticks and put them aside. She barely touched them and just watched him eat. "How's the taste?" Xie Dingyuan nodded. "It's delicious. My brother made it." The man paused. No wonder, his brother-in-law's cooking was delicious. After eating, Xie Dingyuan went to the kitchen to wash the lunchbox. When he came out, he peeled a plate of apples. Each piece was of uniform size, and the toothpick was of the same height. The two of them sat on the sofa and watched the news. It was reporting on the latest development of the epidemic in Continent F. It was said that 8 countries had decided to buy the vaccine developed by Huaxia's team. The aerial camera brought them to a place that looked like a military camp. Jiang Fuyue asked, "Where are we?" Xie Dingyuan looked at her in surprise. Of all the scenes, she had to ask about this one. Fortunately, there was nothing to hide. Civitan military base. "Is your laboratory built here?" The man's voice was low, and his eyes were a little gloomy. "How did you know?" He could tell Jiang Fuyue that this was Sawaitan. However, he could not reveal that the laboratory was here. He didn't expect her to guess it herself. "Last time in Tunisia, I heard from the airport staff that the flight was from Civitan, and you were on it." The answer was obvious. Speaking of that time in Tunisia, Jiang Fuyue suddenly remembered a question she had never asked. "How did you find me back then?" There were so many passengers who were quarantined, but the first person Xie Dingyuan came to see was her. It was definitely not as simple as a coincidence. "Your name is on the hot list. Did you hug me at that time?" Jiang Fuyue elbowed him. Say something. Not only had he hugged her, but he had also kissed her. Professor Xia, you're blushing. The man's cheeks tightened and he said seriously, because it's too hot indoors. Hot? Jiang Fuyue looked at the air duct machine that was exhaling cold air and didn't expose it. The night was getting darker, and the clock pointed to 9. Jiang Fuyue said, it's about time. She got up and took the lunch bag. I'm going back. Xie Dingyuan held on to her and didn't let go. He felt that time was passing too quickly. Then, are you still coming tomorrow? Jiang Fuyue blinked. Do you want me to come over? Yes. He blurted out without hesitation. Okay. She agreed without hesitation. The next day, Jiang Fuyue went over in the morning. She didn't knock on the door and used her fingerprint to unlock it. She went in and changed her shoes. There was no one in the living room. She sat on the sofa and waited for more than 10 minutes before she sent a message to Xie Dingyuan. Just as she clicked send, she heard a ringtone. His mobile phone was placed not far away. That meant that he was at home. Jiang Fuyue thought for a while and went up to the second floor. Sure enough, there was a sound coming from the master bedroom. When she went in, she realized that it was the sound of running water in the bathroom. Xie Dingyuan was taking a shower. She was about to leave when the bathroom door was opened from the inside. Xie Dingyuan walked out with his upper body naked. There were still water stains from his chest to his neck. When their eyes met, both of them were stunned. You're here. You're taking a shower? There was a hint of ambiguity in the awkwardness. Jiang Fuyue turned her back to him. Put on your clothes first. I'll wait for you in the living room. Jiang Fuyue. Xie Dingyuan, wait here. Are you crazy? What are you thinking? Just turn your back to me. Anyway, you won't peek. When he said the last sentence, he seemed to be a little regretful. Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. Who said that I won't peek? Don't you know that perverts don't discriminate between men and women? Okay, then turn around. I'll show you the whole body! Listen, is this something a professor should say? Why aren't you turning around? Forget it, she couldn't afford to offend him. After a rustling sound, Xie Dingyuan said, okay, turn around. Jiang Fuyue turned around and saw that the man was wearing a full set of pajamas. The black color made him look even more handsome. However, the scene that he had caught a glimpse of just now was unconsciously replaying in his mind. She knew that under that layer of black fabric, there were well-proportioned lines. His veins were clear. Although his skin was fair, he didn't look weak or feminine. On the contrary, he had a gentle texture like jade. A big palm waved in front of her eyes. Jiang Fuyue suddenly came back to her senses. Xie Dingyuan was already standing in front of her. A clear pine scent entered her nostrils. The man smiled. What are you thinking about? Nothing. She denied. I know, you're thinking about me. Jiang Fuyue snorted. Boring. After that, she turned around and left. Xie Dingyuan chased after her and went downstairs to the living room. You're thinking about me. You're so annoying, and you're still thinking about how I look without clothes. Jiang Fuyue, Xie Dingyuan knew when to stop and didn't dare to tease her too much. Your hair is like this? The man looked up and touched it. What's wrong with your hair? Don't you need to dry it? I don't think so. When they were in Civitan, he and the soldiers in the base had a crew cut for convenience. Xie Dingyuan, it'll dry soon. Do you think this is Continent F? What about a hairdryer? Do you have one? Yes. Find it. Okay. The man obediently went to find the hairdryer. After he found it, he handed it to her. Jiang Fuyue, ? I asked you to find a hairdryer to dry my hair. Why are you handing it to me? Xie Dingyuan remained in the position of handing it out and didn't move. His eyes were pitiful. In the end, Jiang Fuyue accepted her fate and patted his back. Turn around and sit down. The man immediately smiled. After sitting down, he straightened his back. Jiang Fuyue tested the temperature. The second gear was a little hot, but the first gear was just right. Xie Dingyuan's hair was already hard, and with the crew cut, it was quite prickly to the touch. Jiang Fuyue could only stroke it slowly, and her fingertips would occasionally graze his scalp. Every time this happened, the man's body would suddenly stiffen and his muscles would tense. Why are you shaking? Relax. Okay. He didn't want to shake, but he couldn't help it. Xie Dingyuan, do you want to go to the laboratory tomorrow? You mean Han Qing's? Yes. Jiang Fuyue, if you're going to work, why should I go? The college entrance exam is over. Don't you want to go back and see Lao Bai and the others? Jiang Fuyue's eyebrows twitched. Indeed, she hadn't seen them for a long time. Won't it affect their work? They just closed the project last week. They're all free. Okay, let's go together tomorrow. She had a few questions about aerodynamics that she wanted to ask him. Done. Jiang Fuyue turned off the hairdryer and pulled out the plug. So soon? The man's eyes were full of regret. Jiang Fuyue didn't suspect anything. Your hair is short. You don't need to dry it for too long. Xie Dingyuan silently thought about the possibility of growing his hair long. Jiang Fuyue stayed until noon and prepared to go home to cook. It was convenient for her boyfriend to live next door. He could come and go as he pleased. Jiang Shaodi was picked up by Wu Qian early in the morning for an event, so she had to earn her own living today. Xie Dingyuan, do you want to cook at my place? Jiang Fuyue was doubtful. Ahem. Mrs. Lu usually uses pots and pans. They're all ready-made. There are also small wontons. And prepared dipping sauces in the fridge. I can help too. Okay. Everything was ready-made. The wontons were boiled in the water and put into the dipping sauces. It was simple and easy. While Jiang Fuyue was boiling the water, Xie Dingyuan was washing the vegetables. The man rolled up his sleeves, revealing his smooth forearms. Every green leaf was turned over by him, washed clean, and then neatly stacked at the side. Digression, 2 chapters, 3,000 words. There were more before 12 o'clock. Oh, the happiness of OCD is back. 10 minutes later, there were 2 bowls of wonton, Xie Dingyuan's big bowl and Jiang Fuyue's small bowl. They didn't eat at the dining table, but sat on the coffee table in the living room, chatting as they ate. The TV was replaying the news they had seen in the morning, but the two of them didn't find it boring. The vegetables seem sweet? Xie Dingyuan, Mrs. Lu grew them in the backyard. They're all natural, and there's no fertilizer. No wonder, eat more if you like it. As he spoke, he picked up the vegetables in his bowl and placed them in Jiang Fuyue's bowl. Suddenly, the man paused and remembered that he had already eaten 2 mouthfuls. He asked awkwardly. Do you mind? In the past, it was always others who asked Professor Xia if he minded. When did he ever take care of other people's feelings? So, for every cause, there must be an effect. As for his retribution, it's coming. I don't mind. When Jiang Fuyue shook her head, Xie Dingyuan breathed a sigh of relief and happily placed all the vegetables in her bowl, not leaving a single one behind. Jiang Fuyue, ? I suspect that you just don't want to eat vegetables, Xie Dingyuan. Did she find out? That shouldn't be. She didn't even say anything. After eating, the man took the initiative to clean up the dishes and took them to the kitchen to wash. When Jiang Fuyue was cleaning up the coffee table, she found a newspaper under a pile of science journals. She pulled it out and found her photo on the front page. It was a screenshot of the interview she had done some time ago. She and the host were sitting opposite each other. When the camera took a shot of her from the front, the photo was taken. However, because of the low definition and the distortion caused by newspaper printing, the photo looked a little blurry. The content of the interview revolved around the topic of her enrolling in Ming University with full marks. There were a few neutral points of view. In the end, he asked everyone what they thought. At first glance, there was nothing wrong with it. The author's attitude was very upright and his perspective was very objective. However, if one were to read it carefully, they would discover that when listing the viewpoints, there were only 1 or 2 supporting ones, but there were more than half a page of opposing ones. She said that she looked down on B University and Q University, and that it would be best if all the universities in the country blacklisted her. There were also some who criticized her for boasting shamelessly. How dare she compare a lowly university like Ming University with the top universities in the country? The most exaggerated one would say that she was possessed or mentally ill. Einstein's descendants were almost all fools. The final conclusion was that having a high IQ was not necessarily a good thing, because there was often only a step between a lunatic and a genius. Jiang Fuyue almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Were the mainstream media these days all so mysterious? Ignore them. Xie Dingyuan walked over and snatched the newspaper from her hands. Then, he crumpled it up and threw it into the trash can. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Aren't you curious? Xie Dingyuan already knew that she had enrolled in Ming University, but he did not mention a word about it. The man sat beside her. Do you want to hear the truth? Of course. Of course I'm curious. If it were anyone else, they would be curious. He was no exception. Then why don't you ask? If you don't want to tell me, I won't ask. When you want to tell me, you'll tell me even if I don't ask. For example, now. Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but laugh. You seem to know a lot about this. You have a way with words. The man scratched his head and laughed too. Actually, Ming University is not bad. Xie Dingyuan, why does everyone think that it's bad? He could not answer this question. Later on, Jiang Fuyue found out that this was called the biological mother filter. No matter how ugly their own children were, they would still think that they were cute. In the afternoon, Xie Dingyuan received a call in Arabic. He took a piece of white paper and said, "Go ahead." Then, he memorized a series of chemical reaction equations as he listened. After he finished, he looked at Jiang Fuyue and was a little reluctant to leave. I need to go to the study to settle some matters. Okay, go ahead. Then you. As it involved confidential information, he couldn't bring Jiang Fuyue to the study with him. I'll just read the magazines here. She pointed at the stack of magazines. Okay. After Xie Dingyuan solved the problem as quickly as possible and sent an email to Su Feng's base, he couldn't wait to go downstairs. He searched the living room but didn't see her. Then, he went to the dining room, the kitchen, and even the washroom. Everywhere he looked, it was cold and silent. A huge sense of loss hit him, and his eyes gradually dimmed. She was gone. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew the curtains. Behind the white curtains, a slim figure could be vaguely seen. Xie Dingyuan went forward and gently lifted his hand. He saw, the girl was leaning against the recliner with her legs slightly bent. She was flipping open a magazine with her head slightly lowered and her eyes focused. A breeze blew through the trees, bringing a hint of coolness. Her hair fell on the pages of the magazine and was gently brushed away by her fingertips. Xie Dingyuan froze on the spot and didn't know how long he had been staring at the magazine. He felt like an intruder and didn't dare to breathe loudly for fear of disturbing the peace and tranquility of this moment and destroying the completeness and beauty of the picture. Jiang Fuyue was the first to notice him. Why are you standing behind the curtains? Are you done? She closed the magazine and put her legs down. She got up and walked in front of him. Is it something important? The man's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. It's all done. Then can I go to your study to look for a book? She was reading a thesis just now and suddenly found something interesting that needed to be verified. Okay, what book are you looking for? Jiang Fuyue said the name. As it involved professional terms, she directly used Latin. Do you have it? Xie Dingyuan, I don't have the original version. Is a translated version okay? What language? Russian. Okay. The two of them went upstairs. For the rest of the time, Jiang Fuyue curled up on the sofa and read while Xie Dingyuan turned on his computer to deal with his work. There was a desk and an antique shelf between the two of them. It wasn't close, but it wasn't far either. However, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. In the blink of an eye, the sun had set. Jiang Fuyue flipped to the last page, but she still wanted to read more. However, she saw the setting sun outside the French window and realized that the afternoon had passed just like that. Xie Dingyuan closed his computer, got up, and walked in front of her. Jiang Fuyue naturally passed the book to him, and he took it from her and put it back on the bookshelf. There was no need for any words, as if they were born with tacit understanding. What do you want to eat? Jiang Fuyue shook her head. I don't know. What do you think? Go out to eat? Okay, then I'll go back and change first. 15 minutes later. Jiang Fuyue changed into a long red dress. It was cotton and had embroidery elements, and it reached her ankles. Her black hair was draped over her back, and it was a sharp contrast with the red dress. It made her skin look even more snowy. When she went out, Xie Dingyuan had already parked the car in front of the villa. Through the half-lowered car window, the man's eyes flashed with rich color. Jiang Fuyue went around to the front passenger seat, opened the door, and sat down. When she was about to fasten her seatbelt, Xie Dingyuan suddenly reached out and stopped her. He said, I'll do it. Jiang Fuyue said, I know how to fasten it. In other words, she could do it herself. I know, but I want to help you fasten it. The man coughed lightly and said, it's like that in TV dramas. Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched, and she let him do what he wanted. So what if he was a professor? When a man was childish, he didn't care about his profession or IQ. Without Jiang Fuyue saying anything, Xie Dingyuan drove the car to a hot pot restaurant. How did you know I wanted to eat this? The girl's eyes lit up when she smelled the spicy aroma. Xie Dingyuan's eyes twitched. Besides this, have you eaten anything else with me? Except for one private dish, the rest seemed to be hot pot. It doesn't matter what you eat, as long as you like it. Jiang Fuyue. TSK, sometimes, she felt that he didn't know how to cook, but sometimes, she felt that he knew how to cook. Xie Dingyuan parked the car, and the two of them entered the restaurant together. When they finished eating, more than an hour had passed. The night was just right, and the summer wind was cool. Let's go for a walk. Jiang Fuyue's long hair fluttered, and she smiled. Sure. The last time the two of them walked like this was half a year ago. At that time, Xie Dingyuan had gradually understood his intentions, but Jiang Fuyue was still ignorant. Half a mountain away, Xie Dingyuan was stomping his feet anxiously and suffering, but Jiang Fuyue was not affected at all. Now, the two of them were boyfriend and girlfriend. Thinking of this, Xie Dingyuan's lips curled up into a smile. He approached the girl slowly and finally grabbed her hand, holding it tightly in his palm. Jiang Fuyue saw from the corner of her eye that a certain someone had finally reached her side, and then grabbed her hand like a thief. A smile flashed across her eyes, but she did not say anything. When the man used a little force, she also gently shook his hand in response. Xie Dingyuan's eyes lit up. Under the street lights, they reflected a happy glow. The two of them walked hand in hand quietly. They did not say anything, and there was no need for them to say anything. As they walked, they actually reached the vicinity of No. 1 middle school, and the two of them stopped in front of the metal gate. The security guard was taking a nap under the air conditioner. His head was nodding, and his eyes were already closed. Xie Dingyuan, do you want to go in and take a look? Although all the grades were on holiday, the school was not closed. The gymnasium was often rented to government agencies or social groups as a venue for activities. People outside the school could also enter and leave freely after registering their identity. The security guard was woken up and gave him a registration book and pen. After they finished writing, he casually glanced at them and generously let them in. In this season, young couples would come to the sports field in pairs every night. It was not strange to see so many young couples. But that girl just now, the security guard smacked his lips. She seemed a little familiar. Where have I seen her before? Forget it. I can't remember. I won't think about it. Xie Dingyuan and Jiang Fuyue went to the sports field. They walked 2 rounds along the rubber track and then sat down at the stands. Not far away, someone was playing basketball. Once the ball was hit, it would be accompanied by cheers. A teenager was sweating profusely. This was the best look of youth. Xie Dingyuan saw that Jiang Fuyue was focused on the game. He pursed his lips and suddenly said, I can play too. He thought for a while and added, I can play better than them. Jiang Fuyue, Why did a male peacock spread its tail? Because it wanted to prove to the female peacock that it was prettier and had more advantages than other peacocks. In the animal world, this was called mating instinct. To go one step further, it was called reproductive instinct. Humans were no exception. Xie Dingyuan, why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Fuyue, I want to know how beautiful your tail is. At this moment, a basketball flew towards the stands. Jiang Fuyue got up and jumped to catch the ball. The ball landed firmly in her hands. Xie Dingyuan was slower by half a beat. He saw Jiang Fuyue's movements and stopped in time, so he missed the ball. A group of boys immediately surrounded Jiang Fuyue and whistled at her, "Beauty! Over here! Nice catch! Hey, do you know how to play? Let's play together? Your boyfriend doesn't seem to be very good. Do you want to change to another one?" As soon as he said that, Jiang Fuyue felt a chill run down her spine. "Give me the ball," Xie Dingyuan said in a deep voice. Jiang Fuyue handed it over obediently. "They're joking, you." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the man throw the basketball fiercely. With amazing speed and power, the basketball flew towards the boy who spoke. The latter did not avoid it. Instead, he wanted to take it head-on. Bang, there was a muffled sound. The basketball reached his hands first, but the force was too great. His arms moved back unconsciously and the basketball hit his chest. Even so, it was not enough to cushion the force of the basketball. He only managed to catch it when his chest was hit by the ball through his palms. However, the price was a heavy blow to his chest. His expression was distorted and he almost fell on his but when he retreated. The boy was stunned. He was shocked and in pain. His group of buddies also stopped jeering and looked between Xie Dingyuan and his companions. One of them was standing in the stands and did not even bother to look at them. He only showed his arrogant chin. The other was holding his chest, his face was pale and he looked as pathetic as he could. Comparing the two, it was clear who was better and who was worse. "Sorry, my friend was just joking. He has a cheap mouth. Don't take it to heart, big brother." There were still some smart people who knew that they could not afford to offend them and immediately gave in. However, Xie Dingyuan's expression was still not good. "Really, we don't mean any harm. We're just used to talking nonsense." As he said that, he slapped his own mouth. "I'm really sorry, bro. Your girlfriend is very beautiful and you're very handsome. You two are a match made in heaven. You deserve to be together. Why did you stop? Continue." "Ah? Oh. I wish the two of you love each other, and may you be united forever, and grow old together." Xie Dingyuan waved his hand in satisfaction, indicating that they could go back to where they came from. The boy who jumped out to mediate the situation was instantly relieved. He pulled his pale and unconvinced buddy and turned to leave. "What are you doing? I haven't gotten back at him yet. I can't just leave like this. Don't joke around. Face reality. You still want to get back at him? He just casually showed his skills and it was enough to make you suffer. What are you going to use to get back at him? Are you stronger than him? Are you better at basketball? Or are you better at picking up girls?" He could not speak. Just from the way he threw the ball at him, I can tell that he's an expert. As the saying goes, if you can't afford to offend him, then don't offend him. What are you doing here? Are you stupid? No. Are we just going to let it go like this? Stop arguing. Hurry up and leave. Boo-hoo. Wasn't it just a slip of the tongue? Why are you treating me like this, on the stands? Xie Dingyuan sat down calmly. That smug and self-restrained look was no different from a victorious cockfight. If he had feathers, he would tremble on the spot. "Are you satisfied?" Jiang Fuyue asked with a smile. "It's all right." He was inexplicably proud. "Are a bunch of kids worth your time? I'd rather die than be humiliated." Who asked them to say that he was incapable in front of her? Don't they know that men hate to hear the word incapable the most? Jiang Fuyue seemed to have vaguely understood where his anger came from. Men. A group of teenagers was scared away, and another group of teenagers came to inherit the basketball court. Jiang Fuyue looked at the time. Shall we go? Xie Dingyuan got up. The two of them went down the stands. Halfway through, he silently held Jiang Fuyue's hand and held it tightly. A man and a woman left hand in hand. The night breeze blew the girl's long hair and red skirt, which happened to brush against the man's body. From afar, it looked very harmonious. Brother Ci. Here, give me the ball, quick, F***CK. Someone stole it. 2 minutes later, the other party made a successful shot and scored a point. I'm not playing anymore. Let's take a 2-minute break. The youths gathered together. ECI retracted his gaze from the distance, his face still somewhat absent-minded. Brother Ci, water. Thanks. If that ball was passed to me just now, it would definitely go in. Even if it didn't go in, the other party wouldn't have scored. What a pity. Brother Ci, were you distracted just now? You didn't perform at your usual level at all. Sorry, I think I saw someone familiar just now, so I took a few more glances. I wasn't paying attention and let the other party take advantage of me. As he spoke, he looked in the direction where the man and woman left. He could no longer see them now. The woman was wearing a long red dress. Her black hair reached her shoulders, and she was tall and slender. From the back, she looked exactly like Jiang Fuyue. The man beside her also looked a little familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. However, on second thought, why would Jiang Fuyue go to the sports field with a man in the middle of the night? It was impossible even if the sky fell down. ECI breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy to dominate the field. Let's play 2 more games and get back what we lost. I was waiting for Brother Ci to say that. Let's go, F***CK him up. In the second half, ECI regained his fighting spirit. He was like a hot knife through butter, and the other party couldn't resist at all. Well, Jiang Fuyue had rejected him, Zhongxiang, and Ling Xian. It was impossible for her to fall in love in a short period of time. With this thought, he became more aggressive. F***CK. Did he take performance-enhancing drugs? No, he only drank a can of Red Bull. Why do I feel like he's a lovelorn brute? He's not playing basketball, but balloons? Jiang Fuyue, who had no idea that her relationship was almost ruined, was drowsy in the car. Although the man was looking straight ahead, he was constantly watching her from the corner of his eye. He couldn't help but remind her, cover yourself with the blanket. Don't catch a cold. Okay. When the car drove into the neighborhood, Jiang Fuyue had already fallen asleep with a blanket over her body. She looked peaceful. Xie Dingyuan stopped the car and looked at her quietly. It seemed like he couldn't get enough of her. Then, the closer he looked, the smaller the distance between them. He simply unfastened his seat belt, put his hand on the headrest, and bent his upper body. Then, he leaned forward slightly and slowly lowered his head. The girl's bright red lips were just inches away. Just a little more, and he would touch them. The man's breathing stagnated, and his heart was beating like thunder. As if he had made up his mind, he closed his eyes and leaned forward. Do you want to kiss me? Suddenly, Jiang Fuyue opened her eyes. Her pupils were dark. The man's body stiffened as if he had been electrocuted. He did not dare to look into her eyes and even stepped back instinctively. He was panicking. However, the next second, he saw the girl smiling. While he was retreating, she leaned forward to kiss him. Their lips touched, and their eyes met. Their breaths lingered. In an instant, the man's body stiffened even more than before. His muscles were tight and his body seemed to be in a daze. He looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. Suddenly, he felt as if he was in the clouds. His body was losing weight at a speed that could be felt. In the end, only his soul was floating. The thread that connected his soul was firmly grasped in the hands of the smiling girl in front of him. She controlled all his directions and all his senses. His heartbeat was thumping, and his breathing was stagnant. When the suffocation gradually approached, the man's cheeks turned red. Jiang Fuyue stepped back slightly. Her lips touched his hot breath. She reminded him with a smile, take a breath. the man thought that she was going to leave. Without any guidance, he clasped her slender waist with both hands and pressed her into his arms. She was warm to the touch and soft to the touch. "Tsk. Be gentle." Only then did he realize that he had loosened half of his strength, but she was still unable to break free. Since Jiang Fuyue took the initiative to kiss him, she did not want to back out. Her hands naturally circled the man's neck, and her fingertips gently stroked his neck. Unexpectedly, this small action made the man tremble all over. His breathing quickened, and the force on his lips became stronger and fiercer. "Ugh. Sorry." His breath was hot, and he was panting slightly. There was a trace of innocence in his eyes. "I can't help it. In this kind of thing, one should never underestimate a man's learning ability." Moreover, the other party was Xie Dingyuan, a top big shot who could play with biochemistry. When he treated kissing as an academic study, Jiang Fuyue was in trouble. "How much longer do you want to kiss?" "Ugh, 4. Wait a little longer." "Are you done?" "In a while." "Xie Dingyuan, that's enough." "Not enough." "Jiang Fuyue, did I dig a hole and bury myself?" If the initiative was still in her hands when she kissed him, now that things had developed to this point, it was already out of her control. Some people had already secretly turned the tables on her. After an unknown amount of time, when Xie Dingyuan was finally willing to let go of her, Jiang Fuyue's cheeks were already flushed, and her peach blossom eyes were glistening. She leaned against the seat and panted slightly. The man, on the other hand, had a satisfied look on his face. The corners of his lips curled up again and again. He was in a good mood. Stealing the fragrance was a success. I'm going back." The two spoke at the same time. After Jiang Fuyue finished speaking, she pushed open the car door and walked home without looking back. Xie Dingyuan lowered the car window and called her, "Yeah." The girl stopped in her tracks, but she didn't turn around. "See you tomorrow." His deep voice dissipated in the wind, and she could still hear that lingering smile. Jiang Fuyue quickened her pace. She heard a low chuckle behind her and he said, "I'll wait for you." Without waiting for Jiang Fuyue to take out her keys, Xianxia ran over to open the door for her as if he was equipped with a radar. "Sister, good boy." Jiang Fuyue patted his head and suddenly realized that this height was not as comfortable as before. Yes, the young boy had grown taller and was no longer the short boy he used to be. "Sister, where have you been? Have you eaten?" As he spoke, he took out Jiang Fuyue's slippers. "I've eaten." "Did the event go well today?" Jiang Fuyue changed into her slippers and walked inside. Xianxia followed and said, "It went well, and we even met a big star." "Which star?" Xianxia said a name. It was a member of a boy band that had been popular for the past 2 years. He was the center of the popularity, and it was said that his fans were very good at fighting. His commercial value was one of the best in the entertainment industry. This year, he had successfully changed his style with a popular Xianxia drama, and his future was bright. He has a lot of fans. When he appeared, everyone was shouting his name crazily. There were support signs everywhere, like a sea of red. Speaking of this, Xianxia's eyes revealed an envious look. It turned out that being a star could be liked by so many people. Jiang Fuyue said, "You have a lot of fans too." Unexpectedly, Xianxia shook his head and said, "It's not the same." "How is it different?" "Fans like him because he's handsome, good at acting, good at singing, and good at dancing. Uncle Wu said that this is called professional ability. But my fans like me because I can eat." Xianxia could not pinpoint the difference between the two, but the feeling was different. "I think he's better and should be liked more." As the young boy spoke, his eyes lit up. "Sister, I want to be a star in the future, can I?" Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Stars look glamorous, but they actually have to put in more effort and bear more responsibilities than ordinary people. You have to know this. Yes. I know. Uncle Wu said that being a star will be chased by paparazzi and scolded by anti-fans. All of their actions, expressions will be magnified, so I can't yawn when I'm sleepy, blow my nose even if I have snot, smoke, drink, wipe my eye wax, pick my nose, or do other things that will damage my image. I also heard from Uncle Wu that if I have a girlfriend, I can't announce it to the public, because I will lose fans. Jiang Fuyue asked, so, do you still want to be a star? Jiang Shaodi nodded. Yes. Although these requirements are very difficult and harsh, I think that so many people like you because you deserve this kind of love. So, of course, you should do better than ordinary people. If you're the same as ordinary people, why should others like you? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes. She didn't expect Jiang Shaodi to have such thoughts. In the entertainment industry now, almost all stars were asking paparazzi and fans to give them more freedom and space. So, when they were photographed smoking in private, swearing, and spitting, everyone seemed to be used to it and was no longer as strict as 20 or 30 years ago. But what right did they have to ask for the same freedom as ordinary people to do the work of a star and receive an amazing salary? Most people in the industry seem to have forgotten the basic professionalism of being in a position and working for a position. Fans also lowered the standards of idols in their hearts time and time again, even reaching a point of brainless tolerance. As long as my brother is handsome, it's not strange to sleep with a few more. 3 views follow one's facial features. Don't blame him for being a jerk, blame that woman for not being able to control him, and so on. In fact, it was all because the star's self-requirements were constantly decreasing. But Jiang Shaodi's thoughts were upright and good. Jiang Fuyue walked to the sofa and sat down. In an instant, she said seriously, do you really want to be a star? Have you thought it through? No regrets? Actually, you're still young now, don't worry. It's not too late to make a decision after you graduate from high school. Jiang Shaodi stood in front of her and stopped acting coquettishly. He put his hands behind his back and straightened his back. His eyes were full of determination. Sister, actually, I've thought about it a long time ago. It's not a spur-of-the-moment thing, nor is it a hot-headed thing. He paused and revealed a shy smile. I want more people to like me, and I also want to be worthy of their love. Back then, when Jiang Shaodi chose to do mukbang, the siblings had a similar conversation. The Jiang Qinxing in front of her and the Jiang Shaodi in the past gradually overlapped in Jiang Fuyue's eyes. Have you really thought it through? Yes. Did Wu Qian teach you what you said today? Jiang Shaodi's eyes widened. After a while, he said. It was also what I wanted to say. Tisk. That's enough. Jiang Fuyue waved her hand. Ask Wu Qian to come over the day after tomorrow. I'll talk to him personally. The young boy's eyes lit up. I'll call Uncle Wu right now. After that, he ran away. Jiang Fuyue shook her head and laughed. However, it was indeed time for Star Moon's business strategy to change. Sister, suddenly, Jiang Shaodi poked his head out from the middle of the stairs. Yes? Are you still going to meet the uncle who drove the car tomorrow? Jiang Fuyue, exclamation point. Uncle's car is so cool. It's like a big box. Where did you see it? She remained calm and collected. Jiang Shaodi pointed up. The window on the 2nd floor. But why didn't you get out of the car for so long? Jiang Fuyue's eyes flashed slightly. She coughed softly. We talked for a while. Oh. I know that uncle. He lives next door. I took his car to school before, but it was another one. He has so many cars. Jiang Fuyue, aren't you going to call Wu Qian? Yes. I'll go right away. The sound of footsteps going upstairs gradually faded away. Jiang Fuyue breathed a sigh of relief. Digression, 3,000 words. The correct answer to yesterday's question and answer was a old CIO has made a name for himself. It was worthy of celebration. 10, 30, around, may not be very accurate. The next day was sunny and suitable for going out. As they were going to the laboratory, Jiang Fuyue did not wear a skirt. She wore a simple t-shirt and pencil pants. Her shirt was tucked into her pants, revealing her flat stomach and long legs. When she went out, Xie Dingyuan was already waiting for her at the door. The car window was lowered, and his side profile was clear. Sure enough, he had changed his car again. No wonder Jiang Shaodi said that he had many cars. Jiang Fuyue sat in the front passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt before the man could do anything. Xie Dingyuan's fingers on the steering wheel moved slightly, and his eyes flashed with regret. Let's go. On the way, they passed by a dessert shop. Jiang Fuyue asked, do they like desserts? Xie Dingyuan replied. I'm not sure. Forget it. After buying desserts, Jiang Fuyue bought coffee and milk tea. Soon, the car drove into the Hanqing biological experiment zone. When the guard saw Xie Dingyuan, he did not ask any questions and let them pass. However, he took a few more glances at Jiang Fuyue, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. Why did this girl look so familiar? Xie Dingyuan did not tell them that Jiang Fuyue would be coming today. Therefore, when they arrived, they were not prepared at all. Lao Bai was lying on the lab table, reading comics. She was wearing a maid costume with a small tail. Old Jean was squeezing his acne in front of the mirror. After staying up for half a month, my endocrine system is out of whack. My face is going to be ruined. Previously, I passed by a beauty salon and they asked me to do a cosmetic surgery. In the end, they charged me 8,000 yuan for one session. What the F***ck, is this daylight robbery? Dingyu heard this and did not even raise her head. You can ask Professor Xia to reimburse you. Damn, this Gong Sunli actually snatched my head. Old Jin's eyes lit up. Can I reimburse you? Lu Guan looked at him with disdain. Can you be a little more generous? You are a researcher with an annual salary of more than 10 million yuan. 8,000 yuan is like cutting off a piece of meat for you. How can you find a girlfriend in the future if you are so stingy? Old Jean disagreed. 8,000 is still money, so of course my heart hurts. Since you have money, why don't you try throwing 8,000 at me? Lu Guan, besides, you can't rush things like finding a girlfriend. Look at Professor Xia, who earns hundreds of billions a year and is generous, but he is still single. It can be seen that being rich or not and being generous has nothing to do with being able to find a girlfriend. Lu Guan snorted coldly. I think you're destined to be a single frog, a lonely widow. Lonely. Lonely. The corners of old Jin's eyes twitched. Get lost. If you have the ability, go and urge Professor Xia. He's even more lonely than I am. Professor Xia. What are you doing here? Lu Guan immediately stood up. Old Jin rolled his eyes. Trying to trick me again? No way. He's really here. Like hell I'll believe you. Why don't you say that a fairy has descended to the mortal world? I might even turn around to take a look. Lu Guan snorted lightly. His gaze fell on Jiang Fuyue, who was smiling beside Xie Dingyuan. There really is a fairy. Old Jin looked at him with disdain. Why are you so single-minded now? Do you think a fairy will be a fairy just because I say so? Don't you know how to be flexible? At least change to a fairy like the Queen Mother of the West or a spider spirit. Lu Guan covered his face. He couldn't bear to look at him. I think you should really turn around and take a look. Old Jin crossed his arms and raised his chin slightly. No. Lu Guan. Sorry, I tried my best. Lao Bai and Ding Yu stood up one after another and shouted, Professor Xia. Old Jin realized something this time. He stiffly turned around and saw Xie Dingyuan standing behind him, expressionless. Damn, his legs went soft and he almost fell down. Thank you. Professor. I. He couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Jiang Fuyue stepped forward and put down the coffee and milk tea in her hands. I brought them for you. Try them? Then, she signaled Xie Dingyuan to not be so fierce. It was scary. Only then did his expression soften. He stepped forward, put down the dessert bag in his hands, and placed it side by side with the coffee and milk tea. Lao Bai, you're treating us? Jiang Fuyue nodded. He whimpered and pounced on the dessert first. See if there's a durian layer that I like? Wow. There really is. The next second, he turned around and gave Jiang Fuyue a bear hug. Little Yaya, I love you so much. You are my heart, my liver, my precious baby, my sweet baby. Jiang Fuyue, question mark. She felt a little suffocated. Xie Dingyuan, exclamation point. Lao Bai hugged and retreated quickly. Then, he picked up a spoon and scooped a big piece into his mouth. Wow, there's so much durian pulp. The cream isn't greasy at all. It's delicious. Xie Dingyuan silently relaxed his fists. Dingyu also stopped playing games. He liked coffee. Coincidentally, Jiang Fuyue bought the coffee from the shop that he often drank from. He was instantly satisfied. Thanks. He smiled at Jiang Fuyue. You're welcome. Lu Guan was not picky. He could eat desserts, drink milk tea, and drink coffee. Therefore, he took care of the rest. Seeing that old Jean hadn't taken anything, he walked over and said casually, "Here, choose one." Old Jean was still unable to extricate himself from the moment of awkwardness. It's all Lu Guan's fault. Now that he heard Lu Guan's smug voice, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and throw out a sentence. Why should I choose one? I want to choose two. No, three. Lu Guan was speechless. He thought that Lu Guan would say something harsh, but in the end, when they finished eating in the outer room and came back in, Jiang Fuyue and Xie Dingyuan had already changed into lab robes. One was sitting in front of the computer, and the other was sitting on the lab table. Lao Bai rolled his eyes and leaned over. Little Yaya, I heard that you got full marks for the college entrance exam? Amazing. I was just lucky. Jiang Fuyue wasn't being modest. It was because when it came to soft questions like Chinese and English essays, being able to not lose any marks was indeed a factor of luck. Lao Bai pushed her. Are you trying to act like this with me? You're treating me like an outsider. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his hand. He subconsciously retracted his hand and covered it. Then, he looked around but didn't find anything unusual. The windows were closed, and the air conditioner vent was above them. How could his hand be cold? Strange. Xie Dingyuan retracted his gaze and looked at the lab report again. Lao Bai, come here. Ah? Okay. Little Yaya, Professor Xia is looking for me. I'll go over first. I'll look for you later. Okay. Lao Bai walked over and swallowed nervously. Professor? You completed the third part of the experiment? Yes. Xie Dingyuan, there are errors in 2 of the data. One of the units is wrong. Take it back and check it. Suddenly, Lao Bai felt like his world had collapsed. Then, it was his turn. Old Jean, you do it. Old Jean. He felt like he had nothing left to live for. Xie Dingyuan took the report and looked for loopholes. He called everyone over to talk to them face to face. Jiang Fuyue sat in front of the computer and pointed out the half-completed program. Then, she called Dingyu over to help take a look. This model is based on the basic concepts of aerodynamics. I'm very sure that the code is correct. However, during the process of operation, there will be some lag and the results are garbled. Therefore, I suspect that there are problems with the basic concepts during the construction process. Since you're good at aerodynamics, can you help me find the problem? Sure, but I'm only a minor in aerodynamics. I might not be able to help. Dingyu pulled a chair over and sat down beside Jiang Fuyue. After Xie Dingyuan finished talking to everyone, he turned around and saw Jiang Fuyue and Dingyu sitting together. The two of them were talking about something on the computer screen. When Dingyu was talking, Jiang Fuyue listened attentively. She nodded from time to time and occasionally expressed her own opinions. The two of them were talking about the key points and did not realize how close they were. Especially when Dingyu was controlling the mouse. However, the mouse cursor was not long enough. Almost half of her arm was stretched from Jiang Fuyue's front to the right. Her upper body was almost lying on the table. You're talking about this? Jiang Fuyue changed the program steps on the spot. No, there's another category of discussion here. Because of the air friction index, Jiang Fuyue nodded, understood. She quickly operated the keyboard and said, does this satisfy all the conditions? Dingyu's eyes flashed with admiration, you're very smart. Jiang Fuyue solved all the problems in one go. She smiled and said, it's because you taught me well. From Xie Dingyuan's point of view, the two of them looked like they were smiling at each other. Professor, are you okay? Lu Guan looked at Xie Dingyuan's serious face and asked in a trembling voice. He looked in the direction where Xie Dingyuan was looking. There was nothing there, it was just Dingyu and Jiang Fuyue discussing a problem. So, what was the professor angry about? The surrounding air pressure became lower. Digression, second watch, 3,000 words. Xia 99, I'm a jealous dog, not a cool dog. My whole body is sore, there will be 2 more watches at around 4 a.m. Don't wait. Go to sleep first and watch them tomorrow morning. What's more, the other party was Xie Dingyuan, a top-notch biochemist. When he treated kissing as an academic study, Jiang Fuyue was doomed. How much longer do you want to kiss me? Wait a little longer. Are you done? In a while. Xie Dingyuan, that's enough. It's not enough. Jiang Fuyue, did I dig a hole and bury myself in it? If the initiative was still in her hands when she kissed him, now that things had developed to this point, it was already out of her control. Some people had already secretly turned the tables on her. After some time, when Xie Dingyuan was finally willing to let go of her, Jiang Fuyue's cheeks were already red. Her peach blossom eyes were glistening. She leaned against the seat and panted slightly. The man's face was full of satisfaction. The corners of his mouth were raised again and again. He was in a good mood. Stealing a kiss was a success. I'm going back. Both of them spoke at the same time. After Jiang Fuyue finished speaking, she opened the car door and walked home without looking back. Xie Dingyuan lowered the car window and shouted, Yeah. The girl stopped in her tracks and did not look back. See you tomorrow. His deep voice dissipated in the wind. She could still hear the lingering smile in his voice. Jiang Fuyue quickened her footsteps. She heard a low laugh behind her and he said, I'll wait for you. Before Jiang Fuyue took out her keys, Xianxia ran to open the door for her as if he had a radar installed. Sister, good boy. Jiang Fuyue patted his head. She suddenly realized that this height was not as comfortable as before. Yes, the young man had grown taller. He was no longer the short boy he used to be. Sister, where have you been? Have you eaten? As he spoke, he took out Jiang Fuyue's slippers. I've eaten. Did the event go well? Jiang Fuyue changed into her slippers and walked inside. Xianxia followed and said, It went well. We even met a big star. Which celebrity? Xianxia mentioned a name. He was a member of a boy band that had been popular for the past 2 years. His popularity was at the center, and it was said that his fans were especially good at fighting. His commercial value was one of the best in the entertainment industry. This year, with the help of a Xianxia TV series, he successfully changed his career path and his future was bright. He has a lot of fans. When he appeared, everyone was shouting his name like crazy. There were support signs everywhere, like a sea of red. At this point, Xianxia's eyes revealed a look of envy. It turned out that a celebrity could be liked by so many people. Jiang Fuyue, you have a lot of fans too. Unexpectedly, Xianxia shook his head. It's not the same. How is it different? The fans like him because he's handsome, good at acting, good at singing, and good at dancing. Uncle Wu said that this is called professional ability. But my fans like me because I can eat a lot. Xianxia couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different about the two of them, but the feeling was different. I think he's better and should be liked more. As the young boy spoke, his eyes lit up. Sister, I want to be a celebrity in the future, can I? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Celebrities may seem glamorous, but they actually have to put in more effort and bear more responsibilities than ordinary people. You have to know this. Yes. I know. Uncle Wu said that celebrities will be chased by paparazzi and scolded by anti-fans. All of their actions, expressions will be magnified, so I can't yawn when I'm sleepy, blow my nose even if I have snot, smoke, drink, wipe my eye wax, pick my nose, or do other things that will damage my image. I also heard from Uncle Wu that I can't announce my girlfriend to the public because I'll lose fans. Jiang Fuyue, so, do you still want to be a celebrity? Xianxia nodded. Yes. Although these requirements are very difficult and harsh, I think that so many people like you because you deserve this kind of love. So, of course, you should do better than ordinary people. If you're the same as ordinary people, why should others like you? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and her eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't expect Jiang Shaodi to have such thoughts. In the entertainment industry now, almost all celebrities were calling for paparazzi and fans to give them more freedom and space. So, when they were photographed smoking in private, swearing, and spitting, everyone seemed to be used to it and was no longer as strict as 20 or 30 years ago. But why did they ask for the same freedom as ordinary people when they worked as celebrities and received amazing pay? Most people in the industry seem to have forgotten the basic professionalism of being in your position and doing your job. Fans also lowered the standards of their idols time and time again, to the point where they even reached a level of brainless tolerance. As long as my brother is handsome, it's not strange to sleep with a few more. 3 views follow one's facial features. Don't blame him for being a jerk, blame that woman for not being able to control him, and so on. Actually, it was the celebrities who kept lowering their standards. But Jiang Shaodi's thoughts were upright. Jiang Fuyue walked to the sofa and sat down. In an instant, she said seriously, "Do you really want to be a celebrity? Have you thought it through? No regrets? Actually, you're still young now. You don't have to rush. It's not too late to make a decision after you graduate from high school." Jiang Shaodi stood in front of her and didn't act coquettishly anymore. He put his hands behind his back and straightened his back. His eyes were full of determination. "Sister, actually, I've thought about it a long time ago. It's not a moment of impulse or hot-headedness. He paused and revealed a shy smile. "I want more people to like me, and I also want to be worthy of their love." Back then, when Jiang Shaodi chose to do mukbang, the siblings had a similar conversation. The Jiang Chenxing in front of her and the Jiang Shaodi in the past gradually overlapped in Jiang Fuyue's eyes. "Have you really thought it through?" Yes. "Did Wu Qian teach you what you said today?" Jiang Shaodi's eyes widened. After a while, he said, "It was also what I wanted to say." Tisk. "That's enough." Jiang Fuyue waved her hand. "Ask Wu Qian to come to the house the day after tomorrow. I'll talk to him personally." The young boy's eyes lit up. "I'll call Uncle Wu now." After that, he ran away. Jiang Fuyue shook her head and laughed. However, Star Moon's business strategy should indeed be changed. "Sister," suddenly, Jiang Shaodi poked his head out from the middle of the stairs. "Yes? Are you still going to meet the uncle who drove the car tomorrow?" Jiang Fuyue, exclamation point. "Uncle's car is so cool. It's like a big box. Where did you see it?" He remained calm and collected. Jiang Shaodi pointed up. "The window on the 2nd floor. But why didn't you get out of the car for so long?" Jiang Fuyue's eyes flashed. She coughed softly and said, "We talked for a while." "Oh. I know that uncle. He lives next door. I took his car to school before, but it was another one. He has so many cars." "Jiang Fuyue, aren't you going to call Wu Qian?" "Yes. I'll go right away." The sound of footsteps upstairs gradually faded away. Jiang Fuyue breathed a sigh of relief. The next day was sunny and suitable for going out. As she was going to the laboratory, Jiang Fuyue did not wear a skirt. She wore a simple t-shirt and pencil pants. Her shirt was tucked into her pants. Her stomach was flat and her legs were long. When she went out, Xie Dingyuan was already waiting for her at the door. The car window was lowered. His side profile was clearly defined. Sure enough, he had changed his car. No wonder. Jiang Shaodi said that he had so many cars. Jiang Fuyue sat in the front passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt before the man could do anything. Xie Dingyuan's fingers moved slightly on the steering wheel. His eyes flashed with regret. "Let's go." Along the way, they passed by a dessert shop. "Jiang Fuyue, do they like to eat desserts?" Xie Dingyuan. "I'm not sure." "Forget it." Jiang Fuyue bought desserts, coffee, and milk tea. Soon, the car drove into the Hanqing Biological Laboratory. When the security guard saw Xie Dingyuan, he did not ask anything and just let them in. However, he took a few more glances at Jiang Fuyue, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. Why did this girl look so familiar? Xie Dingyuan did not tell them that Jiang Fuyue would be coming today. So, when they arrived, they were not prepared at all. Lao Bai was lying on the lab table reading comics. She was wearing a maid costume with a small tail. Old Jean was squeezing his acne in front of the mirror. I've been staying up late for half a month. My endocrine system is out of whack. My face is going to be ruined. I passed by a beauty salon before and they asked me to do cosmetic surgery. In the end, they asked me for 8,000 yuan. What the F***ck, is this daylight robbery? Ding Yu heard this and did not even raise her head. You can ask Professor Xia to reimburse you. Damn, this Gong Sun Li actually snatched my head. Old Jin's eyes suddenly lit up. Can I reimburse you? Lu Guan's face was full of disdain. Can you be a little more generous? You're a researcher with an annual salary of more than 10 million yuan. 8,000 yuan is like cutting off a piece of meat from you. How can you find a girlfriend in the future if you're so stingy? Old Jean did not think much of it. 8,000 yuan is still money. Of course I'm heartbroken. If you're rich, why don't you try giving me 8,000 yuan? Lu Guan, besides, you can't rush to find a girlfriend. Look at Professor Xia with an annual salary of 100 billion yuan. He's generous, but isn't he still single? It can be seen that whether you have money or not and whether you're generous or not has nothing to do with whether you can find a girlfriend. Lu Guan snorted coldly. I think you have the life of a single frog, loner. 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 Old Jin's eyes twitched. F***ck off, if you have the ability, go and urge Professor Xia. He's even more of a loner than me. Professor Xia. Why are you here? Lu Guan suddenly stood up. Old Jean rolled his eyes. Trying to trick me again? No way. She's really here. Like hell I'll believe you. Why don't you say that a fairy has descended to the mortal world? I might even turn around to take a look. Lu Guan snorted softly. His gaze fell on Jiang Fuyue, who was smiling beside Xie Dingyuan. There really is a fairy, Old Jean looked at him with disdain. Why are your thoughts so simple now? Do you think a fairy will be a fairy just because I say so? Don't you know how to be flexible? At least change to a fairy like the Queen Mother of the West or a spider spirit. Lu Guan covered his face. He couldn't bear to look at him. I think you should really turn around to take a look. Old Jean crossed his arms and raised his chin slightly. No. Lu Guan. Sorry, I tried my best. Until Lao Bai and Ding Yu stood up one after another and shouted, Professor Xia. Old Jean realized something this time. He stiffly turned around and saw Xie Dingyuan standing behind him expressionlessly. F***ck, his legs went soft and he almost fell down. Thank you. Professor. I. He couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Jiang Fuyue stepped forward and put down the coffee and milk tea in her hands. I brought them for you. Try them? Then she signaled Xie Dingyuan to not be so fierce. It was scary. Only then did his expression soften. He stepped forward and put down the desserts in his hands, placing them side by side with the coffee and milk tea. Lao Bai, you're treating us? Jiang Fuyue nodded. He whimpered and took the lead to pounce on the desserts. See if there's a durian layer that I like? Wow. There really is. The next second, he turned around and gave Jiang Fuyue a bear hug. Little Yaya, I love you so much. You are my heart, my liver, my precious baby, my sweet baby. Jiang Fuyue, ? She felt a little suffocated. Xie Dingyuan, ! Lao Bai hugged and retreated quickly. Then he picked up a spoon and scooped a big piece into his mouth. Oh, there's so much durian pulp. The cream isn't greasy at all. It's delicious. Xie Dingyuan silently relaxed his fists. Dingyu also stopped playing games. He liked coffee, and it just so happened that Jiang Fuyue bought the coffee from the shop that he often drank from. He was instantly satisfied. Thanks. He smiled at Jiang Fuyue. You're welcome. Lu Guan was not picky. He could eat desserts, drink milk tea, and drink coffee. Therefore, he took care of everything else. Seeing that old Jean had not taken anything, he walked over and said leisurely, "Here, choose one." Old Jean was still unable to extricate himself from the moment of awkwardness. It's all Lu Guan's fault. Now that he heard Lu Guan's smug voice, he could not help but grit his teeth and throw out an imposing sentence. Why should I choose one? I'm going to choose two. No, three. Lu Guan. He thought that Lu Guan would say something harsh, but in the end, when they finished eating in the outer room and came back in, Jiang Fuyue and Xia Dingyuan had already changed into lab robes. One was sitting in front of the computer, and the other was sitting on the lab table. Lao Bai rolled his eyes and leaned over. Little Yaya, I heard that you got full marks for the college entrance exam? That's amazing. I was just lucky. Jiang Fuyue was not being modest. It was because when it came to soft questions like Chinese and English essays, being able to not lose a single mark was indeed a factor of luck. Lao Bai pushed her. Are you trying to act like this with me? You're treating me like an outsider. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his hand. He subconsciously retracted his hand and covered it. Then, he looked around but did not find anything unusual. The windows were closed, and the air conditioner vent was above them. How could his hand be cold? Strange. Xia Dingyuan retracted his gaze and looked at the lab report again. Lao Bai, come over. Ah? Okay. Little Yaya, Professor Xia is looking for me. I'll go over first. I'll look for you later. Okay. Lao Bai walked over and swallowed nervously. Professor? You completed the third part of the experiment? Yes. Xia Dingyuan, there are 2 errors in the data. One of the units is wrong. Take it back and check it. Suddenly, Lao Bai felt like his world had collapsed. Then, it was his turn. Old Jean, come over. Old Jean. He felt like he had nothing left to live for. Xia Dingyuan took the report and looked for loopholes. He called everyone over to talk to them face to face. Jiang Fuyue sat in front of the computer and pointed out the half-completed program. Then, she called Dingyu over to help take a look. This model is based on the basic concepts of aerodynamics. I'm very sure that the code is correct. However, during the process of operation, there will be some lag and the results are garbled. Therefore, I suspect that there is a problem with the basic concepts during the construction process. Since you're good at aerodynamics, can you help me find the problem? Sure, but I'm only a minor in aerodynamics. I might not be able to help. Dingyu pulled a chair over and sat down beside Jiang Fuyue. After Xia Dingyuan finished talking to everyone, he turned around and saw that Jiang Fuyue and Dingyu were sitting together. The two of them were talking about something on the computer screen. When Dingyu was talking, Jiang Fuyue listened attentively. She nodded from time to time and occasionally expressed her own opinions. The two of them were talking about the key points and did not realize how close they were. Especially when Dingyu was controlling the mouse. However, the mouse cursor was not long enough. Almost half of her arm stretched from Jiang Fuyue's front to the right. Her upper body was almost lying on the table. You're talking about this? Jiang Fuyue changed the program steps on the spot. No, there's another category of discussion here. Because of the air friction index, Jiang Fuyue nodded, got it. She quickly operated the keyboard and quickly said, does this satisfy all the conditions? Dingyu's eyes flashed with admiration, you're very smart. Jiang Fuyue solved all the problems in one go. She smiled and said, it's because you taught me well. From Xia Dingyuan's point of view, the two of them looked like they were smiling at each other. Professor, are you okay? Lu Guan looked at Xia Dingyuan's serious face and asked in a trembling voice. He looked in the direction where Xia Dingyuan was looking. There was nothing there, it was just Dingyu and Jiang Fuyue discussing a problem. So, what was the professor angry about? The surrounding air pressure dropped. 709 Xia Dingyuan, you, call Dingyu over. Lu Guan nodded and was about to go over when he suddenly stopped. Didn't you just say that he was in charge of the correct part? Then why did he have to call him over? Xia Dingyuan looked up coldly. Lu Guan's scalp went numb. I'll go now. Then, Ding Yu was called away while he and Jiang Fuyue were talking enthusiastically. I'm in charge of the correct part? Why did you call me? Lu Guan, I don't know. Just go. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Ding Yu. Okay. He turned to Jiang Fuyue and said, it's almost solved. The remaining problems are similar and not difficult to solve. You can do it yourself. Okay, I'll try. Ding Yu left. Lu Guan took over his position and started chatting with Jiang Fuyue. What were you guys talking about? I have a few aerodynamics questions to ask Ding Yu. Then ask me. I got a master's degree in mechanics when I was doing my master's. My main research direction is fluid dynamics, which includes aerodynamics. Jiang Fuyue. So, all of you are either minor or double major? And it has nothing to do with your current biochemical research. Then help me take a look at this. Jiang Fuyue pointed at a procedure on the screen. Lu Guan saw the problem at a glance. Although I don't know much about programming, you have to convert these basic formulas into units first if you want to use them like this. The two of them were chatting happily when suddenly, Lao Bai came over. Old Lu, the professor is calling you. Ah? I talked to him just now. I know you talked to him, but the professor is calling again. You should hurry up. Why are there so many problems in the report this time? Old Jean and I were also called over. Hurry up. Okay. Digression. First, I will update 2 chapters at 4 o'clock. Everyone, come back tomorrow. There was a women's shoe section on the first floor of the mall. Jiang Fuyue pointed at a random store and Xia Dingyuan carried her in. Welcome. The salesperson was stunned for a second when she saw their posture. Then she smiled and greeted them warmly. Sir, are you choosing shoes for your girlfriend? Flat shoes or high heels? This question stumped Xia Dingyuan, but he was very satisfied with the word girlfriend. Jiang Fuyue replied, high heels. Something lower. Jiang Fuyue took the opportunity to reply. What do you think of this design? The salesperson took it from the display rack and presented it to Jiang Fuyue with both hands. She even turned the angle so that Xia Dingyuan could see it. If you like it, you can try it on with your feet. Okay. The salesperson squatted down and helped her try on the shoes. The man stood beside her and looked at her seriously. When it was time for the second pair, Xia Dingyuan stopped the salesperson and said calmly, let me do it. Then he squatted down, held the shoes with both hands, and gestured for Jiang Fuyue to try it on. He was afraid that he would do something wrong, so he turned around and asked, is it like this? The salesperson came back to her senses and her eyes flashed with envy. Yes, it is. Oh my God. Why was her boyfriend tall, handsome, gentle, and considerate? She was so angry. Xia Dingyuan asked, how is it? Jiang Fuyue stood up and walked 2 steps. It's more comfortable than the previous pair. Miss, you have good taste. This pair is a classic. It's beautiful and comfortable. Xia Dingyuan saw that she was satisfied. Then this pair will be it. Bill, please. The salesperson took the card from him. Oh my God, he didn't even ask about the price. She looked down. Oh, it's a black card. No wonder, since they were already there and it was still early, they decided to walk around. In the women's section on the second floor, Jiang Fuyue stopped in front of the display window and looked at the black and white spaghetti strap dress on the model. Her eyes flashed with surprise. Xia Dingyuan asked, shall we go in and try it on? Okay. The salesperson immediately welcomed them warmly. Not to mention anything else, just by looking at the Patek Philippe in the man's hand, she knew that he was a big client. Xia Dingyuan went straight to the point. The dress in the display window. It's size XS. This lady's figure is just right, so she'll definitely fit. As he spoke, he directly took off the model's clothes. I'm sorry. Our shop is a niche designer brand overseas. We only have one piece of each style. What we sell is one of a kind, so there's nothing else. Jiang Fuyue picked up the dress and went to the fitting room. The waiter followed closely behind, looking like he was about to follow them in. Xia Dingyuan frowned. What are you doing? Oh, it's not easy for one person to wear this dress. I need someone to help me. Why don't you go? The man's ears turned red in disappointment. No, no, I won't. You do it. Oh. The waiter nodded and left with a puzzled look. Weren't they a couple? She made it sound so pure and innocent. When Jiang Fuyue came out of the fitting room and stood in front of him, Xie Dingyuan realized what the waiter meant by it's not easy to wear this dress. I need someone to help me. He saw that the black and white dress had a large V-neck, revealing her delicate collarbone and fair skin. The dress was supported by two thin straps. The girl's slender arms, straight and smooth shoulders, and snow-white neck were all exposed. If those two straps fell off, the consequences would be, but this was not the most exciting part. When Jiang Fuyue turned around, Xie Dingyuan saw the straps on the girl's back, which were crisscrossed and wrapped around her snow-white porcelain skin. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His mouth was dry, and his Adam's apple moved slightly. His blood was boiling, and his breathing was messy. The waiter exclaimed, "Oh my God! You're so beautiful, miss, you're the most beautiful person I've ever seen in this dress." It was not just a compliment for marketing purposes. The amazement in the waiter's eyes could not be faked. It was undoubtedly a sincere compliment. Jiang Fuyue looked at herself in the mirror and was very satisfied with herself. She turned around and asked Xie Dingyuan, "How is it? Do I look good?" "Yes." "Is it hot? Why is your face so red?" The waiter replied, "Wait a moment. I'll lower the air conditioning." Jiang Fuyue lifted the hem of her dress and walked towards him. As the distance between the two shortened, the man's heart beat faster and faster. At this moment, another couple entered the shop. The woman was gorgeously dressed, and the man was dressed in a suit. However, he had a balding head and a beer belly. He looked more than 10 years older than the woman. As soon as he entered the shop, his eyes were glued to Jiang Fuyue. Xie Dingyuan's face suddenly darkened. He reached out and pulled the girl into his arms. The two of them switched positions, which happened to block the man's greasy gaze. The balding head looked regretful. When the woman beside him saw this, she glared at Jiang Fuyue with jealousy and said coquettishly, "Dear, I feel that the clothes in this shop are very ordinary. Why don't we go to another shop?" "Ordinary? I think it's not bad." As she said that, she desperately tried to look at Jiang Fuyue. The woman's face was almost twisted with anger. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes and said, "Waiter, let me try that dress she's wearing." I'm sorry. There's only one piece in our shop. You can try something else." "Something else? Don't you know that clothes and men are the same? They can't be compromised." "I want this one." The waiter quietly glanced at the old man beside her. "Is this what you call not being compromised? I think it's not particular." "I'm sorry, this lady came first. If she doesn't buy it, you can. I want to try it now." Immediately. Immediately. The waiter looked troubled. The man beside her didn't know what to think. He let the woman do as she pleased and didn't say a word. Jiang Fuyue was blocked by Xie Dingyuan. Her face leaned against his chest, and he could feel her heat. "Your hand." Only then did the man realize that his palm was pressed against her back. Under the crisscrossing straps, he could feel her smooth and warm jade-like skin. A numbness spread from his fingertips to his heart. His expression froze, and his body suddenly stiffened. "How long are you going to keep it there?" "Ah? Oh." Xie Dingyuan suddenly retracted his hand and let it hang by his side. His fingertips unconsciously rubbed against the seam of his trousers, with a hint of nostalgia. I didn't do it on purpose." But it was absolutely true that he enjoyed it. At this time, the waiter came forward. "Miss, do you want this dress?" The customer insisted on trying it on. Jiang Fuyue said, "Wrap it up." "Okay." Xie Dingyuan skillfully handed over the card. The waiter happily accepted it and went to the front desk to write the bill. "Oh, by the way, sir, please accompany your girlfriend to the fitting room to change. The straps on the back need to be removed." Xie Dingyuan's eyes flashed. "Okay." When passing by the woman with heavy makeup, the waiter paused and put on a professional smile. I'm really sorry. The dress has been bought by that lady. You can see if there are any other styles that you like. The woman raised her eyebrows. I'm going to take that dress today. Dear, I really like that dress. The cut really suits my figure. If you don't believe me, I'll wear it for you to see. Jiang Fuyue wearing that dress flashed in front of the man's eyes. Her skin was as white as snow, and there was not a trace of fat on her back. Touching it would definitely, dear? Yes? I want to wear it for you to see. What do you think? The waiter saw that the situation was not right and reminded him. That lady has already bought it. The man waved his hand. Go and discuss with her. I'll buy it from her for 5 times the price. The waiter said, well, I'll go and ask. Dear, you're so good to me. The woman leaned on the man's shoulder and was moved to tears. The man responded absent-mindedly, but his eyes were looking straight in the direction of the fitting room. In the fitting room, Xie Dingyuan's heart was beating and his hands were trembling. He raised his hand several times and put it down again. He didn't know where to look. Jiang Fuyue turned around. What's wrong? Can't you find the end of the rope? The straps on the back were wrapped up in circles, and the end of the rope was covered by the waiter to the waist. Jiang Fuyue pointed to him. It's around here. Can you find it? I'll try. His voice was low and hoarse. Okay. Jiang Fuyue pulled her hair to her chest so that he could see more clearly. She didn't know how strong the visual impact was at that moment. Xie Dingyuan only felt that his blood was rushing to the top of his head. His cheeks were red as if they were on fire. Jiang Fuyue urged him softly. Hurry up. It was so hot in the fitting room that she was sweating. Her voice almost sent Xie Dingyuan away. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, I'll ask the waiter to come in and do it for you. After saying that, he ran out of the door. Jiang Fuyue's lips curved into a playful smile. TSK, what a noob, digression, 3,000 words. Xian 99, with a card in hand, yeah, I have it. I heard that the man who pays is the most handsome. When swiping the card, the highlights are max, 2:11 p.m., around. It's not necessarily accurate. The waitress came in to help Jiang Fuyue untie her and then conveyed the couple's request. 5 times? Yes, that's what the male customer said. Huh. I don't care even if it's 50 times. Wrap it up. Rich people were indeed different. Where's the dress? You didn't take it out? I want to try it on now. I'm sorry, the lady rejected it. What? Did you tell her that we're offering 5 times the price? I did, but the other party said, what did she say? The waitress looked troubled. What did she say? The woman was hysterical, and the man beside her didn't look too good either. The lady said that she doesn't care even if it's 50 times the price. Say that again? What kind of person is this? Does she really think that she's a tycoon? She doesn't even know how to brag? Since the other party isn't willing, I can't do anything about it. Go and tell her, 100 times. Ask her if she's willing to sell it, the man suddenly said. The person who didn't get the dress was his female companion, but he seemed to be angrier than the woman. His eyes were filled with anger and anger. The waitress was stunned. This dress wasn't cheap. Even with the discount, it was still more than 20,000 yuan. 100 times the price would be 2 million yuan, oh my god. The waitress wanted to hide this dress and sell it to this fool. Sorry, you asked the wrong person, Xie Dingyuan said coldly. He was wearing a mask, revealing a pair of dark and sharp eyes. Their eyes met, and the man was suppressed by his aura. Instantly, his scalp went numb. I'll pay 100 times the price, and you'll give this dress to my girlfriend. How about that? His words were directed at Xie Dingyuan, but his eyes were staring unblinkingly at Jiang Fuyue, who was beside him. He only noticed her figure earlier, but now that he looked at her face, she was simply beautiful. Suddenly, his heart itched. 100 times? Xie Dingyuan sneered. The arrogance of a superior was completely revealed at this moment. His eyes were telling you, who do you think you are, Jiang Fuyue recalled his attitude towards her when they first met. TSK, 3 words, a rhetorical question, instantly made the man feel deeply insulted. Don't King reject the face I'm giving you. Before he could say the word face, he saw Xie Dingyuan pick up his phone. The screen showed that he was in the middle of a call, and the caller was Xing Yiming. He put it to his ear. You heard everything? I'm sorry, Mr. Xia. I'll deal with it right away. The man looked at her with a puzzled expression. Don't play tricks on me. You're calling, right? Who doesn't know how to do that? You want to act like a big brother with just a few words? You've seen too much, haven't you, Long Out Yen? Let me tell you, you have to sell it today even if you don't want to. After he finished speaking, his impudent and flirtatious gaze fell on Jiang Fuyue, no longer concealing it. Xie Dingyuan stood in front of Jiang Fuyue expressionlessly and looked at him as if he was a dead man. You, the man pointed at the waitress. Go and get that dress. My girlfriend wants to try it on. The waitress, this isn't good, right? Just do as I say. Do you want to be complained about? The woman stretched out her bright red manicure and ordered arrogantly. Then, she intimately held the man's arm and said coquettishly like an aureole, Darling, you're so handsome. Suddenly, the phone rang. He patted the back of the woman's hand and said gently, I'll take this call first. However, his gaze was fixed on Jiang Fuyue. The word seduction was not only used when a woman was with a man. Sometimes, men would also send signals to women. For example, at this moment, his actions were nothing more than hinting to Jiang Fuyue. Look at me. Not only am I rich, but I'm also gentle and considerate. Isn't it better to be with me than with an embroidered pillow who only knows how to act pretentious? In response, Jiang Fuyue. She felt that he was dirty just by looking at him. It was more interesting to hide behind Xie Dingyuan and watch the show. Hello? Ah, Manager Liu? Yes, I'm Xiao Tang. What? Terminate the cooperation? Why? We've already discussed all the details, and we're just short of signing the contract. Now you're suddenly going back on your word. Are you trying to kill me? The other end was also very helpless. You also know how many companies are fighting to cooperate with Hanqing Biology every time we launch a new project. Since you've gotten this opportunity, why didn't you cherish it? If you insist on making things like this, I can't do anything about it. The man was puzzled. Why didn't I cherish it? I rejected all other collaborations for this project and wholeheartedly waited for Hanqing's order. You can't just replace me like this. There's no other way. It's an order from the top. Think about it, did you offend anyone recently? Who can I offend? He stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence and looked at Xie Dingyuan in surprise. The man was wearing a mask, so his specific appearance could not be seen clearly. However, his height was superior, his legs were long, and his temperament was barely passable. However, he was still too young. What kind of social status and achievements could a man of this age have? At most, he was just a rich second-generation heir. Tang Yong was not afraid, however, Hanqing Biology did indeed cancel the collaboration after that phone call. This was too much of a coincidence. The sudden change caught Tang Yong off guard. He was not in the mood to fight for a dress or to hook up with a beauty. If the collaboration fell through, then the business he had painstakingly built would be completely finished. Manager Liu, can you help me put in a good word with the higher-ups? I am really innocent. I'm sorry. Good luck. After saying that, he hung up. The man cursed on the spot. Do you really think that Hanqing Biology is a treasure? You shameless bastard. On the other end, the staff had already settled the bill with Xie Dingyuan's card and sent the two of them off with a smile. Even their backs were compatible. When the woman saw that the dress she liked was bought, she immediately became anxious. Dear. My dress, Tang Yong was annoyed by her and flung her hand away. Can't you King stop? You only know how to think about dresses. It's already been bought. Where am I going to get another one for you? Steal or rob? The woman immediately shrunk her neck in grievance and kept quiet. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes. Actually, a dress is not a big deal. 100 times the price is indeed not worth it. Hubby, my dear hubby, why don't you give me some cash? I'll go buy a few bags and some sexy dresses to serve you, okay? The veins on the man's forehead bulged. Can you *King stop being so flirtatious? Sure enough, you've been a prostitute for too long. No matter how hard you wash, you can't wash away the taste of prostitution. You only know how to think about my money all day long. Get out of here, get out now, the woman's heart trembled. Seeing that he did not seem to be joking, she did not dare to say another word. She stood aside like a quail and did not dare to breathe. Tang Yong racked his brains but still could not figure out how he had offended the higher-ups of Hanqing Biology to the extent that the collaboration was cancelled. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold. He flung the woman away and walked straight to the cashier. The staff, hello, sir? Could you please show me the receipt of the couple's bill? This is not in accordance with the regulations. Tang Yong threw over a stack of 100 yuan notes. What about now? Then, what do you want to know on the bill? I'll take a look for you. What's the man's name? The staff looked down and scanned. To protect the customer's privacy, the black card does not show the individual's name on the bill, so the specific name is not clear. However, when he signed at the end, the other party wrote Xia. His surname is Xia, and he's from Hanqing Biology. Tang Yong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Oh no. He might have offended the professor's relatives or clansmen. No wonder the other party could terminate the collaboration with Hanqing Biology with just a phone call. This time, it's true. King Tianliang has broken through. The man's face turned pale as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Okay, I got it. I'll do as you say. Xie Dingyuan ended the call and turned to hold Jiang Fuyue's hand. That person is working with Hanqing Biology, she asked. Yes, a very small collaboration. To Hanqing, it was not essential, but to the other party, it could be a serious injury. Jiang Fuyue, you kicked him away just like that. Do you have a good reason? Xie Dingyuan had already thought of this. Just now, Xing Yiming had called to report on the investigation. His hands and feet are dirty. It's only a matter of time before I kick him away. I really thought you were going to be Long Out Yin, who? Jiang Fuyue shook her head. No. Xie Dingyuan said in a muffled voice, I heard it. It's a man. Surnamed Long. Professor Xia, why are you so cute? Jiang Fuyue suddenly walked in front of him. She stood on her tiptoes, reached out, and started to rub his face. Xie Dingyuan, ? I've changed my shape, digression, second update, 3,000 words. There are 2 more updates at 4 o'clock. Everyone can come and see it tomorrow morning. Oh my god. Why was someone else's boyfriend tall and handsome, gentle and considerate? How infuriating. Xie Dingyuan asked, how is it? Jiang Fuyue stood up and walked a few steps. It's more comfortable than the previous pair. Miss, you have good taste. This pair is a classic. It's beautiful and comfortable. Xie Dingyuan saw that she was satisfied. Then I'll take this pair. Bill please. The salesperson took the card from him. Oh my god, he didn't even ask about the price, she looked down. Oh, it's a black card. No wonder, since they were already there and it was still early, they decided to shop. In the women's section on the second floor, Jiang Fuyue stopped in front of the display window and looked at the black and white spaghetti strap dress on the model. Her eyes flashed with amazement. Xie Dingyuan asked, shall we go in and try it on? Sure. The salesperson immediately welcomed them warmly. Just by looking at the Patek Philippe in the man's hand, she knew that he was a big client. Xie Dingyuan went straight to the point. The dress in the display window. It's size XS. This lady's figure is just right. She'll definitely wear it. As he spoke, he directly took the dress off the model. I'm sorry. Our shop is a niche designer brand overseas. We only have one piece of each style. What we sell is one of a kind, so there's nothing else. Jiang Fuyue took the dress and walked to the fitting room. The salesperson followed closely behind and looked like she was going to follow them in. Xie Dingyuan frowned. What are you doing? Oh, this dress is not easy to wear alone. You need help. Why don't you do it? The man's ears turned red in disappointment. No, I won't. You do it. Oh. The salesperson nodded and walked away with a puzzled look. Weren't they a couple? Why did they make it sound so innocent? When Jiang Fuyue came out and stood in front of him, Xie Dingyuan realized what the salesperson meant by "it's not easy to wear, you need help." She was wearing a black and white dress with a large V-neck, revealing her delicate collarbones and a large area of fair skin. The dress was supported by two thin straps. The girl's slender arms, straight and smooth shoulders, and snow-white neck were all exposed. If those two straps were to fall off, the consequences would be, however, this wasn't the most exciting part. When Jiang Fuyue turned around, Xie Dingyuan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw the beautiful crisscrossing straps on the girl's back. The straps wrapped around her snow-white porcelain skin. His mouth was dry and his Adam's apple bobbed. His chi and blood surged, and his breathing became chaotic. The waiter exclaimed, "Oh my God! It's so pretty, miss, you're the prettiest person I've ever seen in that dress." It wasn't just a compliment for marketing purposes. That stunned look in her eyes couldn't be faked. It was undoubtedly a sincere compliment. Jiang Fuyue looked at herself in the mirror and was very satisfied. He turned around and asked Xie Dingyuan, "How was it? Does it look good? Beautiful. Very hot? Why is your face so red?" The waiter said, "Wait a moment, I'll lower the air conditioning." Jiang Fuyue lifted her skirt and walked towards him. As the distance between them shortened, the man's heart beat faster and faster. At this moment, another couple entered the store. The woman was gorgeously dressed, and the man was dressed in a suit and leather shoes. However, he was balding and had a beer belly. He looked more than 10 years older than the woman. As soon as he entered the store, his eyes were glued to Jiang Fuyue. Xie Dingyuan's face suddenly darkened. He reached out and pulled the girl into his arms. The two of them swapped positions, blocking the man's greasy gaze. The balding man looked regretful. When the woman beside him saw this, she glared at Jiang Fuyue with jealousy and said coquettishly, "Dear, I feel that the clothes in this store are very ordinary. Why don't we go to another store?" "Ordinary? I think it's not bad." As she said that, she desperately tried to look at Jiang Fuyue. The woman's face was almost contorted with anger. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes and said, "Waiter, let me try that dress on her." I'm sorry, we only have one piece of everything in our store. You can try something else." "Something else? Don't you know that clothes are the same as men? You can't compromise on anything." "I want this one." The waiter calmly glanced at the old man beside her. "Is this called not compromise on anything? I think it's not particular." "I'm sorry, this lady came here first. If she doesn't buy it, you can, I want to try it on now." Immediately. The waiter looked troubled. The man beside her didn't know what to think. He let the woman do whatever she wanted and didn't say a word. Jiang Fuyue was blocked by Xie Dingyuan. Her face leaned against his chest, and he could feel her heat. "Your hand." Only then did the man realize that his palm was pressed against her back. Under the crisscrossing straps, he could feel her smooth and warm jade-like skin. A wave of numbness spread from his fingertips to his heart. His expression froze, and his body suddenly stiffened. "How long are you going to put it on for?" "Ah? Oh." Xie Dingyuan suddenly retracted his hand and let it hang by his side. His fingertips unconsciously rubbed the seam of his trousers with a hint of nostalgia and reminiscence. I didn't do it on purpose." But it was absolutely true that he enjoyed it. At this time, the waiter came forward. "Miss, do you want this dress?" The customer insisted on trying it on. Jiang Fuyue, wrap it up." "Okay." Xie Dingyuan skillfully handed the waiter the card. The waiter happily accepted it and went to the front desk to write the bill. "Oh, by the way, sir, please accompany your girlfriend to the fitting room to change. The straps on the back need to be removed." Xie Dingyuan's eyes flashed. "Okay." When passing by the woman with heavy makeup, the waiter paused and put on a professional smile. I'm really sorry, the dress has been bought by that lady. You can see if there are any other styles that you like. The woman raised her eyebrows. I want that dress today. Dear, I really like that dress. The cut really suits my figure. If you don't believe me, I'll wear it for you. Jiang Fuyue wearing that dress flashed in front of the man's eyes. Her skin was as white as snow, and there wasn't a trace of fat on her back. If he touched it, he would definitely. Dear? Yes? I want to wear it for you to see. What do you think? The waiter saw that the situation was not right and reminded him. That lady has already bought it, the man waved his hand. Go and discuss with her. I'll buy it from her for 5 times the price. The waiter, this. I'll go and ask. Dear, you're so good to me. The woman leaned on the man's shoulder and was moved to tears. The man responded absent-mindedly, but his eyes were fixed in the direction of the fitting room. In the fitting room, Xie Dingyuan's heart was beating and his hands were trembling. He raised his hand several times and put it down again. He didn't know where to look. Jiang Fuyue turned around. What's wrong? Can't you find the end of the rope? The straps on the back were wrapped up in circles, and the end of the rope was covered by the waiter to the waist. Jiang Fuyue pointed to him. It's around here. Can you find it? I'll try. His voice was low and hoarse. Okay. Jiang Fuyue pulled her hair to her chest so that he could see more clearly. She didn't know how strong the visual impact was at that moment. Xie Dingyuan felt that his blood was rushing to the top of his head. His cheeks were red as if they were on fire. Jiang Fuyue whispered, hurry up. It was so hot in the fitting room that she was about to sweat. Her voice almost sent Xie Dingyuan away. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, I'll ask the waiter to come in and help you. He ran out of the door after saying that. Jiang Fuyue's lips curved into a playful smile. TSK, what a noob, the waiter came in and helped Jiang Fuyue untie the straps. Then, he conveyed the man and woman's message. 5 times? Yes, that's what the man said. Huh. I don't care even if it's 50 times. Wrap it up. Rich people were indeed different. Where's the dress? You didn't take it out? I want to try it on now. The waiter, I'm sorry, that lady rejected it. What? Did you tell her that we're offering 5 times the price? I did, but the other party said, what did she say? The waiter looked troubled. What did she say? The woman was hysterical. The man beside her didn't look too good either. That lady said that she doesn't care even if it's 50 times the price. Say that again? What kind of person is this? Does she really think that she's a super rich person? She doesn't even know how to brag? The waiter, since the other party isn't willing, I can't do anything about it, go and tell her, 100 times. Ask her if she's willing to sell it, the man suddenly said. The person who didn't get the dress was his female companion, but he seemed to be angrier than the woman. His eyes were filled with anger. The waiter was stunned. This dress wasn't cheap. Even with the discount, it was still more than 20,000 yuan. If it was 100 times the price, it would be 2 million yuan, oh my god, the waiter wanted to hide this dress and sell it to this spendthrift. I'm sorry, you asked the wrong person, Xie Dingyuan said coldly. He was wearing a mask, revealing a pair of dark and sharp eyes. Their eyes met. The man was suppressed by his aura and instantly felt his scalp go numb. I'll pay you 100 times the price. You give this dress to my girlfriend. How about that? His words were directed at Xie Dingyuan, but his eyes were staring unblinkingly at Jiang Fuyue, who was beside him. He only noticed her figure earlier. Now that he looked at her face, she was simply beautiful. Suddenly, his heart was itching. 100 times? Xie Dingyuan sneered. The arrogance of a superior was completely revealed at this moment. His eyes were telling you, who do you think you are? Jiang Fuyue recalled his attitude towards her when they first met. TSK, 3 words, a rhetorical question, instantly made the man feel deeply insulted. Don't *king reject the face I'm giving you. Before the word face left his mouth, Xie Dingyuan picked up his phone. The screen showed that he was in the middle of a call. The caller was Xing Yiming. He put the phone to his ear. Did you hear everything? I'm sorry, President Xia. I'll deal with it right away. The man was confused. Stop pretending to be mysterious. You're making a call, right? Who doesn't know how to do that? You want to act like a big brother with just a few words? Long Out Yen, you've seen too much. Let me tell you, you have to sell it today even if you don't want to. After saying that, his presumptuous and flirtatious gaze fell on Jiang Fuyue. He no longer tried to hide it. Xie Dingyuan stood in front of Jiang Fuyue expressionlessly. He looked at the man as if he was looking at a dead man. You, the man pointed at the waitress. Go and bring that dress over. My girlfriend wants to try it on. The waitress, this is not good, right? Just do as I say. Do you want to be complained about? The woman stretched out her bright red manicure and ordered arrogantly. Then, she intimately held the man's arm and said in a coquettish voice, Dear, you're so handsome. Suddenly, the phone rang. He patted the back of the woman's hand and said softly, I'll take this call first. However, his gaze was still fixed on Jiang Fuyue. The word seduction was not only used when women were attracted to men. Sometimes, men would also send signals to women. For example, at this moment, his actions were nothing more than hinting to Jiang Fuyue, look at me. Not only am I rich, but I'm also gentle and considerate. Isn't it better to be with me than with an embroidered pillow who only knows how to act pretentious? In response, Jiang Fuyue. She felt that he was dirty just by looking at him. It was more interesting to hide behind Xie Dingyuan and watch the show. Hello? Ah, Manager Liu? Yes, I'm Xiao Tang. What? Terminate the cooperation? Why? We've already discussed all the details. All that's left is to sign the contract. Now you're suddenly going back on your word. Are you trying to kill me? The other end was also helpless. You also know that every time we launch a new project, many companies rush to cooperate with us. Since you've gotten this opportunity, why don't you cherish it? If you insist on making things like this, I can't do anything about it. The man was puzzled. Why didn't I cherish it? I rejected all other collaborations for this project and wholeheartedly waited for Hanqing's order. You can't just replace me like this. There's no other way. It's an order from the higher-ups. Think about it, did you offend anyone recently? Who can I offend? He stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence and looked at Xie Dingyuan in bewilderment. The man was wearing a mask, so his face couldn't be seen clearly. However, he was tall and had long legs. His temperament was passable, but he was still too young. What kind of social status and achievements could a man of this age have? At most, he was just a rich second-generation heir. Tang Yong wasn't afraid of him, however, Hanqing did indeed cancel the cooperation after that phone call. This was too much of a coincidence. The sudden change caught Tang Yong off guard. He wasn't in the mood to fight for a dress or hook up with a beauty. If the cooperation fell through, then the business he had painstakingly built would be completely finished. Manager Liu, can you help me put in a good word with the higher-ups? I am really innocent. I'm sorry, good luck. After saying that, he hung up. The man cursed on the spot. Do you really think Hanqing biology is a treasure? You shameless bastard. On the other side, the staff had already settled the bill with Xie Dingyuan's card and sent the two of them off with a smile. Even their backs were compatible. When the woman saw that the dress she liked was bought, she became anxious. Dear. My dress, Tang Yong was so annoyed by her that he flung her hand away. Can't you *king stop for a moment? You only know how to think about dresses. Since it's already been bought, where am I going to get another one for you? Steal or rob? The woman immediately shrunk her neck in grievance and kept quiet. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes. Actually, a dress is not a big deal. 100 times the price is indeed not worth it. Hubby, my dear hubby, why don't you give me some cash? I'll go buy a few bags and some sexy dresses to serve you, okay? The veins on the man's forehead were popping. Can you not be so flirtatious? Sure enough, you've been a prostitute for too long. You can't wash away the taste of prostitution. You only know how to think about my money. Get out of here, get out now. The woman's heart skipped a beat. Seeing that he was not joking, she did not dare to say another word. She stood aside like a quail and did not dare to breathe. Tang Yong racked his brains but still could not figure out how he had offended the higher-ups of Hanqing Biology to the extent that they had to cancel their agreement. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold. He flung the woman away and walked straight to the cashier. The staff, hello, sir? Could you please show me the receipt of the couple's bill? This is not in line with the regulations. Tang Yong threw a stack of 100 yuan notes at the staff. What about now? Then, what do you want to know? Let me take a look for you. What's the name of the man? The staff looked down and scanned. To protect the privacy of the customer, the black card does not show the customer's name on the receipt. So, the name is not clear. But when he signed at the end, the other party wrote Xia. His surname is Xia, and he's from Hanqing Biology. Tang Yong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Oh no. He might have offended that professor's relatives or clansmen. No wonder the other party could make Hanqing Biology terminate their cooperation with just a phone call. This time, it was true. King Tianliang had broken through. The man's face turned pale as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Okay, I got it. I'll do as you say. Xie Dingyuan ended the call and turned to hold Jiang Fuyue's hand. That person has a cooperation with Hanqing Biology, she asked. Yes, a very small cooperation. It was not essential to Hanqing Biology, but it could be a serious blow to the other party. Jiang Fuyue, you kicked him away just like that. Do you have a good reason? Xie Dingyuan had already thought of this. Just now, Xing Yiming had called to report the investigation. His hands and feet are not clean. It was only a matter of time before I kicked him away. I really thought you were going to be Long Out Yin. Who? Jiang Fuyue shook her head. No. Xie Dingyuan said in a muffled voice, I heard it. It's a man. Surnamed Long. Pfft, Professor Xia, why are you so cute? Jiang Fuyue suddenly walked in front of him. She stood on her tiptoes, reached out, and started to rub his face. Xie Dingyuan, ? I've changed my shape, you can't use cute to describe a man. After his face was ravaged, the man suddenly became serious. Jiang Fuyue, then what should I use? Handsome, dashing, charming, anything is fine. But I just think you're cute. What should I do? What else could he do? Then, if you're cute, then so be it. That was pretty good. Jiang Fuyue laughed all the way home. When the car stopped at the entrance of the villa, the smile on her face did not disappear. The man seemed to be infected and was also in a good mood. I'm going back. Jiang Fuyue unbuckled her seatbelt and pretended to push the door open. The next second, the man's long arm locked the door and did not let her open it. Jiang Fuyue turned around and was caught off guard by the man's deep eyes. He had already taken off his mask, and an aggressive kiss landed on her lips. This time, the man was obviously more skilled and even knew how to play tricks. Jiang Fuyue widened her eyes and looked at him in surprise. This person actually knew how to do that. TSK, after the kiss, the man looked satisfied. Jiang Fuyue leaned against the back of the seat and panted slightly. She looked through the car window and looked at the second floor with a guilty conscience. Fortunately, Jiang Shaodi was not there. Professor Xia, you sneak attacked me. That's immoral. Digression, there will be 2 updates at 4 o'clock. Everyone can come and watch it tomorrow morning. Moi. With 20 million yuan in hand, Wu Qian was full of motivation. He went in and out of the Imperial Heaven Palace for a few days and discussed the details of the transformation with Jiang Fuyue. After asking for her opinion and getting Jantar and his wife's approval, he began to formulate a strict summer training program for Jiang Qinxing. Vocal music, dance, physique, anyway, he arranged everything that could be arranged. Han Yunru was worried that her son couldn't take it, so she nagged him a lot. However, Jiang Shaodi himself was enjoying it. The dance teacher was so cool, the vocal music teacher praised his pitch, the physique teacher took him to test his bone age and said that he could grow to 1.8 meters and so on. As long as he had enough food every day, he would be full of energy. Regarding this, Wu Qian was so excited that he almost shed tears. Wasn't this a star seedling who scored full marks in self-management? It was midsummer and the sun was hot. Wu Qian drove into the Imperial Heaven Palace. After the security guards asked, they raised the bar and let him in. At the same time, two middle-aged women dressed as nannies swiped their cards through the small door that was only for people to pass through. "Oh, sorry, I came out in a hurry today and forgot to bring my card." "It's okay, I helped you swipe it. We're all nannies, who doesn't have a careless time? I'll help you if I can. Also, I hit it off with you the moment I saw you. Let's meet more often in the future." "Okay, I'll go this way then." Okay, you're in the villa area. I heard that those two buildings are the king of our neighborhood. Your employer is so rich, he must be very generous, right?" The woman seemed to have thought of something and sneered. "The richer the person, the more stingy they are. That family is so cheap." "Really? Tell me about it next time." After Wang Fang separated from the nanny, she threw away the basket and took off her ugly floral coat, stuffing it into the trash can. After tidying herself up, she walked towards the villa. As she walked, she hummed a song in a good mood. So what if it was the most luxurious villa area in Linhuai? Didn't she sneak in easily? She wanted to see what kind of person this Jiang Qinqing was that could make Wu Qian abandon his daughter and be willing to be a cow or a horse. As the sun set, Jiang Qinqing got off the electric scooter with a guitar on his back. "Thank you, uncle." The property management staff waved at him. "You're welcome." As Jiang Shaodi walked, he recalled the new music score that his teacher had taught him today. His fingertips moved lightly as he practiced his fingering. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at the woman standing in front of his house looking around. "Auntie, who are you looking for?" Wang Fang's back stiffened. She paused for 2 seconds before turning around. Seeing that she didn't speak, younger brother Jiang was puzzled. He thought for a moment and asked again. "Wang Fang. You are Jiang Qinqing." She had seen the video, and the boy who was loved by millions of fans was standing in front of her. His gaze was clean and unguarded. Jiang Shaodi nodded and gave her a friendly smile. "I'm Jiang Qinqing." "Auntie, have you seen my video?" Wang Fang braced herself and said dryly. "You have a big appetite." Jiang Shaodi scratched his head. "I've been like this since I was young. However, Uncle Wu said that I'm still growing. The more I eat, the taller I get." The woman pursed her lips. "Uncle Wu?" "Yes, he's my manager. He's in charge of the operations and works very hard every day. He said that he wants to earn money to support his daughter. However, I've never seen Uncle Wu's daughter." "Auntie, do you live here?" "We're neighbors." "That's great." However, Wang Fang only heard the words support his daughter. She rushed forward and looked anxious. Did he really say that? Ah? Jiang Shaodi was shocked by her actions and took 2 steps back. Wu Qian said that he wants to earn money to support his daughter. Jiang Qinqing looked at the woman whose eyes were red and suddenly understood something. He nodded seriously. Yes, Uncle Wu actually loves his daughter very much. He works so hard to earn money so that he can give his daughter a better life. However, some time ago, he said sadly that his daughter has a new father and doesn't want to acknowledge him. He has become a loner and can't go back to the past. After hearing this, the woman suddenly covered her face and cried. She had always known that she was wrong. From forcing Wu Qian to divorce, to remarrying with her daughter, to remarrying him, one wrong step led to many wrong steps. There was no turning back. It was just that she didn't want to admit it and was lying to herself. "Auntie, why are you crying? I have tissues for you to wipe your tears." As he spoke, he took out a tissue from his bag and handed it to her. The woman reached out with trembling hands, but she couldn't take it. Jiang Qinqing pursed his lips and went forward to gently wipe her tears. Uncle Wu said that he used to be very happy because he had the best wife and daughter in the world. They were the greatest wealth in his life, but he lost them later, The woman's tears fell like rain again. However, he is very happy now. Although he doesn't have a home, he has found his dream. He said that he wants to work hard for himself and see how far he can go. When Xie Dingyuan drove back and passed by the Jiang family villa, he suddenly saw Xianxia talking to an unfamiliar woman. The woman looked excited and even wanted to touch him a few times. He quickly stepped on the brakes and walked over. "What are you doing?" When the woman heard this, she hurriedly said sorry and thank you and strode away. Jiang Chenxing stood there and watched her leave. Then he looked up at Xie Dingyuan, who had walked over and stopped beside him. He said sincerely, "Thank you, uncle." "Thank me?" "Yes. You know my sister. You saw a stranger talking to me just now. Are you afraid that I will be kidnapped?" The man immediately laughed and wanted to reach out to touch his head, but the little guy avoided him. He didn't mind and said, "You are quite smart." Jiang Shaodi said, "Thank you for saying that I am smart, but you still can't touch my head." "Why?" "Your sister touched it." "Because you are not my sister. I only touch her head." Xie Dingyuan wanted to ask, "What about brother-in-law? Are you okay just now?" The young boy shook his head. "I am fine." It was an aunt. She seemed very sad. "Don't talk to strangers in the future." "I know. Thank you, uncle." Xie Dingyuan was silent for a moment. "Why do you always call me uncle?" Jiang Shaodi tilted his head, and his peach blossom eyes were filled with confusion. "If not uncle, what should I call you?" "Brother." His eyes widened as if he was shocked. "But you look like uncle. Don't look like brother?" Jiang Shaodi shook his head. "No." Professor Xiao was excited and fully displayed his academic spirit. "How do you not look like brother?" Jiang Shaodi pointed between his eyebrows and poked his cheeks. "Here, and here. Can you be more specific?" "Brother is like this, and this." He pushed his eyebrows to the sides with 2 index fingers, and then the corners of his mouth were lifted. "Uncle is like this, and this." He pinched his eyebrows with his fingers and pulled the corners of his mouth down. Brother liked to smile, and his eyebrows were raised. Uncle liked to frown, and his expression was serious. 15 minutes later, Xie Dingyuan returned home. As soon as he entered the door, he began to lift the corners of his mouth in front of the full-body mirror. 1, 2, 3, smile. The corners of his mouth were successfully raised, but his eyes did not seem to be in place. He used his fingers to lift his eyelids, and yes, they were raised as well. Xianxia saw this strange scene as soon as he entered the door. He was stunned. "Uncle, what happened to you? Or, are you researching a new drug that can paralyze people's facial nerves?" Xie Dingyuan, Xianxia came back, changed his clothes, and left in a hurry. "Where are you going?" "Internet cafe. I'm staying with my friends tonight, and I'm not coming back." In the evening, when Jiang Fuyue came over, Xie Dingyuan was preparing to cook noodles for himself. He went to the fridge and looked around, and found that there were still leeks. Since the last time the recipe was changed, leeks were a common ingredient. "Oh, I forgot to mention, leeks are aphrodisiac." Jiang Fuyue did not knock when he came in, and directly swiped his fingerprint. "You're here." The man put down his chopsticks, walked to the entrance, and skillfully took out slippers from the cabinet. Jiang Fuyue changed into the slippers and handed him the lunchbox. Xie Dingyuan took it. It was not light, and it was still warm. "Who made this?" "Sunken Star." "Oh, my multi-talented brother-in-law." Next door, Jiang Shaodi, who was practicing his guitar, suddenly sneezed. "Uncle Wu, is someone scolding me? Maybe they're missing you." Xie Dingyuan, I'm not, don't talk nonsense." Jiang Fuyue walked into the kitchen and saw the boiling water on the stove, and the leeks that had been washed by the sink. "If I didn't come, you'd eat this?" Cough. "I heard Zhongxiang complain that you're picky and fastidious when it comes to food." The girl glanced suspiciously at the slightly messy marble countertop. "Is this it?" Xie Dingyuan's face darkened. "He's talking nonsense, don't believe him." Jiang Fuyue raised his eyebrows meaningfully. The man. It was true that nephews disliked their uncle. While Xie Dingyuan was eating, Jiang Fuyue leaned on the recliner on the balcony and eagerly flipped through the book The Mysteries of World Physics. During this time, because she was so engrossed, she kept her head down and did not even look at a certain someone. The original French version was indeed more accurate than other translations. It effectively avoided the conceptual errors caused by translation, and was more research-worthy. Xie Dingyuan. The food in his mouth suddenly didn't taste good. Jiang Fuyue was so engrossed in reading that she lost track of time. It wasn't until she felt a sharp pain on her scalp that she snapped back to reality and subconsciously looked up. She saw the man standing behind the chair with a strand of her hair in his hand. "Sorry, did I hurt you? Why are you pulling my hair?" Xie Dingyuan's expression turned awkward, just looking. In fact, he was sitting inside. When the wind blew, it lifted the curtains and lifted the girl's long hair. He couldn't help but think, how would it feel to touch, then, he really did it. Jiang Fuyue smiled. "So, what did you see?" No dandruff." "Jiang Fuyue?" The man gulped and said, "It's very soft and smooth. It smells good to the touch." "Oh. That was more like it." Jiang Fuyue wanted to finish reading the book in one go. Xie Dingyuan washed the dishes and made her a cup of flower tea before coming over to accompany her. "Aren't you busy?" He shook his head and said, "No." If the directors of Hanqing Biology heard this, they would probably be furious. There were piles of documents waiting for his signature in the office, the department summary meeting, the quarterly financial meeting, and the unapproved project reports in the laboratory. This was not busy? Jiang Fuyue didn't suspect anything. Since Xie Dingyuan said that he wasn't busy, she really took it as he wasn't busy and continued reading. At first, the man was sitting on a recliner nearby, reading an academic magazine in his hand. Later on, it was unknown when he came over and started to play with Jiang Fuyue's hair again. This time, Xie Dingyuan was more careful and gentle. At least, he could ensure that it wouldn't affect her reading. Jiang Fuyue let him be. The man was like a child who had found a new toy. He couldn't let go of the girl's thick hair. He touched it, combed it, and looked at it carefully. He was just short of using a magnifying glass to study it. Jiang Fuyue almost suspected that he had a hair fetish. Later, she found out that the man wasn't in love with hair. Anything related to her could make Xie Dingyuan excited. Xianxia joked, "He's in love with you." This logic, there seemed to be nothing wrong with it. When Jiang Fuyue finished reading the whole book, it was already 10 o'clock at night. She was shocked when she looked at the time. "Why didn't you call me? It's so late." She quickly put down the book, put on her slippers, and stood up. Xie Dingyuan passed the cup to her. "Don't rush. Have some flower tea first." When she drank it, she found that the temperature was just right. Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but look at him. "Actually, the villa is very big." Suddenly, the man said this out of the blue. "So? There are many rooms." Jiang Fuyue, "So?" Xie Dingyuan, "It can accommodate you." Jiang Fuyue smiled instantly. She held the teacup and leaned forward. She suddenly raised her hand and pressed the man against the wall. "Why? Do you want me to stay overnight?" Boom, the man's cheeks turned red. He looked nervous and didn't know where to look. "I didn't mean that. Don't misunderstand. You can sleep in the guest room or the master bedroom." "No, I mean I'll sleep in the guest room." He was incoherent. "Oh." Jiang Fuyue dragged her voice. "You admit it. You want me to stay overnight." Xie Dingyuan, question mark. "You want me to stay overnight? Then what? What do you want to do?" The girl narrowed her eyes. No. No what? No, what do I want to do? What can I do? I definitely won't. I promise you." Jiang Fuyue thought for a while and suddenly asked fiercely, "You can't do it?" "What?" Professor Xia was dumbfounded. "You said you can't do it. Isn't that the same as you can't do it?" No matter how slow, innocent, or silly the man was, he understood the meaning of this sentence. Then, his face turned as black as ink. After Jiang Fuyue was done teasing the love noob, she smiled contentedly. Just as she was about to withdraw her hand and leave, her body suddenly felt light. Caught off guard, she was carried horizontally by the man. Xie Dingyuan, what are you doing? He said seriously, I think we need to do an experiment to know if it's possible or not. Why don't we discuss it in depth now? Discuss it in depth, these words pierced Jiang Fuyue's ears until they were buzzing. Who said he couldn't do it? Come out and take a beating. Well, I think it's too late to discuss such a deep problem. Why don't we do it another day? Can you put me down first? Xie Dingyuan didn't let her go. Instead, he hugged her even tighter. Is it too late? But I think that this time to study this kind of problem is the right time, right place, and right people. After that, he carried her inside. Jiang Fuyue said, actually, I was just joking. Of course you can do it. You can do it very well. Of course you can. The man lowered his eyes and looked at her lightly. A conclusion without an experiment is no different from a castle in the air. It's not valid. So, to ensure the authenticity and rigor of the research, I think it's necessary to do an experiment. What do you think? Experiment, these two words successfully made Jiang Fuyue look at him in a new light. How was the little rookie? He was clearly the big bad wolf, Jiang Fuyue said, I don't think it'll work. As the saying goes, one shouldn't be too hasty. As he spoke, Xie Dingyuan had already carried her to the sofa, but he didn't let go of her. Jiang Fuyue blinked. Are you serious? Experiments can't be faked. That was very serious. Okay. Jiang Fuyue nodded and started to unbutton his collar. Xie Dingyuan, exclamation point. Why are you so surprised? Don't just stand there. Take it off yourself. What kind of words were these, Jiang Fuyue, you're not going to take it off? Okay, I'll help you. But you have to change your habit of buttoning to the last button. It's so inconvenient for me to do it. 1 button, 2 buttons, 3 buttons, this time, it was the man's turn to panic. He bounced off the sofa and looked at Jiang Fuyue with a hint of shock and embarrassment. You, Jiang Fuyue, what's wrong with me? I'm cooperating with you, Professor Xia. Is there anything wrong with the steps? Can you teach me? Her voice was sweet and soft, and her eyes were charming. No man could resist her. Xie Dingyuan was no exception. In an instant, he felt a fire burning from his abdomen to his chest, and then from his chest to his cheeks. He felt like he had just been fished out of a pot of boiling water, and the heat had nowhere to dissipate. Yeah, stop fooling around. The man started to give in. He also forced his eyes to look elsewhere. If he didn't look, it wouldn't be messy. Jiang Fuyue stood on the sofa and couldn't help but laugh out loud. She was very proud of herself. Professor, then we're not doing the experiment? No, we're not doing it. But how do we draw a conclusion? Is it okay or not? The man's cheeks were stiff, and his muscles were tense. It was obvious that he was enduring. Jiang Fuyue didn't stop there. She wanted to tease him. We have to submit the report. Don't you? Oh. The next second, her mouth was blocked. The man's eyes were burning, and his actions were rough. He must have been angry and embarrassed. He said, you bad person. Jiang Fuyue pushed him away with both hands and tilted her head back. If you say I'm bad, then I won't let you kiss me. You're even worse now. He moved closer. As part of the buttons had been unbuttoned earlier, the man's lapel was wide open. Jiang Fuyue laughed and avoided him. She jumped off the sofa and ran upstairs. Unfortunately, the man's legs were long. Before she could reach the stairs, her path was blocked. Xie Dingyuan said, let's see how you're going to run now. Professor Xia, do you know that you look like a bandit now? He said, then I'll take advantage of you. Jiang Fuyue was speechless. You're a professor. Can't you care about your image? Rolling her eyes, Jiang Fuyue turned around and ran in the opposite direction. For the first time, Xie Dingyuan felt that having a big house was not a good thing. It would hinder him from catching people. In the end, Jiang Fuyue was tired from running, and the two of them started to circle around the sofa. Let's call a truce, okay? Xie Dingyuan was skeptical. Really? She was so cunning. Who knew what trick she was going to play? Suddenly, the man's gaze paused and fell somewhere beside her. Wait a minute. After that, he walked over and picked up Jiang Fuyue's slippers. Put them on. The floor is cold. He handed them over. Jiang Fuyue looked at the slippers and then at him. Xie Dingyuan laughed. I'm not moving. Put them on before you run. Okay. She took the slippers and put them on. During this time, the man did not move. He was too naive. If he was more cunning, he would have attacked her suddenly when she was not paying attention. However, Jiang Fuyue inexplicably liked his inflexible, wooden, and adorable look. But soon, Jiang Fuyue could not laugh anymore. She realized that wearing the slippers affected her running speed and reduced her reaction speed. As a result, the man caught her in his arms and kissed her fiercely. Xie Dingyuan, I suspect you're doing this on purpose. You're too sinister. So be it. She could say whatever she wanted as long as she liked him. He did not explain or quibble. This was his attitude. Oh, you know how to breathe now? Not very familiar with it. I need to practice more. Like hell, I'll believe you. At this moment, they heard the sound of the door opening. The next second, the door was opened and Xianxia rushed in angrily. Uncle, let me tell you. The owners of these internet cafes are too greedy. They promised to buy the whole night, but in the end, he stopped abruptly and looked at the two people in the living room in confusion. Jiang Fuyue, why are you here? You and my uncle. Why are you hugging each other? Digression, 3 nights in 1, 6,000 words. Sharaba warning. They were not just hugging each other. The man's shirt was wide open. He had one hand on the girl's waist and the other on her back. Because he used too much force, the girl leaned forward and was almost in his arms. The two of them seemed to have just separated. Xie Dingyuan's eyes were gloomy and he was panting. Jiang Fuyue's lips were bright and her cheeks were flushed. It was obvious what they had done. You too? For a moment, Zhongxiang felt that he was not awake and that what he saw was just a dream. But 1 second, 2 seconds, as time passed, he did not wake up, and the dream did not disappear. So, everything was real. The girl he liked was in his uncle's arms, touching and kissing her. The corners of their mouths still had a smile that had yet to fade. Zhongxiang had never seen his uncle get involved with a woman, but this was the first time he saw his uncle get involved with the girl he liked. His eyes were hot and the tip of his nose was sour. Are you, in a relationship? The young man's eyes were broken and his face was pale. Every word he said was full of grievance. Jiang Fuyue looked at the two of them and calmly withdrew from Xie Dingyuan's arms. You didn't tell him? I didn't have time to. It was exposed. Xie Dingyuan had expected the worst, and now it had happened. His gaze flickered as he looked up at Zhongxiang. Yes, we are together. I wanted to tell you the day you came back, but you left in a hurry. Zhongxiang trembled, but his tone was unusually calm. When did it start? Xie Dingyuan. The day I came back from Continent F. So, after rejecting him, ECI, and Ling Xian, Jiang Fuyue chose his uncle? Why, the young man's eyes were blank. Was he not good enough? Xie Dingyuan stepped forward. Xiang, let's talk in the study. No need. The youth suddenly raised his voice, and his eyes suddenly became fierce. His expression changed from shock to arrogance, but it was difficult to hide the deep hurt in his heart. There's nothing to talk about. A loss is a loss. I don't need you to comfort me. After saying that, she turned and ran out of the house. Xie Dingyuan furrowed his brows and pulled out his phone. Yiming, send someone to follow Zhongxiang. There's no need to bring him back. Just make sure he's safe. Zhongxiang ran out of the neighborhood and hailed a taxi. Driver, where to? He covered his eyes and said in a choked voice. Whatever. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Fine, another lovelorn young man. These children nowadays, at their best age, they don't want to work hard. Instead, they indulge in love. Sure enough, they have eaten too much and have never suffered real hardships. The the chauffeur drove him around Linjiang twice. It was said that looking at the sea after being heartbroken would make one feel better. There was no sea in Linhui, but there was a river. Since it was all water, the effect should be about the same, right? On the third lap, the chauffeur couldn't help but ask, "Handsome, the meter has jumped to 300 yuan. Do you have enough money?" Xianxia immediately took out his phone. "I don't lack anything." The word money was stuck in his throat. He was dumbfounded. There were no pockets on either side of his pants. He pulled out another 300 yuan, which was the deposit that the owner of the internet cafe had refunded. 2 minutes later, Xianxia got out of the car. After giving the driver 300 yuan, he was left with 23 yuan, which was all he had now. Along Binjiang Road, the wind from the river brought a hint of coolness to the midsummer. The streetlights illuminated the entire road very brightly. The cars coming and going made the sound of the wind whistling. He didn't know how long he had been walking or which direction he was going. When Zhongxiang came to his senses, he was already standing at the entrance of the internet cafe. Originally, he was the one who told the owner that he wanted to book the cafe and even paid the deposit. But in the end, the owner still lent the cafe to his good friend and didn't even hesitate to pay him 3 times the deposit. It was just like how he had met Jiang Fuyue first and expressed his feelings first. But in the end, she chose Xie Dingyuan. Zhongxiang suddenly felt like a stray dog. He couldn't book the cafe, and he couldn't get the girl. In the end, it became someone else's. He pursed his lips and squatted in the corner, looking down at the floor. Now, he was even more like a dog. The owner of the internet cafe came out to buy cigarettes in slippers and shorts. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and turned to walk towards the corner. "Zhong?" Zhongxiang ignored him and moved further inside, wanting to get further away from him. The owner couldn't help but laugh. "It's really you. I'm sorry about today. You're my good friend who used to carry guns with me. I can't not give you face." Who would have thought that Zhongxiang, who had been silent and alone, would suddenly stand up and say, "King think you can just say sorry? I came here first. Don't you know what first come first serve means? What do you mean by honest management? Do you think I lost a chance to book the cafe?" The owner. Then what else? What else could he lose? Zhongxiang was heartbroken. What if King lost was love? The owner desperately resisted the urge to shake off the goosebumps and asked tentatively, You didn't fall out of love, right?" In just a few hours, Zhongxiang was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He exploded on the spot. "You're the one who fell out of love. Your whole family fell out of love." The owner. "I've never fallen in love." Jiang Fuyue had never accepted his confession. He had always been thinking too much and deceiving himself. The owner looked at him sympathetically. "You look quite pitiful. Do you want to come in and sit?" Zhongxiang snorted. "Didn't you lend the cafe to your brother? I'm still the owner. It's no big deal to bring someone in. I don't have money." "Don't worry, I won't charge you." "That's more like it." Zhongxiang walked past him and went inside. The owner. "Oh, right, are you going to the convenience store to buy cigarettes? So? Bring me 2 boxes of instant noodles." He touched his stomach. He hadn't eaten dinner yet. The owner. "Didn't you say you don't have money?" Zhongxiang said confidently, "You're treating me. F***ck. In the end, the owner really brought him 2 boxes of instant noodles with different flavors. One was pickled cabbage, one was braised beef, 2 roasted sausages, and a pack of spicy strips. Zhongxiang sat in the private room that was specially made for him. 3 computers were turned on in front of him, and the screens showed different game pages. "Where's the water? How can I make instant noodles without water? Hey. I was kind enough to take you in. Do you really think you're an ancestor? Weren't you the one who invited me in?" The owner. If it weren't for you, would I have run home? If I didn't go home, would I have bumped into, that kind of thing? If I hadn't bumped into that kind of thing, would I have run out and forgotten my wallet and phone? So, Zhongxiang said loudly, "It's all your fault. You have to take responsibility for what happened to me." The owner. He really ran into a ghost today. Hot water, right? Okay, wait. hot water won't do. You have to boil water for the noodles to be cooked well. F*ck 10 minutes later, Xianxia successfully ate the instant noodles. With a fork in one hand and roasted sausages in the other, he ate until it was a mess. After finishing the pickled cabbage, he continued with the braised beef. In the end, he said, "Burp, I'm full." The owner, who was wearing underwear, sneered at him. "Xianxia, do you have dental floss?" The owner, "Xianxia, if you don't, a toothpick is fine too. Help me get one." After picking his teeth, Xianxia instructed him to throw away the instant noodles. "The smell is too strong. It's not good for keeping the air fresh." The owner was no longer angry. When he came back after throwing away the trash, he saw that Xianxia was about to speak again. He quickly stopped him. "Stop it. Ancestor." The teenager rolled his eyes. "Look at how scared you are. Come here and play a few rounds with me." The owner, "No, I have to look after the shop." "Are you kidding me? You've already lent out your place. Look after the shop. Come here, sit down and log in. You have to play with me even if you don't want to." The owner gritted his teeth. "You think you're miserable? Bullsh*t, you're the one who made me miserable." The handsome guy was speechless. The owner could only sit down and play with him. During this time, Xianxia was like he was on steroids. He started to shoot people he met. Every shot was a headshot. It was very bloody. "No. We don't have a car. Let's form an alliance and go together." "Why are you killing people?" Xianxia sneered with contempt. "Do I need to form an alliance? If I want a car, I'll just snatch it." The owner. "You're awesome." After 2 rounds, he got chicken dinners in both rounds. When he was about to start the 3rd round, the front desk knocked on the door. "Boss, Brother Song is calling for you." "Xianxia, who's Brother Song?" "My bro." After saying that, he threw away the mouse and got up to leave. "You play first. I'm going out for a while." Xianxia stared at the screen. His actions were as fierce as a tiger and he successfully harvested a large number of kills. "Get lost. Hey, this young master ancestor of yours." The boss walked away nonchalantly. For a moment, only the sound of the keyboard and mouse could be heard in the private room. Xianxia clenched his cheeks and stared at the computer. The strength of his typing became stronger and the sound became louder and louder. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and threw the mouse away. He stood up, kicked over the chair, and shouted, F***CKU. Sometimes, a breakdown only took a moment. The owner heard the noise and pushed the door open. Seeing the situation, he was in a bad mood. "Young master, go crazy and bomb the streets. Don't waste my things." After Xianxia vented, the stuffy feeling in his heart finally disappeared. He asked the owner, "Do you have alcohol?" The owner asked back, "Are you paying?" Xianxia directly skipped the question. "Bring me 2 bottles. "No, 4 bottles. You have to accompany me." The owner. "Fine." Not only did he have to pay, but he also had to pay. 5 minutes later. Clang, the cans collided with the bodies of the cans. Beer flowed out from the opened mouth of the cans and rolled around inside. Xianxia raised his head and drank wildly. Only his Adam's apple could be seen moving as he swallowed continuously. "No, how can you drink like that?" The owner hurriedly pulled the can down. Good lord, more than half of the can was gone just like that. There was less than a tenth left. Xianxia snorted and waved his hand away. He looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "What do you know? I'm not drinking alcohol, I'm drinking loneliness." "Do you know what loneliness is?" The owner shook his head. "Loneliness is when you can't get the person you like. You can't do what you want. You can only lie on the ground like a dead dog. People who pass by won't even look at you." Xianxia raised his index finger and emphasized, "Even if it's just a glance." Ah, men who are heartbroken are all philosophers. This saying is true. The owner drank a mouthful of beer and shook his head with a smile. "I said it's not heartbreak." "It's not. Then what is it?" Tell me, I'll be your trash can for free. What could have happened to this rich young master in front of him? Xianxia gritted his teeth and said word by word, it's stealing. Love. Oh my, who would dare to snatch a girl from young master's hands? It shouldn't be, it shouldn't be. Look at you have money, you have the looks and you have the body. You can definitely get a girl easily. My uncle. Who? The owner blinked, wondering if he had heard wrong. My biological uncle. Zhongxiang growled. F*ck, you also think it shouldn't be, right? The owner smacked his lips. No wonder. Zhongxiang, ? Although I don't know who your uncle is, you're already a rich second-generation heir. No matter what, your uncle must be a rich first-generation heir, right? It's said that nephews look like their uncles. You're handsome, so your uncle must be not bad either. Maybe he's even more handsome. The owner nodded and gave himself full marks for his reasoning ability. Think about it, if a man is richer, more handsome, and more mature than you, how would the girl choose him? Zhongxiang was not convinced. But he's older than me. You don't understand. Young girls nowadays like older men. They call them uncle like they're in a TV series. It can satisfy all their romantic fantasies. She's not that shallow. Zhongxiang pursed his lips and said with certainty. In his eyes, Jiang Fuyue was so outstanding that she made others feel ashamed of their inferiority. She was so strong that she could take on everything alone and was brave and fearless. How could someone like her choose to rely on others, the owner? Then according to what you said, since she's not relying on others, she can only be on the same level. On the same level? What do you mean? Outstanding people are often more attracted to equally outstanding people. They have the same values, the same thoughts, and tacit understanding. They can resonate on the soul. In layman's terms, it's a good match. Only a good match could stand on the same level. There was no such thing as relying on others or chasing others. Zhongxiang was stunned. After a while, he whispered softly, so, she doesn't like me because I'm not outstanding enough? The owner, it's not that you're not outstanding. It's just that your excellence can't attract her. But your uncle can. Then what should I do? Zhongxiang suddenly sat up straight, his eyes shining. Are you serious? She's already your aunt. You still want to snatch her away? She almost became my uncle's niece-in-law. Why didn't my uncle snatch her away? If he does it, I'll do the same. Let's see who can win. Zhongxiang suddenly stood up. He felt that he hadn't lost. At least before Jiang Fuyue and his uncle got married, he still had a chance to turn defeat into victory. The owner looked him up and down. With your current appearance, you still want to snatch her away? Give up. You don't have a chance. What do I look like now? Here, the mirror is behind you. Turn around and take a look. Zhongxiang turned his head. The next second, he was almost frightened by his own reflection in the mirror. His expression was dispirited, the whites of his eyes were bloodshot, and there was a strong sense of frustration between his eyebrows. His clothes were wrinkled, his hair was messy, and there were green onions between his teeth that hadn't been cleaned. Do you see it clearly? You couldn't snatch her away when you were still normal. Now, you can't. Zhongxiang, then what should I do? The owner pondered for a moment. Actually, you have a very obvious advantage. You said it yourself just now, youth. Youth means that you have countless opportunities and possibilities. You have time and space to work hard. Your future is not limited. You can become someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with her. At that time, you will be qualified to compete with your uncle. Zhongxiang's eyes were burning. That's right, he had to become better than Xie Dingyuan. At that time, he would be qualified to snatch Jiang Fuyue back. Thank you, I got it. After that, he took a big gulp of beer and got up to leave. The spirit and confidence that belonged to a teenager came back to his face. Suddenly, Zhongxiang stopped in his tracks. He turned back and took out the remaining 23 yuan in his pocket. The beer is on me. You're welcome. After that, he left in a hurry. The owner, eh? You don't have enough money. Wait, he actually has money? Damn, I was careless. When Xianxia returned home, it was already past midnight. The lights in the living room were still on. Xie Dingyuan was sitting on the sofa. They had lived together for almost a year. This was the first time that Xianxia saw Xie Dingyuan sitting in the living room at this time. He did not go upstairs. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the man turned his head to look. Under the light, his black eyes were as cold as the stars. This time, Xianxia did not avoid his gaze. He changed into slippers and walked calmly to Xie Dingyuan. Uncle, don't be too proud. You've only won temporarily. Xie Dingyuan did not have to say the words that he had prepared. Seeing that his eyes were full of fighting spirit and his face had regained its vigor, it seemed that he had adjusted his mentality and was not going to be stubborn. The man smiled gently and looked determined. Don't worry, I will keep winning. Xianxia clenched his fists. With me around, it's impossible. Okay, I'll wait for that day. After that, he turned and went upstairs. Xianxia did not run back to the capital in a fit of pique. Instead, he stayed in the villa with peace of mind. He changed his unruly lifestyle in the past. He did not go to the internet cafe, the basketball court, the racetrack, the bar, and so on. Xie Dingyuan raised his eyebrows and paid attention to him quietly. Nanny Lu also came back from her vacation. She was in charge of her nephew and uncle's daily life and took good care of him. Xiang Xiang locked himself in the bedroom for 3 whole days. During this period, Nanny Lu only sent 3 meals a day. What's wrong with little master? Why did such an active child suddenly quiet down? My heart is full of uneasiness, and I can't feel at ease. Did anything happen while I was away? Xie Dingyuan remained silent. It was not that he did not want to answer, but he did not know how to answer. He could not say that he was in a relationship with the girl he liked. He was too shocked to accept it. Professor Xia also wanted to save face. Finally, on the 4th day, Xianxia opened the bedroom door, walked out, and announced a decision: I want to be a soldier. Xie Dingyuan was stunned. That day, old Madame, Xie Yunzao, and the 6 aunts who doted on him all heard about it. Long, what happened? Why do you suddenly want to be a soldier? Being a soldier is tough. With our family's conditions, there's no need to rush for a future. Listen to me, don't be impulsive. Is there something that your mom won't buy for you? It's okay, I'll give you the money. You can buy whatever you want. How about a limited edition Lamborghini? I ordered it 2 months ago. It'll be delivered next week. Treat it as my graduation gift to you, okay? Xie Yunzao, we've already applied for a foreign school. Why are you making a fuss? Old Madam, did you suffer any grievances? Tell Grandma, I'll kick you out. Everyone thought that he was acting on a whim or that it was a new method to threaten people. Only Xianxia himself knew how determined he was at this moment. I've already submitted the enlistment application. Old Madam was stunned. Xie Yunzao's eyes were dull. When the aunts heard the news, they all fell silent. I'll go back to the imperial capital tomorrow and go for a physical examination the day after tomorrow. If there's no problem, I'll officially enlist in September. If they still had doubts a moment ago, when Xianxia sent a screenshot of the physical examination in the group chat, the women of the Xie family were collectively speechless. In the evening, Zhong Yuni called him. If it was in the past, Xianxia would have hung up without hesitation or even sent a message to stroke the tiger's whiskers. But this time, he calmly answered, "Hello. You want to be a soldier?" Yes. There was a long silence on the other end, so long that Xianxia thought that he had hung up. Have you decided? I've decided. Just don't come back crying. Huh. The father and son hung up at the same time. Xianxia's enlistment was thus decided. When Ling Xian heard the news, he asked him out to meet him. It's because of her, right? Xianxia didn't say anything and looked out of the window in silence. The growth of a teenager might only take a moment. This was him now, but not the him of the past. Ling Xian saw this and smiled softly. Suddenly, he said, "I'm going abroad." Xianxia was slightly stunned. I thought you'd stay in China to study for her. It's useless. Ling Xian shook his head. The distance between me and her can't be closed. Only by standing higher can I be seen by her. Therefore, he chose to go abroad. The day he came back would be the day Jiang Fuyue got to know him again. Their eyes met. The two of them who had an ordinary relationship and friendship actually understood each other at this moment. To become better people, this was how they liked her. Digression, 3 nights in 1, 6,000 words. The teenager liked to become a better version of himself, just to attract her attention, even if it was just a glance. After Ling Xian left, Xianxia didn't leave. He had an appointment with someone else. 15 minutes later, Jiang Fuyue pushed the door open and sat opposite him. Xianxia called the waiter over. An iced Americano and a mango layer. He remembered everything she liked. Jiang Fuyue, thank you. Xianxia was silent for a moment. I'm leaving tomorrow. Yes, I know. Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but be surprised when she heard that he had joined the army. A super-rich second-generation heir like Xianxia didn't need to suffer such hardships at all. But she vaguely guessed why he had joined the army. My uncle told you, right? The young man's lips twitched and his eyes were calm. Jiang Fuyue didn't shy away and nodded generously. Yes. His lips tightened and his eyes fell on the girl's face. Do you like him? Jiang Fuyue was slightly stunned. She looked into his stubborn eyes and said softly, we won't be together if we don't like each other. Xianxia wasn't surprised by this answer. She wasn't someone who would let herself be wronged. If she rejected him because she didn't like him, then she must have agreed because she liked him. But like didn't equal love. At least when Jiang Fuyue answered that question, her eyes were calm and her expression was quite rational. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly smiled. Actually, my uncle has a lot of problems. Jiang Fuyue, question mark. Ahem. First of all, he's stubborn, has low EQ, and doesn't like to talk. Secondly, he doesn't know how to be romantic and doesn't know how to make girls happy. He's just a research otaku. Lastly, his face is so cold and he rarely smiles. If he hugs you, you'll freeze into a popsicle. Do you believe it? Xianxia counted with his fingers one by one. He was really sincere and spared no effort in slandering his uncle. Jiang Fuyue heard half of the conversation and raised her eyebrows. She looked behind Xianxia and smiled meaningfully. Xianxia looked like he was about to continue prattling on. Let me tell you, this is just a general description. The specific details can't be counted in 3 days and 3 nights. Let's not talk about the distance. Let's talk about the blind date he went on last time. At this moment, a cold voice sounded behind him, so in your eyes, I have so many problems? Xianxia's back stiffened, and his smile froze. He didn't dare to look back. However, Xie Dingyuan went straight to Jiang Fuyue's side and looked down at him with cold eyes. He said expressionlessly, why don't you say anything? 3 days and 3 nights? Xianxia stood up abruptly. The chair leg scraped across the floor, making a screeching sound. He didn't look at Xie Dingyuan. He hurriedly said to Jiang Fuyue, my flight is tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Then, he ran away faster than a rabbit. Xie Dingyuan, Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. You're indeed my nephew. The way you do things is exactly the same. Who's the same as him? I'm not. I'm not. He denied it 3 times. Then who was the one who sent me a message before leaving the house saying that Xianxia is short-tempered, stubborn, and impolite? Oh, that person also asked me to send him the location of the meeting. In the end, he came here without saying a word. Xie Dingyuan. As long as I keep quiet, that person can't be me. Jiang Fuyue was in a good mood. She finished the mango lasagna with her coffee. Is it really that good? It's delicious. Xianxia ordered all my favorite dishes. The man's mouth tightened and he stopped talking. Jiang Fuyue deliberately teased him. What do you want to eat? Here, it's my treat. I'm not eating. He was full of anger. Jiang Fuyue didn't force him. She took out a piece of tissue and wiped her mouth slowly. I heard from Xianxia that you went on a blind date. The man's face froze. Don't listen to his nonsense. So, did you go on a blind date or not? The girl smiled. Although Xie Dingyuan didn't know what she meant, he didn't want to lie. I went on a blind date. But I only saw him once and I rejected him. Why are you in such a hurry? Jiang Fuyue looked up and glanced at him. I'm not blaming you. Speaking of which, you're almost 30 years old. It's normal for you to go on blind dates. The girl blinked. Why did you reject him? Is it because I'm not good-looking enough? Or is your body not hot enough? Or is your IQ not high enough? None of those. Then why? Because their eyes met. The man's Adam's apple bobbed and his voice was low. My mind was full of you at that time! She was suddenly flirted with. The next day, Jiang Fuyue ignored a certain someone's resentful look and went to the airport. When Zhongxiang left yesterday, he told her the flight time because he wanted her to send him off. Sure enough, when he saw Jiang Fuyue, the young man's face lit up. He scratched his head. Did you come here specially to send me off? Yes. Jiang Fuyue patted him on the shoulder. Have a safe trip. When the military is on vacation, you'll be in the capital too. Let's have a meal together. It's my treat. Okay. Then, I'll get going, goodbye. The young man took a few steps forward and suddenly turned back to hug the girl. The next second, he quickly stepped back. Jiang Fuyue, I'll become a very good person. She was stunned for a moment and immediately smiled. Then I'll wait and see how good you'll be. You'll see, Zhongxiang swore silently in his heart. Then, he walked into the security checkpoint without looking back. Jiang Fuyue only looked away when his back view disappeared and turned to leave. Zhongxiang got on the plane and began to close his eyes to sleep. But his mind was full of memories related to Jiang Fuyue. The classroom, the playground, the school gate, the side streets and back alleys, a faint sense of melancholy and disappointment surrounded him. Why did it have to be Xie Dingyuan? If it were anyone else, he would have snatched her back regardless of the consequences. But Xie Dingyuan, well, he had to admit that he couldn't snatch her away now. Hello, your seat is here. The sweet voice of the stewardess sounded. Zhongxiang didn't open his eyes. He only felt that the seat next to him was taken by someone. At 10 o'clock, the flight took off on time. When Zhongxiang woke up, the stewardess had already started to deliver the food. It was just his turn. This is the menu. What do you want? Then, the stewardess repeated the same words to the seat next to him. Zhongxiang picked a few things he liked and then handed the menu to the person next to him. He turned his head subconsciously and only then did he see the person's face clearly. Then, he was dumbfounded. Why is it you? Ici's mouth twitched. I was just about to ask why it's you. Did you install a radar on me? TSK, you? You think you're worthy? Ici clicked her tongue. You're going overboard. After all, we're brothers who shared a bed together. Oh. Shut up. Watch your image in public. Zhongxiang gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. The veins on his forehead were bulging. The stewardess looked at the two of them awkwardly. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Why don't you order first? Ici didn't look at her and said directly, same as him. Sorry, there's only one tuna sushi left. Zhongxiang raised his eyebrows proudly. Mine. You don't have it. Hee hee, you deserve it. Ici smiled. That's easy. Give me his. Zhongxiang, are you awake? Why should I give you mine? Because we are in the same bed, oh. Shut up. Are you giving me the tuna? Yes. Zhongxiang clenched his fists, but there was nothing he could do. Ici, beauty, please give me the last tuna. As for him, serve him as you see fit, as long as it's edible. The stewardess's obscure gaze wandered between the two handsome young men. Okay, please wait a moment. The moment he turned around, his eyes lit up. Oh my god. I got it. KSWL. Soon, the food was served. ECI deliberately waved the tuna in front of him and said cheekily, "This looks fresh. It should taste good. Let me try." "Oh. Delicious. It's delicious." Xianxia. Idiot. "Hey, do you want a bite?" Xianxia snorted and turned to look out of the window. The blue sky was clear and white clouds were everywhere. "You really don't want to eat it?" "Actually, I don't like tuna that much." "Sigh, it's a waste." ECI shook her head, but her eyes were fixed on the room next door. Zhongxiang turned his head and glared at her. "Can you be a human?" ECI touched her nose and put the tuna on the small table in front of him. "I only ate one bite. It's clean." Zhongxiang glanced at her and said with disdain, "Take it away. Throw it away if you don't want it." In the end, Zhongxiang ate it. Well, it was just because he wanted to eat tuna. After the meal, the stewardess took away the trash. Zhongxiang was about to go back to sleep when he suddenly remembered something and asked ECI, "Why are you going to the capital?" "For a physical examination." "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Physical examination?" ECI raised her chin proudly. "Yes, for a physical examination." "Hee. I'm going to be a soldier." Zhongxiang. "It can't be such a coincidence, right, ECI? I remember that you just came to Linhui from the capital less than 2 days ago. Why are you going back?" "Oh, for a physical examination." ECI, question mark. Zhongxiang chuckled. "Sorry, I'm going to be a soldier too." It was mid-August and the summer was scorching. Jiang Fuyue decided to go to the capital in advance after getting permission from Jantar and Han Yunru. Ming University would start school in mid-September. There was still a month to go. She had already told Su Kaiqing that she would borrow his laboratory. She estimated that she would finish her thesis in a month. When Han Qishan heard the news, he was so happy that he hummed a tune at home. He sang, "Yaya is coming. My little Yaya. Chong 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 chong, Han Ko, I think our dad is going crazy." Han Shen, impudent. Han Heng, he's not going crazy. He's already crazy. Han Qishan, have you cleaned Yaya's room? Did you buy new clothes and shoes? If it's not enough, you can open up the room next door and make it into a walk-in closet. Han Ting reminded him expressionlessly. Grandpa, I live next door. Oh, you can move to the 3rd floor too. I can't live like this anymore. But the next day, he quietly took out his pocket money and added a full-body mirror to Jiang Fuyue's room. Yes, it was the masterpiece of a famous designer in Country F. It was the kind that could be auctioned off. Because of Jiang Fuyue's arrival, the 3 generations of the Han family were busy and happy. But some people were not so happy. In advance? Why? Xie Dingyuan stopped what he was doing and forgot to look at the experiment report in his hand. Jiang Fuyue leaned against the experiment table and faced him. I told old Su that I want to borrow his laboratory. It's summer vacation, so there aren't many people and the equipment is complete. I have a laboratory too. I can lend it to you. Jiang Fuyue looked at him helplessly. You know that the biochemical laboratory is not suitable for my research. The man was silent for a while. When are you leaving? The day after tomorrow. Xie Dingyuan held her hand and held it. Can you postpone it for a week? A week later, the project would be almost finished and the finishing work would be handed over to old Jean and Dingyu. In this way, Xie Dingyuan could accompany her to the capital. Jiang Fuyue shook her head. A week later will delay the progress of the experiment. It has to be finished before school starts. Xie Dingyuan rested his head on her shoulder and looked down like a frustrated dog. There's no room for negotiation? Then I'll stay for 2 more days? 2 days was the limit. The man looked up and smiled. It's a deal. Jiang Fuyue was speechless. She felt that she had been tricked. Xie Dingyuan reached out and hugged her. He said softly, I read on the internet that parting when you're in love is like torture. Jiang Fuyue did not know whether to laugh or cry. Where did you learn such nonsense? Xie Dingyuan said, love bloggers. No, why do you read such things? I want to learn how to be in love from them. Oh? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. What did you learn? I learned. One of the man's hands left her waist and slowly caressed the girl's cheek. His dark eyes were deep and mysterious, like a jar of aged wine, giving off an intoxicating fragrance even before it was opened. This is the time to kiss. Their eyes met and their breaths intertwined. The distance between them was getting closer and closer, and their eyes were getting misty. Just as they were about to touch each other, suddenly, F***CK. What did I just see? Lao Bai stepped in and the next second, he immediately turned around and said as he walked, I didn't see anything. You guys continue. Lao Jin and Lao Bai were originally walking together, but Lao Jin did not stop in time as Lao Bai did. Thus, they were caught off guard and stepped into the romantic scene. It was too late to leave. He could only cover his eyes and think, I'm the heir. Ding Yu and Lu Guan fell behind. Lao Bai quickly stopped them and pushed them out. Don't go in. There's a bomb. Huh? Pink bomb. Lao Bai saw that the two were as silly as pigs. He suddenly pouted and made a loud sound in the air. The professor and little Yaya, cough. Do you understand? Ding Yu quickly nodded and retracted her foot. I understand. I'm not going in. Lu Guan's reaction was slow. He looked confused. What's wrong with the professor and little Jiang? Also, Lao Bai, you're so flirtatious. Ha 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 ha. Are you wearing Pinru's pajamas? Lao Bai. Cherish your life and stay away from idiots. Half a minute later, Lu Guan, exclamation point. F***CK. We're here? Ding Yu scratched her face. Well, we can't just stay here forever, right? Lao Bai, you go first. Ding Yu shook her head. Lu Guan, go first. No. Why me? Lao Bai, because you're handsome. Ding Yu, because you're cool. Lu Guan, oh, thank you. But I'm not handsome or cool. At this moment, old Jean stood at the door and waved at the three of them. The professor wants you to come in. That afternoon, they were exhausted like dead dogs. At this point, the four of them secretly decided that in the future, as long as Jiang Fuyue was around, they would knock on the door before entering the laboratory. Because the professor was scary and the lesson was painful. Since she had promised Xia Dingyuan to stay for 2 more days, Jiang Fuyue was not in a hurry to pack her luggage. Xia Dingyuan had a project in hand and was now at a critical stage. The laboratory couldn't do without him. Naturally, he couldn't accompany Jiang Fuyue to go shopping, go on dates, or go to the movies. Most of the time, Jiang Fuyue stayed in the laboratory to accompany him. However, she wasn't idle either. She used local materials, wrote programs, did research, and produced data, which made Lao Bai and the others gasp in amazement. Did you see that? This is the legendary sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting firewood. She's working on 2 fronts and grasping both love and career. I learned it. She's indeed the woman that the professor likes. One word, awesome. Xie Dingyuan glanced over and the few of them instantly scattered like birds and beasts. They stayed like this for an entire day, from the sun rising in the east to the sun setting in the west. Although the 2 of them were in the same space, they didn't talk much. Xie Dingyuan was busy, but Jiang Fuyue wasn't idle either. Occasionally, when they looked up at each other, their eyes met and they were satisfied. Lao Bai, I always feel that there's another world between the professor and little Yaya. No one can enter it except for themselves. Old Jean, this world is called love. Everyone, Ding Yu, in short, they're a good match. Sigh. Lu Guan sighed softly with envy in his eyes. When will I be able to find a girl I like you, Professor? Lao Bai snorted. Do you think there's a second Jiang Fuyue? Young, beautiful, with a good figure, and most importantly, super smart. How can there be so many talented girls? Lao Bai thought to himself, I don't even have one yet. How dare you think about it? Jiang Fuyue and Xie Dingyuan left on time at 6 o'clock every day. Facing the burning clouds in the evening, they first drove to eat, then went for a walk after eating, and then went home under the moonlight. Let's stop here, Jiang Fuyue suddenly said. We're not there yet, it's just a few steps away. I'll walk there. Ever since the two of them were whispering sweet nothings in the car and were almost bumped into by Jiang Xiaodi, Jiang Fuyue didn't dare to let him park too close. Am I that shameful? The man's tone was faint. I'm afraid you'll scare the children. Oh, and Jantar and Han Yunru. At least at the stage where she hadn't graduated from college yet, her parents didn't want to see her in a relationship. It wasn't that they were unwilling, but at least it wasn't easy for them to accept it in the short term. When school starts and you officially become a college student. Jiang Fuyue leaned over and kissed the corner of his mouth. Then I'll give you a title. Xie Dingyuan's eyes flashed with a smile, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. His expression was still cold and tense. That's it? What else? He pointed at the center of his lips. Kiss here. Jiang Fuyue, fine, I don't deserve a title anyway. The next second, the girl's soft lips pressed against his. The man's eyes flashed with a victorious smile. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her wantonly. After some time, the two of them finally separated. Jiang Fuyue, I'm leaving. Okay, see you tomorrow. The day before they left for the capital, Xie Dingyuan finished his work early and took her to the downtown business district. Jiang Fuyue, what are you doing? The man had already found the queue and was at the back of the line. Watching a movie. Xie Dingyuan deliberately chose a romance movie, Oxygen Butterfly. The title sounded very artistic. Before entering the venue, he deliberately bought a bucket of popcorn and gave it to Jiang Fuyue. I've seen this in TV dramas. Jiang Fuyue. What else could she do? Of course, she could only accept the popcorn bought by her boyfriend. However, less than half an hour after they entered the venue, they were dissuaded by the obscure plot. Xie Dingyuan. Are we leaving or not? Jiang Fuyue, let's go. Then, the two of them bought another movie. It was a high IQ crime mystery movie. The plot was brain-burning, but the logic was very strong. It was said that the screenwriter was a professor who studied both traditional criminal investigation and criminal psychology. He was very famous in the industry. Jiang Fuyue lowered her voice and whispered in his ear, who do you think the murderer is? Xie Dingyuan rolled his eyes. Do I get a prize if I guess correctly? What prize do you want? Stay the night. TSK. You wish. Anyway, the secret will be revealed in the end. Is it worth it? The man looked regretful. Then let's change it. Change what? Say that you like me. Deal. As expected, Xie Dingyuan guessed correctly. When they walked out of the cinema, Jiang Fuyue stopped by the musical fountain and called out to him. The man turned around. Jiang Fuyue's lips curled into a smile as she looked into his pitch-black eyes. Xie Dingyuan, I quite like you, she said, enunciating each word clearly. She liked him more than she expected. The next day, Jiang Fuyue took her luggage and set off for the capital. A new journey had begun. A new legend was about to be born. Why did it have to be Xie Dingyuan? If it was anyone else, he would have snatched her back regardless of the consequences. But Xie Dingyuan, well, he had to admit that he couldn't snatch her away now. Hello, your seat is here. The flight attendant's sweet voice sounded. Xianxia didn't open his eyes. He only felt that someone had taken the seat next to him. At 10 o'clock, the flight took off on time. When Xianxia woke up, the flight attendants had already begun to deliver the food. It was just his turn. This is the menu. What do you want? Then, she repeated the same words to the seat next to him. Xianxia picked a few things that he liked, then handed the menu to the person next to him. He turned his head subconsciously and only then did he see the person's face clearly. Then, he was dumbfounded. Why is it you? EC's mouth twitched. I was going to ask why it's you. Did you install a radar on me? TSK, you? Are you worthy? ECI clicked her tongue. You're too much. After all, we've shared a bed together, oh. Shut up. Mind your image in public. Zhongxiang gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. The veins on his forehead were bulging. The flight attendant looked at the two of them awkwardly. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Why don't you order first? ECI didn't look at her and said directly, same as him. Sorry, there's only one tuna sushi left. Xianxia raised his eyebrows proudly. Mine, mine, mine. You don't have it. Hee hee, you deserve it. ECI smiled. That's easy. Give me his. Xianxia, are you awake? Why should I give you mine? Because we've shared a bed together, oh. Shut up. Are you giving me the tuna or not? Yes. Xianxia clenched his fists, but there was nothing he could do. ECI, pretty girl, please give me the last piece of tuna. As for him, serve him as you deem fit, as long as he's edible. The stewardess's obscure gaze wandered between the two handsome young men. Okay, please wait a moment. The moment he turned around, his eyes shone brightly. Oh my god. He hit it. KSWL. Soon, the food was served. ECI deliberately waved the tuna in front of him and said cheekily, this looks very fresh. It should taste good. Let me try it. Delicious. It's so delicious. Xianxia. Idiot. Hey, do you want a bite? Xianxia snorted coldly and turned his head to look out of the window. The blue sky was clear and white clouds were everywhere. You're really not eating? Actually, I don't like tuna that much. Sigh, what a waste. ECI shook her head, but her eyes were fixed on the room next door. Xianxia suddenly turned his head and glared at her. Can you be a human? ECI touched her nose and put the tuna on the small table in front of him. I only ate one bite. It's clean. Xianxia glanced at her and said disdainfully, take it away. Throw it away if you don't want it. In the end, Xianxia ate it. Well, it was only because he really wanted to eat tuna. After the meal, the stewardess took away the trash. Xianxia was about to go back to sleep when he suddenly thought of something and asked ECI, what are you going to do in the capital? Physical examination. Why are you looking at me like that? Physical examination? ECI raised her chin and was quite proud. Yes, physical examination for the army. Hee hee. I'm going to be a soldier. Xianxia. It can't be such a coincidence, right, ECI? I remember that you just came to Linhui from the capital less than 2 days ago. Why are you going back? Oh, physical examination. ECI, question mark. Xianxia chuckled and said, sorry, I'm going to be a soldier too. It was mid-August and the summer was scorching. Jiang Fuyue decided to go to the capital in advance after getting permission from Jantar and Han Yunru. Ming University would start school in mid-September. There was still a month to go. She had already told Su Kaiqing that she would borrow his laboratory. She estimated that she would finish her thesis in a month. When Han Qishan heard the news, he was so happy that he sang a little tune at home all day. The song he sang was, Yaya is coming. My little Yaya, Han Ku, I think our dad is going crazy. Han Shen, how rude. Han Heng, he's not going crazy, he's already crazy. Han Qishan, have you cleaned Yaya's room? Have you bought new clothes and shoes? If it's not enough, you can open up the room next door and make it into a cloakroom. Han Ting reminded him expressionlessly, Grandpa, I live next door. Oh, you can move to the 3rd floor too. I can't live like this, but the next day, he quietly took out his pocket money and added a full-body mirror to Jiang Fuyue's room. Yes, it was the masterpiece of a famous home designer in Country F. It was the kind that could be auctioned. For Jiang Fuyue's arrival, the 3 generations of the Han family were busy and happy. But some people were not so happy. In advance? Why? Xie Dingyuan stopped what he was doing and stopped reading the experiment report in his hand. Jiang Fuyue leaned against the experiment table and faced him. I told old Su that I would like to borrow his laboratory. It's summer vacation, so there are few people and all the equipment is available. I have a laboratory too. I can lend it to you. Jiang Fuyue looked at him helplessly. You know that the biochemical laboratory is not suitable for my research. The man was silent for a while. When are you leaving? The day after tomorrow. Xia Dingyuan held her hand and held it. Can you postpone it for a week? A week later, the project would be almost finished, and the finishing work would be handed over to old Jean and Dingyu. In this way, Xia Dingyuan could accompany her to the capital. Jiang Fuyue shook her head. A week later will delay the progress of the experiment. It has to be finished before school starts. Xia Dingyuan leaned his head on her shoulder and looked down like a frustrated dog. There's no room for negotiation? Then, I'll stay for 2 more days? 2 days was the limit. The man looked up and smiled. It's a deal. Jiang Fuyue was speechless. She felt that she had been tricked. Xia Dingyuan pulled her into his arms and said softly, I read on the internet that parting when you're in love is like torture. Jiang Fuyue did not know whether to laugh or cry. Where did you learn such nonsense? Xia Dingyuan said, love bloggers. No, why do you read such things? I want to learn how to be in love from them. Oh? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. What did you learn? I learned. The man's hand left her waist and slowly caressed the girl's cheek. His dark eyes were deep and mysterious, like a jar of aged wine, giving off an intoxicating fragrance even before it was opened. This is the time to kiss. Their eyes met and their breaths intertwined. The distance between them was getting closer and closer, and their eyes were getting misty. Just as they were about to touch each other, suddenly, damn. What did I just see? Lao Bai stepped in and the next second, he immediately turned around and said, I didn't see anything. You guys continue. Lao Jin and Lao Bai were originally walking together, but Lao Jin did not stop in time as Lao Bai did. Thus, they were caught off guard and stepped into the romantic scene. It was too late to leave. He could only cover his eyes and say, I'm air. Ding Yu and Lu Guan fell behind. Lao Bai quickly stopped them and pushed them out. Don't go in. There's a bomb. Huh? Pink bomb. Lao Bai saw that the two were as silly as pigs. He suddenly pouted and made a loud sound. The professor and little Yaya, cough. Do you understand? Ding Yu quickly nodded and retracted her foot. I understand. I won't go in. Lu Guan's reaction was slow. He looked confused. What did the professor and little Jiang do? Also, Lao Bai, you're so flirtatious. Ha 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 ha. Are you wearing Pinru's pajamas? Lao Bai. Cherish your life and stay away from idiots. Half a minute later, Lu Guan, exclamation point. F***CK. We're here? Ding Yu scratched her face. Well, we can't just stay here forever, right? Lao Bai, you go first. Ding Yu shook her head. Lu Guan goes first. No. Why me? Lao Bai, because you're handsome. Ding Yu, because you're cool. Lu Guan, oh, thank you. But I'm not handsome or cool. At this moment, old Jean stood at the door and waved at the three of them. The professor asked you to come in. That afternoon, they were dead tired. At this point, the four of them secretly decided that in the future, as long as Jiang Fuyue was around, they would knock on the door before entering the laboratory. Because the professor was scary, and the lesson was painful. Since she had promised Xia Dingyuan to stay for 2 more days, Jiang Fuyue was not in a hurry to pack her luggage. Xia Dingyuan had a project in hand, and now that it was at a critical stage, the laboratory could not do without him. Naturally, he could not accompany Jiang Fuyue to go shopping, go on dates, or watch movies. Most of the time, it was Jiang Fuyue who stayed in the laboratory to accompany him. However, she was not idle either. She used local materials, wrote programs, did research, and produced data, which made Lao Bai and the others gasp in amazement. Did you see that? This is the legendary saying that sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting firewood. She's working from both sides, and she's working from both sides. I learned it. She's indeed the woman that the professor likes. One word, awesome. Xia Dingyuan glanced over, and the few of them immediately scattered like birds and beasts. They stayed like this for an entire day, from the sun rising in the east to the sun setting in the west. Although the two of them were in the same space, they did not talk much. Xie Dingyuan was busy, and Jiang Fuyue was not idle either. Occasionally, they would raise their heads to look at each other, and when their eyes met, it was already a great satisfaction. Lao Bai, I always feel that there's another world between the professor and little Yaya. No one can enter it except for themselves. Old Jean, this world is called love. Everyone, ding you, anyway, they're a good match. Sigh, Lu Guan sighed softly, and his eyes were filled with envy. When can I find a girl like the professor? Lao Bai snorted. Do you think there's a second Jiang Fuyue? Young, beautiful, with a good figure, and most importantly, extremely smart. How can there be so many talented girls? Lao Bai thought to himself, I don't even have one yet. How dare you think about it? Jiang Fuyue and Xie Dingyuan left on time at 6 o'clock every day. Facing the burning clouds in the evening, they first drove to eat, then took a walk after eating, and then returned home under the moonlight. Let's stop here, Jiang Fuyue suddenly said. We're not there yet, it's just a few steps away. I'll walk there. Ever since the two of them were whispering sweet nothings in the car and were almost bumped into by brother Jiang, who was returning home after class, Jiang Fuyue did not dare to let him park the car too close. Am I that shameful? The man's tone was faint. I'm afraid you'll scare the children. Oh, and Jantar and Han Yunru. At least at the stage where she had not yet graduated from college, her parents did not want to see her in a relationship. It was not that unwilling, but at least it was not easy to accept in a short period of time. When school starts and you officially become a college student. Jiang Fuyue leaned over and kissed the corner of his mouth. Then I'll give you a title. Xie Dingyuan's eyes flashed with a smile, but it disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. His expression was still cold and tense. Just like this? What else? He pointed at the center of his lips. Kiss here. Jiang Fuyue, fine, I don't deserve a title anyway. The next second, the girl's soft lips pressed against his. The man's eyes flashed with a victorious smile. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her wantonly. After a long time, the two of them finally separated. Jiang Fuyue, I'm leaving. Okay, see you tomorrow. The day before they left for the capital, Xie Dingyuan finished his work early and took her to the downtown business district. Jiang Fuyue, what are you doing? The man had already found the queue and was at the back. Watching a movie. Xie Dingyuan deliberately chose a romance movie, Oxygen Butterfly. The title sounded very artistic. Before entering the venue, he deliberately bought a bucket of popcorn and gave it to Jiang Fuyue. I've seen this in TV dramas. Jiang Fuyue. What else could she do? Of course, she could only accept the popcorn bought by her boyfriend. However, less than half an hour after they entered the venue, they were dissuaded by the obscure plot. Xie Dingyuan. Are we leaving or not? Jiang Fuyue, let's go. Then, the two of them bought another movie. It was a high IQ crime mystery movie. The plot was brain-burning and the internal logic was very strong. It was said that the screenwriter was a professor who studied traditional criminal investigation and criminal psychology at the same time. He was very famous in the industry. Jiang Fuyue lowered her voice and whispered in his ear, who do you think the murderer is? Xie Dingyuan rolled his eyes. Do I get a prize if I guess correctly? What prize do you want? Stay for the night. TSK. In your dreams. The secret will be revealed in the end anyway. Is it worth it? The man looked regretful. Then let's change it. Change what? Say that you like me. Deal. As expected, Xie Dingyuan guessed correctly. When they went out of the cinema, Jiang Fuyue stopped by the musical fountain and called out to him. The man turned around. Jiang Fuyue's lips curled into a smile as she looked into his pitch-black eyes. Xie Dingyuan, I quite like you, she said, enunciating each word clearly. She liked him more than she had imagined. The next day, Jiang Fuyue took her luggage and set off for the capital. A new journey had begun. A new legend was about to be born. 7:16 at 2 p.m., the flight landed at the capital airport. Old Master, Han Shen, and Han Ku were all there. Jiang Fuyue greeted them one by one. Grandpa, eldest uncle, second uncle. Han Shen pointed in a certain direction. Third brother is behind the pillar. The paparazzi are chasing after him because of the new movie. We have no choice but to stand further away. Jiang Fuyue looked over and saw Han Heng wearing a long-sleeved shirt, a hat, a mask, and a pair of sunglasses. He was leaning against the pillar pitifully, looking at them and guarding against the paparazzi. It was too difficult. When they finally got into the car, Han Heng sneaked in like a thief. He took off his mask and heaved a sigh of relief. "Oh my God. I'm suffocating." Jiang Fuyue said, "Youngest uncle, it's not convenient for you to go out. Actually, you don't have to come." Unexpectedly, Han Heng showed a disapproving look when he heard that. "How can that be? Both eldest brother and second brother are here. I can't be absent. Are you hungry? Here, eat this." As he spoke, he took out a packet of potato chips, tore it open, and passed it to Jiang Fuyue. "Thank you, youngest uncle." "Hee, take your time. I have other flavors here." Hanke reached out and put a piece into his mouth. Not bad. He had not eaten potato chips for a long time. "Second brother, what are you doing? Who told you to eat it?" "I'm giving it to Yaya." Hanke snorted. "Yaya is generous. She won't refuse to give it to me." At this time, Hanshin also touched a piece and chewed it crisply. The original taste is still better. "Han Heng?" Jiang Fuyue passed the potato chips to him and smiled. "Youngest uncle, you should eat it too." "I'm not eating it. I'll leave it for you." He was not like those two hungry idiots who snatched Yaya's snacks. "You're really not eating it?" She lowered her voice and whispered, "If you don't eat it, eldest uncle and second uncle will still eat it. They'll eat your share too." Han Heng immediately grabbed 2 pieces and stuffed them into his mouth. "I'll eat it." He would not let those 2 idiots take advantage of him. At this moment, Grandpa Shen coughed softly. "Let me try it too." Just like that, the 5 of them ate happily from the airport back to the villa. In addition to potato chips, there were also cookies, chicken feet, beef jerky, and so on. "Han Ku, second brother, where did you get these?" Han Heng, just eat it. "Why do you care so much?" Han Ku, when they returned to the villa, they heard 2 barks. Xiaomeng, the dog, rushed out to greet them. Woof, woof, it circled around Jiang Fuyue's feet and wagged its tail merrily. It even fell in front of her as if it was trying to scam her, revealing its soft belly and asking to be touched. Jiang Fuyue did not disappoint the dog. She squatted down and rubbed the dog's body, while Xiaomeng was so comfortable that it squinted its eyes and made a sound. Han Ting also came out. When he saw Jiang Fuyue, he called out softly, "Sister." Compared to the first time they met, when he was angry and arrogant, he was now as docile as a shy kitten. After entering the house, he even poured Jiang Fuyue a cup of happy fat otaku. Grandpa Shen ordered the servants to serve the meal. Han Shen took Jiang Fuyue's luggage to the 2nd floor. Hanke received a call and went to the balcony. Han Heng turned on the TV and handed the remote control to her. "Choose which channel you want to watch." When Jiang Fuyue changed the channel, she found that a channel was broadcasting a TV series that Han Heng starred in more than 10 years ago. Now, it was regarded as a classic and often appeared in the edited videos of the major uploaders. At that time, Han Heng was a handsome young man and was worthy of the title young master like Jade. Other than the lines that were popular at that time, there seemed to be a bit of a comical feeling when listening to it now. Jiang Fuyue was still fine. She did not laugh and watched seriously. However, Han Heng was so embarrassed that he dug his toes into the ground and almost dug out a fish pond. He urgently needed to divert Jiang Fuyue's attention. He glanced at Han Ting from the corner of his eyes and tried to find something to say. "Ting, what are you looking for?" Han Ting turned around. "Uncle, did you see my snacks?" "Just potato chips, cookies, jerky, and the like. I remember clearly putting them in this cabinet. How come they're gone?" Han Heng was speechless. He did not dare to say anything. In the end, Han Ting still could not find his mysteriously missing snacks. Strange. Those were specially prepared for Jiang Fuyue. "Xiaomeng, did you eat them secretly?" "Woof, You're the one who eats secretly. Your whole family eats secretly. It had to be said that the dog was the truth. At night, Jiang Fuyue took a shower and dried her hair. She sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the room and flipped through the experimental data. These were the data that she had sorted out when she accompanied Xie Dingyuan for a few days. The night breeze blew gently and the girl's hair fluttered. Her focused profile was covered with a layer of warm color under the light. She was so beautiful that her eyes were filled with the data in her hands. Suddenly, her phone rang. Hello? What are you doing? The man's voice was deep, pleasant, and inexplicably sexy. Looking at the experimental data. Are you tired today? Jiang Fuyue, I'm fine. How about you? What are you doing? I miss you. You don't believe me? No. It's just a little mushy. Xie Dingyuan, both of them were not wishy-washy and procrastinating people. After chatting for a while, they said goodnight to each other. At 11 o'clock, Jiang Fuyue lay down. She had a good night's sleep. The next day, she went to Q University. Although it was summer vacation, the campus of Q University was not deserted. Digression, after 3 o'clock, the article will drop 3,000 words. You can read it tomorrow morning. She saw a girl with her back facing the door. She was standing on the lab table and turning the buttons on the equipment. She probably didn't know anything and was just doing it out of pure curiosity. She didn't know any pattern and just turned whatever she wanted. What are you doing? Jiang Fuyue said coldly. The girl turned around. She had a pretty face and a pair of doe eyes that looked innocent and harmless. However, her raised eyebrows had a hint of arrogance and pride, ruining her innocence for no reason. Who are you? The girl didn't answer. Instead, she asked, does what I do have anything to do with you? Jiang Fuyue was expressionless. You're in my lab and messing with my equipment. Do you think it has anything to do with me? Your lab? The girl's voice suddenly rose. She looked at her as if she was looking at a lunatic. Please, why don't you say that the entire Q University is yours? Who knows? What? Jiang Fuyue, have you learned materialist dialectics? Everything is developing and changing. It's not yours now, but it doesn't mean it won't be in the future. Oh my God. The girl rolled her eyes. Did you just run out of the psychiatry department of the medical department? That's hilarious. Materialist dialectics. At this moment, Fan Linlin hurried over. Oh no, oh no. She just took the time to make a phone call and the two of them were at odds? Junior Jiang, Junior Qi, are you guys chatting? Qi Shiyuan went forward and held her affectionately. Sister Linlin, this person trespassed into the lab. Ask the security to chase her out. It's quite scary. Fan Linlin looked awkward. That. Yuan, you might have misunderstood. She didn't trespass. Misunderstood? How could I have misunderstood? Do you know what this person just said? She actually asked me to leave the lab? She even said that the lab is hers? Heh, is she a clown sent by monkeys? She doesn't know how to brag first. Fan Linlin. As of now, this lab is indeed used by Junior Jiang. Qi Shiyuan frowned. How is that possible? This lab is clearly my mother's. Strictly speaking, there is no problem with the ownership of the experimental area here. If you want to say who it belongs to, there is only one owner, Elder Su. But usually, Elder Su doesn't need such a big place, so he divides it into different areas. As long as you apply for a schedule and get approval, you can use it. Therefore, there was no such thing as a laboratory or an experimental area belonging to a certain person. Previously, A3 had always been used by Qi Shiyuan's mother, Professor Ji. Qi Shiyuan often came here to play and was familiar with many of the doctoral students in the laboratory. When she came over today, Fan Linlin wasn't around. It was a senior who opened the door for her with the key. The senior didn't know that A3 had been replaced. He thought that since it was Professor G's territory, it shouldn't be a big deal to let his daughter in. In the end, she bumped into Jiang Fuyue. After hearing this, Qi Shiyuan scanned Jiang Fuyue from head to toe. She crossed her arms and said calmly, this person shouldn't be from Q University, right? Fan Linlin. No. Then why should Q University's laboratory be used by an outsider? Fan Linlin felt that she was being too overbearing and couldn't help but frown. Elder Su personally ordered it. That won't do. Although this laboratory is under Elder Su's name, it's still a resource of the university. We have to queue up for a schedule to use it. There's no reason to give it to an outsider. Sister Linlin, don't you agree? Fan Linlin. She didn't want to answer. Seeing that she had nothing to say, Qi Shuyuan looked smug and waved her hand. Let her pack up and leave. My mother wants to continue using this experimental area. Sorry. Fan Linlin shook her head. I'm just a doctoral student. I don't have that authority. Also, I don't think Elder Su will agree. There's always a first come, first served rule. A3 used to be used by Professor G, but after the project ended a week ago, she returned the key and did a series of handover work to empty this area. Qi Shiyuan's face darkened and her eyes turned cold. So, Sister Linlin, you're on her side? Fan Linlin felt a headache coming on. She tried to reason with her. Yuan, this isn't about who I'm on. Let's talk about the facts. Don't go down a dead end. Heh, you mean I'm not talking about the facts? I'm going down a dead end? Fan Linlin looked helpless. Really, it was tiring to communicate with people who didn't understand and who were twisting words. I don't think so. What I want to say is that Junior Zhang's borrowing of A3 is completely in line with the regulations. If Professor G wants to use it, he can wait until Junior Jiang finishes using it in September before handing it over to her. She keeps calling her Junior Jiang. Those who don't know would think that she's a student of Q University. Even if she's a student of Q University, there's no reason for the professor to wait until she finishes using it, right? Where did she get the face? If I were her, I would have taken the initiative to hand it over. She really doesn't know the rules at all. Sister Linlin, let me ask you today. Are you helping my mother or this person? Choose. Fan Linlin was also annoyed. Why won't you listen? Help who? Tell me. Qi Shiyuan's voice was shrill and unknowingly mean. Fine, if I have to choose, then I'll side with the reasonable side. A3 is used by Junior Jiang in the first place. The laboratory has its own rules. It's not up to me to help anyone or someone to break the established rules with just a few harsh words. Qi Shiyuan didn't think that Fan Linlin would actually dare to side with Jiang Fuyue. Her eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. Don't forget, my mother also attends Bo Yi's class and has so many good projects that can make money, Fan Linlin, so? Because I'm siding with Jiang Fuyue, Professor G wants to fail me? I didn't say that. Qi Shiyuan looked around. Fortunately, there was no one else around. These kinds of words couldn't be said casually. Nowadays, there were many university professors who were fired because of a slip of the tongue. She wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Although she couldn't say it, she could do it. It was too easy to stop a PhD student. She could delay it in minutes, okay? Sister Linlin, I didn't know you were so loyal. Fine, I've learned my lesson today. Let's wait and see. After saying that, she glared fiercely at Jiang Fuyue and left in a huff. Fan Linlin, are you okay? Jiang Fuyue shook her head and immediately walked to the experiment table to check the parameters of the equipment. Fortunately, there wasn't much disruption and it could be restored quickly. Fan Linlin was worried. Qi Shiyuan is like a spoiled child. Before the conflict, I thought she was quite quiet. I didn't expect her to be so fierce. Jiang Fuyue, her parents are Q University professors? Yes. Her mother is a PhD lecturer in our physics department. Her father seems to work in the administrative department. I don't know his specific position. Her surname is G? This surname reminded her of someone. Fan Linlin nodded. Yes, her name is Ji Xinxin. I don't specialize in the field of ultrasound, so I don't know much about Professor G. Jiang Fuyue's eyes darkened. TSK, Ji Xinxin, she didn't expect there to be such a coincidence, wasn't the illegitimate daughter of the old master and Ji Lanyue called Ji Xinxin. She was also the fuse that ignited the marriage between Qing Ji and Han Qishan. Not only did he have an affair, he even had a child about the same age as Han Yunru. The old madam couldn't take it anymore and asked for a divorce. Han Qishan panicked and desperately wanted to save this marriage. For this reason, he didn't hesitate to say that he wouldn't acknowledge Ji Yuelan and Ji Xinxin in this life. Unfortunately, they still divorced in the end. But Han Qishan didn't intend to take back what he said. All these years, other than providing a place for the mother and daughter to live, he didn't do anything else. It was Han Shen who occasionally helped the mother and daughter behind the old master's back. Han Ke didn't understand. Dad already doesn't acknowledge them, why are you still in a hurry? You're crazy. When he said this, his expression was both angry and happy. That mother and daughter deserved it. Han Qishan not acknowledging them was the biggest punishment. However, Han Shen said, the sin was created by Dad, at least let him accumulate some good karma. But when Ji Xinxin became an adult, Han Shen also stopped giving money. He was extremely benevolent. All these years, the Han family subconsciously avoided the mother and daughter. They never contacted them and didn't deliberately ask about them. Their attitude was to ignore them. The only contact not long ago was when Guan Yiling found someone to kidnap Qin Yuanshan and implicated the truth of Han Yunru's disappearance. As an accomplice, Ji Lanyue was brought to the police station many times for questioning after the Qin family decided to call the police. Because she was old, had a serious heart disease and her lower body was paralyzed, the police finally decided not to pursue her criminal responsibility. This matter was over. But at that time, Ji Xinxin must have appeared, so she couldn't avoid meeting the Han family. Why are you suddenly asking about her? Han Heng's expression was strange. Oh, Ji Xinxin teaches at Q University. Really? I'm not sure about that. What about second uncle? Han Ke put down the magazine and pushed her glasses. Do I look very free? She needed to know about these boring things. Jiang Fuyue was speechless. What are you talking about? Old master came down from upstairs. They stopped talking at the same time and didn't mention the mother and daughter. In this family, the person who hated Ji Lanyue and Ji Xinxin the most was none other than old master Han. How much did he hate them? Once he heard the word Ji, he would immediately turn hostile, no matter who it was. Then, he would hide and look at Shi Qingji's photos alone. Sometimes, he would look at them for the whole night, as if he was possessed. For the next few days, his temper would be very bad. Han Qishan once said that the mother and daughter were the biggest stain in his life. When he hated himself to the extreme, he wanted to solve this mistake with his own hands and then solve himself. Han Shen said, we're talking about Q University's laboratory. Yaya often goes there, should we donate some money or do something? Old Master Han's eyes lit up. That's good. But it's too tacky to donate money. Is there anything else? Han Ke said, then donate a laboratory? Han Heng said, experimental equipment is fine too. Old Master Han pondered for a moment. I still feel that it's too stingy. Why don't we donate a laboratory building? Han Shen thought about it and felt that it was feasible. I'll go to the school tomorrow to discuss the details. Also, let's set up a scholarship in Yaya's name. Han Ke said, I can help take care of it for free. Han Heng felt that he didn't seem to be useful and racked his brain for a long time. Then I'll help to advertise? One Weibo advertisement cost at least 1 million yuan. No matter what, he had to advertise a few more to reach 8 figures, right? Otherwise, how shabby would it be? He, Han Laosan, was not short of money. Jiang Fuyue was confused. The next day, Jiang Fuyue woke up early as usual and went to Q University. For convenience, she drove herself now, so that old Master Han wouldn't come to pick her up every day. Sometimes, he would have to wait for 1 or 2 hours at the school gate. It was a torture in the summer. Regarding this, her 3 uncles raised their hands and feet to express their approval. Han Shen said, it's still more convenient to drive yourself, but you have to be careful. Han Ke said, you should have done this a long time ago. Otherwise, the new cars in the garage will become old cars sooner or later. Han Heng said, drive the big car. Once you step on the accelerator, the rate of turning heads is guaranteed to be 100%. The night before, the helpers at home washed the new cars in the garage, which had eaten a lot of dust. The next day, Jiang Fuyue could choose whichever car she wanted to drive. The big car's chassis was too short, and it was a two-seater. It was more suitable to blow up the streets, but it would be too pretentious for a normal commute. After choosing for a while, Jiang Fuyue finally chose a white Mazda. It was good-looking and had enough space in the car. When she arrived at the laboratory, Fan Linlin and her partner were already there. Morning. Jiang Fuyue took the initiative to greet them. Have you had breakfast? Not yet. I'm going to the cafeteria after I finish processing this pile of data. I brought 2 extra sets. They're clean. Before Fan Linlin could refuse, she had already placed the food on the table and walked towards the A3 laboratory. Wow, kasong sandwiches with sushi and hug rolls. This is too sumptuous. Her partner couldn't help but gulp. Then, he gave her a thumbs up and repeated for the umpteenth time. Sister Yu is so nice. Chang Huan. Where's your shame? Do you still want it? You're older than Jiang Fuyue. How can you call her Sister Yu? Then, when Fan Linlin took a bite, the aroma engulfed her taste buds and filled her empty stomach. She couldn't help but sigh. Oh no, even the breakfast Sister Yu brought is better than the ones we bought ourselves. The goddess filter is getting thicker by the day. Chang Huan immediately said, Oh, you're still talking about me. Didn't you say it quite smoothly yourself? Double standards. After eating, there were actually 2 bottles of cherry blossom white grape sparkling water in the bag. Burp, delicious. Today is another happy day. It had been an entire week since Qi Shuyuan caused trouble. She hadn't come to the laboratory again. Originally, they thought that the matter was over and that her fierce look before she left would slowly fade away. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden call from the administrative building in the morning. Fan Linlin picked up. Hello, this is Su Kaiqing Laboratory. Jiang Fuyue? She's at the administrative office? Why? What's the matter? Is that so? Okay, I'll let her know. After the call ended, Chang Huan couldn't wait to ask, what's the matter? The administrative building has asked Sister Yu to go to the administrative office. Ah? Sister Yu isn't a student of Q University. Why would she go to the administrative office? Also, how do they know about Sister Yu? And they even called the laboratory? Did he mention the specific reason? Fan Linlin shook her head. They refused to say anything. The more they act like this, the more problematic it is. Yes. They obviously didn't come with good intentions. Could it be that Qi Shuyuan complained? That can't be, right? At most, she'll go home and complain to Professor G. She's unreasonable, but does that mean Professor G is unreasonable too? It's obvious who's right and who's wrong. Even if Qi Shuyuan wants to make a scene, Professor G won't sit back and do nothing. Then why? They can't possibly ask Sister Yu to go over for tea and chat, right? Fan Linlin couldn't figure it out either. She walked to A3 and told Jiang Fuyue the news through the walkie-talkie. 10 minutes later, Jiang Fuyue, who had already taken off her lab robe, opened the door and strode out. Chang Huan said excitedly, Oh my god. There's really someone walking with the wind. It's so cool. Fan Linlin was worried. Sister Yu really went to the administrative office? The school won't make things difficult for her, right? I don't think so. Besides, when has Sister Yu ever been made difficult for? She's always the one making things difficult for others. Yeah, you're right. Jiang Fuyue entered the administrative building and found the administrative office on the 2nd floor. She knocked on the door and only pushed it open after the other party shouted for her to come in. A middle-aged man sat behind the office desk. He wasn't tall and was slightly plump. Other than him, there were other teachers at their desks. They were staring at their computers, but their ears were pricked up. May I know why you're looking for me? Jiang Fuyue went straight to the point. The man cleared his throat. Seeing that she was calm and composed, his gaze turned cold. He tried to overwhelm her with his aura. It's like this. We received a report that you're illegally using Q University's laboratory. We invited you here today to cooperate with the investigation. Sure. Jiang Fuyue's expression was calm. It was as if being reported was nothing out of the ordinary for her. The man's plan to overwhelm her with his aura completely fell through because Jiang Fuyue wasn't affected at all. She even took the initiative to ask, "How do you want me to cooperate?" The man was speechless. The other teachers thought, amazing. This is what an expert is like. The report said that as an outsider, you had priority over our school's professors and obtained the right to use the A3 laboratory. Is this true? Jiang Fuyue, as far as I know, a week before I officially used the A3 laboratory, your school's professors, Professor Xianxia, had already used it and vacated this area. I followed the procedure and applied, and it was approved. May I know which step went wrong? The man was speechless. This student was too talkative. She could still maintain a clear and logical mind at a time like this. He immediately perked up and didn't dare to underestimate her. Since it's already like this, there's no point in pursuing it further. The most important thing now is to ask you to vacate the A3 laboratory within the next 2 days. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Vacate it? Why? If I remember correctly, it's only valid until September 1st, the man smiled. I know. I've seen your application form. It's valid until September 1st. However, there's a prerequisite, and that's if the school's teachers and students don't apply for it. However, if the school's teachers and students want to use it, they have absolute priority. There was indeed such a rule. Jiang Fuyue couldn't deny it, but, if I'm not wrong, the school's teacher and student who suddenly applied to use the A3 laboratory should be Professor Xianxia, right? The man's face darkened. Don't talk nonsense. Qi. Director Qi, right? Did I offend your wife by saying that? You. The man glanced at his colleagues with a guilty conscience that had been exposed. When Jiang Fuyue said the 3 words Xianxia, Qi Jian couldn't avoid arousing suspicion. No matter what, it would attract suspicion, and people would say that he was abusing his position for personal gain. Fortunately, these people were under his management. Even if they were given 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to spread it out. Understanding this, Qi Jian's guilty conscience completely disappeared. The pretense in front of Jiang Fuyue was completely removed, and he revealed his fierceness. You're not a student of Q University. It's already very kind of you to use the laboratory for so many days. If I were you, I wouldn't have the face to fight with the school's teachers and students. However, not only did you do it, but you did it so righteously. This will be a lesson to you. I'll show you what it means to live under someone else's roof. Originally, the Academic Affairs Office and the Admissions Office had a knot in their hearts because Jiang Fuyue refused to apply to Q University and chose Ming University. She only got full marks for the college entrance exam. What was there to be arrogant about? How dare she publicly humiliate a century-old school? Qi Jian was the director of the Academic Affairs Office. In addition, his daughter had been nagging him about how bad Jiang Fuyue was during this period of time. This caused him to be prejudiced even before he met this person and interacted with her. At that moment, Qi Jian's words became more and more impolite. In short, you have to leave whether you want to or not. Q University is not a relief station or a welfare home. Anyone can come and take advantage of it. After hearing this, Jiang Fuyue was not angry at all. On the contrary, she smiled. Since the school has come out to chase me away, then I can't stay here and not leave, right? There's no need to wait until tomorrow. I'll go back and pack my things. Do you have any other requests? You can say it all at once. Qi Jian, ? Why was she so calm? There was no anger or grievance. It made his hair stand on end for no reason. If there's nothing else, then I'll leave first. Jiang Fuyue turned and left without looking back. Just as she walked out and reached the corridor, she saw Han Shen and an old man with white hair walking towards her. They were chatting and laughing. Oh, I almost forgot. Uncle came to the school today to talk about donating the laboratory building and setting up scholarships. So, should she donate or not? Digression, 3 nights in one, 6,000 words. Next chapter, abuse the scum. It's time to let the scum experience the power of money. Yeah. Hanshin's eyes lit up when he saw her, and he strode towards her. Uncle. Why are you here? He looked in the direction where Jiang Fuyue came from. Academic Affairs Office, shouldn't it be the laboratory? Oh, Jiang Fuyue said calmly, I was called here for a talk. Talk? Hanshin raised his eyebrows. What talk? The Academic Affairs Office received a report that I gave priority to the teachers of our school to use the laboratory, and they asked me to vacate it as soon as possible. Her tone was light and emotionless, as if she was just stating a fact. Hanshin frowned when he heard this. The old man who was with him earlier also came over and happened to hear what Jiang Fuyue said. Report? Hanshin's tone was unfriendly. The old man immediately said, there must be a misunderstanding. Let me understand the situation first. Jiang Fuyue did not say anything. Hanshin's face darkened slightly. It's just a small matter. I don't dare to trouble Principal Zhou. Yeah, let's go. Jiang Fuyue followed him. Uncle, I'll have to trouble you to accompany me to the laboratory to pack up later. You really want to vacate it? It's their laboratory, not ours. To put it nicely, they used the word please. To put it bluntly, they directly asked you to scram. You can only obediently scram, right? What kind of rubbish is this? *ck it, I don't care. Uncle, you're swearing. Ahem. Occasionally, I couldn't control myself. The niece and uncle chatted as they walked. Soon, their figures disappeared around the corner. Principal Zhou stood in the same place, and his face turned green and red. He suddenly had a very bad premonition. The next day, this premonition came true. What? Not donating anymore? Yes, Principal Zhou, I'm sorry, Hanshin's secretary said apologetically. His attitude was very good. Originally, Mr. Han wanted to donate the laboratory building. It's convenient for the teachers and students of Q University, and it's also convenient for his own children. Who knew? This pause was very good. I won't tell you the reason, you can figure it out yourself. I'll personally go to your office to get the 5 million check I gave you yesterday. It'll save you the trouble of sending it over. Principal. When did I say I was going to give you a gift? Oh, right, there's still the scholarship. Since the building is no longer being built, there's no need for it to exist. Anyway, Q University doesn't welcome Little Miss, so the school probably won't care about the scholarship named after her. She seemed to be polite and tactful, but in reality, she was mocking him everywhere, and every sentence was filled with sarcasm. After the secretary finished speaking, she hung up without waiting for the other party to explain. Hello? Hello? The principal roared and almost fainted from anger. Academic Affairs Office. Qi Jian took out his phone and spoke to his daughter. He left yesterday. Daddy is the best. Qi Shiyuan's laughter was crisp and clear. Qi Jian said helplessly, You, don't go too far. Humph. Who told her to provoke me first? What's wrong with getting full marks in the college entrance examination? In the end, he still had to go to a crappy university. I just can't stand that lofty and pretentious look of hers. Serves her right for bumping into me this time. And that Fan Lin from the laboratory, she actually used the rules to suppress me? She even stood on Jiang Fuyue's side. She's simply unreasonable. Yuan, Qi Jian frowned. You need to change your temper. Be more magnanimous and don't be so petty, Dad. How dare you say that about me? None of this is my fault. They insisted on provoking me, so why can't I fight back? Can you bear to see me being bullied by others? Qi Jian glared at her. Who dares? Hee, don't worry. I've already returned them. After hearing this, Qi Jian actually looked a little relieved. Okay, this matter ends here. Since we're using your mother's name to borrow the laboratory, we need to complete the necessary procedures and do what we need to do on the surface. Otherwise, people will talk about it. Qi Shiyuan didn't think much of it. Dad, don't worry. Those who know won't dare to say anything. Teachers were afraid of being bullied, students were afraid of not being able to graduate. Who would dare to gossip? After ending the call, Xianxia started to deal with his work. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over his head, causing him to look up. A second later, his entire body froze in shock. Principal? Why are you here? He immediately got up. His eyes darted around. Logically speaking, if the principal had something to say to him, he would have called the office directly and asked him to go over. It was absolutely impossible for him to appear in the academic affairs office so suddenly like this. Principal Zhou's expression also proved this point. There was a hint of anger in his cold expression. Director Qi. Look at what you've done. After that, a document was slammed on the table. Xianxia was puzzled. He picked up the document and flipped it open. The next second, his pupils shrank. Have you seen it clearly? Do you want me to read it to you? This document was the application form for borrowing the laboratory from outside the school for the past half a month. The column in red pen was the record of Jiang Fuyue's application to use the A3 laboratory. Ji Xinxin had returned the laboratory a week ago and didn't apply for it again after that. So, where did the priority come from? Who has priority? The heir? Although the old principal was old, he was full of energy when he yelled. In an instant, the entire academic affairs office was silent. The other teachers quickly exchanged glances. It was obvious that their satisfaction and hatred had been vented. All these years, Xianxia had used his position as a director to abuse his position and scold his colleagues. When something happened, he would directly shift the blame and clear himself of any wrongdoing. Finally, the heavens had opened their eyes, the principal was personally questioning him. There was a good show to watch now. Xianxia's expression was slightly flustered, but he quickly calmed down and said righteously, Principal Zhou, I can explain. Murderers have to go through a trial before they are convicted. In your eyes, I, Xianxia, have worked hard at Q University for more than 20 years. Am I not even comparable to a murderer? Everyone, he can really act. It's a pity that he didn't become an actor with such a foundation. But needless to say, many of the higher-ups fell for this trick. In particular, Principal Zhou was famous for cherishing talents and respecting every educator. But this time, it's in black and white. The evidence is in front of you. What else do you have to quibble about? Xianxia, you're an old employee who has worked at the school for decades. I really didn't expect you to make such a principled mistake. Your behavior, at the very least, is called spreading rumors. At the very least, it's slander, framing, and dereliction of duty. The most unforgivable thing is that you actually treated a child who just graduated from high school and has great passion for scientific research. Xianxia, do you still deserve to be a teacher? A few questions, every word was a gem. Every word stepped on Xianxia's sore spot, causing him to lose face and dignity. Principal Zhou, enough. If you still try to quibble and refuse to admit your mistake, then we can only call the police and let the police handle this matter. This time, Xianxia was really flustered. He immediately lowered his eyes and looked regretful. I'm sorry, Principal Zhou. I was momentarily blinded and failed to live up to your expectations. I also failed to live up to my identity as an educator. I'm really a jerk. Principal Zhou's expression softened slightly, but he did not relent. Xianxia, I beg you, please give me another chance. I will personally apologize to Jiang Fuyue and ask for her forgiveness. It's good that you know your mistakes and can change, but the mistakes that have already been made can't be brushed aside so easily. Everyone should pay the corresponding price for their own actions. Xianxia's heart thumped. He only heard the old principal, who had always been tolerant, say each word with a pause, you've been the director of the academic affairs office for too long. It's time for you to retire and take a break. Let a capable junior take over. Principal, no, don't be like this. Please, give me another chance. I did this on impulse. It will never happen again. Principal Zhou said firmly, this is a unanimous decision made by the school leaders after a collective discussion. It's not up to me alone. Considering that you have worked for Q University for decades, even if you don't have any merits, at least you have worked hard. To the public, we will say that you voluntarily applied to retire because of health reasons. This can be considered as saving your face. After he finished speaking, he strode away. The entire office fell into a dead silence. Qi Jian's eyes were blank and his expression was stiff. The others didn't dare to speak at all. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. At this moment, there was only one thought in Qi Jian's mind: he was finished. However, at this moment, more than a dozen consumption messages were sent to his phone. Almost every spending amount was more than 1,000 yuan. There were even more than 10,000 yuan. And he had once given this card to Qi Shiyuan. Qi Shiyuan was in a good mood because she had successfully taken revenge on Jiang Fuyue. Now that she was in a good mood, she couldn't help but buy. Anyway, she had her father's supplementary card, so she could spend as much as she wanted. She shopped for the whole afternoon and spent almost 200,000 yuan just like that. When she returned home happily with big and small bags, Qi Jian was already home. He was sitting on the sofa and smoking. The ashtray in front of him was full of cigarette butts. "Dad? You got off work so early today? Don't you have to socialize?" Qi Shiyuan didn't feel the low pressure in the house. She changed into slippers and held the shopping bags as if she was presenting a treasure to Qi Jian. "Dad, I bought a lot of clothes and bags today. Do you think this is beautiful?" She held it in front of her and gestured. The more she looked, the more satisfied she was. Suddenly, "Give it to me." "What?" Qi Shiyuan was stunned. "Card. Dad? Didn't you give it to me? Now you want to take it back? How can that do? Besides, you're an adult. It's not good to go back on your words, right?" Qi Jian was expressionless. "Give it to me." The girl was anxious. She stomped her feet and said in a huff, "I won't. I'll say it one last time. Give me the card." "I won't." Slap, say it again? Qi Jian gritted his teeth. The moment the slap landed, Qi Shiyuan was dumbfounded. Her brain froze on the spot. The expression on her face froze. She thought that if she had to use words to describe her state, she would be shocked and embarrassed at the same time. She felt wronged and sad at the same time. She couldn't believe that her father, who had doted on her since she was young and couldn't even bear to scold her, would actually slap her. "Dad?" She turned her head. Her eyes were glazed as she mumbled softly. Qi Jian's eyes were cold. He didn't feel sorry for her at all. "Do you know how much trouble you've caused?" Qi Shiyuan was at a loss. "I asked you to complete the necessary procedures. Did you do it?" "I didn't have time." "You didn't have time to complete the procedures, but you had time to go shopping?" "Dad, don't scare me." What happened?" Qi Shiyuan felt a lump in her throat. Tears welled up in her eyes. "The principal found out about the false report." Qi Shiyuan shuddered. "This wasn't the worst." Qi Jian said, "I've been removed from my position. I'm no longer the dean of the academic affairs office." What? Qi Shiyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How did this happen? No one dared to say anything in the past. Why was it discovered this time? Who told on me? Was it Jiang Fuyue? I'll go look for her. Stop right there. Dad? Hand over the card. Come with me to the Han family tomorrow to apologize. Apologize? Apologize for what? Apologize to who? What do you think? Of course, to Jiang Fuyue. I promised the principal that you have to go too. No, Qi Shiyuan shook her head. I'm not going to apologize to her. I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize? It's not up to you. Qi Jian took the credit card from her bag and left in a huff. Qi Shiyuan was flustered. The principal found out about her father. Did that mean that the things she did were also found out? Also, Qi Jian is no longer the dean of the academic affairs office. How is she going to deal with those people she doesn't like? The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. Qi Shiyuan was so anxious that half of her face was swollen. In the end, she gritted her teeth and dialed Ji Xinxin's number. The first time, the other party hung up. The second time, it was still hung up. The third time, the phone was turned off. About 40 minutes later, the other party called back. Yuan, what's the matter? I was in a meeting just now. Mom, it's over. You asked me to report Jiang Fuyue and chase her away, but Dad was. The secretary who got the check immediately reported to Han Shin. You didn't see it. Principal Zhou's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. Han Shin sneered. How could it not be dark? They had lost a building and a scholarship. If he guessed correctly, it was time to hold the principal accountable. The principal was personally involved. What was a dean of the academic affairs office? He would still be punished. How dare you bully Yaya? Even if you don't die, you have to leave a layer of skin for me. By the way, Principal Zhou said that Qi Jian will bring his daughter to apologize in person tomorrow. Han Shin snorted. There's no need. We don't care. Yes, I'll reply to him now. Forget it. I don't think he can cause any trouble. Let him be. Okay. Sure enough, at 10 o'clock the next morning, Qi Jian and Qi Shuyuan appeared at the door of the Han family's house. They really came. Hanka said, this father and son are really thick-skinned. Han Heng said, tell them, if they can apologize for doing something wrong, what are the police doing? Old Master said, just chase them away. That day, when Jiang Fuyue came back, Han Shin told the whole family about it. The Moon Protector demons were all online. Han Ting said weakly, why don't we ask for sister's opinion? What if she likes to hear people apologize? Seems like, that's true. Okay, I'll go up and ask her. As for the father and daughter, love can wait, in the room on the second floor. Jiang Fuyue had just ended the call with Lu Jinzhong. The two of them had almost finalized the relevant procedures and details for the construction of the laboratory. The experiment was forced to stop, but they couldn't just leave it like that. Jiang Fuyue still planned to complete everything before school started in September. But Q University didn't let her borrow the laboratory. What should she do? Jiang Fuyue waved her hand. Then she would build one herself. Where would she build it? Was there a need to ask? Of course, it could only be Ming University. Jiang Fuyue first asked Lu Jinzhong if the budget was enough and let him handle the specific procedures. Then she contacted Xiaoshan. He was now the principal of Ming University. Whether they could build the laboratory and where it would be built in had to be approved by him. When Jiang Fuyue told him the news, there was a long silence on the other end. Are you sure you want to build an interdisciplinary laboratory? Of course. Xiaoshan wondered if she had drunk too much, which was why she was spouting nonsense. However, it turned out that Jiang Fuyue was normal. He was too inexperienced and narrow-minded. When he figured out the role of Q University in this, Xiaoshan almost laughed out loud. This was what it meant to bring evil upon oneself. Of all the people to provoke, they had to provoke Jiang Fuyue. Now, not only did they lose a building, but they also didn't get the scholarship. Suddenly, he felt that Q University was a little pitiful. Now that they had the money and the land, who could they find to build it? Jiang Fuyue stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and searched for a phone number in her contact list. Sister Yu? Six was surprised. Back then, after Hu Ben was in charge of the two bars in Linhuai, Six took over the construction business under Yufeng Group. Jiang Fuyue clearly remembered that she had set a goal for him. I want you to not only know how to build houses, but also know how to build bridges and roads, and even build tracks and high-speed trains. In the past 6 months, Six had been gradually achieving these goals. Can you build a laboratory? Jiang Fuyue asked. Can you or can you not? What kind of laboratory? What are the special requirements? Jiang Fuyue told him everything. Six's shirt flapped for a moment. Do you have a reference? Jiang Fuyue, no, you can do whatever you want. The only thing is that the quality must be good. At least it would be better than Q University's. 6, got it. In the past year, he had been leading the construction team through wind and rain. They had built everything except for a laboratory. However, he was confident that he would be able to do everything. As soon as she hung up the phone, there was a knock on the door. Knock, 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 yeah? What are you doing? Is it convenient now? It was Han Heng. Jiang Fuyue replied, yes, it's convenient. Then, she asked him to open the door and come in. Han Heng told her about how Qi Jian and his daughter had come to apologize. Originally, Old Master was ready to send them away, but considering that you were the one who had been wronged, it was still up to you to decide whether to forgive them or not. I won't see them. I won't forgive them, and I won't accept their apology. Jiang Fuyue's tone was calm as she said no 3 times in a row. Han Heng snapped his fingers. I think so too. Then, he went downstairs to chase them away. At this moment, outside the villa. Dad, she definitely won't accept it. Let's go. There were many people coming and going, and they all looked at them in surprise. Qi Shiyuan's face was burning. She couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. She just wanted to leave this place now. Qi Jian scolded, what do you know? Shut up. Later, you must admit your mistake to Jiang Fuyue personally and beg for her forgiveness. I don't, the man looked at her sharply. Qi Shiyuan could only shut her mouth in grievance, tears welling up in her eyes. Mom, where are you? Dad has gone crazy. Come and save me. At this moment, the door of the villa finally opened. Qi Jian's eyes lit up and he went forward. Sorry, before he could finish, he saw a servant walk out. Not only was there no sign of Jiang Fuyue, but even the Han family didn't show up. It was ironic. Qi Shiyuan still had a quarter of the Han family's blood flowing in her body, but now, she was worse than a stranger. At least, the Han family would still maintain the most basic courtesy to strangers. But the father and daughter in front of her. To be honest, she couldn't be polite. One was unreasonable, stupid, and bad. The other had no bottom line and abused his power. The servant said, you can leave. Little Miss said that she won't forgive you and won't accept your apology. Then, without waiting for the other party's reaction, she turned and left. Qi Jian's expression changed and he cursed under his breath. Bah! Who do you think you are? He didn't know if he was talking about the servant or someone else. Qi Shiyuan looked at her father's ferocious expression and her eyes were blank. She didn't understand. She just wanted to teach an annoying person a lesson. It wasn't like she hadn't done this before. But why did everything change overnight? That day, Qi Jian and his daughter returned empty-handed. When Principal Zhou found out about Jiang Fuyue's attitude, he called Qi Jian to his office and scolded him. Qi Jian had been in deep water for the past 2 days. On one hand, he was mocked and ridiculed by his colleagues, and on the other hand, he was criticized and scolded by the principal. I heard that it was because of his actions that the school lost a laboratory building. When he was the head of the department, he didn't treat us as human beings. Finally, the tables have turned and retribution has come to him. How many immoral things has he done over the years? I heard that he and Professor Ji's daughter, that Ji something Yuan? She used her father's position as the head of the academic affairs office to bully other students. She gave low marks for conduct and cut off scholarships for no reason. TSK, there are too many, I can't even count them. If you ask me, we should investigate thoroughly. Do you think Principal Zhou doesn't want to? Isn't it because of Professor Ji that he turned a blind eye to it? Qi Jian thought that he was already miserable enough, but he didn't know that there was something worse waiting for him. Because, Su Kaiqing was back, digression, 3 nights in 1, 6,000 words. Fan Linlin looked at the travel-worn old man in front of her and couldn't hide her surprise. Why are you back? Didn't. They say that the academic exchange would last for 15 days and that there would be a Chinese and foreign exchange exhibition after that. It would take at least a month. Su Kaiqing's face was cold and his eyes were dark. Tell me about Jiang Fuyue. Huh? 40 minutes later, Su Kaiqing went straight to the principal's office. He barged in without even knocking on the door. Old Zhou, if you don't give me an explanation today, I won't let this matter go. Principal Zhou looked at Su Kaiqing, who shouldn't have been there, in shock. After listening to his words, he couldn't help but feel confused. What's the matter? You want an explanation? Come, sit down first. I'll pour you a cup of tea. Su Kaiqing realized that he wasn't pretending to be stupid. He really didn't know. Maybe in his eyes, wasn't it just a laboratory? Didn't he just offend a student who refused to apply to Q University and wanted to freeload the laboratory equipment? It didn't matter. There's no need for tea. Let's make things clear first. Principal Zhou looked puzzled. What's the matter? Why did you come all the way here and cancel the meeting? Su Kaiqing didn't mince his words. Why did you expel Jiang Fuyue? The word expel was used rather impolitely. Principal Zhou obviously didn't admit it. Look at you, how can you call this expel? But. He paused for a moment. Do you know Jiang Fuyue? Humph. I invited her to the laboratory, but I went to a meeting and she wasn't there. Is this what you do? What, do you think I'm dead? A teacher happened to pass by the principal's office. The door wasn't closed tightly, and Su Kaiqing's loud roar came from inside. She stopped in her tracks, and her gossipy heart burned. Then, she took out her phone and started live-streaming in the small group. Old man Su is shouting in Principal Zhou's office. His voice is super loud and his attitude is fierce. Principal Zhou has been persuading him in a good mood. But to be honest, isn't he a little humble? So, Old Man Su is still the best. Once these messages were sent out, the group instantly boiled over. Damn. Isn't Elder Su away for a meeting? Why did he suddenly appear in Zhou Zhao's office? Based on my calculations, things aren't that simple. Zhang Huifan, listen again. What are they arguing about? At this moment, Zhang Huifan, who had half of her body pressed against the door, suddenly heard the 3 words Jiang Fuyue. Her eyes instantly lit up and she began to type rapidly. Inside. Su Kaiqing, that Qi Jian is obviously talking nonsense. What do you mean by hindering our school's teachers and students from using it first? Who wants to use it? Why didn't I know about my lab? Did Professor Ji ask for my permission before she wants to use it? Also, who doesn't know that Qi Jian and Ji Xinxin are a couple? It was entirely possible that the two of them were colluding. What report? The way I see it, it's the thief calling out to stop the thief. You're just making false accusations. I invited Jiang Fuyue to my laboratory, but she left because of you guys. Tell me, who's going to take responsibility for this? I'll make it clear today. Don't try to fool me. You have to give me an explanation. Otherwise, Su Kaiqing suddenly paused. Principal Zhou furrowed his brows, but he didn't panic. He thought that with old Su's fiery temper that came and went quickly, it would be fine after he vented a few words. Thus, he still had the heart to tease him. Otherwise what? Cry in front of everyone? Since when did you learn the jokes on the internet? I'll leave Q University and move out of the lab. Principal Zhou's smile froze. The teasing in his eyes was gradually replaced by shock. You. What did you say? Su Kaiqing enunciated each word clearly. If you don't give me an explanation, I'll leave Q University. With my team and all the experimental projects. Old Su, do you know what you're saying? Principal Zhou's expression suddenly darkened, his old eyes sharp. I'm very clear-headed now. If Q University has already concealed and tolerated evil, then what's the point of staying here? To wallow in the mire? Sorry, I can't do it. So, are you threatening me and the school now? Su Kaiqing was the dean of Q University's physics department and a national treasure-level academician. Once he left, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the entire physics department would experience an earthquake. Moreover, he still had 5 approved national key projects that were urgently waiting to be carried out, as well as countless scientific research results and theses. Losing him was tantamount to losing half of Q University. The school wouldn't let him leave at all. They even had to treat him like an ancestor. If this wasn't a threat, then what was? Su Kaiqing nodded generously. You can think of it that way. Principal Zhou, I've already said what I need to say. As for what to do, think about it carefully. After saying that, he turned and left. Unexpectedly, just as he took 2 steps, the principal's low and hoarse voice sounded behind him. What kind of explanation do you want? Su Kaiqing smiled and didn't turn back. Of course, a thorough investigation and a full accounting. Not a single one of those demons and monsters could escape. Do you know what a thorough investigation means? The principal's voice was trembling. Su Kaiqing sneered. I don't care what it means. Just tell me if you want to investigate or not. Principal Zhou was speechless for a long time. If you want to investigate Qi Jian, it will inevitably involve Professor Ji. I am also in a difficult position. He didn't want to cut off either side of him. So, the school intends to protect Ji Xinxin and give up on me? Su Kaiqing directly interrupted. The old principal was so anxious that he almost jumped up. You clearly know that's impossible. You're just making me angry. You're driving me mad. Su Kaiqing and Ji Xinxin couldn't be compared at all. 100 Ji Xinxin couldn't compare to one Su Kaiqing. However, greed was a common human disease. The old principal was no exception. He wanted to keep Su Kaiqing and protect Ji Xinxin at the same time. Old Zhou, it's hard to have it both ways. Is there no room for negotiation? Su Kaiqing looked up. Because his back was facing the principal couldn't see his expression at that moment. He only heard a soft sigh escaping from his lips. It's fine if you treat me like this, but to Jiang Fuyue, no. After that, he strode away. Principal Zhou bent his back and leaned against the chair as if he had lost all his strength. His already white temples seemed to have turned even whiter. 2 days later, Qi Jian's punishment notice was posted on Q University's administrative bulletin board. It listed in detail the various crimes he had committed during his tenure as the Dean of the Academic Affairs Office. It included accepting bribes, bullying students, abusing public office for personal gain, embezzling public funds, framing colleagues, and so on. Result: dismissal and transfer to the Public Security Bureau. Oh my God! I didn't expect Dean Qi to be such a person. He's no longer a dean, thank you. He doesn't look like a good person. Not only is he greasy, but he's also very wretched. He especially likes to pat female students' shoulders. It's simply disgusting. It said that 2 years ago, there was a senior whose credits were maliciously deducted by him. As a result, she couldn't get a degree certificate when she graduated. In the end, the offer that she negotiated fell through. That night, she took drugs and committed suicide. Scary. It's already 2051 and we're still hearing about this kind of thing. What happened in the end? Although the senior was saved, the side effects of the drugs caused severe epilepsy. The rest of her life is completely ruined. Well done by the school. This kind of person should be punished. Shoot him. Don't make big things small and small things nothing. Everyone, pay attention to the progress of the case at all times. Don't let some people take advantage of the loopholes and get away with it. The school has personally exposed him. I don't think they'll protect him anymore, right? But don't forget, he has a wife who's a professor. As long as it's done properly, the death sentence will be delayed. Delayed death will become indefinite, indefinite, and indefinite. There's no need to be so extreme. I believe in the country, I believe in the law, and I believe in the police. Bad people won't have a good ending. Qi Jian's mistake has nothing to do with Professor Ji. She's also a victim. Please be rational and don't implicate innocent people. Tisk, you're Professor Ji's postgraduate student, right? Good fellow, you're speaking so righteously. It's a pity you don't go and debate. In ancient times, there was a wife and daughter who weren't guilty. What about now? Are they going to be punished together? I'm not sure if they're going to be punished together or not. I won't comment on Professor Ji. I'll just say that his daughter, Qi Shuyuan, is not a good person. Yes. Qi Shuyuan is simply synonymous with bullying others. I'm in the same major as her. I don't know how many girls in the class have been bullied by her. The scolding continued and there was a lot of discussion. There were many things that only needed to be torn open to cause an avalanche effect. Once the news of Qi Jian's arrest spread, it could be said that everyone kicked a man who was down. Many people jumped out to expose the losses and torture they had suffered at his hands in the past. There were even people who directly went to the police and expressed their willingness to testify in court just to seek justice and stop the bad people from jumping around. Due to the public's anger, it even became a trending topic. However, it was removed very quickly. Q University could not tarnish the reputation that had been accumulated for hundreds of years because of this piece of rat sh*t. Qi Shuyuan realized that the students who passed by her all looked at her strangely throughout the afternoon, accompanied by whispers and pointing at her. She had no idea what had happened at all. She was still waiting for her biological mother to think of a way to settle her biological father's demotion. It would be even better if she could help her find Jiang Fuyue to vent her anger. Look, it's her. As expected of a biological father and daughter. They look quite alike and are equally bad. Could it be that this is a family tradition? If I were her, I would have hidden long ago. Who would swagger around the school? It's obvious that some people are extraordinarily thick-skinned. Now that her father is gone, let's see how she's going to bully her classmates. In the future, they can only go to prison for family reunions during festivals. TSK. Look at this father and daughter. One didn't want to be a proper director and had to break the law, the other entered Q University but didn't know how to cherish it and bullied her classmates all day long. Why bother? If they didn't court death, they could easily live 1,000 times better than ordinary people. It's a pity. The discussion was not soft. The more Qi Shuyuan listened, the stronger the premonition in her heart. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and went forward to grab the two girls. What are you talking about? The two girls looked at each other. Qi Shuyuan, what prison? What crime? Make it clear. Go to the online bulletin board and see for yourself. When Qi Shuyuan took out her phone and clicked on the bulletin board, her eyes suddenly widened in the next second and her body trembled unconsciously. No. It can't be. It's impossible. She didn't believe it at all, it was clearly a demotion. Why did it suddenly become a termination? She had just seen her father in the morning. He was still fine at that time. Why was he transferred to the police in the blink of an eye? Who's so bored? Who would make such a joke? Is this a prank you're playing? Qi Shuyuan grabbed one of the girl's hands and exerted force. Say it. Is it you? TSK. Are you crazy? The girl broke free from the restraint and rolled her eyes. Now, no one was afraid of her. The school's official website. There's even a stamp on the bottom right corner. Have you ever seen such a serious prank? There's a limit to deceiving yourself and others. The other girl said coldly, your father has done so many bad things. He deserves to be arrested by the police. Ah, Qi Shuyuan held her head and screamed. Shut up. Both of you shut up, the two girls quickly exchanged glances. Who do you think you are? A rich missy? You want us to shut up? Without your powerful father, you're even worse than a dog now. You still want to order people around? Wake up. Wake up, okay. Qi Shuyuan ran away as if a demon's voice entered her ears. When she ran out of the school gate, she immediately raised her hand and flagged down a taxi. No. All of this was fake. It was all a dream. She wanted to go home and ask Qi Jian personally. Unfortunately, when she reached home, there was only an empty house waiting for her. Her parents were not around. Even the servants were nowhere to be seen. Dad? Mom? She looked upstairs and downstairs twice but found nothing. Qi Shuyuan stood in the living room, her heart sinking. She took out her phone and dialed Qi Jian's number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable. She hung up and continued to call, but she got the same reply. Then, she called Ji Xinxin. After a long beeping sound, so long that she thought the other end would not pick up, she heard a tired voice from the other end. Hello? Qi Shuyuan's tears rolled down her cheeks. Mom. Where's Dad? Why is his phone turned off? The rumors in school are all fake, right? They're all rumors. The other end was silent for a while before she said. Yuan, you have to learn to accept reality. No. I don't believe it. Don't you know what your dad has done? How much of it was because you couldn't stand other students and asked him to do it? Don't you know? Yes, Qi Shuyuan actually knew everything. Bullying students, abusing his position for personal gain, how much of it was because of her? She knew everything, but because of this, she couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe it, otherwise, she would be the main culprit. "Mom, when are you coming back?" Xianxia arrived in the evening. She was forced to leave the 10-day academic conference halfway. When she got home, the living room was dark and the smell of alcohol filled the air. When she turned on the lights, Qi Shuyuan was already drunk and lying on the floor, curled up into a ball. She muttered, "Mom, what should I do?" In the middle of the night, Qi Shuyuan woke up in her room. When she opened her eyes, she saw Xianxia sitting by the bed. As the lights were off, she could only see a dark shadow with a rough outline. "Mom." She threw herself into the woman's arms and wailed. "Dad was taken away. Will he go to jail? Why did it suddenly become like this? What should we do?" Xianxia patted her back gently. In the dark, her eyes flashed. "Don't worry, there will be a way." And her way was to look for the Han family. "Who?" "Say that again?" Hanka stopped in her tracks. The maid said respectfully, "She said her name is Xianxia. She's outside and wants to see young master." Han. Shen frowned. "Ask her to get lost. We won't see her." Han Heng came down from upstairs with a glass of water. They haven't contacted each other for decades. Now that they're here, it must be something bad. Hanka said, "It's probably because of Qi Shuyuan." Speaking of this, Han Heng felt especially relieved. Previously, Q University obviously had the intention to cover for Qi Shuyuan. Even if they decided not to donate any more buildings or set up scholarships, the school was just angry and demoted Qi Shuyuan. That was all. They raised it high and put it down gently. Anyway, his demoted position could be restored. It was just a matter of time. Initially, they thought that this matter could only be settled like this. The Han family didn't have any connections in the education industry. Unexpectedly, Su Kaiqing used himself to force Jiang Fuyue to seek justice. The Han family was first surprised that Jiang Fuyue knew Su Kaiqing. Then, they were shocked by how much this academic guru valued Jiang Fuyue. He even said something like "Leave Q University." Han Heng was the first to accept it. "Our Yaya is loved by everyone. What's so strange about that?" Hanka nodded. "Yaya is worth it." In the end, Han Shen was also led astray. In private, he lamented to his secretary countless times. "Our Yaya is really too outstanding." Secretary. I know. My ears are going to grow calluses." Back to the present, Han Ku, "It's no use begging. Qi Shuyuan deserves it." Han Heng, "That Qi Shuyuan has done so many bad things. How can she have the face to beg?" Soon, the servant came back. "That young lady said that she won't leave until she sees him. She'll keep waiting outside. She won't listen." "Young master, what should we do?" Hanka sneered. "Who does she think she is?" Han Shen pondered for a moment. "Forget it. We can't let old master know. I'll go out and take a look and send her away." Outside the villa, Xianxia's eyes lit up when she saw Han Shen. She pursed her lips and was about to call him brother. "Miss G, what's the matter?" Han Shen didn't give her a chance to call him Miss G at all. He instantly put some distance between the two of them. The woman's eyelashes trembled. Her voice was hoarse and she sounded like she was about to cry. Can you save, no?" "Why?" "If it's because she's Han Yunru's daughter, I can make Qi Shuyuan kneel down and apologize to her." She didn't directly call her Jiang Fuyue. Instead, she used Han Yunru's daughter. She was complaining, dissatisfied, and crying out for herself. Jiang Fuyue had just suffered a little grievance, but her husband had to face imprisonment. Just because she was Han Yunru's daughter, Han Shen smiled and looked at her with a cold and distant gaze. "First of all, it's not that we want to pursue Qi Shuyuan's responsibility. It's the school who took action. We have no right to interfere. Secondly, Yaya isn't the only one your husband needs to apologize to. I've seen the announcement. Most of the things he committed are much worse than Yaya's incident. He should pay for what he did, shouldn't he?" Lastly, Xianxia. He called her name with absolute coldness and indifference. It was worse than treating a stranger. Yaya's incident, Do you dare to say that you didn't do anything? The woman trembled and looked up in shock. She subconsciously defended herself. I didn't. Han Shen raised his hand and interrupted her. You know clearly in your heart whether you did or not. You don't have to say it to me. In other words, he thought that she was guilty. No matter how she explained, she wouldn't be able to change his mind. You can go. Since we haven't interacted before, we don't need to do so in the future. After saying that, he turned and walked away. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly shouted at the man's back. Why? Just because she's Han Yunru's daughter? Han Yunru is your little sister, am I not? Jiang Fuyue is your niece. Isn't my daughter also your niece? Han Shen coldly turned around and looked at her with a cold gaze. What kind of thing are you? Are you worthy of being compared to Xiaoru? If it wasn't for your mother, she wouldn't have been separated from her family for so many years. You should be repenting and not being jealous. You and Ji Lan, you are both guilty. Other than that, I only have one little sister and she is called Han Yunru. I also only have one niece and she is called Jiang Fuyue. As for you, we were strangers before and we won't be friends in the future. Take care of yourself. This time, Han Shen did not turn around. Jiang Fuyue stood in the room and looked out the window. She could see everything and naturally did not miss the twisted expression on the woman's face. Suddenly, Xianxia felt something and suddenly raised her head. She looked at her with eyes as sharp as a knife. Jiang Fuyue did not dodge and faced her head on. Suddenly, the corners of her lips rose. Finally Xianxia looked away and left in a sorry state. When everyone thought that Qi Jian was in prison and this matter would finally come to an end, even Xianxia thought the same. However, the bigger blow was still to come. When Su Kaiqing said investigate thoroughly and settle everything, he really wanted to investigate everything clearly and calculate everything cleanly. Digression, 3 nights in 1, 6,000 words. Currently adjusting the update schedule, everyone please be patient. On the third day after Qi Jian was publicly reported, an anonymous post appeared on Q University's campus forum. Breaking news! Counting all the evil that Qi Shuyuan has done over the years. 1L OP recently, Q University's dirtiest dean was caught in a car accident. The police station won't send him off. It can be said that everyone is celebrating. But do you think that's the end? No, you're too naive. The famous theorist Liu Shisan once said, crimes often appear in the form of collusion, and more serious crimes require group cooperation. Qi Jian was investigated because he was guilty, but are those who weren't investigated necessarily innocent? I don't know about others, but Qi Shuyuan is definitely not, a person who framed her deskmate in elementary school and took the lead in stripping the class belle's clothes in middle school. Can you expect her to suddenly wake up and change her ways in university? The evil of teenagers is far crueler than we think. Next, let me, a former victim, a pitiful person who has been living in the shadows, perform a live skinning for everyone. The OP used 1,000 words to describe in detail her experience of being bullied by her roommate Qi Shuyuan during her first year of university. At the beginning, she poured water on her bed, deliberately knocked things over, and smashed her computer. Later, she dragged her to the toilet and forced her into the toilet. Finally, she slandered, framed, and anonymously reported her. Together with Qi Jian, the father and daughter worked together to successfully persuade her to leave. 2L OP at that time, I was panic-stricken and terrified. Looking back now, I still can't face it, and I can't be at ease. I've seen a psychiatrist. My current state is much better than when I just dropped out, but I'm still slightly depressed. Back then, I entered Q University with so much enthusiasm, and when I left, I was filled with despair and sadness. At one point, I even suspected that I didn't do well enough, and that was why I was targeted and bullied by my roommates. Later, I finally understood. Some people look good on the outside, but are ugly on the inside. It's not that I'm not good enough, but she's too bad. Today, I finally mustered up the courage to say everything. I'm free. As for the others who were hurt by Qi Shuyuan, are you free now? The last question hit the soul directly. 3L, it's very long. Every word is stained with blood and tears. I really want to hug the OP. For L, my heart suddenly hurts. Who isn't the apple of their parents' eye at home? But outside, they're bullied like this. 5L, Qi Shuyuan? Heh, the infamous backdoor entrant from the second-year liberal arts faculty. 6L, after studying hard for more than 10 years, I finally managed to get into Q University. I thought that my life was about to start, but I realized that I had fallen into the abyss. There was no hope, only despair. 7L, ironic, isn't it? Ordinary people have to study hard to achieve their goals. However, other people only need to have a father who is a director and a mother who is a professor to surpass them without working hard. 12L, rumor has it that Qi Shuyuan got in through the extra points policy for foreign students. She was exempted from the college entrance examination and the written test. She got first place in the interview. How much of this is fake? Everyone, think about it carefully. 13L, no wonder a person who can't even answer the question "when will the moon appear" can go to a liberal arts school. This is a society where everything depends on one's father. What AF * king bastard. 14L, most importantly, she gets a scholarship every year. She usually skips classes, and her final grades are very high. Good girl, I was stunned at that time. 32L, usually, when I see her, I take the initiative to avoid her. I can't afford to offend her, but I can avoid her. 33L, my roommate was splashed with feces the next day because Qi Shuyuan's Prince Charming confessed to her. 92L, I heard that it's very lively here. Qi Shuyuan's elementary school classmate also came to join in the fun. She once brought a group of girls to cut off a female classmate's long hair and didn't allow her to keep it. Because the form teacher praised that female classmate's hair was black, smooth, and really beautiful. 93L, what kind of story is this? It makes my scalp tingle. 211L, I'm also a victim. Before seeing this post, I didn't have the courage to tell anyone that Qi Shuyuan once let 3 gangsters molest me. After it happened, I thought of calling the police, but my parents took a sum of money from her family and tried their best to stop me. In these 3 years, I was woken up by nightmares every day and never had a good night's sleep. Today, I'm finally free. 212L, I'm also a victim. 5 years ago, I was in my first year of high school. I was in the same school as Qi Shuyuan, but in different classes. Victims kept appearing to accuse her. In addition, there were insiders who exposed Qi Shuyuan's crimes one by one under the sun. It was so cruel that it made one's hair stand on end. 345L, this is a crime. Qi Shuyuan realized that the surrounding students were looking at her, strangely. From suspicion to fear, and finally, they couldn't wait to avoid her. She was like a plague. Wherever she went, everyone avoided her. Look. She's Qi Shuyuan. How can there be such a vicious person in this world? She's still around us. What if she suddenly goes crazy one day and starts a killing spree? You don't say, it's really possible. After all, she has harmed many people. If she wants to do something, it's easy for her to do it. Hurry up and get lost. How can such a person be worthy of Q University? Yes. Get out of school, get out of school. Soon, more and more people gathered around, and the voices of crusading against her became louder. Qi Shuyuan was trapped in the middle. Accusations and abuse were overwhelming. The shameful things she had done in the past were also brought up again. She was stunned. How did these people know? Didn't she spend money to settle it a long time ago? It was so long ago that she couldn't even remember what happened in primary school. What are you doing? Get out of the way, she tried to break through the encirclement. Someone reached out and pushed her. Then, countless hands started to stop her. Want to leave? It's not that easy. As soon as he finished speaking, a mineral water bottle was thrown out from the crowd and hit Qi Shuyuan's face squarely. This action was like a switch. Once it was turned on, the situation became somewhat uncontrollable. In addition, this location was near the canteen. Basically, everyone had just come out with their food. Then, countless rice balls and vegetable leaves flew toward Qi Shuyuan. As for why there was no meat, no one could bear to part with meat dishes. They still had to eat later. As for the lunch boxes, they couldn't smash them either. In this way, there were no hard objects. They wouldn't hurt Qi Shuyuan, and they were full of insults. As expected of Q University's students, they were even particular about smashing people. Ah, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Qi Shiyuan screamed as she ran away with her hands covering her head. Soon, the commotion attracted the school's security team. Everyone scattered, and Qi Shiyuan couldn't be seen from head to toe. In the evening, Hugh University's campus forum. It was still the same anonymous post. 1267L, latest news. Qi Shiyuan has been taken away by the police for investigation. Picture, 1268L, F***CK. Is this for real? 1269L, it said that the victims jointly called the police. 1711L, I can only say, reincarnation is good. Who will the heavens spare? 1712L, may all those who have been hurt by her be free and live a wonderful life. The next day, before the announcement about Qi Jian could be taken down, a new announcement was posted, report and handling of the case of Qi Shiyuan, a second-year literature major in the Faculty of Liberal Arts. The content was roughly as follows. First, the police and the school have investigated the crimes, including but not limited to gambling, bullying, counterfeiting, and so on. Then, according to the crimes, the punishment was announced. The school chose to expel Qi Shiyuan directly, not only because she was involved in many criminal cases, but also because there was something fishy about her admission process. The traces of the operation were too obvious, and it was obvious who had provided her with convenience. Finally, the school sincerely apologized for their negligence and connivance. They also expressed that they would fully cooperate with the police to restore peace to the campus. It was nighttime. Ji Xinxin walked out of the police station. The night wind blew on her face, inexplicably cold. The police's words rang in her ears again, due to the vile nature of the case and the impact is too great, the higher-ups have given orders that these two cannot be bailed out. You can leave now. Her husband and daughter were arrested one after another. No matter how strong she was, she could not withstand such a blow. She drove aimlessly and finally stopped outside the Han family's villa. Why is she here again? After hearing the servant's words, Han Ke frowned and looked to the side quietly. Han Shen, what's with that look? If you have something to say, just say it. Han Ke cleared her throat. You really didn't ask her to come? I'm not crazy. Han Heng suddenly interrupted, then why is she here? Yes, why? Soon, the three brothers knew the answer. Han Heng directly took a screenshot of the announcement and sent it to the group. A few minutes later, Han Ke clicked her tongue. Are college students nowadays so cruel and inhumane? Han Heng immediately replied, it's just an example. My yaya is not like that. Yes. Han Shen nodded to show his agreement. So, what should we do with the one outside? Han Shen, don't worry about it. That night, Ji Xinxin's car was parked in front of the villa until the wee hours of the morning. During this time, even the servant did not come out to greet her, let alone the owner of the villa. The last glimmer of hope in her heart was completely wiped out. In the end, she drove away angrily. She drove to a residential area and stopped the car to go upstairs. The servant was surprised to see her at such a late hour. Professor Ji? Where is she? She's watching TV. She slept too much during the day and is very energetic now. Please come in first. Inside the villa, a skinny woman was sitting in a wheelchair with her back facing the door. She was watching TV. Her back was bent and she no longer looked as graceful as when she was young. Ji Xinxin walked over and called out, Mom. The woman turned a deaf ear and stared blankly at the TV screen. Half a year ago, Ji Lanyue was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. Her mental state was sometimes good and sometimes bad. She did not know anyone when she was noisy. When she was not, she was just like now. She sat quietly and did not speak. Even her eyes rarely moved. Ji Xinxin opened her mouth but did not know what to say. Even if she said something, Ji Lanyue would not respond. She suddenly felt very weak and turned to walk towards the guest room. Mrs. Zhang, I'm going to sleep for a while. I'll leave tomorrow morning. Okay. Then I'll change the bed sheets for you. No need. After saying that, she dragged her tired body into the room. Suddenly, Xinxin. A murmur escaped from the woman's mouth. Ji Xinxin suddenly turned around and walked back. Mom? You recognize me? Have you finished your homework? The woman's old hand touched her cheek. You didn't do well last time. This time, you must not slack off, okay? Your father likes smart children. If you don't get first place, both of us will be despised. Mom. Look carefully, I graduated long ago. I don't need to do homework anymore. Besides, he won't care about us. He doesn't even know about my existence. What are you after all these years? You still can't forget him even now. That kind of person is not worthy. It's not worth it. Slap, a resounding slap landed on his face. The woman's expression was ferocious. How can you say that? He's your father. But he doesn't recognize me. He doesn't recognize you either. Don't you know that it's very cheap to stick to someone else? The woman's eyes were dazed and cloudy. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her lips and her voice became gentle. Xian, you're here? You're finally willing to come and see me. I'm so happy. I know, it's my fault. I shouldn't have lied to you to drink and I shouldn't have pretended to be Xianxia when you weren't sober. It's okay if you hate me, but look at Xianxia. She's so smart and always gets 100 marks. She's as outstanding as you. Xianxia would say these words every time her illness acted up. In the past, Xianxia would either ignore her or go along with her words. But today, she suddenly didn't want to. Mom, he doesn't like smart children. He likes Han Yunru's intelligence. The Han family never intended to accept us. Even if you were dead, he wouldn't take the initiative to come and see you. If you weren't a mistress, would I have been born into an ordinary but happy family? Would I have grown up healthy and happy? Why did you provoke Han Xian? Why did you secretly give birth to me? Do you want a sparrow to become a phoenix? But even if his nest is empty, he won't let you live in it. So you're still a sparrow. Ah. Shut up. The woman began to hold her head and scream. There was a cruel smile on Xianxia's lips. She let her hear every word clearly. You deserve it, ha ha ha. I deserve it too, slap. Slap, after 2 slaps, the woman began to pull her hair. Auntie Zhang. Xianxia retreated expressionlessly. Her face was red and swollen, but she didn't seem to feel it. I'm leaving. Take her to sleep. Before leaving, Xianxia took a deep breath and pulled herself together. The most important thing now was to find a reliable lawyer for her husband and daughter. Unfortunately, before Xianxia could find one, something happened to her. The day after Qi Shuyuan was taken away by the police, another announcement was made. Report of academic misconduct of physics professor Xianxia and the corresponding punishment. Recently, the university received a report that Professor Xianxia in the physics department had committed many serious crimes such as falsification of theses, plagiarism, and falsification of experimental data. Our university took this matter seriously and immediately organized a team of experts to conduct a secret investigation. They found that the duplication rate of Xianxia's published theses was as high as 20%. The list of plagiarism was as follows. This incident had a negative impact on Q University's image and corrupted the scientific research atmosphere. Our university has decided to dismiss Xianxia and reserve the right to pursue legal action. That evening, the police took her away at the entrance of Q University. You can go to the police station for academic misconduct now? This time, Professor G's reputation is completely tarnished. Once a researcher was labeled with academic misconduct, it meant that his career was over. As the old saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. This family of 3 is really bad. The father used his position for private gain, the mother plagiarized, and the daughter committed all kinds of evil deeds. This family of 3 is a modern version of the Tears Behind Bars family. The university did a good job. Only by getting rid of these black sheep can we really return peace to the university. To be honest, the university's reaction speed is really impressive. Actually, Xianxia was not taken away by the police because of academic misconduct. Instead, after the investigation of the father and daughter, the police found that whether it was Qi Jian's misuse of his position for private gain or Qi Shiyuan's ruthlessness, Xianxia actually added fuel to the fire and acquiesced to it behind the scenes. There were 2 cases of corruption and bribery that were more than 1 million yuan. and there was also an indecent assault case. I'm sorry, I can only invite you for tea, especially the bribery case, because the amount was huge. Once it was proven that the husband and wife took the money together, the sentence would be at least 5 years, or even longer, at the police station. Qi Shuyuan, Mom? Why are you here? Her eyes were full of surprise. Are you here to accompany me and Dad? Ji Xinxin. If possible, she didn't want to come, at the same time, in the principal's office of Q University. Old Su, are you satisfied now? Su Kaiqing sneered, his old eyes unperturbed. What do you mean I'm satisfied? You make it sound like I got a great deal. Principal. Wasn't that the case? Old Joe, get this straight. This is for Q University, not for me. But you're the one who asked for a thorough investigation. So, you don't think it should be investigated? The principal was silent. I didn't say that. Su Kaiqing, there's one more thing. Come with me tomorrow morning. Where are we going? Su Kaiqing spoke slowly, pausing after every word. I want you to personally go to Jiang Fuyue and apologize. The principal's eyes instantly widened in disbelief. What, did you say? I said, I want you to personally apologize to Jiang Fuyue. Then invite her back and continue to use the laboratory. Do you understand? Do you want me to repeat myself? I remember that your hearing isn't bad? Principal Zhou roared in his heart. Is there something wrong with my hearing? This is a matter of dignity and face. I'm the principal of Q University, and I'm going to apologize to a junior? Old Su, you really dare to imagine. Why wouldn't I dare to imagine? Isn't apologizing after doing something wrong the most basic quality of a person? Principal. He didn't want to speak. Go or not, decide now. Su Kaiqing instantly became aggressive. Go. The principal gritted his teeth. He was right about one thing. Indeed, one should apologize after doing something wrong. But for someone in Principal Zhou's position, it was a habit to raise one's head. It was really difficult to lower one's head. But the next day, he obediently went to the Han residence with Su Kaiqing. The 3 Han brothers were slightly surprised by their arrival. However, it was merely an accident. There was no such thing as being overwhelmed by favor or being at a loss. The servant served tea and placed it in front of them. Han Shen, sorry, Yaya went out for a jog. Please wait for a moment. Su Kaiqing smiled. It's okay, it's okay. The principal looked gloomy. Question mark. So old Su was only fierce to him? He was very kind to other people. Han Ku went downstairs and saw the 2 extra people in the living room. She nodded slightly as a greeting and then calmly walked into the dining room to eat breakfast. Han Heng was even more casual. He yawned and waved his hand. Hi, you 2 are early. The 3 brothers were very casual and didn't act cautiously because of their status. Maybe this was the confidence of capitalists. Su Kaiqing didn't care, but Principal Zhou was a little upset. Previously, when he talked to Han Shen about donating the building, he was still polite to him. But now, he was indifferent. That's right, Han Shen did it on purpose. In order to keep the peace, Principal Zhou chose to give Qi Jian a small punishment, but in fact, he was covering up for him. Han Shen silently marked him down in his heart. No matter how respectable the principals of Q University and B University were, they couldn't bully Yaya. In comparison, Su Kaiqing was much more popular. Even the tea was personally placed in front of him by Han Shen. I heard from Yaya that you like to drink green tea? This is this year's Biluakan tea, it tastes good. Su Kaiqing's eyes lit up. Cho actually remembered that he liked to drink green tea? He was flattered. Principal Zhou stopped drinking tea and suddenly felt that the tea didn't taste good. Ahem, Su Kaiqing looked serious. She's considerate. Han Shen, although I often heard Yaya mention you, I don't know how you 2 know each other. Han Ke and Han Heng looked over at the same time. Principal Zhou also quietly pricked up his ears. Su Kaiqing, we've been friends for a long time. He actually used friends to describe his relationship with Jiang Fuyue. One should know that this was a form of address for someone of the same generation. Everyone was secretly shocked. Digression, 3 nights in 1, 6,000 words. Han Shen, what's with that look? Just say it. Han Ke cleared her throat, you really didn't ask her to come? I'm not crazy. Han Heng suddenly interrupted, then why did she come? Yes, why? Soon, the three brothers knew the answer. Han Heng directly took a screenshot of the announcement and sent it to the group. A few minutes later, Han Ke clicked his tongue. Are college students nowadays all so cruel and inhumane? Han Heng immediately, it's just an example. My yaya is not like that. Yes. Han Shen nodded in agreement. So, what should we do with the one outside? Han Shen, don't worry about it. That night, Xianxia's car was parked in front of the villa until the wee hours of the morning. During this time, not even a servant came out to greet her, let alone the owner of the villa. The last glimmer of hope in her heart was completely wiped out. In the end, she angrily drove away. She drove to a residential area and stopped the car to go upstairs. The housekeeper was surprised to see her at this time. Professor G? Where is she? She's watching TV. She slept too much during the day and is very energetic now. Come in first. Inside the room, a skinny woman was sitting in a wheelchair with her back facing the door. She was watching TV. Her back was bent, and she was no longer as slim as she was when she was young. Xianxia walked over and called out, Mom. The woman turned a deaf ear and stared blankly at the TV screen. Half a year ago, Xianxia was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. Her mental state was sometimes good and sometimes bad. When they were quarreling, they didn't know anyone. When they weren't quarreling, they were just like how they were now. They sat quietly and didn't speak. Xianxia opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Even if she said something, Xianxia wouldn't respond. She suddenly felt very weak and turned to walk towards the guest room. Mrs. Zhang, I'll sleep for a while. I'll leave tomorrow morning. Okay. Then I'll change the bed sheets for you. It's okay. After that, she dragged her tired body into the room. Suddenly, Xian. A murmur escaped from the woman's mouth. Xianxia suddenly turned around and walked back. Mom? You recognize me? Have you finished your homework? The woman's aged hand caressed her cheek. You didn't do well last time, so you can't slack off this time, understand? Your father likes smart kids. If we can't get first place, he'll despise us both. Mom. Look carefully, I graduated a long time ago. I don't need to do homework anymore. Moreover, he doesn't care about us. He doesn't even know of my existence. What are you after all these years? Even now, she still couldn't forget him. That kind of person wasn't worthy. It's not worth it. Pa, a loud slap landed on his face. The woman's expression was ferocious. How can you say that? He's your father. But he doesn't recognize me. I won't acknowledge you either. Don't you know that it's very cheap to stick to someone else? The woman was startled and her eyes were cloudy. Suddenly, a smile spread from the corner of her mouth, and her voice became gentle. Qishan, you're here? You're finally willing to come and see me. I'm so happy. I know, it's my fault. I shouldn't have tricked you into drinking, and I shouldn't have pretended to be Xianxia when you weren't sober. It's okay if you hate me, but look at Xianxia. She's so smart, scoring 100 marks every time. She's as outstanding as you. Xianxia would say these words every time her illness acted up. In the past, Xianxia would either ignore her or go along with her words. But today, she suddenly didn't want to. Mom, he doesn't like smart kids. He likes Han Yunru's intelligence. The Han family never intended to accept us. Even if you died, he wouldn't take the initiative to come and see you. If you weren't a mistress, would I have been born into an ordinary but happy family? Would I have grown up healthy and happy? Why did you provoke Han Qishan? Why did you secretly give birth to me? Do you want a sparrow to become a phoenix? But even if his nest is empty, he won't let you live in it. So you're still a sparrow. Ah. Shut up. The woman began to hold her head and scream. There was a cruel smile on Xianxia's lips. She let her hear every word clearly. You deserve It ha ha ha. I deserve it too, slap. Slap, after 2 slaps, the woman began to pull her hair. Auntie Zhang. Xianxia retreated expressionlessly. Her face was red and swollen, but she didn't seem to feel it. I'm leaving. Take her to sleep. I. Before leaving, Xianxia took a deep breath and pulled herself together. The most important thing now was to find a reliable lawyer for her husband and daughter. Unfortunately, before Xianxia could find one, she was also in trouble. The day after Qi Shuyuan was taken away by the police, another announcement was released. Report of academic misconduct and corresponding punishment of physics professor Xianxia. Recently, the school received a report that Professor Xianxia from the physics faculty had committed many serious crimes such as falsification of theses, plagiarism and falsification of experimental data. The school took this matter seriously and immediately organized experts to conduct a secret investigation. They found that the duplication rate of Xianxia's published theses was as high as 20%. The list of plagiarism was as follows. This incident had a negative impact and damaged Q University's image. The school has decided to dismiss Xianxia and reserve the right to pursue legal action. That evening, the police took her away at the entrance of Q University. Academic misconduct can be taken to the police station now? This time, Professor G's reputation is completely tarnished. Once a researcher was labeled with academic misconduct, it meant that his career was over. As the old saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. This family of 3 is really bad. The father used his position for personal gain, the mother faked plagiarism, and the daughter did all kinds of evil deeds. This family of 3 is a modern version of Tears Behind Bars. The school did a good job. Only by getting rid of these black sheep can the school be truly peaceful. To be honest, the school's reaction speed is really impressive. Actually, Xianxia was not taken away by the police because of academic misconduct. Instead, after interrogating the father and daughter, the police found that whether it was Qi Jian's use of his position for personal gain or Qi Shuyuan's ruthlessness, Xianxia actually added fuel to the fire and connived behind it. This involved 2 cases of corruption and bribery worth more than 1 million yuan, and there was also an indecent assault case. Sorry, I can only invite you for tea, especially the bribery case, because the amount was huge. Once it was proven that the husband and wife took the money together, the sentence would be at least 5 years, or even longer, at the police station. Qi Shuyuan, Mom? Why are you here? Her eyes were clearly filled with surprise. Are you here to accompany me and Dad? Xianxia. If she could, she would not have come. At the same time, in the principal's office of Q University. Old Su, are you satisfied now? Su Kaiqing sneered, his old eyes unperturbed. What do you mean I'm satisfied? You make it sound like I got a great deal. Principal. Was it not? Old Joe, get it straight. This is for Q University, not for me. But you were the one who asked for a thorough investigation. So, you don't think it should be investigated? The principal was silent. I didn't say that. Su Kaiqing, there's one more thing. Come with me tomorrow morning. Where to? Su Kaiqing spoke slowly, pausing after every word. I want you to personally go to Jiangfuyue and apologize. The principal's eyes instantly widened in disbelief. What did you say? I said, I want you to personally apologize to Jiangfuyue. Then invite her back and continue to use the laboratory. Do you understand? Do you want me to repeat myself? I remember that your hearing is not bad either. Principal Zhou roared in his heart. Was there a problem with his hearing? This was a problem of dignity and face. He was the principal of Q University, and he was going to apologize to a junior. Old Su, you really dare to dream. Why wouldn't I dare to dream? Isn't apologizing after doing something wrong the most basic thing a person should do? Principal. He did not want to speak. Go or not, decide now. Su Kaiqing suddenly became aggressive. Go. The principal gritted his teeth. He was right about one thing. Indeed, one should apologize after doing something wrong. However, for someone in Principal Zhou's position, it was a habit to raise one's head. It was really difficult to lower one's head. However, the next day, he obediently went to the Han residence with Su Kaiqing. The three Han brothers were slightly surprised by their arrival. However, it was just a surprise. There was no such thing as being flattered or at a loss. The servant served tea and placed it in front of them. Han Shen, sorry, Yaya went out for a run. Please wait for a moment. Su Kaiqing smiled. It's okay, it's okay. The principal looked gloomy. Question mark. So old Su was only fierce to him? He was very kind to others. Han Ku went downstairs and saw the two extra people in the living room. She nodded slightly as a greeting and then calmly walked into the dining room to eat breakfast. Han Heng was even more casual. He yawned and waved his hand. Hi, both of you are early. The three brothers' attitude was casual. They were not careful because of their status. Maybe this was the confidence of capitalists. Su Kaiqing did not mind, but Principal Zhou was a little upset. Previously, when he talked to Han Shen about donating the building, the latter was still polite to him. But now, he was indifferent. That's right, Han Shen did it on purpose. In order to keep the peace, Principal Zhou chose to give Qi Jian a small punishment, but in fact, he was covering up for him. Han Shen silently marked him down in his heart. No matter how respectable the principals of Q University and B University were, they could not bully Yaya. In comparison, Su Kaiqing was much more popular. Even the tea was personally placed in front of him by Han Shen. I heard from Yaya that you like to drink green tea? This is this year's Biluakun tea, the taste is not bad. Su Kaiqing's eyes lit up. Zhou actually remembered that he liked to drink green tea? He was instantly overwhelmed by the favor. Principal Zhou's action of drinking tea suddenly stopped. He suddenly felt that the tea was not fragrant. Cough, Su Kaiqing looked serious. She's very considerate. Han Shen said, although I often heard Yaya mention you, I don't know how you two know each other. Han Ke and Han Heng looked over at the same time. Principal Zhou also quietly pricked up his ears. Su Kaiqing said, we've been friends for a long time. He actually used friends to describe his relationship with Jiang Fuyue. One had to know that this was a form of address for someone of the same generation. Everyone was secretly shocked. 7:21 Soon, Jiang Fuyue finished her run and came back. When she entered, she saw Su Kaiqing and Principal Zhou sitting on the sofa. She directly ignored the latter and went over to greet them. Old Su. Hey, you're back. What's the matter? Jiang Fuyue took the light saline water from Han Heng and smiled. Thank you, little uncle. The old Su not only shocked the three Han brothers, but also succeeded in making the old principal, Zhou Jingqi, choke on his tea. Su Kaiqing hurriedly gave Zhou Jingqi a look. Say it. Zhou Jingqi was still in a daze from the old Su when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his foot. He almost jumped up in shock. She actually used a sneak attack. Cough. He cleared his throat, put down the teacup, and stood up. It's like this, Student Jiang. The school has already investigated the whole story. The previous report was completely fabricated and caused you to be wronged. On behalf of the school, I formally apologize to you. This attitude was not bad. It was steady and could be considered sincere. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, Old Su's laboratory has also been emptied for you. You can use it anytime. When, do you want to go back? Zhou Jingqi was still thinking about the undonated laboratory building. As long as Jiang Fuyue went back, based on how much the Han family doted on her, this matter would definitely be put back on the agenda. Who knew? I accept the apology, but there's no need to go back. Jiang Fuyue said calmly. You don't want to use the laboratory? Zhou Jingqi did not believe her and thought she was just acting in a fit of pique. Of course I do. The data is not out yet. Then what about you? Jiang Fuyue smiled slightly. Q University is not the only one with a laboratory. Zhou Jingqi was calm. That's right. There are hundreds of universities in the imperial capital. Naturally, there is no shortage of laboratories. However, I can guarantee that you won't find a second laboratory that can reach the level of the A3 laboratory. Even B University doesn't have one. Su Kaiqing was a national treasure physicist. In order to keep him, Q University had invested a lot of money to build his personal laboratory. As time passed, the laboratory continued to expand and was planned into areas. Now, it had become a comprehensive, high-quality, and highly mature national key experimental base. It was Q University's signature and also the face of the School of Physics. It was no exaggeration to say that there was no more advanced laboratory in the country. Zhou Jingqi could not help but feel that Jiang Fuyue did not know what was good for her. However, she said, just because there wasn't one in the past doesn't mean there won't be one in the future. Don't joke around. Do you know how much manpower, material, and financial resources it takes to build a laboratory? Jiang Fuyue nodded. I know. Because she was building it. 6 had already started the construction. The budget had been sent to Lu Jinzhong before the construction team arrived. Naturally, she had also seen it. The initial investment was 20 million yuan, and Jiang Fuyue doubled it. 6 was a little confused. We don't need so much for the time being, Jiang Fuyue, build it according to my plan. When 6 heard her plan, he was dumbfounded. Oh my god, this is going to be big, but why was he so excited? Back to the present. When Su Kaiqing saw that Jiang Fuyue was unwilling to accept, he immediately became anxious. Don't worry, I'm here this time. No one will stop you from using the laboratory. I promise. You can use it for as long as you want. I'll ask them to prepare an access card for you. Only a few old professors in Q University had this access card. It was unprecedented to give it to a student, let alone a non-student. This was ridiculous. Zhou Jingqi tried to stop him, but he was stopped by Su Kaiqing's warning look. He snorted twice to express his dissatisfaction. Unexpectedly, Jiang Fuyue rejected him quite straightforwardly. No need. Then what about your experiment? Can you finish it before school starts? Jiang Fuyue did not hide anything. She directly told Su Kaiqing about her laboratory at Ming University. It's already started. Good lord. No wonder he was worried. If he didn't have a laboratory, he would build one. Is there enough time? Jiang Fuyue nodded. Yes, there's just enough time. Su Kaiqing saw that she was confident, so he did not try to persuade her anymore. Suddenly, there was a sneer. Zhou Jingqi's old eyes were filled with surprise and a hint of mockery. Student Jiang, do you know what you're talking about? Building a laboratory? Is there a problem? Zhou Jingqi saw that she was still boasting shamelessly. The key point was that old Su actually believed her. This was ridiculous. Do you think that building a shed and putting some equipment on it is called a laboratory? A formal laboratory not only needs a lot of money to build, but it also needs a channel to buy equipment. High-end equipment usually needs to be pre-ordered from overseas factories, and the transportation channels are special. It's easy for you to talk about it. Anyway, you don't have to take responsibility for bragging. Jiang Fuyue wanted to build an A3 laboratory with her own strength. In Zhou Jingqi's opinion, it was tantamount to a fool's dream. Thinking back, Su Kaiqing's laboratory was finally completed after he applied for state subsidies and asked the relevant departments to open a green channel for the purchase of equipment. Even if everything went smoothly, it took a full 3 months to be officially listed. Jiang Fuyue wanted to finish it before school started in September. Zhou Jingqi felt that her brain was not very clear. Young people nowadays were eager for quick results and instant benefits. They also liked to talk big. The key point was that if you said something, you should at least have some common sense, right? Look at this bragging. It made people laugh when they heard it. Zhou Jingqi also laughed. He said earnestly, Student Jiang, it's good to be confident, but you can't be stubborn. Don't say unrealistic things and do unreliable things. You can only walk on the road with your feet on the ground. Those who are floating in the air will fall down sooner or later. Jiang Fuyue smiled. She was not angry. Thank you for your advice, Principal Zhou. When the laboratory is built, please do me the honor of attending the listing ceremony. TSK. A stubborn duck. Okay. I'll definitely be there. Let's see what you can build. What about me? Aren't you going to invite me? Su Kaiqing looked excited. Jiang Fuyue immediately gave him a don't worry look. Based on our friendship, I can forget anyone but you. Hee hee. Su Kaiqing rubbed his hands. His eyes were full of anticipation. From what he knew, as long as you wanted to do something, there was nothing you could not do. Therefore, he was too lazy to persuade Zhou Jingqi. When he saw it with his own eyes, he would see how Zhou Jingqi could continue to deceive himself. Old Zhou was not like this in the past. Perhaps he had been the principal for too long. Although he did not have any bad intentions, he was still very arrogant. Sooner or later, he would be taught a lesson by the big boss. Su Kaiqing was going to make it clear today. On the way back, Zhou Jingqi was still nagging. Old Su, let me tell you, this Jiang Fuyue is too arrogant. I've never seen such an arrogant student. Yes, I admit that she did have the right to be arrogant. She scored full marks in the college entrance examination, won 3 gold medals in the subject competition, and published all kinds of papers. But arrogance and conceit are two different things. Today is an eye-opener for me. Su Kaiqing closed his eyes and ignored him. Zhou Jingqi, ? F*ck, at the same time, at the Han family's house. Yeah, you want to build a laboratory? Why didn't you tell us? Do you need money? Where are you? If you don't have enough money, you can get it from the company. The 3 uncles surrounded her and took turns to ask her questions. Jiang Fuyue patiently answered them one by one. I had this idea before. Since Q University doesn't allow me to borrow money, I might as well put it on the agenda. I just started the construction. There are many things to do, so I forgot to tell you. I don't lack money or manpower. I've already arranged everything. Although that was the case, the 3 uncles still felt that they could not ignore it. How could they let a delicate young lady fight alone, especially when the principal sneered and had a look that said, "You definitely can't build it"? How could they do that? Therefore, that night, Jiang Fuyue received 3 checks from Xiaomeng. Han Shen gave her 20 million yuan. He directly gave her the undonated building of Q University. Han Ke and Han Heng both gave her 10 million yuan. Han Heng gave her the checks privately because he wanted to save face for his second son. Then, he transferred 88,888 yuan to her and left a message. Take it and have a good meal. Jiang Fuyue accepted the money and did not feel embarrassed at all. Thank you, uncle. Han Heng liked her straightforwardness. Look at what a good child she was and what a good character she had. She was generous and did not make a fuss. Han Heng, then you should rest early. Don't stay up late. Jiang Fuyue, good night. JPG digression, I'll update the previous part at 2 a.m. An hour of improvement is also an improvement. Crying, don't tell me it's a mud house? Zhou Jingqi teased. He turned to Su Kaiqing and asked, are you going? Su Kaiqing kept the invitation carefully. He glanced at him and said, of course. Why? You're not going? I didn't want to go. There are so many things to do in school. But since the invitation is here, it wouldn't be good if I don't go. Since that's the case, I'll go. He wanted to see how Jiang Fuyue would end up messing around and how she would end up. These kids nowadays all thought that they could ride the waves, but in the end, they still needed to be taught a lesson. Only when they hit the wall and fell would they know the pain. Old Su, don't you think so? Su Kaiqing smiled but did not say anything. On the day of the opening, the sun was scorching hot. However, the venue was very cold. Although Ming University was publicly known as a tramp university, its education level, teaching staff, academic ability, and other aspects were far inferior to the neighboring Q University, there was one thing that it was superior to, and that was the campus environment. The building style was a fusion of Chinese and Western styles. It had the characteristics of Huaxia, but it was not rigid and conservative. The simplicity and generosity of the Western style were reflected in the details. Even during the summer vacation, there were cleaning ladies every day. The entire campus was clean and fresh. The French parasol trees on both sides of the road were taken care of by professionals. The plants in the garden were also well trimmed. This was Zhou Jingqi's first time stepping foot in Ming University. He did not expect the infamous tramp university to look like this. He did not admit that Ming University had a good environment. He only said regretfully, "It's new, but it lacks some historical background." However, he muttered in his heart, no wonder the students from his school always like to eat at Ming University. Su Kaiqing could not be bothered with him. When the two of them followed the signs and entered the venue, they realized that it was bigger than they had imagined. There were 2 rows of media reporters in the hall. Their cameras were lined up and aimed at the stage. The reporters wore their work passes and held their microphones. They were all ready. Zhou Jingqi glanced around. Good lord, all the major media outlets were here. He was secretly shocked, but he did not show it on his face. He and Su Kaiqing found the seat with their nameplates printed on it. Not bad. The middle of the first row should be considered the center position, right? 2 minutes later, another group of people came over. Zhou Jingqi took a closer look and his eyes widened. Qin Libin, Yan Zhenfeng, Sun Kun? Weren't they from Q University? Why would he appear here? And all of them were beaming with joy. Qin Libin, TSK. Jiang Fuyue is really something. She hasn't even started college yet, but she already has her own laboratory. Yan Zhenfeng was a little envious. She's almost as good as the female lead. Sun Kun raised her hand to adjust her wig. Hearing this, she lowered her voice and asked softly, "What have you been looking at recently? Can you recommend me?" Cough. I'm all Big Boss's White Moonlight after Rebirth, written by Yuren. Let me tell you, it's really good. The female lead? Roar stronger than Jiang Fuyue? Yan Zhenfeng thought about it seriously. They're about the same. Hee, she's my cup of tea. Then remember to support the original book. Leave more comments and tip more. Sun Kun pouted. Do I need you to remind me? Qin Libin immediately gave them a look of disdain. 2 grown men looking at a girl, useless. However, she secretly memorized the name of the book in her heart. Like Jiang Fuyue, the female lead, cough. That sounded pretty good, Zhou Xiao? Elder Su? Sun Kun suddenly spoke. Yan Zhenfeng and Qin Libin looked over and greeted him in the next second. Teacher, Zhou Xiao, did Jiang Fuyue invite you too? Su Kaiqing nodded. Zhou Jingqi coughed lightly and asked casually, do you know Jiang Fuyue? Yan Zhenfeng, yes, we do. Last year's Ipo was led by the 3 of us. Jiang Fuyue was the biggest dark horse. She got full marks and won the gold medal. She even won a special prize. Oh. Question mark. Why did Zhou Xiao sound a little muffled? The 3 of them sat down next to Zhou Jingqi. The ceremony had not started yet and Jiang Fuyue had not shown up yet. Since they had nothing to do, Sun Kun took out her phone and started searching for the book. Qin Libin secretly read next to him. Luckily, Sun Kun had turned up the font size and he finished reading the 2 chapters with relish. Then, he quietly took out his phone. Soon after, another group of people arrived. Zhou Jingqi turned and glanced at them. It was really just one glance. Then he was stunned again. He saw Yuan Bentao, Li Zhao, Xiangpingi, and He Longcheng walking over, chatting and laughing. When they saw him, they paused for a moment. Zhou Xiao and Elder Su are here too? Jiang Fuyue is still the best. She was even able to invite these 2 big shots. Zhou Jingqi casually threw out the question again. Do you know Jiang Fuyue? Yuan Bentao nodded. Oldly and I led the team for this year's IMO. What about Professor Xiang and Professor He? Xiangpingi, we were in charge of the CMO training. Were they trying to take over Q University's mathematics and physics departments in one fell swoop? After a while, another group of people arrived. Zhou Jingqi's heart skipped a beat. Luckily, it wasn't Q University's people this time. However, why did they still look a little familiar? The next second, Qin Libin stood up and greeted them with a smile. Professor He, Professor Wang, Professor Li, long time no see. After some small talk, Qin Libin sat down. Zhou Jingqi took the opportunity to ask, these are? Don't you remember? The Dean and Vice Dean of B University's Computer Science Department, as well as the professors from the School of Information. They came to our school for a joint lecture before. You were there too. No wonder they looked so familiar. Then, how did they know Jiang Fuyue? They were the lead coaches for IOI last year. Jiang Fuyue won the gold medal. Xianxia! Exclamation point. Good lord, B University had fallen too. At 9:50 p.m., there were only 10 minutes left before the signing ceremony. Jiang Fuyue and old Peter walked in as they talked. Peter's expression was radiant, and his tone was exaggerated. Oh. That's a wonderful idea. You're always full of surprises. Thank you for your invitation. I will consider it carefully. As he spoke, he opened his arms and gave her a gentlemanly hug. Then, he walked to the empty seat beside Su Kaiqing and sat down. Ahem. Why are you here? Old Peter, of course it's because I have an invitation. Oh, Su, why are you asking such a stupid question? This is not like you. The corners of Su Kaiqing's mouth twitched. He had to endure it. What were you and Jiang Fuyue talking about just now? Old Peter's expression changed instantly. He shushed him. That's a secret. Su Kaiqing. His fists hardened. Little did he know that the moment Peter Drucker appeared in the hall, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Before this internationally renowned physicist was only on good terms with Su Kaiqing. He had almost no interaction with other colleagues. A few years ago, Zhou Jingqi wanted to hire him as an honorary professor at Q University. He even went to California to visit him many times. Unfortunately, he didn't even get to meet him. Since he couldn't hire him, he could at least give a lecture, right? In the end, he was still rejected. B University also tried the same thing, and the results were the same. Since then, there was a saying in the industry that Professor Drucker kept strangers away and only recognized Su Kaiqing. In addition, the two parties involved didn't come out to deny it, so everyone believed it. Until they saw the scene of Peter and Jiang Fuyue talking and laughing, so, it wasn't because of Su Kaiqing? But because of Jiang Fuyue, the successive shocks made Zhou Jingqi's brain a little unable to process. Where did this Jiang Fuyue come from? Su Kaiqing called her a friend, and old Peter, who rarely interacted with others, supported her. Needless to say, the professors from Q University and B University all rushed to support her. At 10:00 clock sharp, the signing ceremony officially began. Xiaoshan, as the principal of Ming University, went on stage to speak. He then personally unveiled the aluminum board with the words Jiang Fuyue Laboratory written on it and displayed it in front of everyone. At this point, the laboratory was officially established. 10 minutes later, the first research result of the laboratory was announced in public. Deformation of the J equation and the supercritical Hermite-Yang-Mills equation was published in the latest issue of the world-renowned mathematics journal, New Advances in Mathematics. In the comments section, the chief editor made the following comments about the publication of this thesis. This discovery was extremely groundbreaking. This meant that under the premise of stability, the J equation proposed by Chen Xiaoxiong and Donaldson and the supercritical Hermite-Yang-Mills equation proposed by Qiu Qingtong and the others could be solved, building a bridge between the Hermite-Yang-Mills equation and the Keller-Einstein equation. The crowd was dead silent. It was so quiet that only the sound of the reporters in the front row pressing the shutter could be heard. Yuan Bentao was the first to react, oldly. Did you see that? She really did it. Li Zhao was excited. Yes, she did it. Back then, at the IMO, they witnessed the birth of this thesis with their own eyes. It shocked the main committee on the spot, and in the end, it won the gold medal and the special award without any controversy. At that time, Jiang Fuyue said that she would organize the derivation process into a thesis and submit it to New Advances in Mathematics. Yuan Bentao thought that she was just saying it, and that it would take a long time for it to be realized. But now, the results were right in front of him. Xiangpingi, this speed is amazing. He Longchong, normal people can't do it. How long had it been since the IMO ended? In less than half a year, Jiang Fuyue had come up with academic achievements that many people could not achieve in 10 years. This was hard work, and also talent. And something like talent was mysterious and wonderful. It could not be envied. Su Kaiqing took the lead in applauding, and old Peter raised his hand almost at the same time. Soon, the venue was filled with thunderous applause. Yan Zhenfeng's hands were almost numb from clapping. His old eyes were filled with excitement, and tears glistened in his eyes. He was even more excited than when he produced his own academic results. Qin Libin stared at the big screen while clapping. He did not forget to take the time to ask him, "Do you understand it?" Yan Jinfeng. Actually, I don't understand it. Sun Kun's palms were red from clapping, but he was still clapping as hard as he could. "We don't need to understand physics. We just need to know that it's awesome." Qin Libin. That makes sense. On the other hand, the 3B university professors had just recovered from their shock. Both mathematics and physics papers have been published. Shouldn't it be the turn of information science next? You don't say. It's possible. Who asked her to be Jiang Fuyue? There was nothing that could not be done, only unexpected. At this moment, Zhou Jingqi was completely dumbfounded. His eyes were dull. When Jiang Fuyue announced the results of her latest thesis, his body stiffened. He could not believe what he was seeing. There was really a thesis that she could come up with. Didn't she just graduate from high school? She did not even go to university. How did she do it? He looked at Su Kaiqing and old Peter. They were not surprised at all. He looked at Yuan Bentao and Li Zhao. They were excited, but there was no surprise in their eyes. They were full of emotion and excitement. Because of this, he was the odd one out. But no one told him that high school students could also publish theses and that they could be on advances in mathematics. Until the end of the signing ceremony and the tour began, Zhou Jingqi still could not recover from the shock. The group of people left the venue. Under the leadership of Jiang Fuyue, they walked in another direction. If the previous ceremony was just an appetizer, then the following tour was the main event of the day. The sign was given, but what did the laboratory look like? How was it arranged and planned? No one knew. "Old Peter, why are you so excited today?" Su Kaiqing suddenly asked. Peter took a step back and retracted his foot. There was still a glimmer in his eyes. "Excited? I think it's okay." He pretended to be relaxed and shrugged. Su Kaiqing looked at him suspiciously. He did not believe him. Old Peter, on the other hand, was looking forward to seeing the laboratory. Cho said that the laboratories on each floor of the planned laboratory building would be arranged according to the specifications of the new laboratory. "Cho. You're the first person I invited." "Peter, what about Sue?" "Cho, I haven't told him yet." Then, old Peter seemed to be on steroids. He thought, "I have it, but no one else has it." "The feeling is great, Su Kaiqing, ? I still feel that there's something wrong with this person." Old Peter gave him a bright smile. Instantly, goosebumps crawled on the back of his hand. Su Kaiqing silently distanced himself from him. "Peter, ? Yuan Bentao and Li Zhao were also full of anticipation and rubbed their hands together. "Yuan Bentao, I heard that this is an interdisciplinary laboratory? I'm dying of curiosity." Li Zhao looked around. "Who here isn't curious?" Yuan Bentao looked around. Good Lord, everyone's necks were stretched out. They couldn't wait to transform into horses or giraffes. Even Zhou Xiao was no exception. On the other side, Yan Jinfeng, Qin Libin, and Sun Kun were also talking about the laboratory. Sun Kun. These are all rumors. They may not be accurate, but Jiang Fuyue must have built this laboratory because Q University is unwilling to lend the A3 experimental area. Qin Libin clicked his tongue. As expected of her. If she can't borrow it, she'll build one herself. But what? The time is too short. She probably won't be able to build anything. We have to support her, but don't get your hopes up. Qin Libin even felt that building the laboratory was probably just an excuse for Jiang Fuyue. Her real purpose was to announce the thesis in public. To show it to the media. Now that they were going to visit the real laboratory, the media had all left. Little did they know that this was Jiang Fuyue's request. She didn't want them to follow the tour. She didn't expect to cause such a misunderstanding. Yan Jinfeng nodded. I understand. After all, the time is too short. It's normal that she can't build anything. Let's try not to be so surprised later. Pay attention to your expressions. The two nodded. Okay. As for Zhou Jingqi, before he could react, his feet were floating. After he came to his senses, he slowly calmed down. Especially when he heard Qin Li Bin say, "She probably won't be able to build anything, don't get your hopes up." His steps were steady. Yes, what kind of laboratory could she build in such a short time? She probably just wanted to show the results of the thesis in public. TSK, she was too young to play such tricks. "We're here." Jiang Fuyue stopped in her tracks. Everyone looked over. The next second, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. Digression, 3 nights in 1, 6,000 words. Not far away, there was a semicircular building. The walls were gray, and the top was curved. It was covered with a layer of tempered glass and supported by a crisscrossed steel frame. It had a simple, cold, and modern feel to it. The entrance used the most advanced retina and fingerprint double recognition technology, which automatically sensed the entrance. Inside, the space was larger than expected. Each area was delicately divided. There was a sense of boundaries and overall harmony. But this was not the main point. The most surprising thing was the equipment. There was a large amount of experimental equipment, including many of the most advanced foreign patented products. The high price was secondary. The key was that the purchase channels were secretive. Without connections, one could not buy it even if they had money. Su Kaiqing calmly looked around. There were a few big guys that his laboratory had not been equipped with yet. How greedy! Old Peter was not as calm as Su Kaiqing. He first exclaimed in surprise, then directly reached out to touch. "Oh. COD 47, 1599, FD21. They're all limited models. It's incredible. Oh my god. There's also the giant whale. Why is it that every time I call to make a reservation, it's temporarily out of stock? This looks a bit like a SYP meter. But the structure seems to be different?" "Jiang Fuyue, that's because this is an improved version." "Wow. There's an improved version of the equipment from Sloat Factory?" Old Peter's eyes widened. "There wasn't before, but there is now." Sloat Factory mainly sold finished equipment. Because they were confident in the quality and performance of their products, they did not accept any customer feedback. In other words, if they wanted to change the equipment according to customer needs, the sun would rise from the west. Old Peter secretly glanced out the window. "There was nothing. How did you do it?" he asked Jiang Fuyue in a low voice. "It's very simple. Let them believe that there's a problem with the equipment. Naturally, they'll be willing to change it. The key was how to make these stubborn guys believe it. It would be a waste of time." But he had to admit, "You're amazing." He said these 2 words in Chinese. Jiang Fuyue smiled faintly after hearing that. Yan Zhenfeng, Qin Li Bin, and the others reacted even more exaggeratedly. They were first stunned, then shocked, and then amazed. Sun Kun looked around. "This laboratory is amazing. Qin Li Bin, this area is equivalent to 5A1 laboratories in our school, right?" "Hey." Yan Zhenfeng shook his head. "The facilities here are more complete." "Oh my god." Yuan Bentao clicked his tongue. "How much will this cost?" Li Zhao gestured a number. "At least this much." He Longchong suddenly sighed. "It's good to be rich." Zhou Jingqi, on the other hand, was completely speechless when he saw the laboratory from a distance. When he entered, he saw the clearly planned experimental zones and complete experimental equipment. For a moment, he felt like a clown. His face hurt like it was swollen, but he couldn't even groan, because he asked for it. "Old Zhou." Su Kaiqing walked towards him with a smile. "Why aren't you saying anything?" "I'm a bit tired." "How is it? This lab isn't bad, right?" "Not bad at all. It was many times better than the A3 experimental zone. Even Su Kaiqing's main laboratory couldn't be compared to it." He remembered what he had said before. "Do you think it's called a laboratory just because you put up a shed and some equipment? High-end equipment usually needs to be pre-ordered from overseas factories, and the transportation route is special. It's easy for you to just say it. Anyway, you don't have to take responsibility for bragging. Student Jiang, it's good to be confident, but you can't be stubborn. Those floating in the air will fall down sooner or later." At this moment, Zhou Jingqi just wanted to swallow all the words he had said before. After the tour ended, no one wanted to leave. After getting Jiang Fuyue's permission, Su Kaiqing sat on the experiment table and began to fiddle with the big guys. Old Peter also went over excitedly. Yan Zhenfeng and Qin Libin were attracted by the unique zoning method and were discussing which one had more advantages compared to the traditional zoning method. Yuan Bentao and Li Zhao were indeed big shots in mathematics. Compared to the laboratory, they were more interested in Jiang Fuyue's thesis. They had already downloaded the full text from the search engine and couldn't wait to analyze it. The reason why they didn't leave was that they wanted to take advantage of Jiang Fuyue's presence to have an in-depth discussion. When Xiaoshan saw this, he said, "Why don't we stay for a meal? There's nothing much to treat. It's just some simple cafeteria food. Feel free to eat." His suggestion was instantly met with agreement. That's great. I've heard that Ming University's cafeteria is the best. I can finally see it with my own eyes today. Thank you, Principal Xiao. After the group of people entered the cafeteria and ate the specially provided stir-fried dishes, everyone realized that "I've heard that Ming University's cafeteria is the best" was not a compliment. Ming University's food was really, really delicious. Zhou Jingqi was jealous. The right thing to do would have been to politely decline, and then decisively leave. However, for some reason, he had followed everyone here and ate the stir-fried dishes in a daze. Now, he had inexplicably added a big bowl of rice and continued eating. Well, he might have really gone crazy. After lunch, the group of old professors returned to the laboratory. At this time, the tour was more or less over. Next, they consciously scattered to different areas and began to rub their hands together, ready to get started. Of course, before they started, they would first ask Jiang Fuyue for permission before they touched the experimental equipment. Xiaoshan glanced around. I can see that the professors are very excited. Jiang Fuyue nodded in satisfaction and said meaningfully, "It's good that they're smart. If they weren't smart, how could they lure these people into the future laboratory building?" She had asked 6 to design a total of 22 floors, and there was at least one laboratory on each floor. How could they fill it up if they didn't lure them in? At this time, Jiang Fuyue looked at the group of professors as if she was looking at a cage of chicks. When they grew up, she could put them in the chicken coop, and then they would lay eggs, incubate eggs, and keep producing. Just thinking about it made her feel wonderful. Xiaoshan silently observed the smile on the girl's lips. It was obviously summer, but his back felt cold. When the sun set, they couldn't stay any longer, so they left reluctantly. Xiaoshan was responsible for seeing the guests out. Jiang Fuyue stayed to check the power supply and initialize the equipment. Finally, she closed the doors and windows and prepared to leave. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks and looked at the man bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun. She was stunned for a moment. The man was tall and handsome, and there was an innate coldness in his eyes. However, the moment he looked at her, there was a deep light in his dark eyes, which eventually turned into a seductive gentleness. Jiang Fuyue blinked and blinked again. In the end, she was sure that she wasn't seeing things. Xie Dingyuan had appeared in front of her unexpectedly. It was as if he had descended from the sky and was wearing the sunset glow. She suddenly smiled and jogged away. Xie Dingyuan also strode forward. The two of them seemed to be completing a two-way race. Under the setting sun, it was as beautiful as a fairy tale. Why are you here? Congratulations on the completion of the laboratory. The two of them spoke at the same time. Their eyes met and they both smiled. Xie Dingyuan, here, this is for you. A bouquet of roses appeared between the two of them. It was as red as blood and tender and beautiful. Jiang Fuyue took it and lowered her head to smell it. It smells very good. Thank you. As long as you like it. Why didn't you tell me in advance? You scared me. I wanted to give you a surprise. Are you done with Lin Hui? Yes. Jiang Fuyue took his hand and walked inside. Let me show you my laboratory. Xia. Dingyuan followed with a smile. How is it? The appearance is very recognizable. Under the setting sun, the gray walls reflected orange because of the glass outside. From afar, it looked as if the sun had set, leaving only a semicircle. Jiang Fuyue, that's it? Xie Dingyuan looked around and sized up the internal structure. After a while, he said, the division seems to be different from ordinary laboratories. Yes, I divided it according to my habits. Do you have any other comments? The man looked helpless and simply asked her, what comments do you want to hear? Jiang Fuyue smiled, how is it compared to your laboratory? Is it good or bad? You want to hear the truth? Of course. He pondered for a moment. From the analysis of the hardware conditions, your laboratory has just been built and will definitely be updated. However, from the perspective of use, I still prefer my own laboratory. So if I invite you to use it together, won't you feel wronged? Xie Dingyuan's expression froze. What do you mean? Jiang Fuyue did not answer. She sighed and said, if that's the case, then I won't invite. The next second, the man grabbed her wrist. You haven't finished your words and you're not inviting me. You're doing it on purpose. She deliberately wanted to see him anxious. Say it again now. Jiang Fuyue looked innocent. I won't say it twice. As soon as she finished speaking, the man grabbed her waist with his large palms and lifted her up. He turned her around and made her sit on the experiment table. Xie Dingyuan was standing between her legs, his hand still on her waist. He was reluctant to take it away. He threatened, are you going to say it or not? Jiang Fuyue's eyes narrowed as the corners of her lips curled up. No. I heard it. You invited me to join you. Then why do you want me to say it? Xie Dingyuan said word by word, I accept your invitation. But I don't want to invite you now. What should I do? Don't you dare, he used his hands gently. Hiss. You're going to break my waist. Although Xie Dingyuan knew that she was pretending, he still stopped. Jiang Fuyue smiled. She was a little proud. But soon, she couldn't smile anymore. That was because the man's hand was caressing her chin. He didn't use much strength, but she couldn't break free. Then, he slowly moved closer, a kiss with the unique warmth of the man. Jiang Fuyue only felt a faint pine scent surrounding her. She felt a soft touch on her lips. Their skin was touching, and their breaths were intertwined. Her fingertips trembled as if an electric current had passed through her. She subconsciously wrapped her arms around the man's neck. Xie Dingyuan's eyes lit up, but he was not in a hurry to go deeper. Instead, he stepped back slightly to leave some space for them to talk. Did you miss me during this time? Jiang Fuyue nodded. Yes. How much did you miss me? A little. Only a little? He moved closer. His breath was hot, and he almost bit her. His hands unconsciously used more strength. Jiang Fuyue's smiling eyes met his cold ones. It was like the spring breeze blowing across a cold lake, rippling layers of ripples. A little every day. When it adds up, it's not a little. Then what is it? A lot. The man laughed softly. There was joy in his eyes. He stopped talking nonsense and kissed the lips that he had been thinking about day and night. After some time, when Jiang Fuyue began to breathe unsteadily and hit his shoulder, Xie Dingyuan finally let go of her. Her originally pink lips turned crimson. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were watery and misty. Xie Dingyuan almost couldn't control himself and kissed her again. Jiang Fuyue turned her head away and panted. You, at least let me rest, it was the first time they kissed. She even reminded someone to take a breath. How long had it been? Someone had already mastered it and started to counterattack. TSK, Xie Dingyuan said, I'll give you another chance. Are you going to invite me? Jiang Fuyue dodged his hand and hurriedly said, please. I'll treat you, okay? As he spoke, he took something out of nowhere and handed it to the man. The key to the laboratory. Although there was iris recognition, the traditional method was necessary, so Jiang Fuyue kept the habit of opening the door with a key. There are 2 keys in total. One for you, one for me. If you want to use the laboratory, you can come over anytime. Xie Dingyuan's heart warmed, and he hugged her. Thank you. The key had obviously been prepared in advance, so even if he didn't ask, she would have given it to him. Jiang Fuyue leaned her head on the man's shoulder and mumbled, thank you. You don't have the self-awareness of a boyfriend at all. Huh? What self-awareness? You're so self-conscious. Xie Dingyuan smiled and said, yeah, you're so nice. By the time Jiang Fuyue finished walking around the campus, it was already dark. They left the laboratory and walked on the campus's avenue. There were bright street lamps on the side of the road. Xie Dingyuan held her hand and slowly intertwined their fingers. Let's go and eat. There was a hot pot restaurant across the road outside the campus. After entering the restaurant, Xie Dingyuan ordered her favorite dishes and provided her with pick-me-up service. Anyway, Jiang Fuyue's plate was never short of meat. Until the end. I can't eat anymore. Only then did Xie Dingyuan stop and start to fill his stomach. When he was eating, Jiang Fuyue rested her chin on her hand and looked at him. At first, it was fine, but after a while, the man started to feel uncomfortable. Why are you looking at me? Jiang Fuyue said, because you're good-looking. Xie Dingyuan. The straight man was shy, and his ears were red. After they finished eating, they paid the bill and left the hot pot restaurant to walk along the road. Since several universities were gathered in this area, there were many students staying in school even though it was summer vacation. Young couples could be seen walking around at night while holding hands. Xie Dingyuan and Jiang Fuyue mingled in the crowd. Other than their outstanding appearances, they were no different from ordinary couples. Especially with the sticky pink bubbles around them, they looked exactly like college students in love. After Su Kaiqing left Ming University, he went back to Q University and stayed in the laboratory until it was dark. It was worth mentioning that Zhou Jingqi was very quiet on the way back. He was completely different from when he was complaining when he left. Su Kaiqing did not even bother to ask him if his face hurt. Because the truth was written all over his old face, which had an unhappy expression. After they left the campus, Su Kaiqing wanted to buy some food. When he got home, there would be hot dishes waiting for him. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and was stunned. His eyes widened as his gaze fell not far ahead. He saw Jiang Fuyue and a man walking hand in hand. They were talking and laughing intimately. And that man's back looked strangely familiar. Who is he? He muttered softly. I'd definitely seen him before. At this moment, the two of them stopped walking. The man turned sideways and brushed away a leaf in the girl's hair. The people around them did not think much of it. After all, there were too many couples and it was not uncommon for couples to kiss on the street. However, Su Kaiqing was stunned. He seemed to be nailed to the ground and could not move. At this moment, his mouth was wide open and his old eyes were round. Xie Dingyuan? It's actually Xie Dingyuan, he and Jiang Fuyue, these two people. When did this happen? He actually did not know at all. Or, did he see wrongly because of his old age? Su Kaiqing shook his head and looked in that direction again. Yes, it's real. I'm not seeing wrongly. In order to make sure that he could see clearly, he even took a few steps forward. Suddenly, Professor Su. Elder Su. Someone shouted. Not only did it successfully attract everyone's attention to Su Kaiqing, but even Jiang Fuyue and Xie Dingyuan subconsciously looked back. The old man froze on the spot and could not avoid it. He smiled awkwardly. Hi. What a coincidence. Have you eaten? It's my treat. In fact, he was already cursing the person who called him in his heart. Jiang Fuyue, ? Xie Dingyuan, the two of them looked at each other, let go of their hands and walked towards him. When they were in front of him, Su Kaiqing suddenly became serious. Why don't you continue holding hands? Why are you letting go? Hurry up and hold hands. Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. Xie Dingyuan was speechless. Su Kaiqing, ? Did he say something wrong? Ahem. You too. His old eyes turned and looked between Xie Dingyuan and Jiang Fuyue. Are you two dating? Xie Dingyuan. Yes. Although he had expected it, he was still surprised when it was confirmed. Su Kaiqing started to look at Xie Dingyuan with a picky gaze. Originally, he thought quite highly of this person in his heart. He was the leader of the new generation of academics in Xianxia, and currently the strongest research scholar in the country. He was involved in the field of biochemistry, and not to mention, He had led a team to Continent F to fight against the Shankfold virus. In short, this was an excellent young scientist who surpassed his master. Almost all praises could be used on him. But why did Su Kaiqing find it so hard to accept when he became Chou's boyfriend? In his opinion, Chou was like the white moonlight in the sky. Ordinary people could only look up at her, but could not reach out to touch her. He could only look at her from afar. How could Xie Dingyuan be able to capture the moonlight? Although Su Kaiqing did not want to admit it, this was the truth. He was very unhappy. It was extremely sour. Xie Dingyuan? Why is Elder Su looking at me as if he wants to eat me? I think I need some time alone. After saying this, the old man strode away without looking back. Jiang Fuyue frowned. What's wrong with him? Xie Dingyuan, I don't know. The night was getting darker. At 10 o'clock, Jiang Fuyue received a call from Han Shen. Yeah, when are you coming home? Do you need me to come and pick you up? No, I drove. I'll be back soon. Okay. After ending the call, Jiang Fuyue put away her mobile phone. I'm going back. The man held her wrist, his eyes full of reluctance. Can you not leave tonight? There was an express hotel right next to them. Coupled with such a line, it was very ambiguous. Coincidentally, a couple walked past them. When they heard what the couple said, they showed a mysterious smile. Xie Dingyuan, ahem. What I mean is, you can stay at my house instead of the hotel. Jiang Fuyue, is there a difference? Of course. I have a lot of rooms at my house. There are also a lot of hotel rooms. Then I'll send you back. His tone was gloomy. When they got into the car, Jiang Fuyue hugged the bouquet of roses that the man gave her. Her fingertips stroked the petals again and again. The man looked straight ahead, but his eyes drifted to the front passenger seat from time to time. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly. You came to Ming University to look for me the moment you got off the plane? Yes. No wonder he was travel-worn. The flowers are very beautiful. I like it very much. The corners of Xie Dingyuan's mouth lifted slightly. He didn't seem that gloomy anymore. Although he still couldn't bear to leave, 30 minutes later, the car stopped at the entrance of the villa. Jiang Fuyue released her seatbelt and was about to open the car door when the man pulled her back and kissed her. At that moment, two words appeared in Jiang Fuyue's mind, crazy. They were at the entrance of the Han family's house. Eldest uncle was still waiting for her to come home. They could be discovered at any time. Digression, 3 nights in 1, 6,000 words. Yeah, you're back? Uncle. Han Shen was holding a glass of water and was about to fill it. Why is your face so red? Really? Maybe it's too hot. Tomorrow, I'll ask the kitchen to make a can of mung bean soup. Bring it to the laboratory. Okay. I'll go upstairs first. Go ahead and rest early. When she returned to her room, Jiang Fuyue went straight to the bathroom and splashed cold water on her face. She looked at herself in the mirror. Her face was like a peach blossom, her lips were red, and her eyes were sparkling. The scene of them entangling with each other flashed in her mind. In the narrow car, the man's breath was hot. Jiang Fuyue clicked her tongue. A man's lust is misleading. At the same time, Xie Dingyuan was driving. His hands were on the steering wheel and his eyes were looking straight ahead. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and smiled. He was still smiling when he entered the house. Grandpa Xia and Grandma Xia were watching TV in the living room when they suddenly heard a noise. Did someone open the door? Grandpa Xia listened carefully for a few seconds. Why didn't I notice? Just now. I'll go and take a look. Grandma Xia got up and walked towards the entrance. The next second, she exclaimed in surprise, "Ah Yuan? Why are you back? Old man, why are you still in a daze? Our son is back." Xie Zhendong came back to his senses and walked forward quickly. It was really his youngest son. You didn't even say hello when you came back. Look at how scared your mom is. Cough. He was scared too. Xie Dingyuan replied, it was a last-minute decision. Have you eaten? Yes, I have. Do you want to eat more? Mom, don't worry. I'm not hungry. Grandma Xia looked at her son with tears in her eyes. You've lost weight again. Xie Dingyuan. Anyway, according to Grandma Xia, he had never been fat. Are you tired? Go upstairs and rest. Grandma Xia patted the dust on his shoulders. Suddenly, Grandma Xia paused and sniffed twice. Xie Dingyuan did not notice it. After he left, Grandpa Xia asked, "What happened to you just now?" The old lady calmly raised her right hand. There was a strand of hair between her thumb and index finger. To be more precise, it was a strand of hair, it was black. The old man widened his eyes in disbelief. You found it on little Nine's body? Otherwise? It's sticking to your shoulder. I saw it at a glance. This doesn't mean anything. The old man quickly calmed down and analyzed rationally. Maybe he accidentally bumped into someone on the road, or maybe the wind blew his hair onto his body. However, the old lady's tone was firm. Impossible. It's not like you don't know how particular our son is. How could he allow someone else's hair to stick to his body? That's right. The old man smacked his lips. He's a clean freak. But maybe they didn't find it, so they didn't clean it up. Well, even if the hair was an accident, what about the fragrance? The old man was stunned. Fragrance? What's that smell? Don't you smell the rose fragrance on Ayuan? He never used perfume. If he met someone who used perfume on the road, he would stay as far away as possible. And the rose, you taste it carefully. So, you mean, Yuan was with a girl before he came back? And he gave her roses. The old lady's tone was firm. Can't it be a rose perfume? I've been mixing perfume for decades. Can't you tell the difference between perfume and real flowers? The old man was speechless. After a long while, he said in a daze. Is little Nine in love? I heard from Yunzeo that he was eating with a girl and was caught. Could it be this girl? The old man stroked his chin. I think it's very likely. Little Nine is not the kind of scumbag who changes his mind. He won't change. His girlfriend so quickly. The old lady nodded in agreement. How about? I go up and ask around? Forget it. With his stuffy personality, it's pointless to ask him. The old lady was curious. Her son had been single for more than 20 years. It was not easy for the iron tree to bloom. He even gave her roses. It looked like he was going to succeed, so, what kind of girl was able to take down her family's big iceberg? Don't you want to know? The old man, I want to. But what's the use of wanting to? The old lady. She could not refute. That night, the old couple slept with smiles on their faces. Although they did not know who their future daughter-in-law was for the time being, their old single dog was finally enlightened and knew how to talk about love. This alone was enough to make the old couple feel gratified. The next day, Jiang Fuyue went to the laboratory after breakfast. There was still half a month before Ming University opened. In this half a month, she had to complete the remaining experiments, organize and analyze the data, and write a complete thesis. Time was of the essence. She could not afford to waste a single day. Fortunately, during the construction of the new laboratory, Q University did not allow her to use the A3 experimental area anymore. However, all the data needed for the early and middle stages of the experiment had been completed. Therefore, Jiang Fuyue did not idle around during this period. She stayed at home to do data analysis. Working 10 hours a day was no different from staying in the laboratory. Due to the lack of professional data analysis equipment, there were many difficulties in the process. However, Jiang Fuyue solved them one by one. If they didn't have the equipment, they would write their own programs instead. If he didn't have a data recording template, he would have to make another one. Building a bridge when encountering a river, digging a hole when encountering a mountain, all the difficulties in front of Jiang Fuyue were not difficulties, they were fun. When she got to the lab, she found the lights on. Xie Dingyuan turned around and smiled. You're here? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Why are you here? Didn't you give me the key yesterday? She looked helpless. What I mean is, you don't have to be so early. You worked hard yesterday. You should rest well and sleep in. The man sighed faintly and said, "Why are you sleeping in? There's no one with us." Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. "Have you been here for a long time?" "Half an hour earlier than you." "Have you had breakfast?" Jiang Fuyue asked him as she put on her lab robe. "Yes, I have." "Are there any more lab robes?" "What? You want to be on the experiment table too?" Xie Dingyuan said, "That depends on whether you're willing to use me as your free labor." Jiang Fuyue's eyes lit up. "You said it's free. It'll be a waste if I don't use it." The man spread his hands. "It's my pleasure." In exchange, she blew him a kiss. Xie Dingyuan said, "It'll be better if it lands here." He pointed at his cheek. Shameless. For the next few days, Xie Dingyuan reported to the lab every day. Except for the first day when Jiang Fuyue drove herself over, he was the one who stopped outside the villa early to pick her up, like a dutiful knight. And he couldn't let Han Qishan and her 3 uncles find out. "Why? Am I shameful?" Professor Xia was a little angry. Jiang Fuyue said, "I'm afraid that you'll be beaten up the moment you see me." Xie Dingyuan, after a while, he squeezed out a sentence. "I have thick skin." This time, it was Jiang Fuyue's turn to be speechless. After that, he would take the initiative to park in an open space 50 meters in front of the villa. This person was actually asking for credit. "Look, I have to pick you up and keep it a secret. It's very tiring. So? I want a reward." "What reward?" "Oh." After some time, the man smacked his lips in satisfaction. "It's sweet." Jiang Fuyue, question mark. Was this person's conception and governor vessels unblocked? In fact, the two of them spent more time together in the lab. Xie Dingyuan was not joking when he said that he would help. Jiang Fuyue did not treat him as an outsider. She was never shy to ask for his help when she had a task for him. Therefore, such a scene could often be seen in the lab. Jiang Fuyue sat in front of the lab table to control the parameters and adjust the equipment. Xie Dingyuan sat below her, recording the data, doing preliminary integration and analysis. Both of them were wearing white lab robes. At first glance, they looked like a couple. With Xie Dingyuan's help, the progress of the experiment was directly accelerated by half. No matter whether Jiang Fuyue was fast or slow, he could always keep up with the rhythm with ease and ease. There was no need for Jiang Fuyue to tell him what to do next. He already knew what to do. With him, it was more than just adding wings to a tiger. It was simply like adding a tiger to a tiger, adding another tiger to a tiger. Of course, the effect was greater than 2. When Xie Dingyuan sorted out the preliminary data analysis report and handed it to Jiang Fuyue, the girl suddenly looked up and stared straight at him. "The man, question mark. Is there something on my face?" "Yes. On the left is Tian, and on the right is Kai." "Genius," Xie Dingyuan laughed, but he felt that the real genius was sitting opposite him at this moment, staring at him. Her pitch-black pupils reflected her complete face, and her whole heart was filled with him. "As the girlfriend of a genius, what do you think, Miss Jiang?" The girl rolled her eyes. "My boyfriend is too smart. What if I can't control him?" He thought for a moment. "No matter how smart he is, he can't escape from your grasp." "That's true." She lifted her chin slightly, showing her pride. Xie Dingyuan shook his head helplessly. These 2 words were filled with endless doting and indulgence. Occasionally, Jiang Fuyue would also worry. "You're so useful. What if I get used to it?" In the future, if anyone else were to be her assistant, they would feel inferior to Xie Dingyuan. When the man heard this, he laughed softly. She did not know if he was happy because his ability was recognized, or proud because she relied on him. Isn't this called, after seeing the blue sea, it's no longer water, after seeing Mount Wu, it's no longer clouds? After seeing the blue sea, the water in other places was not worth mentioning. After seeing the clouds in Mount Wu, the clouds in other places were no longer clouds. After having the best, everything else became just make-do. So, Xie Dingyuan's eyes were filled with joy. "I'm the best solution." He was getting more and more shameless. "Screen out the new set of data." "Okay." Give me the remote control for the 325 equipment. The man took it and handed it over. Is the test report for the XT equipment out? 2 more minutes. One said, and the other did. Perfect cooperation. Full marks for tacit understanding. He just did not know what other people would think when they saw this scene. The dignified Professor Xia, a world-class expert in the field of biochemistry in China, was now an assistant in his girlfriend's laboratory. He was being ordered around, but he still seemed to be enjoying it. TSK, although the two of them were in a relationship and were in the same laboratory, it was inevitable that they would talk, but that was only a few times. Most of the time, the two of them lowered their heads and busied themselves. Jiang Fuyue moved between various experimental equipment, busy adjusting parameters, controlling variables, and leading the entire experiment process. Xie Dingyuan sat in front of the computer, screening the data, packaging it, and analyzing it. Finally, he produced a report and handed it to Jiang Fuyue. After Jiang Fuyue read it and verified it with the machine, she could include it in the analysis database and use it as valid data. The whole process was boring and long. She needed to keep her mind clear at all times and keep thinking. She also had to be mentally prepared to start all over again if she made a mistake. Whether it was one's mentality or one's endurance, it was a great test. Therefore, there had always been a saying in the scientific research community, doing academia was equivalent to meditating. Jiang Fuyue did not think so. When a person was really obsessed and passionate about something and devoted himself to it, all the difficulties would become a run-up force, a flying wind, and a surging wave. Looking at the girl's focused eyes and serious profile, the man's eyes were instantly infatuated. He stared at her on the experiment table in a daze, as if he was looking at the brightest and most shining star in the night. Due to Xie Dingyuan's participation, the work that was originally planned to be completed in half a month was completed in a week. The time was shortened by half. On the day of the completion of the manuscript, Jiang Fuyue clicked send and the paper was sent to all the major academic journals in the world in the form of an email. The rest could only be left to time. It's done. She smiled at Xie Dingyuan, her eyes shining. Congratulations. The man stepped forward and gave her a hug. Unexpectedly, he did not let go of her. Hey, where are you putting your hands? He did not move away. Instead, he became more aggressive. His low and hoarse voice rang in her ears, accompanied by hot breaths. I should ask for a reward, shouldn't I? The girl smiled and looked at him. But I didn't say that I would pay with my body. Xie Dingyuan. Cough. Actually, that was what he wanted. The experiment was over, the paper was ready, and there was still a week before school started. Jiang Fuyue was completely free. That was exactly what Xie Dingyuan wanted. She even suspected that this person helped her so desperately just for this day. Xie Dingyuan, do you have any plans? Jiang Fuyue shook her head. He smiled. I have plans. What plans? We can't neglect any of the things that couples should do. Jiang Fuyue was lazy and left everything to him. On the first day, Xie Dingyuan took her to a hotel and booked a room. Jiang Fuyue, ? The subway grandpa looked at his mobile phone. This hotel was built in the middle of a mountain. It was a Chinese-style hotel. Every suite was a standalone building with its own courtyard and garden. The surroundings were surrounded by mountains and rivers. It was not far from the city center, about half an hour's drive. It was a quiet place amidst the hustle and bustle. Jiang Fuyue fell in love with the place at first sight. Even the air was fresh and clean. Then, she went into deep sleep. On the first day, she slept from 9 p.m. to 8 a.m. the next day. She woke up to have breakfast and went for a walk with Xie Dingyuan. When they returned to the courtyard, they leaned on a chair. There was a pot of tea beside them. The fragrance of the tea was wafting out from the small fire. Jiang Fuyue was holding a book called A Brief History of Time in her hands. After flipping through a few pages, she tilted her head and fell asleep again. Xie Dingyuan took out a blanket from inside and gently covered her with it. Then he lay down on another chair and closed his eyes to sleep. In the quaint courtyard, the shade of the trees shattered the sunlight and cast a mottled shadow on the ground. Amid the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, a man and a woman were taking an afternoon nap. Time seemed to have stopped here, condensing this scene into a picture. Time was peaceful and gentle. When Jiang Fuyue woke up, the sun was setting. The orange-red ball was hanging in the sky, getting lower and lower. She still remembered the day she was reborn. It was also a summer evening like this. Half the sky was dyed orange by the burning clouds. She was walking home alone after school. Faced with an unfamiliar environment and a new identity, although she forced herself to be calm, it was inevitable that she was at a loss. But now, she had already adapted to her new life and found a new goal. Jiang Fuyue turned her head and looked at Xie Dingyuan, who was sleeping soundly. She had someone to accompany her. God had arranged for her to die, but he had also given her a new life. "You're looking at me." The man had woken up and opened his eyes. There was no sleepiness in his eyes, only a faint smile. Jiang Fuyue did not avoid it. Instead, she looked at him more confidently. "Yes, aren't you going to let me see?" "Of course. And I'll satisfy you unconditionally." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They had dinner at the hotel. They did not go to the restaurant and ordered room service. Jiang Fuyue heard a thoughtful question from the other end. "Sir, do you want some wine?" Xie Dingyuan was about to say no, but Jiang Fuyue suddenly said, "Red." The other end paused for a moment and immediately agreed. "Xie Dingyuan, you want some wine?" Jiang Fuyue, "A little wine to lighten the mood." Clang, the wine glasses clinked gently, making a sound. The red wine inside swayed in an elegant arc. It was just the right time to wake up. The two of them sat opposite each other on the long wooden Chinese table with a small floral tablecloth. There were a few blooming peonies in a decorative vase. The pink and white outer petals and the silky inner layer covered the pale yellow center of the flowers. The faint fragrance of the flowers mixed with the red wine made the atmosphere just right. Jiang Fuyue said in a teasing tone, "To my most capable assistant, whether at work or in life." Xie Dingyuan corrected her. "Boyfriend." "Okay, boy, friend." He raised his glass in satisfaction. When he raised his head, his Adam's apple was revealed. Along with the movement of swallowing, it rolled gently. Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but lick her lips. Suddenly, her mouth was dry, so she took another sip. "Slow down." "Oh. When did you learn how to drink?" The girl blinked and her cheeks flushed. "I learned how to drink in my previous life." Xie Dingyuan just thought that she was talking drunkenly. "How about you?" Jiang Fuyue asked, "When did you learn?" Cough. In fact, he had never been very good at drinking. After deciding to engage in scientific research, Xie Dingyuan paid special attention to his diet and schedule. He almost never smoked or drank. He only made exceptions very rarely, but he was also very restrained. "You're not allowed to drink too much." He took away the decanter and put the remaining half of the bottle of red wine on the shelf. "Just this small half glass." The girl looked at him with her beautiful peach blossom eyes. When she heard that, she blinked and said obediently, "Okay." Xie Dingyuan's heart softened. She didn't want to drink too much. Alcohol would affect the brain's nerves and cause thinking to be slow. Drinking was really just drinking. It was limited to occasional drinking, not frequent drinking. On this point, the two of them had the same understanding. There was no contradiction between them. It was just that, "Why is your face so red?" Jiang Fuyue looked at the man's cheeks that were covered by the rosy color, spreading all the way to his ears. Xie Dingyuan's eyes flickered. He didn't want to admit it. "Really? If you don't believe me, look." Jiang Fuyue pointed at the mirror in the cupboard opposite her. It just happened that he could be seen in it. However, the man didn't turn his head. He just didn't look in that direction. "As long as I don't look, I can deny it." Jiang Fuyue reacted and laughed. "Ha ha ha. Xie Dingyuan, you have to look good when you drink." The man's mouth twitched. Was it strange to look good on his face? It wasn't strange, but a man like him, it will make others think that you're not manly enough, you. "No? Does this others include you?" He gritted his teeth and said coldly. Jiang Fuyue was about to speak when the man suddenly got up, leaned forward, and stretched his long arm across the table. His big palm clasped the back of her neck, and then gently pulled her. Jiang Fuyue's upper body couldn't help but move forward. Their eyes met, and the tips of their noses were almost touching. Their breaths were gradually intertwined. You. She swallowed her saliva. What are you doing? Since it's hard to say, I won't say it. I'll let you know if I'm manly or not. The next second, his lips came up to hers. Jiang Fuyue! Exclamation point. The meal lasted for almost 2 hours. The man was beaming with joy, while the woman's lips were red. After the meal, the hotel staff came to clear the table, and the two of them went out for a walk. The hotel was built in the middle of the mountain and had a large area. In the design of the setting, many artificial carvings were removed, and the original ecological parts were preserved. For example, most of the trees in the garden were originally grown in the forest. The night wind brought a cool breeze. The temperature difference between day and night in the mountains was huge. In just a short while, Jiang Fuyue felt a little cold. At this moment, a jacket that was still warm was draped over her shoulders. Digression, the third watch was 6,000 words. Today, my relatives came to visit, and I have a stomachache. The next chapter might be less, but I'll try to maintain 6,000 words as a precaution. End of chapter 724. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.